Our story opens in Shanghai City. In a quiet room, a blue-green-haired woman named Zhang Wangshan cradles her newborn son and gently nurses him. Looking down at the baby in her arms, she softly says, "Chen, you really have it easy. All you do every day is eat and sleep." Even when he keeps her up all night, she just smiles. To her, none of that matters, as long as he grows up safe and healthy. But what she has no idea about is that this baby is anything but normal. Inside that tiny body is a reincarnated soul, completely aware of his previous life. Even while feeding, he can already tell that although this infant body is still underdeveloped, his mind is fully awake. Then without warning, a blue screen pops up in front of him, just like a game interface. It identifies him as Lin Zichen, 33 days old, with a biological level of ordinary tier 1. The second he sees it, he understands right away. He's been given some kind of cheat ability. By the time he reaches 3 months old, Lin Zichen is lying in his crib while his parents, Zhang Wangshan and Lin Yanxing, watch over him. His father comments that the baby already seems unusually gifted physically, saying he could grow up to become a powerful gene fuser, or at the very least, a cyborg. Right in the middle of their conversation, Lin Zichen keeps kicking his legs around. Then the system suddenly notifies him that he has completed 10,000 kicks and unlocked the biological attribute use and advance. With this ability, any part of his body he trains can keep getting stronger, as long as it stays within the limits of a carbon-based life form. He feels the boost in strength immediately. At the same time, he starts turning over his father's words in his head, wondering what gene fusers and cyborgs really are, and he ends up picturing something like superheroes. By 4 months old, Lin Zichen has already learned how to sit up and crawl. But since he is developing way too quickly, he does not want to scare his parents. So he saves all of his training for the middle of the night. And every time he crawls, the system rewards him with more points. A month later, at just 5 months old, he has already figured out how to walk. By 6 months, he can finally sit up and crawl in front of his parents without looking too unnatural. One day, while the TV is on, a news report shows aberrant beasts attacking, while gene fusers and cyborgs fight back side by side. For the first time, Lin Zichen fully realizes that this world is nothing like the one he used to know. He learns that this version of Earth has mutated, and those mutations gave birth to terrifying creatures known as aberrant beasts. To survive against them, humanity created 2 different paths. The first is mechanical ascension, where people modify their own bodies with technology and turn themselves into powerful cyborgs. The second is gene modification. Humans fuse their genes with those of aberrant beasts and become gene fusers, using monster power to fight monsters. Once he understands just how dangerous this world really is, the reincarnated Lin Zichen makes up his mind. He is going to use his system to grow stronger in secret, keep a low profile, stay alive, and survive in this brutal world. Then one day, the doorbell rings. Zhang Wangshan opens the door and finds a woman in a blue dress standing outside. Her name is Su Ming, and she introduces herself as the new neighbor living next door. Su Ming then introduces the rest of her family, her husband Xin Jianya and their little daughter Xin Qinghan, who is clutching a doll in her arms. Lin Zichen looks over at the purple-haired little girl. In that moment, he quietly recognizes Xin Qinghan as his first friend in this new world, with a strange feeling that one day, their fates will end up deeply tied together. As time keeps moving, Lin Zichen throws himself even harder into training. By 7 months old, thanks to use and advance, he has already mastered running and jumping. And by constantly talking to himself, he even starts picking up basic language, earning stat points from every little bit of practice along the way. At 8 months old, he takes his training even further. Now he is doing sit-ups and push-ups right inside his crib, only making sure to practice when his parents are nowhere around. But one day, his mother Zhang Wangshan steps onto the balcony and freezes when she sees her 8-month-old son doing sit-ups. She rubs her eyes, convinced she must have seen it wrong. But as a web novel author, she quickly brushes it off as a stress-induced hallucination. Lin Zichen instantly goes limp and pretends to be asleep, relieved that he avoided suspicion and quietly reminding himself to be more careful next time. A few days later, while giving him a bath, Zhang Wangshan runs into something even harder to believe. She immediately calls for her husband, Lin Yanxing. The second he rushes in, she points at their 8-month-old son and blurts out that the baby already has visible abs. Lin Yanxing just stares for a second, completely stunned. Then his face lights up, and he says their son might be a once-in-a-million prodigy, someone with a brilliant future as either a top-tier gene fuser or a cyborg. Hearing them settle on that explanation, Lin Zichen quietly relaxes. His cover is still intact. He cannot help realizing how lucky he is to have 2 web novel authors as parents. And on this mutated Earth, one thing becomes very clear to him. He is definitely not the only genius in the world. Later, While watching the news with his mother, he sees a report about a 2-year-old from a martial arts family lifting a 20-kilo dumbbell with one hand. Zhang Wangshan pulls her son into her arms and proudly says that her Qinshan is just as amazing. Lin Zichen is genuinely touched by how much faith his mother has in him, and he starts wondering whether he will be able to lift 20 kilos too by the time he turns 2. By the time Lin Zichen reaches 2 years old, all that training has clearly paid off. Staying hidden the whole time, he has slowly built up his strength in secret, and now, inside the storage room, he can easily lift a 20-kilo weight with one hand. His workout is cut short when his mother calls out and tells him that Han Han, Shen Qinghan's nickname, is here to play. Caught off guard, he quickly puts the weight down and heads outside. When he opens the door, Shen Qinghan is standing there. She is 2 years old now too, and she is holding out a tart for him. Deep down, Lin Zichen cannot help noticing that with the gap in their mental ages, the two of them do not really play like normal kids. Han Han acts like any ordinary toddler, but Lin Zichen spends every spare second training. Over time, he has even worked out a special way to keep her around. Since she always likes sticking close to him, she basically ends up becoming the perfect child-sized weighted vest during his workouts. Still, there is one problem that keeps coming up, and he is reminded of it again the moment he feels something warm spreading over him and blurts out that Han Han peed on him again. Another year passes. By the age of 3, Lin Zichen's strength has grown at an incredible pace, and now he can lift a 40-kilogram weight with one hand. While watching TV, he sees a report on a 4-year-old prodigy lifting a 30-kilo dumbbell, and he quietly feels satisfied knowing he is already stronger than that. But even after all that progress, his system still lists his biological level as ordinary Tier 1. That leaves him wondering what it actually takes to break through to Tier 2. With those questions still on his mind, he steps outside his home for the first time. What greets him is a breathtaking futuristic city filled with beastmen and cyborgs, who he assumes must be the gene fusers and cyborgs he has heard so much about. Together with his mother and their neighbors, Su Ming and Shen Qinghan, he heads to the library. Since his parents will not let him touch electronic devices, books are his best chance to learn more about this world. Once they arrive, his mother points him toward the children's section. But Lin Zichen heads straight for the advanced encyclopedias instead, with a worried Shen Qinghan hurrying after him while the two mothers look on in total confusion. Su Ming glances over at the pile of books and wonders what Lin Zichen could possibly find so interesting in them. Zhang Wangshan just chuckles and says it has to be his genius blood at work. Off to the side, Shen Qinghan even brings him some cookies, but Lin Zichen is so deep in reading that he does not notice at all. As he keeps reading, Lin Zichen gradually starts piecing together how this world really works. All living things are divided into 6 biological ranks: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. And within each rank, there are 9 more tiers. That is when it really sinks in. People like his parents are at the very bottom of that hierarchy, stuck at ordinary Tier 1, so low on the scale that compared to higher life forms, they are little more than ants. That truth hits Lin Zichen hard, and it pushes him to work even faster. He knows he has to speed up his training, but he also has to keep it hidden from everyone around him. Right then, the system gives him a new mission: read 100 million characters and earn the celestial root of wisdom. A chance to strengthen both his body and his mind at the same time is too good to pass up, so he accepts immediately. From that point on, the next year of Lin Zichen's life is almost entirely made up of 2 things: endless reading and non-stop physical training. By the time he turns 4, he and Shen Qinghan are starting kindergarten together, walking side by side and holding hands beside their teacher, Zhang Mei. Before long, all that effort starts paying off. Not long after school begins, Lin Zichen breaks through to ordinary Tier 2. His physical stats are already absurd. He can lift 80 kilograms with one hand, jump 1.2 meters straight up, and run 100 meters in less than 11 seconds. Those numbers would be impressive for an adult, never mind a kindergartner. One day, he notices a group of kids crowding around Shen Qinghan while she cries, mocking her for wetting the bed. The moment he sees his friend being bullied, he knows he cannot ignore it. He walks right into the middle of the group, locks them down with a cold stare, and delivers a threat so sudden that every one of them goes stiff. If any of them ever bully Han Han again, then he will pee on their beds every single day. It is a childish threat, no question, but the way he says it makes it sound strangely terrifying. The bullies instantly break down crying and swear they will never come back to kindergarten again. Shen Qinghan looks at him with stars in her eyes, completely won over. That little moment earns Lin Zichen a new achievement: Kindergarten Kid King. Along with it comes a whole new chain of quests. He is thrilled. Now he can stack multiple missions at once. Half a year later, he finally finishes the reading mission. After making it through 100 million characters, he receives the celestial root of wisdom, which gives him perfect photographic memory and learning ability, pushed all the way to the peak of human potential. Time passes in a blur, and before long, he and Shin Xinghan are nearly 7, standing next to each other for their kindergarten graduation photo. Even during vacation, Lin Zichen never lets up. By this point, he is already strong enough to train with a massive 200-kilogram barbell. And over that break, his abilities climb even higher. He can now jump more than 2 meters into the air. And his 100-meter dash drops below 8 seconds, landing at an incredible 7.98. His mind is just as terrifying. With the boost from his new attribute, his intelligence rises so much that he has already taught himself most of the elementary school curriculum. Then comes the start of his new life at Sunshine Elementary School. Since he is already studying far beyond his grade on his own, ordinary academic competitions are no challenge for him at all. He takes first place in the National Elementary School academic competition with ease, all because he wants to unlock his title as fast as possible. Whenever he has free time, Lin Zichen personally tutors Shin Xinghan. She may not be some natural-born genius, but she works hard and never tries to take shortcuts. With Lin Zichen helping her along, her grades rise quickly. After just 1 semester, she is already ranked second in the class, sitting right behind him in first place. To push his quest progress even faster, he also joins the school sports meets and starts smashing every record in sight. Just when he starts thinking school life is going to keep going like this, a very unusual transfer student suddenly shows up. The teacher introduces the new girl, Bai Shui, and the second she steps into the room, her long silvery blue hair makes her impossible to overlook. Lin Zichen notices right away that something about her is off. Just standing there in the doorway, she gives off a faint, strange aura that clearly does not belong to an ordinary human. As Bai Shui walks into the classroom and looks for a seat, the other students stare at her without even trying to hide their curiosity. Shin Xinghan leans closer to Lin Zichen, calls him Xiao Chun, and whispers that Bai Shui's hair is so beautiful it looks just like winter snow. But Lin Zichen is not focused on her appearance at all. As Bai Shui sits down nearby, all he can think about is that strange non-human aura coming off her. He starts wondering whether she might be a gene fuser, or maybe the descendant of one. Over the next few days, Bai Shui only seems more mysterious. She never talks to anyone, and as soon as class ends, she just lowers her head onto the desk and stays there without moving. She barely even gets up to go to the bathroom. At first, the other kids crowd around her out of curiosity and even snap pictures with her while she sleeps. But once they realize she acts like that every single day, the novelty fades, and little by little, the classroom goes back to normal. That normal routine gets broken more than a month later. Something bizarre starts happening. Bai Shui begins secreting a thick, white substance. The smell is awful, and it slowly runs down her clothes and along her legs. The other students react immediately, covering their noses and complaining about the smell. Then one nasty boy makes a crude joke about the liquid and pours his water bottle over her head, saying he is helping clean her off. Drenched and humiliated, Bai Shui grips the edge of her desk so hard that her fist starts shaking, and tears begin spilling from her eyes as she starts to cry, her shoulders trembling with silent sobs. The bullies burst out laughing at the sight. From her seat, Shin Xinghan looks toward Lin Zichen with worry all over her face and asks if they can help poor Bai Shui. Lin Zichen hesitates. He had already sensed that Bai Shui might be dangerous, so seeing her like this catches him off guard. Still, he decides to step in. As he walks toward the bullies, he starts rethinking his earlier judgment. He still does not understand Bai Shui, but right now, she is not acting like a threat at all. At this moment, she is just a helpless girl being bullied, and that is enough for him. Lin Zichen walks straight up to the lead bully, grabs him by the collar, and calls him out by name, Guan Chun. With a smile that sends a chill down the boy's spine, he tells him to wipe every last drop of water off Bai Shui's desk. Guan Chun turns pale on the spot and stammers that he will clean it up right away. The rest instantly realize they are in trouble. Lin Zichen is already famous across the whole school for being untouchable in both academics and fights. Even the 6th graders do not dare mess with him. Knowing they have no chance at all, the group hurriedly grabs tissues and starts cleaning up the mess. Once the desk is clean, Lin Zichen slowly sweeps his gaze across the entire group and orders everyone involved to apologize to Bai Shui right now. Sweating and scared out of their minds, the bullies obey without a single word of protest. One by one, they line up in front of her desk, bow their heads, and apologize, promising they will never bully her again. After the bullies leave, Bai Shui finally lifts her head. Tears are still hanging in her eyes as she quietly thanks both Lin Zichen and Shin Xinghan. Shin Xinghan gently places a hand on Bai Shui's shoulder and tells her that classmates are supposed to help each other. From that day on, she decides she is going to be friends with the quiet white-haired girl, and naturally, she pulls Lin Zichen along with her. Before long, the three of them start spending their free time together. And out of the trio, Shin Xinghan is the warmest by far, always saving her favorite snacks for Bai Shui first. During one of those quiet moments, Shin Xinghan reaches out with another snack, and Bai Shui suddenly stops. She looks at both of them and softly asks if they really do not mind being around her, even with that bad smell on her. Then she lowers her voice and apologizes for not trusting them sooner. Ever since she was little, people had always kept their distance from her. So now that someone is finally treating her kindly, it feels so unreal that she cannot help wondering if she is just dreaming. Bai Shui lifts her head a little, clearly caught off guard, when Shin Qinghan tells her without a second of hesitation that this is not a dream. With a soft smile, Shin Qinghan tells her she understands that feeling better than anyone, so there is no way she could ever be disgusted by her. Then she says that if Bai Shui wants, the three of them can stay friends forever, pulling a slightly helpless Lin Zichen into the promise too. The second she hears that, Bai Shui cannot hold back anymore and suddenly throws her arms around Shin Qinghan. Tears run down her face as she keeps thanking them over and over for being so kind to her. After she finally calms down, Bai Shui says she wants to give them something in return. She raises her hand and shows them a necklace strung with a pair of beast fangs. Then tells them it was a birthday gift from her mother. She offers it to them, hoping they will accept it as proof of their friendship. Shin Qinghan happily agrees, and as the sun starts sinking lower, the three children stand together in the schoolyard and cheerfully promise to be friends forever. But the moment that bond is sealed, something unexpected starts to move in the background. Then one day, Shin Qinghan is stunned to hear that Bai Shui has already transferred out of the school. Lin Zichen confirms it and tells her he saw Bai Shui handling the withdrawal paperwork himself. His mind flashes back to what he saw outside the principal's office. From the doorway, he spotted Bai Shui standing there with the principal and a large, intimidating man whose arms had been replaced with cybernetics. The principal assured the man that Bai Shui's paperwork was complete and that all of her information would remain confidential. That alone is enough for Lin Zichen to know Bai Shui's background is anything but ordinary. From that day on, Bai Shui disappears from his life without a trace, leaving behind nothing but questions. Still, what comes after that is what really stays with him. Sometime later, Lin Zichen is at home massaging his mother Zhang Wangshan's shoulders. She lets out a long, relieved sigh and says it feels amazing after a whole day of typing. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen quietly notes to himself that the professional massage techniques he picked up through the celestial root of wisdom turned out to be more useful than he expected. Their calm evening is suddenly broken by a major news report. The broadcast is covering another unbelievable feat from the Kyoto prodigy. At just 10 years old, the boy has already completed fusion with aberrant beast genes and can now lift a 500-kilogram boulder with one hand. The moment Lin Zichen sees the boy, he recognizes him, and his heart jolts when he realizes that his rival has already started gene fusion. His father, Lin Yanxing, grumbles that the Kyoto prodigy is always all over TV and wonders if they're trying to turn the kid into some kind of influencer. His parents start discussing it right away. Lin Yanxing says the boy comes from a 1,000-year-old martial arts family, so they probably have access to gene fusion technology far beyond what ordinary people can reach. Zhang Wangshan argues that using a child like that is wrong, but her husband just shrugs and says that in families like that, family interests come first, which earns him a sarcastic jab from her about how he always seems to know everything. While his parents keep going back and forth, Lin Zichen is already thinking ahead. Before gene fusion, that prodigy could lift 100 kilograms. Now he can lift 500. That is a full 5 times stronger. But even compared to that, Lin Zichen, at only 8 years old, can already lift 300 kilograms with one hand without any gene fusion at all. At that thought, he slowly tightens his fist and feels his confidence rise. His own potential is clearly on a whole different level. For a moment, that confidence keeps building, but it does not last. The very next report shows him what real fear looks like. Breaking news reveals that a city in a neighboring country has been completely erased by a massive explosion. According to the report, footage from the scene suggests the attack was carried out by giant aberrant rats. Then the screen cuts to horrifying footage of monstrous rats swarming through the ruins and clamping a screaming woman in their giant jaws, before ripping into her and devouring her right there where she stands. The report goes on to confirm that heretics were behind the aberrant rat attack, stirring up the entire disaster from the shadows. At a press conference, an official from the devastated Sakura country desperately begs for international help, explaining that the heretics are a hidden cult controlling the beasts from behind the scenes. Watching all of this unfold, Lin Zichen learns that the cult is an anti-human organization made up of traitors willing to side with aberrant beasts for their own benefit. At the same time, he feels a quiet sense of relief that he was born in a strong, stable country, where he can keep growing stronger without drawing attention to himself. But then a string of sonic booms outside suddenly cuts off his thoughts. He immediately runs to the window, pulls the curtain aside, and sees an entire squad of heavily armed cyborgs flying across the night sky. Seeing that many forces mobilized at once, he cannot help wondering what is going on, and he can only hope nothing serious has happened. But by the next morning, everything looks completely normal again. Lin Zichen is standing there waiting for Shen Qinghan, and when she finally runs up, she quickly apologizes for being late. But the second she gets close, something immediately feels off to him. The Beast Fang necklace by Shui gave them, now hanging around Shen Qinghan's neck, suddenly lights up with a bright blue glow. In that instant, Lin Zichen realizes the Fang came from an aberrant beast, and that was the true source of the faint non-human aura he sensed from Bai Shui before. Just as suddenly, the glow vanishes, and neither of them gives it much thought. Even so, with the cyborg deployment from last night and now this strange reaction from the Fang, Lin Zichen starts to feel like something bad is getting closer. On the way to school, they pass a striking woman with long red hair and a black dress, casually leaning against a lamppost as she watches them. She smiles and remarks on how adorable the two kids are, then steps right into their path, and asks if they are brother and sister. Shen Qinghan quickly corrects her with a proud little smile, saying they are childhood best friends. The woman gives a faint, wistful smile, and says she wishes she had a childhood friend too. Then the look on her face slowly turns unsettling. She leans in, her eyes flashing, and asks why they are going to school alone and where their parents are. Shen Qinghan starts to answer, but before she can get far, Lin Zichen quickly grabs her hand and cuts her off. He immediately pulls her away, saying they are going to be late for school, and leaves the strange woman standing there behind them. After they get far enough away, he gently warns Shen Qinghan not to talk to strangers again. She quietly nods. After school, Lin Zichen leads Shen Qinghan into a deserted alley. Shen Qinghan looks around nervously and says the place feels kind of creepy. Lin Zichen tells her not to worry. This whole area is marked for demolition, so everyone who used to live here has already moved out. But before they can go much farther, a familiar voice suddenly breaks the silence. It is the red-haired woman from that morning. She steps out and casually says school is finally over. And she is not by herself. Standing next to her is a big, muscular man named Shang. The woman calls to him and says the kids are right here. Lin Zichen's eyes narrow right away. He had deliberately taken a different route, and somehow she still tracked them down. The woman puts on a sugary fake smile and tries to coax the children closer with treats. But Shang has already lost patience. He tells her to stop wasting time and just knock them out so they can be done with it. The very next second, Shang charges straight at them with a cloth in his hand, shouting that he is in a hurry to sell them for money. As Shang comes rushing in, Lin Zichen immediately shoves Shen Qinghan out of the way, then plants his feet and turns to face the man head-on. He clenches his fist and throws everything he has into one punch. The hit lands square on Shang's face and stops the bigger man cold. Then all that force explodes through him at once, sending Shang flying backward down the alley with a scream. The red-haired woman freezes on the spot. She cannot believe an elementary school kid just punched a grown man into the air. Meanwhile, Shang slams into the ground, coughing up blood, shock written all over his face. With Shang down, Lin Zichen immediately turns toward the red-haired woman. She barely has time to react before he drives a punch into her stomach, then follows with a heavy uppercut that drops her cold right there. Now standing over both kidnappers, Lin Zichen's face turns icy. He bends down, picks up a nearby brick, and the look in his eyes hardens. In an alley like this, there are no cameras. So in his mind, he has to end it here. If they survive, his abnormal strength could be exposed, and that would ruin everything he has been trying to do by staying hidden and quietly getting stronger. But just as he is about to bring the brick down, the ground suddenly starts shaking. A violent tremor tears through the alley and throws everything off balance. Then a giant clawed hand smashes straight through the wall of a nearby building. Out of the dust and broken concrete, a massive aberrant rat crawls into view, towering over everyone in the alley. The monster ignores the children completely and looms over the unconscious woman instead. But instead of eating her, it slashes once and cuts her head clean off. Then it raises the severed head into the air as Shen Qinghan lets out a terrified scream. The instant Lin Zichen realizes what it is, he scoops the horrified Shen Qinghan into his arms. He tells her it is a giant aberrant rat and that they need to get out right now. Then he turns and runs at full speed with Shen Qinghan in his arms. And as they flee, a streak of red and gold suddenly flashes across the sky. A blonde female cyborg with rabbit ear attachments on her helmet dives straight down into the alley. She moves so fast she is almost impossible to follow, blasting past the giant rat in a blur. Looking back over Lin Zichen's shoulder, Shen Qinghan blurts out that the cyborg is unbelievably fast. A second later, the cyborg lands smoothly behind the monster. Facing the giant rat, the female cyborg braces herself for another strike. Light gathers around her gauntlet as she charges up her weapon and calls out, "Anesthetic smoke." Then she fires at the beast, and huge explosions rip through the alley one after another. Lin Zichen quickly pulls Shen Qinghan in and shields her from the blast. Caught in the flames, the aberrant rat lets out a roar of pain, then starts to stagger as the anesthetic smoke begins to kick in. The moment she sees an opening, the cyborg bursts forward and finishes off the weakened beast with a rapid flurry of attacks. Later that night, Lin Zichen watches the news coverage of the incident back at home. As he studies the fight, he comes to the conclusion that the cyborg's combat level probably was not actually that high. From his point of view, she had to weaken the rat first, and even then, it still took her a full 7 minutes to kill it. That makes him think even more seriously about how dangerous giant aberrant rats really are. Those creatures are notoriously tough, can grow past 10 meters long, and can reach ordinary 5th tier. The fact that he and Shin Qinghan made it out unharmed feels incredibly lucky. More than anything, the whole incident confirms one thing for him. This world really is as dangerous as he feared. And because of that, he becomes even more determined to train harder and protect both himself and the people he cares about. Not long after that, he is back in his training space, grinding through weighted squats with a heavy barbell while the system keeps feeding him points. Even with the threat of aberrant rats hanging over everything, life keeps moving. Soon after, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan celebrate their 9th birthday together, with both families gathered around a big cake. After making their wishes, the two of them exchange gifts. Thanks to the celestial root of wisdom, Lin Zichen teaches himself wood carving in a single night and hand-makes an intricate wooden hairpin for Shin Qinghan. The second she sees it, Shin Qinghan lights up. She immediately slides it into her hair and excitedly says she loves it. Time keeps moving, and before long, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan finish elementary school and move on to middle school. As they leave that stage behind, his system notifies him that he has completed the achievement for dominating the 9 years of compulsory education, unlocking the titles Kindergarten Kid King and Elementary School Top Dog. The moment he hears that, he sets his eyes on the next one, Middle School Overlord, which will reward him with the survival of the fittest attribute. During the break, he keeps pushing himself through an intense training routine. Part of it means doing 1,000 push-ups with a massive boulder on his back, earning huge boosts to his stats. And once again, all that effort pays off. Right before school starts, after finishing a 10-kilometer run, his system announces that his biological level has broken through to ordinary 3rd tier. His physical ability jumps sharply. He can now lift 700 kilograms with one hand, leap 4 meters straight up, and run the 100-meter dash in just 6 seconds. As his strength keeps rising, he cannot help wondering how far the Kyoto prodigy has gotten by now. Then, by coincidence, a news report comes on TV the night before school starts. The report says the prodigy, now 14 years old, has fused with giant ant genes and can lift a 2,000-kilogram alloy block with one hand. Lin Zichen quickly does the math. Since giant ant genes boost strength by 4 to 8 times, that means the prodigy's raw lifting power without gene enhancement is only around 500 kilograms. In other words, Lin Zichen is still stronger at the foundation. A slow smile spreads across his face as he imagines how terrifying he will become once he starts gene fusion himself one day. The next day, middle school officially begins. As the top student in the city, Lin Zichen had been recruited by all the best schools. In the end, he accepted Shanghai Middle School's offer, but only on one condition. Shin Qinghan had to be placed in the same class as him. During registration, the principal and their new homeroom teacher personally come over to welcome them, making it pretty obvious they have high hopes for Lin Zichen. After a few polite words, he quickly finds an excuse to leave with Shin Qinghan. The truth is, the main reason he picked Shanghai Middle School was its top-level athletic facilities. Before classes officially begin, the two of them decide to spend a little time playing badminton on the school court. The moment they reach the court, Shin Qinghan lights up and calls out to Xiao Chun that they should get started. She swings first with an exaggerated flourish and proudly announces that it is her fairy curveball. Lin Zichen casually catches the shuttle right out of the air without any trouble. But before the game can really begin, someone suddenly cuts in. A group of upperclassmen walks over, and the one in front, wearing his cap backward, snatches the shuttlecock and says the court is reserved. The guys behind him start joking around, saying Shin Qinghan can stay and play with them if she wants. But Shin Qinghan does not back down. She tells them the rules are the rules, and she and Lin Zichen were there first. When they start edging too close to Shin Qinghan, Lin Zichen steps in, his eyes turning cold. He tells them to back off and reminds them that the court belongs to whoever got there first. The leader just snorts and says he is taking the court anyway. Still holding the shuttlecock, he casually flips it up into the air. But before he can even swing, Lin Zichen moves. In a calm, heavy voice, he tells them that from now on, the only rules that matter are his. Then he explodes forward, jumps, and smashes the shuttlecock with terrifying force. The shuttle tears across the court like a white streak. It is so fast that the leader barely reacts in time. The impact shatters his racket and sends his cap flying clean off. The upperclassmen freeze where they are, sweat pouring down their faces as they tremble in place. A few of them stare at Lin Zichen in horror and start wondering if he is even human or if he might actually be a gene fuser. One of them gulps and points out that if that shot had been even a little off, their boss might have lost his head. Completely intimidated, the upperclassmen immediately bow and apologize. They tell Lin Zichen they understand the rules now and promise to leave right away. Then they turn and hurry off without another word. Maybe word about that incident got around, because after that, no one ever dared bother Lin Zichen or Shin Qinghan again. Aside from being bigger and having better facilities, life at the new school feels pretty much the same as before. In class, Lin Zichen is already miles ahead of everyone else, since he finished the middle school curriculum a long time ago. So during lessons, he usually just reads whatever books catch his interest to pass the time. At night, after finishing his workouts, he uses the celestial root of wisdom to keep picking up new skills online. Before long, he has already started learning cooking, photography, driving, swimming, and all kinds of sports. To unlock the middle school overlord title, he does far more than just rank first in every subject. He also represents the school in national competitions, piling up trophy after trophy. Even then, to avoid drawing too much attention, he makes sure not to take first in every single event. A whole semester passes, and the title still does not unlock. Even so, his performance wins him plenty of admirers, and stacks of love letters start showing up on his desk. He ignores every one of them. Other than tutoring Shin Qinghan, his main focus shifts to the upcoming school sports festival. In his mind, if he completely dominates that event, the title should finally unlock. For the festival, he signs up for just 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting, each one matching one of his strengths: power, jumping, and speed. In the shot put, he launches an unbelievable throw of 201 meters. Even though he deliberately holds back, so he will not look too inhuman, he still takes first place in every event without any real trouble. Then, while sitting beside Shin Qinghan and admiring his gold medal, he suddenly feels another wave of power move through his body. Right after that, the system notifies him that his achievements have surpassed every other student by such a huge margin that he has officially unlocked the middle school overlord title. With all 3 school-age titles now unlocked, his achievement for dominating the 9 years of compulsory education is finally complete, and he receives a brand new biological attribute: survival of the fittest. As that power settles into him, Lin Zichen realizes with quiet satisfaction that the title he has been waiting for is finally his. As Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan walk home from school, he keeps turning this new survival of the fittest attribute over in his mind. From what he understands, it lets a predator devour the life essence of other creatures in order to evolve. He keeps wondering what life essence actually is until Shin Qinghan calls out for him to slow down. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Zichen suddenly gets an idea and asks Shin Qinghan if he can borrow her beast fong necklace. She agrees right away and hands it over. The instant his fingers touch the fong, a system notification appears. It tells him that he has devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence, unlocking a new guidebook with 1% progress. At the same time, a phantom image of a huge dark butterfly with eye-like markings on its wings appears around him. He is left stunned by the realization that this so-called fong is actually a butterfly tooth. That night, wanting to learn more, he searches online for the abyssal giant butterfly. But to his surprise, nothing comes up at all. Realizing he will have to look into this strange beast himself, he suddenly remembers that Bai Shui gave them a pair of fangs. He quickly digs through his bag and finds the second tooth. The moment he grips it, he absorbs its power again. Another system notification appears, confirming that he has devoured a second trace of life essence. But the guidebook progress only rises to 2%. Looking down at the tooth, Lin Zichen feels a little disappointed. There is barely any life essence left inside it. From that, he realizes he will need to find some other way to fully unlock the abyssal giant butterfly's power. Starting the very next day after school, Lin Zichen begins biking Shin Qinghan to and from school. Part of it is for training, and part of it is to make sure they have a fast way to escape if they ever run into aberrant beasts again. As they are leaving the school grounds, a man suddenly calls out, "Zichen!" Dressed in a tracksuit, the man jogs over and introduces himself as Coach Guo from the school's martial arts team. He immediately starts praising Lin Zichen's performance at the sports meet, calling it the best the school has ever seen. With obvious excitement, Coach Guo formally invites him to join the team. He insists Lin Zichen's athletic talent is even more impressive than his academics. He keeps urging him to say yes, though he also adds that Lin Zichen can take some time to learn more about the team before deciding. Coach Guo talks so fast and with so much passion that Lin Zichen never even gets the chance to refuse. As Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan ride away, the coach waves after them and says the martial arts team is in room C of the gym and that he will be waiting there tomorrow if Lin Zichen has time to stop by. As the sun goes down, Lin Zichen returns to his room, ready to test out his new ability. He claps his hands together and crushes a cockroach and a mosquito he found. Then he opens his hands and looks down at the dead insects. But nothing happens. No surge of power. No reaction at all. That is when he realizes killing tiny, ordinary creatures does not activate the skill. From that, he figures out that only powerful beasts or exotic creatures carry enough life essence to be devoured for his evolution. To test that theory, Lin Zichen decides to head to a supermarket that sells beast meat. With Shen Qinghan riding on the back, Lin Zichen pedals the bike straight into the city. Before long, the two of them arrive in front of a large multi-story supermarket. Once inside, they make their way through the aisles. Lin Zichen quickly notices there's plenty of beast meat here, but all of it is vacuum-sealed in plastic. And if he can't touch it himself, there's no way to test his idea. Just when he's starting to run out of options, a butcher suddenly calls out, advertising freshly cut beast meat to the nearby customers. Lin Zichen turns his head and spots a counter with a sign that reads, "Fresh beast meat, not prepackaged, safe to eat." Behind it, a butcher is busy chopping through huge slabs of meat. He tells Shen Qinghan to wait there for a second. She looks confused as he says he wants to go check out the meat. Lin Zichen doesn't bother explaining. He wants to know the answer now, so he heads straight for the counter without wasting any time. Then he reaches out and lays his hand on a freshly sliced piece of beast meat. The instant his palm touches it, a strong flow of purple energy surges into his body. Just like he suspected, the beast meat really does contain a dense amount of life essence. His hand tightens into a fist, and a huge smile spreads across his face. Off to the side, Shen Qinghan can only stare, completely unable to understand why touching a piece of meat would make him this happy. Confused and a little worried, she walks over and asks him what the meat feels like. Trying to act casual, Lin Zichen says it just feels fresher than usual, then asks if she wants to touch it too. Shen Qinghan immediately waves both hands and steps back, saying he's already touched plenty for the both of them. Now that his theory is confirmed, Lin Zichen decides to buy some beast meat and test it again after they get home, leaving Shen Qinghan completely stunned. And honestly, he can understand why. Beast meat is insanely expensive. Even the cheapest kind, ghost shadow squid, costs nearly 1,000 yen per gene. After making up his mind, he reaches out and grabs a pack of the squid. The moment Shen Qinghan sees the price, she almost loses it. She blurts out that it's way too expensive and tells him he should ask his mom first. Lin Zichen just smiles and gently pats her on the head, telling her not to worry. Then, without missing a beat, he makes up an excuse and says his mom already told him to buy extra so both families could eat dinner together. A flashback shows his mother, Zhang Wanxin, smiling warmly as she agrees to cook a big meal for everyone. But in truth, Lin Zichen knows sharing it is only part of the reason. What matters more is finding out whether he can absorb life essence by eating the meat, because he's worried pulling it out directly might damage it. At the register, he pays for 3 packs of ghost shadow squid, wincing a little when the total comes out to 29.94 yen. After the cashier thanks him, the two of them head back outside. And as they leave, Lin Zichen can't stop thinking about how painful that purchase was, wondering when they'll ever be able to afford beast meat again. By the time they finish shopping, it's already past 9 at night. And with the city feeling more unsettled than usual lately, they decide not to stay out any longer and head straight home. On the way back, Lin Zichen can't stop thinking about the experiment. In the end, he can't hold back. Quietly, he reaches into the basket and places a hand on the package of meat. Right away, that familiar purple energy flows into him again. His system confirms that he has devoured a trace amount of the ghost shadow squid's life essence. A new guidebook entry for the creature unlocks, but the completion rate is only 0.1%. At the same time, a ghostly image of the fierce, many-eyed squid flashes through his mind. As the bike rolls through the quiet streets, he starts doing the math in his head. It doesn't take him long to figure it out. Devouring a small amount of meat only gives him a tiny fraction of the creature's power. By his estimate, he'd need to devour a full 100 gene to push the guidebook to 100%, and that would cost an outrageous 100,000 yen. Then he remembers the squid's special ability, turning into water and disappearing without a trace, and decides a power like that is worth paying for. Which makes the next problem painfully clear. He needs to make a lot of money, because there's no way he can ask his family for that much. Then another thought crosses his mind. The second reason he bought the meat was to see whether absorbing its life essence would make it go bad. He looks down at the package. Even now, the meat still appears just as fresh as before. A smile slowly forms on his face. So drawing out the essence doesn't spoil the meat after all. And while he keeps absorbing its power, the ghost shadow squid progress bar rises to 3%. Then all of a sudden, Shen Qinghan lets out a sharp warning. Lin Zichen slams on the brakes, and the bike screeches to a stop just inches away from a couple standing in the bike lane. He quickly apologizes. He quietly curses himself for spacing out, then wonders why the bike lane is so crowded to begin with. Shen Qinghan raises a hand and points ahead. Up ahead, a dangerous standoff is unfolding. A muscular red-haired man has a woman trapped in front of him, with a knife pressed to her throat. Shen Qinghan takes one look and immediately goes pale. The hostage is their teacher, Chao Mei. Meanwhile, The man keeps shouting threats at the crowd around him. The police have already surrounded the area and are using a megaphone, trying to talk him down. The police captain stops an officer named Ah Bing from taking the shot, warning him not to do anything rash. He points out that the suspect is too close to the hostage and using her as a shield, so there's no way to get a clean hit. Ah Bing suggests using sleeping gas instead, but the captain immediately rejects the idea, worried the suspect would panic before the gas had time to take effect. While the police are still stuck hesitating, Lin Zichen makes his move. Without drawing attention, he bends down, picks up a small stone from the road, and flicks it out with terrifying speed and precision. The stone slams into Officer Ah Bing's gun and makes it fire by accident. The stray bullet hits the hostage-taker in the hand. He cries out. The knife slips from his grasp, and Teacher Chow Mei breaks free instantly. The second he sees that opening, the police captain shouts for everyone to move in. The officers rush forward and quickly pin the now unarmed suspect to the ground. At the same time, a female officer moves in to calm Teacher Chow Mei, who is badly shaken but unharmed. With the situation finally under control, Lin Zichen quietly gets back on the bike. Shen Xinghan stares at him with wide eyes and asks if he was the one who threw the rock. He quickly hushes her, says they need to leave first and talk later, and the two of them ride off at once. But just when they're about to get away, a voice calls out and tells them to stop. The police captain looks over and asks if Lin Zichen was the one who threw the rock. Caught completely off guard, Lin Zichen instantly forces out a nervous smile and denies it on the spot. The captain watches the two of them ride off, finding it strange that someone would do a good deed and then refuse to admit it. Then he overhears someone mention that there's a bravery reward connected to the incident. The second Lin Zichen hears the word reward, his eyes snap right toward the speaker. Money is exactly what he needs right now. So he slams the brakes, skids to a stop, and rushes back toward the captain. This time, he awkwardly takes back his denial and admits that he was the one who threw the rock, explaining that the reward money really matters to him. The captain tells him to come to the station and give a statement, and says he'll help submit the reward application. After informing their families, Lin Zichen and Shen Xinghan get ready to head to the police station. He assumes the rest should be simple from here, but just as the police start escorting the handcuffed suspect away, the whole scene suddenly changes. The suspect's face begins to twist into something grotesque. A chill hits the officers the moment they realize what they're seeing. He's a heretic, and right there in front of them, his body starts mutating into a massive aberrant rat. The monster snaps its cuffs like they're nothing, then flies into a frenzy, swinging its huge claws at the officers around it. The police captain grabs his radio and orders every unit to open fire, while making civilian protection the top priority. The officers unload round after round, but the bullets do nothing. Then a frantic report comes in, identifying the heretic as someone fused with Rat King genes and calling for backup right away. The moment Lin Zichen realizes how bad this is, he quickly mutters an apology, grabs the others, and pulls them back. He tells them to run. He's relieved the monster hasn't come after them yet, but he also knows they need to put as much distance between themselves and that thing as possible. As they hurry away, a new figure suddenly drops from the sky, wrapped in a purple aura. It's a female cyborg in sleek, futuristic armor. She crashes down and drives a heavy blow straight into the giant rat, knocking it backward the instant she lands. Then she rises into the air. The cyborg, a woman with short, dark purple hair, starts charging a laser cannon built into her chest. With a sharp command to fire, she unleashes a massive purple beam that swallows the mutant rat whole. The creature lets out a scream of pain before the blast tears it apart, leaving behind nothing but charred remains. Lin Zichen can only stand there and stare. The cyborg's strength is completely overwhelming. With the danger finally over, Teacher Chow Mei and Shen Xinghan both let out long breaths. Lin Zichen, meanwhile, is more worried about his bike. He quickly checks it over, and when he sees the blast didn't hit it, he quietly relaxes. Replacing that would have been brutal. Then, just as the tension starts to fade, something suddenly clicks in his mind. He looks into the basket and sees that the expensive ghost shadow squid meat has gone bad and is already giving off a rotten smell. That's when he realizes his first guess was right after all. Absorbing life essence does make the meat spoil, just not right away. Holding up a limp squid tentacle, he quickly realizes he needs an excuse, so he decides to blame it on the fight and the heretic who just died. So he instantly puts on a dramatic act, throws the spoiled tentacle down, and loudly blames the heretic and the cyborg's attack for ruining the meat. Seeing him like that, Teacher Chow Mei tries to comfort him, saying the meat doesn't matter. What matters is that everyone made it out safely. Even though they were about to head home, the captain asks them to come along, so they end up riding to the station with the security team. What they don't expect is to be put in the same van as the heretic's remains. After that laser blast, all that's left is a pile of scorched flesh on a gurney, and the smell inside is brutal. Sitting in that awful stench, Lin Zichen suddenly thinks of something else. He remembers that Bai Shui's beast fangs still carried life essence long after the beast had died. And that gives him a new idea. If this corpse still has life essence left, maybe he can devour the Rat King gene from it too. In the police van, Lin Zichen starts wondering just how much of the Rat King gene he might be able to devour from that scorched corpse. Once the thought settles in, he quietly reaches a hand toward the remains to test it. The instant his fingers touch it, a strong surge of red energy rushes into his body. His system immediately confirms that he has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence, unlocking its guidebook at a full 5% progress. The result catches him off guard, and he quickly realizes that the fresher the source is, the more life essence he can absorb from it. Officer Ah Bing, who's escorting them, notices the movement and tells him to sit still. Lin Zichen quickly covers, saying he was just stretching a bit. Later, at the public security office, Lin Zichen knows fooling Ah Bing was one thing, but tricking the security captain is a lot harder. The captain tells him the bravery reward application has already been submitted, but then his expression turns serious. He asks how a middle school student managed to hit the heretic's knife hand so precisely with a single stone from that far away in lighting that bad. Lin Zichen gives him a vague answer, saying he trains his right hand a lot. The reply is so weird that even the captain has no idea what to say to that. Before the questioning can go any further, Shen Qinghan suddenly calls out that her aunt is here. Lin Zichen is caught off guard when he looks up and sees his parents rushing into the station. His mother runs straight toward him, calling his name with panic written all over her face. She throws her arms around him and holds him tight, asking if he's hurt, and saying he nearly scared her to death. Lin Zichen quickly tries to calm her down, telling her he's fine and even bringing up the bravery reward. Still holding him close, his mother makes him promise that if danger ever shows up again, he'll hide somewhere safe first. Tears gathering in her eyes, she tells him that more than anything, she just wants him to grow up safely. Hearing that, Lin Zichen falters for a moment. As they leave, he reassures his mother that from now on, protecting himself will always come first. Behind them, the police captain watches in silence, still turning the boy's strange abilities over in his mind. On the way out, Lin Zichen passes two female officers talking about the case. One says perverts are getting bolder and bolder, and the other explains that the heretic was a liberal arts student from Guangyuan University who had been brainwashed by the rat god cult. The first officer curses the cult under her breath, but the second says the real answer is to cut out the root of the problem, the so-called Rat King itself. The moment Lin Zichen hears that name, his attention locks onto it. As soon as they get into the car to head home, he pulls out his phone and starts looking up information on the rat god cult. To his surprise, there's actually a huge amount of information online. From what he finds, the cult's main base is in Shanghai City, and most of its followers are people who've been pushed to the margins of society. Then he comes across one especially shocking piece of information. It suggests that the Rat King is trying to evolve into a higher life form. And to make that happen, it's forcing its followers to gather the materials needed for that evolution. That leaves Lin Zichen with one unsettling thought. Could it be that the Rat King, an aberrant beast, has already developed true intelligence? His thoughts are suddenly cut off when he looks out the window and spots a giant rat on the sidewalk, almost as big as a cat. For a second, he can't help wondering if it has anything to do with the Rat King. But he quickly pushes that thought aside, telling himself that in the South, rats as big as cats really aren't all that rare. As soon as that thought passes, he suddenly realizes Shen Qinghan has been unusually quiet this whole time. He turns to look at her and sees her shifting awkwardly in her seat, with her knees pressed tightly together. He understands right away. Ever since she was little, whenever she gets too nervous or badly scared, she loses control of her bladder. Yeah, it's embarrassing for her, but Lin Zichen has always had this odd feeling that the reaction might be tied to some hidden talent inside her. When they get home, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wanqin, is stunned to hear that nearly 3,000 yen worth of beast meat is gone. Lin Zichen quickly scrambles for an excuse and awkwardly says that in all the chaos, he must have dropped it while they were running. But his mother doesn't care about the meat at all. She immediately tells him to forget it, saying the only thing that matters is that he made it home safe. Hearing that, Lin Zichen quietly lets out a breath. At least his mother believed the story. His father, Lin Yanxing, is a lot harder to deal with. Stubborn as always, he says he's going back out to look for the expensive meat, even bragging that an old-wage slave like him can still handle himself. Lin Zichen quickly stops him, saying it's too dangerous and that the meat has probably spoiled already. That immediately makes his father suspicious, and he asks how Lin Zichen would know that. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Lin Zichen hurriedly says it was just an obvious guess. Meanwhile, back at the now-empty public security office, the police captain is still replaying everything that happened that night. Cigarette in hand, he keeps turning one question over in his head. How did an ordinary middle school kid throw a rock with that much force and accuracy? Then all of a sudden, He hears a strange sound from the corner of the room. He turns his head, and his eyes widen. Sitting on top of the filing cabinets is a giant rat, far bigger than any normal rodent should be. Before he can even react, the huge rat launches straight at him. The captain moves on instinct, draws his pistol, and fires immediately. What follows is fast, brutal, and over in an instant, ending in a spray of blood. The next day, Lin Zichen sits at his desk in class and lets out a quiet sigh. Thinking back on last night, he realizes he's still nowhere near the level of that heretic or the female cyborg. If he wants to catch up, he needs money fast so he can buy more beast meat like Ghost Shadow Squid and keep raising his guidebook progress. He briefly considers making money as an influencer or selling study materials, but throws both ideas out almost right away. Both would attract too much attention, and for now, keeping a low profile is still the smarter move. Then suddenly, an idea clicks into place. He remembers that in this world, martial arts and gene fusion matter more than grades ever will. So he decides it's time to make a move. Later, he heads to Building C, where the martial arts team trains in the gym. There, he finds Coach Gua taking a drink from his thermos and calls out to greet him. Coach Gua looks surprised and asks if he's here to join the team or just ask about it. Instead of answering right away, Lin Zichen leans in and quietly asks whether joining the team would give him a chance to compete in city tournaments, and whether the prize money is actually any good. The coach smiles and tells him yes. He'd get chances to compete, and the prize money can go up into the tens of thousands. That's all Lin Zichen needed to hear. He reaches out, shakes Coach Gua's hand, and says he's joining the martial arts team today. Coach Gua happily welcomes him on the spot. Right after that, the coach gathers the team together to introduce their new member. He introduces Lin Zichen and reminds everyone that he was the sports meet champion. Then the other members, Zhang Kai, Huang Tiansheng, Li Shutong, and Han Igua, each say their names before Lin Zichen introduces himself too. Since Lin Zichen has never had formal martial arts training, Coach Gua starts by showing him a few basic fist and leg techniques. The coach explains that the moves may look simple, but they're actually hard to master. He even points out that Li Shutong, the fastest learner on the team, still needed a full week to get them down. Then he tells Lin Zichen to give them a try himself. Lin Zichen steps forward and settles into position. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, which gives him absurdly powerful martial insight, he has already memorized every detail and fully grasped the whole demonstration after watching it just once. As he starts moving through the fist forms, a system notification pops up and grants him points in vitality, strength, dexterity, and proficiency. At the same time, every hand movement and every punch comes out clean, sharp, and perfectly placed. Then he flows straight into the leg techniques, firing off smooth, powerful kicks without the slightest pause. Another system notification appears, awarding him points for leg muscles, dexterity, and proficiency. Off to the side, Coach Gua and the rest of the team can only stare in stunned silence. Coach Gua's jaw nearly drops, and he almost loses his grip on the thermos. He can't believe someone just copied those complicated forms perfectly after seeing them one time. Watching that flawless performance, only one thought rises in his mind. This kid is a once-in-a-million martial arts genius. That evening in Shanghai City, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wanxin, calls him over for dinner. He comes hurrying out with a spoon in his hand, already asking what she made. With a proud smile, she brings out a big platter of the Ghost Shadow Squid he wanted. The smell is incredible, and Lin Zichen immediately tells her it smells amazing. She tells him to hurry up and eat while it's still hot. He takes one bite and instantly starts praising her, saying her cooking is the best in the world. Clearly pleased, she tells him to eat as much as he wants, because she bought a full 3 gene just for him. As he eats, a system notification appears. It tells him he has devoured a trace of the Ghost Shadow Squid's life essence through consumption, pushing his guidebook progress up to 3.01%. The moment he realizes that, a wave of frustration hits him. Eating it works too. If he had known that earlier, he never would have ruined the first batch just by touching it. While they're eating, a news report suddenly grabs their attention. It's about a 14-year-old genius girl who became the youngest cyborg in history after fusing with an energy core. According to the report, her energy system gives her superhuman power. She can lift a 5,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, run 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and jump 8 meters straight into the air. Watching the report, Lin Zichen can't help thinking about the question people in this world keep arguing over. Between the Kyoto prodigy's gene fusion path and this girl's cybernetic path, which one is actually stronger? His thoughts are cut short by another breaking news report. The broadcast says the security captain they met earlier, He Chunshan, was killed inside his own office. Surveillance footage shows a giant mutant rat breaking into the station, attacking him, and devouring him. On the screen, medics wheel his body into an ambulance. Lin Zichen goes cold the moment he sees it. His mind jumps straight back to the oversized rat he noticed the night before, and he can't help wondering if the two are connected. For a moment, He imagines giant rats spreading across the whole city. And with the captain's death, one thing becomes painfully obvious. The danger is getting worse. Staring at the screen, Lin Zichen makes up his mind. He can't put it off anymore. He has to train harder, starting now. After the police captain's death, Lin Zichen throws himself into a brutal training routine. By the end of it, he can already run 100 meters in an astonishing 4.61 seconds. His physical strength climbs fast too. His vertical jump reaches 5.3 meters, and with one hand alone, he can lift a terrifying 1,200 kilograms. And on top of training by himself, he keeps practicing with the school martial arts team too, trying to raise his strength as fast as possible before the coming tournament. The next morning at school, he heads for the gym to train, with Shun Qinghan trailing behind him in curiosity. On the way there, a pink-haired girl walks up with a bright smile and offers Lin Zichen a bottle of fresh milk. Lin Zichen politely thanks her, turns it down, and keeps walking with Shun Qinghan, leaving the girl standing there disappointed. Not far away, Zhang Kai sees the whole thing. His fist tightens right away. The guy who beat him at the sports meet just brushed off a gift from the girl he likes. Unable to hold it in anymore, Zhang Kai storms over and blocks their path. He immediately starts going off on Lin Zichen, saying his manners are terrible and accusing him of hurting the girl's feelings. Lin Zichen stays calm and explains that he's allergic to milk, but Zhang Kai refuses to believe him and flat out calls him a liar. That only gets Zhang Kai even more fired up. Pointing right at him, he challenges Lin Zichen to a spar and lays out the terms. If Zhang Kai loses, he'll never bother him again. But if Lin Zichen loses, he has to drink the entire bottle of milk. Right as the challenge is thrown down, a new system notification suddenly appears. A fresh achievement mission has been activated. Defeat 1,000 different opponents in formal competition to obtain the survival of the fittest biological trait. A sly smile slowly spreads across Lin Zichen's face. This is exactly the kind of chance he's been waiting for. Wrapped in a faintly threatening purple aura, he accepts the challenge without a second of hesitation, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Word of the match spreads through the school almost instantly. Two students excitedly run off to watch the fight between the popular junior, Lin Zichen, and an upperclassman. By the time everything is set, the gym is already packed. Students crowd into a huge circle around the sparring area. The mood in the room is clearly on Lin Zichen's side. A bunch of girls in the crowd cheer for him and shout for him to teach Zhang Kai a lesson, including the pink-haired girl from earlier, who already has her phone out and ready to record. Zhang Kai lets out a cold scoff, clearly irritated that everyone already seems sure he's going to lose. Deep down, even he has to admit Lin Zichen's talent has exploded over the last month. To him, this match feels like his last shot to put the rising genius back in his place and prove he's still the stronger one. Compared to all that tension, Lin Zichen looks completely relaxed. He casually says he still needs to get home for dinner and asks if they can wrap this up quickly. Zhang Kai takes that like a direct insult. With a smirk, he says fine, then he'll end it quickly. Coach Gua steps between them as the referee. Raising one hand, he gets ready to start the match and reminds both of them of the rules. But just before the fight begins, Zhang Kai suddenly tells everyone to wait. Wearing a smug grin, he says he'll give Lin Zichen a handicap. After all, he's been training for nearly 2 years, while Lin Zichen has only been at it for about a month. To make things fair, Zhang Kai declares that he'll let Lin Zichen take the first 3 moves. Lin Zichen simply says okay, and the instant the word leaves his mouth, he explodes forward. In a blur, he closes the distance so fast that Zhang Kai is caught completely off guard. Before Zhang Kai can even get his guard up, Lin Zichen drives out a single crushing punch. The hit lands with brutal force, and blood sprays from Zhang Kai's nose the moment it connects. He blacks out on the spot and drops flat onto the gym floor. For a second, the entire gym freezes. Coach Gua's jaw drops as he stares in disbelief and blurts out that the match ended in one punch. The rest of the martial arts team and the crowd are just as stunned. They can't even process what they just saw. The whole duel was over in a single second. Then the silence finally breaks under a burst of cheers. Shin Xinghan throws her fist into the air and excitedly celebrates Lin Zichen's win. The other girls join in too, including the pink-haired girl, all of them shouting about how amazing he was. Standing over his beaten opponent, Lin Zichen gets a new system notification. It says that by defeating a rival and winning favor from the opposite sex, he has gained priority mating rights. More importantly, his new mission progress has moved to 1 out of 1,000. Looking at that number, he realizes he still has a very long way to go before unlocking the natural selection attribute. Wanting to speed things up, he turns toward the rest of the martial arts team, who are already staring at him in fear. With a friendly smile that somehow feels even more unsettling, he suggests that maybe they should spar too. The team members look back at him, and their faces go pale on the spot. Then the excuses start flying immediately. One says he has cram school. Another claims his mom is waiting at home for dinner. A few others suddenly start acting like they're not feeling well. Before anyone can slip away, Zhang Kai struggles back onto his knees. He refuses to accept the loss and angrily accuses Lin Zichen of winning with a sneak attack, swearing he'll crush him in a rematch. Coach Guo quickly steps in and tells Zhang Kai to accept defeat properly. Then, thinking out loud, he wonders whether that punch might have just been a lucky hit and decides to test that by sending in another team member, Xiao Lizi. The moment he hears his name, the spiky-haired boy freezes where he stands. Even after forcing himself into a fighting stance, he's obviously terrified. He practically begs Lin Zichen to go easy on him, and, more than anything, not to hit his face. 10 minutes later, the result is obvious. Several members of the martial arts team are sprawled unconscious across the gym floor. Lin Zichen stands over them and notes that he really did hold back, only trading a few moves with each of them. But when he checks his system again, disappointment hits him. Aside from that first victory, none of these extra spars counted toward the achievement. His rival count is still only 1 out of 1,000. That's when it clicks. Friendly sparring doesn't count. If he wants progress, he has to beat people in official competition. Just as he's turning that over in his head, a hand lands on his shoulder. Coach Guo is standing there with a wild grin, declaring that Lin Zichen really is a true genius. The coach excitedly says that in just over a month, this newcomer has already become the ace of the team. Overflowing with confidence, he declares that with Lin Zichen leading them, their school is going to crush every other team and take first place in this year's regional martial arts tournament. While Coach Guo is busy celebrating, Lin Zichen suddenly sees the path ahead clearly. The coach is right. The upcoming tournament is the perfect chance to face a whole batch of official opponents at once. And as long as he beats them there, every win should count toward his progress. His train of thought is broken when the defeated Zhang Kai calls out his name. Now that he's regained consciousness, Zhang Kai slowly pushes himself back to his feet, points at Lin Zichen, and formally admits defeat with a bizarre, way too graphic declaration of submission. Zhang Kai's words hang in the air, so strange and unexpected that everyone, Shin Qinghan, Coach Guo, even Lin Zichen, just freezes. The room goes silent, each of them stiff and uncomfortable, unsure how to react. With the match over, the crowd quickly disperses, and even Coach Guo hurries away. Zhang Kai, however, stays put, still grumbling that he hadn't even finished saying what he wanted. In this world, high schoolers eventually have to pick a path, martial arts or academics. Lately, martial arts seems like the safer choice. Not wanting to be left behind, Shin Qinghan decides to join the martial track too. From that moment on, she trains hard alongside Lin Zichen. Their routine is relentless. First, a 3,000-meter run, then a full hour of hand-to-hand combat practice. Next comes sit-ups and push-ups, building the kind of strength that doesn't come easy. And to wrap up each session, Lin Zichen gives Shin Qinghan a massage, easing the tension from muscles pushed past their limit. Lin Zichen doesn't hold back either. Every day, he pushes himself to the edge, all for one goal: winning the tournament as fast as possible and unlocking the natural selection attribute. A month goes by, and finally, the moment to test all that training has arrived. The regional martial arts tournament is here, and Lin Zichen is ready to step into the ring. The gymnasium is massive, packed with spectators surrounding the central arena, eyes fixed on the fighters. Back in the waiting area, tension is thick. Coach Guo flips through the roster nervously, muttering that Shanghai High ended up matched against the strongest team, Shanghai No. 1 High. A teammate doesn't help matters, pointing out that one of their opponents can run the 100 meters in under 9 seconds. Everyone's confidence sinks a little further. Seeing the team's morale drop, Lin Zichen calmly raises his hand. He volunteers to go first. Coach Guo hesitates, still uneasy, but finally nods. It's his ace's turn. Lin Zichen steps into the arena. Shin Qinghan cheers from the sidelines, while Coach Guo shouts encouragement through a megaphone. Lin Zichen quietly takes his stance, focused and ready. His opponent steps forward next, a towering student from Shanghai No. 1 High, muscles bulging, imposing in every way. He starts off polite, admitting that a first year like Lin Zichen already did well just to make it this far. But that changes in an instant. His expression twists into a sneer, mocking the shorter kid in front of him, barely 1.7 meters, telling him this stage isn't for boys like him. Flexing an arm, he promises to show Lin Zichen the real difference between their heights and strengths. The referee signals, and the match officially begins. The bigger student lunges first, swinging a heavy punch. But Lin Zichen doesn't flinch. He slips past the attack effortlessly and fires back with a lightning-fast punch straight to the boy's chest. The impact is devastating. The massive student is sent flying across the arena, crashing down and landing unconscious. Even the announcer pauses, stunned, before finally stammering out the winner's name, Lin Zichen. Shin Qinghan jumps up at the edge of the ring, shouting that her Xiao Chun was amazing. The rest of the Shanghai High team erupts, crowding around Coach Guo, shouting that Lin Zichen is insane, and dismissing the opponent's muscles as nothing but dead weight. Across the arena, the coach from Shanghai #1 High fumes. He tears into his student for rushing in and ignoring footwork. Back in the ring, Lin Zichen receives a system notification. He's beaten another tournament rival. His ranking climbs, and his elimination count rises to 2 out of 1,000. He clenches his fist, satisfied. Official matches are the real way to advance. The opposing coach knows he has to act. He calls up the next fighter, Chen Feng, ordering him to crush the first year immediately. Chen Feng nods, calm and ready. Chen Feng steps onto the stage and takes his stance, composed and steady compared to the last fighter. The announcer signals, and the second match begins. Chen Feng moves with precision, speed, and non-stop attacks, showing off clean technique from the very first moment. Lin Zichen stays relaxed, blocking a heavy kick with just one hand. The force throws Chen Feng off balance. He spins wildly through the air, slamming down hard onto the arena floor. And just like that, he lies there, completely unconscious. Medical staff rush in with a stretcher, saying Chen Feng needs a head scan. The audience is left bewildered. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Some chalk it up to luck, while a few angry voices claim the tournament must be rigged, demanding their money back. But the coach from Shanghai #1 High knows the truth. Head in his hands, he realizes with growing dread, this isn't luck. That first year from Shanghai High is genuinely that strong. Back in the waiting area, he adjusts strategy. His next fighter, a spiky-haired boy named Gao Fei, gets strict orders, focus on defense. Losing this match is not an option. Gao Fei, however, is calm and confident. He reassures his coach, there's no need to worry. He'll win. As he walks toward the ring, Gao Fei dismisses Lin Zichen's earlier victories in his mind. He convinces himself that Lin Zichen only got by with tricks. With his own speed, fast enough to run 100 meters in under 9 seconds, and his experience, Gao Fei is certain he cannot lose. The crowd buzzes in anticipation, talking about Gao Fei's speed and reputation. Some even mention his father's gene fusion abilities, explaining his enhanced talent. Most believe Lin Zichen's streak is about to end, though they grudgingly admit he's no ordinary student. The announcer signals the start of the third duel. Ignoring his coach's instructions, Gao Fei attacks immediately. He lunges in with a powerful kick, follows with rapid strikes, and then unleashes his special move, the flowing water-shattering rock fist. Watching from the sidelines, his coach erupts in anger, shouting at him for charging recklessly. Gao Fei scoffs, convinced a genius like him doesn't need defense. Lin Zichen, meanwhile, effortlessly dodges every blow, studying the technique and deciding to learn from it on the spot. As the exchange continues, Gao Fei grows visibly frustrated. Not a single strike lands. Breathing heavily, he finally demands to know how Lin Zichen keeps avoiding everything. Lin Zichen remains calm, asking if Gao Fei has any other moves, a subtle taunt in his voice. That pushes Gao Fei over the edge. Furious, he unleashes another desperate flurry. Lin Zichen watches the pattern, decides he's seen enough. Alright, that's enough, he thinks. Then, slipping past the final punch, he drives a powerful kick straight into Gao Fei's midsection, ending the match instantly. For a heartbeat, the whole arena goes completely quiet. Everyone just stares, frozen in disbelief. Then, suddenly, that silence bursts apart as Shanghai High side erupts into a roar of cheers. Coach Guo and Xin Qinghan are practically bouncing in excitement, shouting at the top of their lungs, calling Xiao Chun an absolute beast after his third straight win. After that, the rest of the tournament barely puts up a fight. Every team he faces is weaker, and he slices through them one by one, taking out all 5 opponents alone without even breaking a sweat. And over the next 2 days, it's more of the same. He dominates every round, crushing 2 more schools all on his own. With that unstoppable streak, he carries Shanghai High straight to the championship. Once it's done, he stands proudly with his teammates, posing for the photo with the trophy and medals in hand. But the moment he opens his system, the excitement drains away. His rival count shows just 16 out of 1,000. One glance at that number, and all the thrill fades. Unlocking the natural selection attribute is going to take forever at this pace. Still, there's a small bright spot. He hadn't expected Coach Guo to be so generous, but once the tournament ends, most of the prize money ends up in his hands, 20,000 yuan. Add that to what he earned from academic competitions, and he's sitting on about 30,000 yuan. But that cash doesn't last long. The second he gets it, he heads straight to the supermarket and spends every single yuan stocking up on ghost shadow squid meat. For the next few weeks, that pricey squid becomes part of every meal. After polishing off 30 gene of it, his ghost shadow squid codex finally hits 33%. All that grueling training and non-stop beast meat is finally starting to pay off. By the time he steps into his second year of middle school, he breaks through again, moving from ordinary tier 3 to tier 4. His body hits a whole new level. Now, he can lift 1,890 kilograms with one hand, jump 5.65 meters straight up, and sprint 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flies, and soon both he and Shin Qinghan graduate from Shanghai's middle school division. But when the high school exam results come out, it looks like they might end up at different schools. In her room, Shin Qinghan is crying her eyes out. She asks Lin Zichen why, even after all their effort, they can't end up in the same high school. He explains that even though he ranked first in both liberal arts and martial arts, and her academic scores were solid, her martial arts result wasn't enough for Shanghai High's elite class. Trying to calm her down, Lin Zichen listens as she asks what they're supposed to do now. He tells her the principal of Shanghai High is coming to recruit him, then asks if she wants to come along. Still feeling helpless, she wipes her tears and says it doesn't matter. It's obviously all because of him. Lin Zichen reaches out, takes her hand, and pulls her up, leading her out of the room. He tells her not to worry, he already has a plan. Then he explains the condition he'll set with Shanghai High. Shin Qinghan has to be placed in the same class as him, as his deskmate. Just as he said, the principal soon arrives at his house. Shin Qinghan sits down with him, his mother, and Lin Zichen, and the conversation about his future stretches on for hours. Throughout it all, one thing is clear. The principal wants him to stay at Shanghai High, no matter what. When the meeting finally wraps up, the principal stands to leave. But before going, she gives Lin Zichen one last promise. If he stays, whatever request he makes, she'll approve it. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate. Calmly, he states his one condition. Shin Qinghan must be allowed to stay in the same class as him. The principal looks at the clearly nervous Shin Qinghan and asks her to confirm her name. She agrees instantly. Then, smiling, she tells them both to report to Shanghai High together when the new school year starts. Overjoyed, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan thank her quickly. With their high school future secured, Lin Zichen heads into the last junior high martial arts tournament of his life. As expected, his immense strength carries the team to another championship. This time, he decides to use the prize money to finally complete the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex. He was just 20% away, and this win is enough to push it all the way to 100%. Not knowing what might happen when it's complete, he goes alone to a quiet forest outside Shanghai, just to be safe. Wasting no time, he starts absorbing the life essence from the last remaining squid meat. A surge of powerful blue energy wraps around him, and a system notification pops up, confirming he's taking in an enormous amount of essence. The moment that final wave hits, his eyes widen. Instantly, the Codex progress bar hits 100%. A new notification appears. He successfully unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex and gained a new biological attribute, Blessing of Liquid Affinity. It boosts his connection with water, letting him move freely in aquatic environments and even vanish within them. But once everything settles, he's just standing there alone in the quiet forest, holding the drooping squid tentacles, feeling a little let down. The new ability doesn't look all that impressive. Still not impressed, Lin Zichen heads to a nearby pond to test it. After practicing, he sees that Blessing of Liquid Affinity does have some useful perks. He can stay soaked for a long time without his skin wrinkling, and swimming feels easier thanks to reduced water resistance. Beyond that, there's not much. Sitting in the pond, he figures it makes sense. Ghost Shadow Squid is only a low-tier beast, so the attribute wouldn't be extremely strong. He quickly comes to a new conclusion. If he wants stronger attributes in the future, he'll either need enough money to buy higher-grade beast meat, or he'll have to get strong enough to hunt powerful wild mutant beasts himself. The thought of those giant mutant rats flashes through his mind, and his jaw tightens. He needs to get stronger. With less than a week until school starts, Lin Zichen's mother and Shin Qinghan's family decide to take a trip together. Wanting to explore his new liquid affinity, Lin Zichen suggests heading to the beach. Standing in the sea, Shin Qinghan shivers and complains that the water is freezing. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, feels perfectly fine. He tells her to take her time, then dives in and cuts through the water at unbelievable speed. As he moves, the system even starts rewarding him with stat points for swimming and diving. Back on shore, Shin Qinghan calls out nervously, asking if he can teach her how to swim too. Lin Zichen lifts his head from the water and suddenly remembers. His childhood friend still doesn't know how to swim. So he starts teaching her the basics as patiently as he can. Since her athletic talent has always been average, he expects her to struggle. But Shin Qinghan completely surprises him. Excited, she says swimming is way easier than she thought, and picks it up instantly, slipping into the water without a hitch. She moves through the water with unexpected grace, then surfaces, her expression stunned. Even she can't believe how naturally she was able to dive, without anyone really teaching her. Lin Zichen stares at her, stunned, as a strange blue watery aura seems to spread from her body. Surfacing, Shin Qinghan excitedly tells him how amazing it feels. She says opening her eyes underwater should sting, but somehow it doesn't. Everything feels cool and comfortable. Her reaction leaves Lin Zichen silent. Watching her swim farther out, he starts connecting the dots. Even someone naturally gifted in water shouldn't adapt this fast. Her speed is clearly abnormal. Then, suddenly, it clicks. He remembers that whenever Shin Qinghan got nervous, she always had a bedwetting problem. For the first time, he wonders if that weakness was actually a sign of unusually strong, innate water affinity. That thought lights him up. He starts to believe she might really have a special cultivation physique, just like the ones from the Xianxiao novels his parents read. Wanting to confirm it, the two of them dive deeper underwater. And the more they explore, the more Shin Qinghan's performance shocks him. Lin Zichen quickly realizes something seriously wrong. They've been underwater for over 10 minutes, and for someone like Shin Qinghan, who just started swimming, that's way beyond what should be possible. As they push forward through the water, Shin Qinghan's expression suddenly changes, her eyes widening. A strange, swirling sound starts vibrating all around her, echoing through the water. Both of them lift their heads instinctively, scanning the depths, trying to pinpoint where the noise is coming from. They shoot to the surface, breaking through the waves, and Shin Qinghan cries out as glowing blue water begins spiraling around her body. Later that night, walking along the beach, Lin Zichen finally brings up what happened out there. Still shaken, Shin Qinghan hugs herself tightly, explaining that underwater, she kept hearing eerie, strange whispers right next to her ears. Lin Zichen gently tries to calm her, asking what it sounded like. She admits she couldn't understand the words, but it was a woman's voice, whispering non-stop until she broke the surface. Seeing how scared she still is, Lin Zichen takes her back to the hotel first. Later, he searches online for anything related to that mysterious voice, but comes up empty. The whole thing keeps nagging at him, and sleep doesn't come. So he throws himself into training instead. Midway through 1,000 weighted sit-ups, a sudden surge of strength courses through him, and a system notification pops up. All that effort has paid off. He's broken through to ordinary Tier 5. Caught off guard but grinning, he immediately tests his body. It doesn't take long to realize that at Tier 5, his strength now matches that of a fully grown giant mutant rat. A sharp light flashes through his eyes as he clenches his fist. For the first time, tearing those beasts apart with his bare hands no longer feels impossible. Eager to try it out, he heads to the empty beach that night. The difference is staggering. His 100-meter sprint is down to just 3.64 seconds, and his vertical jump has shot up to an incredible 6. To test raw strength, he approaches a nearby car, and with one hand, lifts the 1,600-kilogram vehicle. With that milestone behind him, life moves forward. Before long, summer vacation ends, and he and Shin Qinghan officially start high school at Shanghai High. On the very first day, they arrive early for class duty. Almost immediately, two new girls spot him, whispering excitedly about how handsome he is and how lucky they are to be cleaning with him. Lin Zichen is surprised that classmates already know him, but then something stranger happens. Just doing class duty triggers a brand new system quest. The achievement? Complete 1,000 cooperative tasks. The reward? A new biological attribute called social animal. As he cleans alongside Shin Qinghan, he can't help but wonder what this ability will actually do. Since the school year has just started, he stops by the massive supermarket after class. Having unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex already, he knows it's time to pick a new target. Browsing the pricey beast meat section, one item catches his eye. Inside a refrigerated display sits a packaged savage giant eagle head, going for 1,998 yuan per gene. A slow grin spreads across his face as he picks it up. Decision made. This will be the next one. The savage giant eagle is a higher-tier aberrant beast than the Ghost Shadow Squid. Its eyesight is insanely sharp, about 30 times better than a normal human's, making it a deadly hunter, able to lock onto even the fastest prey with pinpoint precision. Back in his room, Lin Zichen studies the eagle meat quietly. He decides unlocking this codex is worth it. Better vision would give him a huge edge in combat. At 1,998 yuan per gene, it's actually one of the cheaper options. He places his hand on the meat. Blue energy quickly spreads over it, and a system notification pops up. He has devoured a trace of the savage giant eagle's life essence and unlocked 1% of its codex. Doing the math, he quickly realizes the issue. If one gene gives just 1%, unlocking the full codex will cost over 200,000 yuan. Still, he knows high school tournament prizes are on a whole different level from middle school. Resolute, he vows to push harder in competitions if he wants to unlock the savage giant eagle codex before his second year. And just like that, with summer vacation over, Lin Zichen's high school life at Shanghai High officially kicks off. On the first day, the teachers introduce themselves: martial arts and homeroom, mechanical modification, gene fusion, and wilderness survival. Then the students are asked to introduce themselves. A few students go first. A long purple-haired girl, Qiu Tong, says her specialty is the arts. Next, a bubbly pink-haired girl, Zhong Yijia, talks about her love for anime, cosplay, and sports. Then a boy, Manhwa, mentions he enjoys staying home and playing video games. Soon, it's Shin Qinghan's turn. All eyes shift to her, and she visibly stiffens. Blushing, she stands up and introduces herself as Shin Qinghan, mentioning she likes drawing and asking everyone to look after her. Then it's Lin Zichen's turn, and his intro is simple. He just says his name and asks for everyone's support. With introductions done, the rest of the time passes quickly. Suddenly, a new brown-haired girl walks over to Shin Qinghan, catching her a little off guard. Without hesitation, the girl asks what score Shin Qinghan got on the entrance exam. Caught off guard, Shin Qinghan nervously says 709, then asks Chu Rue what her score was. Chu Rue's eyes widen. She blurts out that Shin Qinghan scored over 10 points higher than her own 698. Then she asks about her physical fitness score too, admitting she only got 95 out of 100. That question immediately makes Shin Qinghan tense. She awkwardly says her score wasn't great, panicking inside because her 79 had almost kept her out of the elite class. She's way too embarrassed to say it aloud. Chu Rue completely misses the hint, continuing to guess. Did she get a 94, or maybe a 93? Shin Qinghan lowers her head and quietly admits it was even lower. Chu Rue keeps tossing out low, 90 guesses, making Shin Qinghan even more flustered each time. Suddenly, a hand slams down onto the desk between them, startling Chu Rue. It's Lin Zichen. Leaning in casually, he asks the startled girl if he can add her on WeChat. Chu Rue freezes, then lights up. Of course she says yes when a handsome guy notices her. From her seat, Shin Qinghan finally exhales, relieved that Lin Zichen stepped in and saved her from that awkward back and forth. Right after, Lin Zichen turns to another male classmate, "Hey you," and asks to exchange contact info with him too. Right after adding everyone, Lin Zichen quickly puts together a 4-person group chat right there, no hesitation. Almost instantly, a system notification pops up, confirming that creating the group counts as another cooperative task completed. His social animal progress ticks up to 2 out of 1,000, and he can't help thinking this quest might actually be easier than he expected. With the chat set up, the 4 start chatting, slowly getting to know each other. He mentions he's from nearby Nanyuan City and comes from a well-known martial arts family that runs a dojo. He even brags a little, saying he once ranked 8th in the Nanyuan City Youth Martial Arts Competition. Chu Rue shares her own background too, explaining that her family owns a chain of clothing stores and that they're fairly well off. After Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan talk about their own experiences, the 4 of them quickly start to feel like a genuine little friend group. Just as things are settling in, he suddenly tosses out a question. Who do they think is the strongest student in their class? Chu Rue doesn't even hesitate. She points straight at Lin Zichen, saying it has to be him. After all, he was the top scorer in the entire district on the entrance exam. That completely catches Hiyu off guard. He had no idea his new friend was that impressive. But Lin Zichen just shrugs it off calmly, saying that topping the exams doesn't automatically make someone the strongest. Then Hiyu mentions something surprising. Apparently, the principal spent a ton of money to bring in 2 particularly strong students from Nanyuan City into their class. He points them out immediately. The first is a blonde-haired boy, Wang Shuajia, ranked 3rd in Nanyuan City, who can run 100 meters in 7.98 seconds flat. The second is a large, muscular guy named Lu Gang, born with incredible strength, able to lift a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand like it's nothing. Shin Qinghan and Chu Rue are clearly impressed, and maybe a little intimidated. Lin Zichen, though, doesn't even flinch. Those numbers stopped matching to him long ago. He surpassed them back in elementary school. Before long, the bell rings, signaling the next class, textbook distribution. This semester, they have 4 main subjects: martial arts, gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Since Lin Zichen has already self-studied everything in advance, he decides to slip away to a quiet spot and train instead. As he trains, his thoughts drift to the bigger threat still looming. The Rat God cult is out there. The police only caught some low-level followers, but the Rat King, their true leader, is still at large. That thought steals his resolve. He clenches his fist, telling himself he has to get stronger, at least to tier 6, the level he thinks he'll need to even stand a chance against the Rat King. Their first hands-on class is wilderness survival. Teacher Shi Chungbei leads them into the woods and asks if anyone knows how to start a fire by drilling wood. Hiyu mutters under his breath that it's a pointless skill, but then, to everyone's surprise, both Wang Shuajia and Lu Gang step up and actually manage to start fires using that old-school method. Teacher Shi Chungbei looks genuinely impressed and asks where they learned to do that. Lu Gang says he picked it up at summer camp, while Wang Shuajia casually adds he taught himself by watching videos online. Once they finish, Lin Zichen turns to his little group and shows them the same method. Under his guidance, they pick it up quickly too. Later, during martial arts class, teacher Yao Yuanfeng announces he'll be teaching them a special breathing and cultivation technique. Again, Wang Shuajia and Lu Gang loudly claim they already know it, clearly showing off. Their demonstration is rough, but they pull it off. Lin Zichen, already proficient, chooses to stay low-key. And just like that, more than a month passes quietly, without much else happening. Then one day, in mechanical modification class, teacher Kai Yuanfei suddenly announces a test to see how much everyone has learned so far. To spice things up, he adds a cash reward for the top three, 888 yuan for first, 666 for second, and 333 for third. The moment Lin Zichen hears that, his eyes sharpen. He instantly calculates that first place is almost enough to buy half a gene of savage giant eagle meat. Now fully motivated, he dives into the exam alongside the rest of the class. By coincidence, the gene fusion teacher, Lu Duran, has the same idea and gives a surprise test too, with the same cash rewards. By the time both grueling exams are over, the whole class is wiped out. Hiyu collapses onto his desk with a groan, while everyone else complains about how brutal the questions were. One girl sighs, saying she was hoping for a 90, but now would be lucky to even scrape by with a 60. While the rest are still grumbling, Wang Shuajia and Lu Gang start bragging like the tests didn't even matter. Lu Gang asks Wang Shuajia how he did, and Wang Shuajia confidently says he expects a 95, only getting stuck on the final problem. Lu Gang casually says the same. Hearing that, Hiyu glares at them from under lowered brows, his fists clenched beneath the desk, as if he wants to punch them both. Soon, the mechanical modification scores are announced. Teacher Kai Yuanfei reads them. Gui Yunling got 52 points, while Shin Qinghan just passes with 61. Shin Qinghan turns to Lin Zichen, her eyes bright, and tells him she passed. He smiles and congratulates her, telling her all her effort paid off. The teacher continues. Hiyu scored an impressive 88. His friends immediately praise him, and he modestly says he just got lucky. Then happily promises to treat everyone to a meal with his 333 yuan third-place prize. Next, teacher Kai announces that Lu Gang and Wang Shuajia both scored 95, exactly as they predicted, praising them for being only one question away from perfection. Wang Shuajia immediately says if he'd had just 10 more minutes, he would have nailed the last problem. Lu Gang nods along, agreeing. Hiyu's annoyance grows listening to their bragging, but he comforts himself with one thought. At least third place is still his. Then teacher Kai drops a bombshell that stuns the whole room. Even with such a tough test, one student got a perfect score. Lin Zichen, 100 points. Wang Shuajia and Lu Gang freeze, then both blurt out in disbelief. To them, that score is insane. The rest of the class erupts in cheers. Even Hiyu, who just lost his prize spot, joins in. Shin Qinghan and Chu Rui celebrate too, cheering for Lin Zichen like he just carried all of Shanghai. Lin Zichen barely reacts. The only thing he cares about is the money. He raises his hand and asks teacher Kai directly when the 888 yuan first-place prize will be given. Teacher Kai says he'll send it later, though privately he finds Lin Zichen's obsession with cash a little odd. An hour later, the gene fusion exam results are announced. Teacher Lu Duran reads them, and this time the Nanyuan pair doesn't do nearly as well. Lu Gang scores 81, and Wang Shuajia 83. Still solid, but their disappointed expressions say it all. Meanwhile, Shin Qinghan scores an impressive 78, landing in the top 5. She happily celebrates with Chu Rui. Then, to everyone's shock, Lin Zichen grabs another perfect score, easily winning yet another cash prize. That second blow hits Hiyu, Wang Shuajia, and Lu Gang hard. They all look visibly deflated. Unable to accept it, Wang Shuajia and Lu Gang start questioning how anyone could possibly get full marks, openly suggesting Lin Zichen must have seen the answers beforehand. Teacher Kai shuts that down immediately, speaking firmly, saying something like that's impossible. He explains that he wrote every question himself, and none of the answers exist online, so cheating was never an option. Hearing that, the two have nothing left to say. Their classmates, however, aren't so forgiving. Hiyu and Chu Rui start laughing right then and there, openly mocking Wang Shuajia and Lu Gang for sulking like sore losers. Hiyu even calls them the shame of Nanyuan City, and Chu Rui jumps in, saying the rudest, ugliest people always make the biggest scene. After lunch, the practical exam for wilderness survival officially kicks off. Teacher Shi Chongbei lays out the rules, same reward system as before, with cash prizes for the top 3. This hands-on exam has 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and starting a fire using friction. Crushed by the earlier written tests, Wang Shuajia turns to Lu Gang, insisting they have to reclaim their pride in this practical exam. Lu Gang nods without hesitation. The two glare at Lin Zichen, silently vowing this time they'll crush him and erase that earlier humiliation. First up is climbing, all about speed. As expected, Lin Zichen completely dominates. He rockets up the rock wall like it's nothing, leaving the Nanyuan pair in the dust, taking first place effortlessly. The tree climbing event plays out the same way. Lin Zichen wins again, while Wang Shuajia can only mutter in frustration, never even catching a glimpse of his shadow. But even as he racks up these wins, Lin Zichen's mind is already on Shen Qinghan. Just as he thought, Shen Qinghan struggles in the climbing event, finishing dead last. Still, Lin Zichen isn't worried. He knows her real talent lies elsewhere and trusts she'll find her rhythm once swimming starts. Next is the fire starting segment. With cash prizes on the line, Lin Zichen can't relax. He focuses fully and, in just 58 seconds, sparks a fire. Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang can only stare, baffled by how fast his hands move and how effortlessly he excels at everything. The final part is swimming, Shen Qinghan's moment. Harnessing her natural affinity for water, she cuts through the pool at lightning speed, leaving the Nanyuan duo trailing far behind and delivering another devastating blow to their confidence. Wang Shuajie can only gape, wondering if he's imagining how explosive she suddenly became in the water. After the exam, Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang stay silent for a long while. But that quiet doesn't last past lunch. That afternoon, martial arts class holds its final exam. Teacher Yao Yuanfeng announces they'll test everyone's progress through sparring matches, and as soon as he mentions the top 3 prizes, the class lights up with excitement. For Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang, that announcement reignites their fire. They grit their teeth, seeing this as the real test, the place where true skill and strength matter. If Lin Zichen can't prove himself here, all those other scores mean nothing. Before the sparring starts, Teacher Yao has everyone do a physical test as a warm-up. 100-meter sprint, one-hand barbell lift, and vertical jump. Even holding back to avoid standing out, Lin Zichen posts ridiculous numbers. He runs 100 meters in 7.78 seconds, lifts a 330-kilogram barbell with one hand, and hits a 2.18-meter vertical jump. Even while holding back, he still takes first in every category, barely edging out the Nanyuan pair on purpose. Once again, the two of them are stunned. Wang Shuajie can't fathom how Lin Zichen could be faster than him, while Lu Gang is thrown off that someone who doesn't look particularly muscular could lift that much. Trying to regain composure, Wang Shuajie reminds Lu Gang that losing the physical test doesn't decide the sparring matches. Real combat depends on technique too. They cling to that hope, believing their skill might still give them a shot. After the warm-up, everyone moves to the sparring area to start the matches. Wanting to make progress on his survival of the fittest achievement, Lin Zichen steps into the ring first. But after what he's already shown, no one dares to challenge him. Even Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang hang back, watching. When the standoff drags on, the teacher calls out Lu Wei, ordering him to spar with Lin Zichen. The two face each other, but it's clear the match is over before it even begins. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Zichen ends it instantly with a single brutal punch, sending Lu Wei flying out of the ring. He then moves through the rest of his opponents just as fast, one after another, dropping classmates with the same clean, ruthless efficiency. Watching, Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang sink into despair. Wang Shuajie finally realizes just how terrifying Lin Zichen is and shivers at the thought that maybe he wasn't even serious during the physical test. He can't imagine how anyone could stand against a monster like that. Just as the two hit their lowest point, Hiyu suddenly leaps into the ring, shouting Lu Gang's name. Pointing at him, Hiyu declares he's fully warmed up and at his peak, openly challenging him to a fight. Lu Gang, full of frustration, accepts without hesitation. He figures he may not beat Lin Zichen, but taking down Hiyu should be easy. He even vows to flatten him in 30 seconds. With a loud yell, Hiyu charges first, and the two crash into a flurry of blows. But the strength gap is clear. Lu Gang catches Hiyu's kick effortlessly, then swings him around with raw force, hurling him straight out of the ring. Hiyu crashes to the ground hard, already defeated and vomiting from the impact. Lu Gang stands over him, giving a backhanded compliment. He admits Hiyu probably has the best technique in class, but smugly adds that he's still better. After that, Lu Gang turns to see Lin Zichen calmly walking toward him. Lin Zichen challenges him to spar, seeing it as the perfect chance to push his achievement progress a little further. Fresh from his win and full of confidence, Lu Gang smirks and accepts immediately, saying he's not scared at all. He throws a heavy punch right away, but the difference is clear the moment he moves. Lin Zichen slips aside at blinding speed, dodging so cleanly it leaves almost a blur in his wake. Before Lu Gang can react, Lin Zichen snaps back with a sharp, precise kick. The strike lands squarely on Lu Gang's back, sending him flying out of the ring. One hit, done. With both Nanyuan members down, the rest of the class turns to Wang Shuajie, shouting at him to avenge his teammate, claiming all of Nanyuan's pride is on his shoulders, mocking him not to chicken out. Wang Shuajie snaps at them to be quiet and declares he was going to fight anyway. Then he charges into the ring to face Lin Zichen. Facing an opponent that feels overwhelmingly strong, Wang Shuajie forces himself to stay calm. In his heart, he knows whatever happens is coming, and somehow he has to find a way to win. With that resolve, He roars that he's going all out and launches himself at Lin Zichen in a furious attack. But it changes nothing. Lin Zichen casually catches the punch with one hand, then delivers a single crushing strike that flips Wang Shuajia upside down through the air. He crashes hard onto the gym floor, knocked out cold, foaming at the mouth, defeated as easily as everyone before him. With the Nanyuan duo out of the way, Lin Zichen calmly moves through the rest of the boys in class, taking them down one by one with that same effortless efficiency. After finishing every male student, Lin Zichen checks his system and notices something important. Under the rules for the survival of the fittest achievement, defeating the same person more than once only counts once. That means the only classmates Lin Zichen hasn't sparred with yet are the girls. He wonders if any of them would even agree to step into the ring. To his surprise, they're more than willing. A whole group gathers around, blushing, making heart signs, and practically begging to know when it will be their turn to fight him. The first to step up is Chu Yutong, raising her hand eagerly and challenging him right away. She jumps into the ring and charges with a burst of speed and agility that catches everyone watching off guard. Even so, Lin Zichen is on a completely different level. He slips past her attack effortlessly, leaving her staring in shock at how fast he moves. She lands lightly on her feet, sighing in frustration. So close, and still not a single hit lands. What surprises him even more is that after Chu Yutong is done, the other girls start volunteering one by one. Of course, Lin Zichen holds back when sparring them. He's not trying to hurt anyone. He just wants the official wins to finish the achievement as quickly as possible. Before long, he has sparred with every girl in class. But even after defeating all of them, he's still nowhere near completing the task. That leaves him slightly disappointed, but his mood shifts quickly when teacher Yao Yuanfeng announces some exciting news. After praising the class, he reminds them that, as elite students, they need to learn to challenge opponents above their level. Then he reveals that in 1 month, their class will face the strongest regular class in the second year, and he expects them ready. Lin Zichen had been frustrated by the lack of opponents for his survival of the fittest achievement. Now his eyes light up. To him, it's basically a fresh batch of challengers delivered straight to his door. After class, a much humbler Lu Gang approaches Lin Zichen. He admits he underestimated the school and declares that from now on, Lin Zichen will be his rival for the next 3 years. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen is already calculating. If the teacher keeps setting up class challenges like this, finishing his achievement within a year could actually be possible. Wang Shuajie comes over too, swearing that before graduation, he'll erase the shame of this defeat. Lin Zichen, though, is thinking more practically. After a quick calculation, he realizes he's already earned over 3,000 yuan from exam prizes alone. That instantly puts him in a better mood. More beast meat is now within reach. He clenches his fist in excitement, completely ignoring the Nanyuan duo, leaving them standing there, furious at being brushed aside so casually. That night, back in his room, Lin Zichen reviews his finances again. Even with the prize money, it's still nowhere near enough to cover all the beast meat he needs. To earn more, he decides to follow his parents' path and register as a web novel author, starting his own writing career. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, his writing turns out exceptionally strong. The very next morning, he notices a contract invitation from the Yuan platform in his messages. After signing it, another piece of news from that same day catches his eye. The report is chilling. Just 2 hours earlier, a giant mutant rat attacked a frozen meat storage facility on the outskirts of the city. As Lin Zichen reads on, it gets even more terrifying. The mutant rat was over 5 meters long, powerful enough to bite a responding cyborg clean in half. In one final desperate act, the trapped cyborg activated its hidden backup core and self-destructed, trying to take the monster down with it. The explosion is massive, tearing the giant mutant rat to pieces on the spot. Lin Zichen goes still as he stares at the picture of the monstrous rat. A chill runs through him. How many giant mutant rats could be hiding in Shanghai? And if monsters that huge exist, where could they possibly be lurking? Soon, the day arrives for the sparring session against the strongest regular class in the second year. Students gather inside the Shanghai High Gymnasium, the tension palpable. Right before the match, teacher Yao Yuanfeng pulls his strongest fighters aside for a strategy talk. He warns that while their top students are strong, the other class is stronger overall and will likely use defensive tactics to drag out fights. He stresses that they need to finish matches quickly. The moment the meeting ends, Lin Zichen heads straight for the ring. Eager to take on as many new opponents as possible for his survival of the fittest achievement, he volunteers to go first without hesitation. His opponent is a tall second-year girl with long blonde hair. The moment she sees him, she starts complaining to her teacher. She points out that the elite class sent their strongest fighter first, claims she's the weakest in her own class, and asks how she's supposed to fight him at all. Hearing that, teacher Yao storms over to the opposing teacher, an older man called Brother Feng. Annoyed, he accuses him of breaking the usual class sparring rules, where the weakest students go first, demanding to know why the other side sent their strongest fighter first. To settle the dispute, Teacher Yao tells Lin Zichen to step down for now. He'll go later, after the weaker students fight first. Lin Zichen has no choice but to comply, stepping back reluctantly. Teacher Yao points at Zhong Yijia, telling her to go first. She freezes, immediately protesting that she isn't ready. Seeing the hesitation, Shen Qinghan steps forward on her own. She volunteers, saying that since she's the weakest, she should go first. She walks into the ring nervously to face the tall blonde girl, the tension written all over her face. From the sidelines, her classmates start shouting encouragement. Chu Rui, He Yu, and the others cheer as loudly as they can. But instead of calming her, all that attention only makes Shen Qinghan more nervous. The match begins, and the blonde girl throws a heavy punch immediately. Shen Qinghan barely manages to block it. Even at a disadvantage, Shen Qinghan refuses to back down. Knowing she probably can't win, she decides to last as long as she can. She focuses fully on defense, trying to wear her opponent down rather than attack. Surprisingly, it works. 3 minutes in, the blonde girl is breathing hard, clearly annoyed at Shen Qinghan's stubbornness. Realizing she'll lose the stamina battle, she decides to end it quickly. She lunges with one final punch, meant to settle the match. This time, the hit lands, and Shen Qinghan goes down. When she gets back up, the embarrassment is written all over her face. Teacher Yao Yuanfeng immediately gives her a thumbs up, praising her performance. He tells her she did well, and that her defensive strategy was actually very smart. Lin Zichen steps in too, gently patting her head to comfort her. He tells her she did great, especially lasting over 3 minutes against a senior with a full extra year of training. He reminds her she's already improved a lot. Shen Qinghan looks up at him and finally smiles. After Shen Qinghan loses, a brown-haired girl from the elite class steps into the ring. She notices the senior is already tired from the previous fight and decides to exploit the opening. She rushes in with a strong kick, but the experienced senior slips past it easily and counters with a fast punch to the face. The brown-haired girl is overwhelmed almost instantly, pinned to the ground, crying out in pain before she has no choice but to surrender. Standing over her, the senior mocks her, asking if she really thought so little of the regular class to charge in so recklessly. She keeps taunting, saying that even with talent, the girl still has a full extra year of training behind her. Then dismissively, she tells her to come back and try again after another year. Right at that moment, Chu Rui steps forward. There's a fire in her eyes as she declares she'll avenge Shen Qinghan herself, taking down the senior with her own hands. And she proves it immediately, one clean, heavy punch, and the senior goes down. From the sidelines, Shen Qinghan erupts in cheers, shouting how incredible Chu Rui is. Lin Zichen pats Shen Qinghan on the head, telling her she did well too. He explains that Chu Rui only made it look easy because Shen Qinghan had already worn the senior down. Shen Qinghan's face lights up with a bright smile. 2 hours pass, and the sparring still isn't finished. The elite class has clawed their way back to an even score. Yao Yuanfeng walks over to the second-year teacher, Brother Feng, teasing that his class only has 4 fighters left and that the bet is basically in his favor. But the second he turns back to his own students, he warns them not to get careless. 4 heavy hitters are still left on the second-year side: Lin Zichen, Wang Shuajia, Lu Gang, and He Yu. The real battle starts now. And just as expected, He Yu is called up next. He cracks his knuckles, tightens his jaw, and leaps into the ring with a flashy landing that slams hard against the floor. After taking his stance, he hypes up the fight, asking the senior if he's ready for these fists, claiming they've been itching for a fight. The senior, a brown-haired boy, just smirks and tells him to stop acting like a spoiled kid. That hits He Yu's nerves instantly, and he snaps off a quick kick without a second thought. The senior goes down hard, losing right there on the spot. He Yu stands over him, sneering, asking where all that confidence went when his skills turned out so pathetic, openly calling him trash. But before he can celebrate, another senior steps in, this one clearly stronger, with hair tinted purple. He locks a cold stare on He Yu, calling him arrogant for talking so big. Then he rushes in, throwing a heavy punch and declaring he's about to show this junior what real power feels like. To his surprise, He Yu moves so fast the attack doesn't even touch him. In the next instant, He Yu fires back with a crushing kick, sending the senior flying and knocking him out cold. The crowd erupts at that clean victory. Chu Rui and Shen Qinghan leap to their feet, cheering He Yu's name at the top of their lungs. Riding that momentum, He Yu catches fire, tearing through opponent after opponent. Several more seniors fall in rapid succession. By the time he wins 5 straight, He Yu is still standing but clearly running on fumes, gasping for air. Even then, he forces himself to act tough, yelling for the next opponent to step up, claiming he can still take 10 more. But anyone watching can see he's near exhaustion. His streak finally ends when the 6th opponent brings him down. With He Yu out, the elite class suddenly finds themselves in trouble. Only 3 fighters remain, while the second-year class still has 13. After He falls, Wang Shuajia steps forward. The moment he enters the ring, he goes all out. He tears through the lineup, overwhelming 10 opponents with non-stop punches and kicks. But even Wang Shuajia has limits. By the 11th match, his stamina is depleted, and he's finally defeated. Next up, Liu Gang takes the stage. In under 10 minutes, he knocks out 2 more of the second-year's top fighters. Now, with only 1 fighter left for the second-year class, Yao Yuanfeng smirks at Brother Feng, hinting he might as well surrender. But Brother Feng doesn't look worried. A faint smirk crosses his face as he calls out his last student, Wang Jinhei. A massive figure steps forward, an oversized student towering over Liu Gang. Even facing someone that huge, Liu Gang doesn't take him seriously. To him, it's just a bigger target. He charges in immediately, convinced he can take him down. His punch lands square on Wang Jinhei's massive stomach, but to Liu Gang's shock, it does nothing. The impact feels like hitting a wall made of rubber. Still, Liu Gang keeps going, unleashing a flurry of punches, but every hit is absorbed by that thick layer of fat, leaving him completely ineffective. Soon, Liu Gang is bent over, panting, realizing none of his attacks are working. Meanwhile, Wang Jinhei hasn't moved an inch. He calmly looks down and asks if Liu Gang is finished, because now it's his turn. Before Liu Gang can respond, Wang Jinhei reaches out and grabs him by the neck with terrifying strength. With a single motion, he hurls Liu Gang out of the ring, wins the match, leaving the elite class with only 1 fighter remaining. Seeing a monster like that, Yao Yuanfeng blurts out he doesn't remember the second-year class ever having someone this strong. Brother Feng smirks, explaining Wang Jinhei is a transfer student who just arrived this semester. Then he reminds Yao Yuanfeng about their bet, noting it looks like he'll be buying dinner for the entire second-year class. Realizing he's walked straight into a trap, Yao Yuanfeng clenches his fist in frustration, worrying that not even Lin Zichen can take down this monster. Even so, he hides it from his final student. Placing a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder, he tells him it's his turn, encouraging him to do his best and not stress too much about the outcome, because the experience itself already matters. Lin Zichen simply smiles, calmly telling his teacher he'll win, leaving Yao Yuanfeng speechless. As Lin Zichen steps into the ring, Wang Jinhei looks down at him with open disdain. To him, this so-called final ace doesn't look impressive at all. Off to the side, Shen Qinghan, Chu Rui, and the rest of the elite class girls start shouting at Wang Jinhei, teasing him as a smug fatso, and calling for Lin Zichen to put that dead pig in his place. All that yelling clearly gets under Wang Jinhai's skin, and he decides it's time to even the playing field. He turns to Lin Zichen and says he'll just stand there and take 10 free hits. He adds that he doesn't want Lin Zichen and his little fangirls whining later about him only winning by picking on someone smaller. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate at all. He agrees right away, looking perfectly pleased with the setup. Wang Jinhei tells him not to hold back and to hit him with everything he's got. Without wasting a second, Lin Zichen steps forward and lands a brutal punch straight into Wang Jinhei's massive stomach. The hit is so insane that Wang Jinhai's whole body lifts off the ground, spins through the air, and crashes down, knocked out cold instantly. For a heartbeat, both classes fall completely silent. Then the elite class erupts, cheering wildly, some nearly in tears at Lin Zichen's unbelievable victory. A little later, Wang Jinhei starts coming around, still dazed. Half-conscious, he mutters about where he is and what just happened, insisting the result makes no sense and isn't scientific at all. Afterward, the second-year teacher walks over to Yao Yuanfeng, the elite class teacher, and comments on just how insanely strong Lin Zichen is, saying that knockout reminded him of a former prodigy named Wu Tianqing. Yao Yuanfeng agrees that Lin Zichen is strong, but says he hasn't reached Wu Tianqing's level. He explains that Wu Tianqing was such a force that even the principal felt pressured by him as a first year. Hearing that name, Lin Zichen walks over, curious, and asks his teachers who Wu Tianqing is. Yao Yuanfeng brightens up and tells him Wu Tianqing was a legendary student from a few years back. As a first year, he went up against the entire third-year elite class alone and shocked the school administration. He goes on, listing Wu Tianqing's insane first-year records: 6.12 seconds in the 100-meter dash, a 3.96-meter vertical jump, and a 650-kilogram one-handed barbell lift. Then he asks Lin Zichen if that sounds impressive. Lin Zichen gives a small, awkward smile and admits it's impressive, but in his head, he figures those numbers were just about what he could do back in 6th grade during summer break. That night, the class heads to a restaurant to celebrate the victory. Teacher Yao Yuanfeng raises his soda for a toast, happily declaring that since Lin Zichen brought them the win, the second-year teacher has to honor the bet and pay for the whole meal. The whole class lifts their glasses and cheers for Lin Zichen. As everyone digs in, Lin Zichen finds himself surrounded by classmates like Heiyu and Xu Rui. Suddenly famous across the school, everyone wants to know his training secrets and keeps trying to add him on WeChat. The attention feels a bit overwhelming. Through all the noise, he notices Shen Qinghan hasn't changed a bit. Quietly, she keeps putting food on his plate, worried he won't get enough to eat. Partway through the celebration, her expression suddenly shifts. Looking flustered, she quickly tells Lin Zichen she needs to use the restroom and rushes off. Watching her leave, Lin Zichen notes to himself that some things change, but her habit of needing to pee whenever she's nervous or excited hasn't changed at all. Inside the restroom, two girls from their class are gossiping. One complains that Shen Qinghan acts like Lin Zichen's personal maid, always pouring drinks and peeling shrimp for him. The other girl agrees, sneering that someone as weak as Shen Qinghan probably only made it into the elite class by sucking up. She adds that the two of them won't last because the gap in their strength will pull them apart. Hidden nearby, Shen Qinghan hears everything, and it cuts deep. But instead of backing down, she steps out and faces them. With a firmness neither expected, she tells the stunned girls she is not a sycophant. She's his childhood friend. Later that night, the two walk home together, and Lin Zichen notices she seems down. He asks what's wrong. With her head lowered, Shen Qinghan finally opens up. She says her mom always told her she'd grow out of wetting the bed eventually. But even now, she says, she still has to wear diapers every night when she sleeps, and it frustrates her. Then she looks up at him, saying she feels disabled, like she can't even control her own bladder. Seeing how crushed she looks, Lin Zichen firmly tells her she's not disabled. He gently places his hands on her shoulders, trying to calm her, and says what she thinks of as poor bladder control is actually a superpower that just hasn't fully awakened yet. Shen Qinghan looks up at him, wide-eyed, asking if it really is a superpower. Lin Zichen nods and explains that her natural talent in the water proves that her power is already starting to show. Curious, Shen Qinghan asks if his own incredible abilities come from a superpower too. Without missing a beat, Lin Zichen says yes. Just like her, he has a superpower as well. Her eyes light up instantly, and she starts wondering what kind of power she might have. Lin Zichen reassures her not to worry, saying whatever it is, it's definitely going to be strong. But before they can continue, something suddenly blocks their way. A special unit in protective gear is sealing off a building, while an officer with a megaphone warns everyone to stay back. They're carrying out a rat extermination. Their attention is drawn to the chaos inside. A man in an apron frantically swings a broom at a swarm of oversized rats, desperately trying to drive the exterminators away. He yells at the officers, begging them not to kill his brothers. His face twists with pain and rage as he keeps shouting. Then, completely overtaken by anger, he charges at the officers, yelling that he'll fight them to the death. Watching the scene, Shen Qinghan asks Lin Zichen if the man has lost it. Lin Zichen says it sure looks that way and guesses he might be mentally ill, though he admits it's also pretty sad. He tells her some people are just like that, and suggests they head home. Later that night at Lin Zichen's house, he and his parents sit in front of the TV, watching a disturbing news report. The news anchor reports that a young female teacher who disappeared last week still hasn't been found. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, looks shaken, her voice tight, as she says this is already the fourth young woman to vanish this month. But his father, Lin Yanxing, interrupts gently, correcting her. Not the fourth, it's the fifth. The report flashes photos of the missing women, every single one young, every single one beautiful. A warning soon scrolls across the screen, urging young women not to go out alone at night. Clearly worried, Zhang Wangxin tells her son he can't let Shen Qinghan be out there alone. Lin Zichen just smiles, reassuring her that he'll keep an eye on her. Meanwhile, at a public security office in Shanghai, the man from the market has already been brought in. Inside, a doctor in a crisp white lab coat speaks with an officer, calm but attentive. The officer asks if the man might be mentally ill. The doctor shakes his head. He tried talking to the suspect, but the man hasn't uttered a single word. The officer frowns, confused. Back at the market, this same man had been screaming like a lunatic. Then, all at once, his expression changes. A horrifying thought hits him. Both he and the doctor snap their heads toward the suspect. The man is now hunched over, and a dark, menacing aura begins to spread around him. Right before their eyes, his body twists and swells, transforming into a massive, mutated rat creature. As the creature grows, the terrified officer grabs his radio, shouting for backup and calling for a cyborg unit. The suspect in the interrogation room is turning into a giant, aberrant beast. The giant rat goes berserk instantly. Officers open fire, but the bullets barely make a dent. As they fall back, a female officer reports that headquarters confirms every cyborg unit is tied up on other missions. The director grimaces. Reinforcements won't arrive for another 10 minutes, and their ammo won't last that long. He orders everyone into the vehicle. If they can lure the monster toward the suburbs, they might buy some time. The female officer jumps into a police van and starts the engine, while another officer braces himself inside. The van tears through city streets, with the giant rat leaping across rooftops, keeping relentless pursuit from above. She urges the driver to go faster. Every second counts. They need to give the cyborgs more time to get there. The van shoots onto a mountain road and dives into a tunnel, but the beast refuses to back off. With a roar that shakes the night, it charges closer, jaws wide and lined with jagged teeth. Then it slams into the back of the van. The vehicle spins violently, flips through the air, and crashes hard to the ground. Inside, the female officer hangs upside down, bruised and battered. Despair crosses her face as she realizes they still didn't escape. But just as the rat lets out a victorious roar over the wreck, a massive explosion engulfs it. Backup has arrived, a female cyborg with short purple hair and sleek combat armor. Hovering in midair, she locks onto the target and unleashes a barrage of purple missiles. One by one, the missiles slam into the monster, igniting a chain of fiery explosions. She coldly commands, "Eliminate it." When the smoke clears, she lands on the cratered road. A large tunnel gapes nearby. The rat has escaped underground. It's a clear sign these beasts are getting smarter. But torn flesh and blood scattered around show it was badly wounded. She knows it hasn't gone far and could still be tracked. The scene shifts to the city skyline at 3 a.m. Back in his room, Lin Zichen sits at his computer, not training this time, but writing. Reflecting on recent events, he feels satisfied with his progress as a web novel author. He's been updating daily for over 2 weeks, and the novel is nearing 200,000 words. Even better, his paid earnings have passed 10,000 yuan. Still in the early release stage, he can't help but wonder how much he'll earn once the book fully launches. Too energized by his earnings to sleep, Lin Zichen decides to train instead. He heads to a deserted alley with no surveillance, ready to test the results of his recent efforts. Almost immediately, he can feel his body improving again. His 100-meter sprint time drops to an astonishing 3:43 seconds, and his vertical jump reaches 7.22 meters. At this pace, he feels like he could one day forge a truly saintly body. But in the middle of training, a strange gnawing sound breaks the silence. Lin Zichen turns toward it and spots a shadowy figure crouched in the corner of the alley. What he sees is a grotesque rat-like creature, a mouse man, chewing on a human arm. As soon as it notices him, it starts begging, pleading for mercy. It claims it was only too hungry, promises forgiveness, and even swears that once it's full, it will return every year to pay respects. Lin Zichen freezes in horror. He immediately recognizes it as a mouse man, and his mind flashes back to the news of the giant mutant rat that escaped. A terrifying possibility forms. Could this be the same monster, now in a more humanoid but still horrifying form? The danger is clear. Lin Zichen reaches for his phone to call the police. But the moment he moves, the mouseman panics. Stammering, it insists it doesn't need to eat him and can find someone else instead. Before Lin Zichen can react, the creature springs into motion. It kicks off the alley walls at blinding speed, bouncing side to side in rapid leaps, then lunges straight at him, screaming that it wants human flesh. The attack comes so fast that Lin Zichen knows instantly there's no time to dodge. Instead, he meets it head-on. As it closes in, he drives a brutal kick straight into its jaw. The impact sends the mouse man spinning through the air before crashing hard to the ground. It struggles to its feet, one hand clutching its bleeding chest. All it can do is stare at Lin Zichen, dumbfounded, unable to understand how a seemingly weak student could hit so hard. Shaken and badly wounded, the mouse man remains fixed on him, completely rattled. Before it can recover, a rock flies out of nowhere and smashes into its head. Lin Zichen doesn't waste the chance. He gives the monster no room to fight back, launching a furious barrage, hurling rock after rock with terrifying speed and precision. The mouse man is instantly overwhelmed, unable to defend itself as the rocks slam into its body relentlessly. Moments later, the assault ends. At the far end of the alley, Lin Zichen stands, breathing hard, staring at where the creature fell. As he walks over, he realizes the damage is worse than he expected. The mouse man has been completely destroyed, reduced to a steaming pile of bones. Still cautious, Lin Zichen reaches out and touches the pile of bones. A stream of blue energy flows into him. A system notification confirms he has absorbed a trace of the giant mutant rat's life force. His codex progress rises to 7%. Even so, he can't help feeling slightly disappointed. This time, he only gained 2%, compared to the 5% from the scorched corpse before. Thinking it over, he figures the difference comes down to how much Rat King gene each heretic had consumed. With dawn creeping in and the area no longer safe to stay in, he turns around and heads home. But only seconds after he's gone, the purple-haired female cyborg drops into the alley he just left behind. Her gaze lands on the still smoking bones, and she quietly wonders who managed to kill the rat man. Then the scene cuts to a dark building, where a sinister ritual is already underway. A hooded cultist carries an unconscious woman toward a large summoning circle glowing red across the floor. He lays her in the center, then drops to his knees and offers her up as food for his Lord Rat God. From the darkness, a cluster of horrifying red eyes stares back at him. A deep, furious voice demands to know why he brought only one woman, accusing him of trying to starve it. It growls that this is not even enough for a single bite, then warns that if he keeps this up, he might end up as part of the offering himself. The cultist immediately throws himself flat on the floor and begs for a chance to explain. Still trembling on the ground, the cultist hurriedly explains that young women have become much more careful lately. They hardly go out at night anymore, and even when they do, they move around in groups, making them far harder to kidnap. The massive rat god looms over him from the shadows and, in its heavy voice, orders him to stop targeting women if they are that hard to catch. Instead, it tells him to start bringing back young men. The cultist agrees on the spot without even a second of hesitation. Then, without warning, a large bloody chunk of raw meat is thrown onto the floor, and the cultist lunges for it, stuffing it into his mouth raw while thanking his Lord Rat God for the blessing. As he gorges himself, the ritual enters its most horrifying stage. Thick red tentacles burst out of the summoning circle, coil around the unconscious woman, and lift her into the air. Then the rat god opens its monstrous mouth, packed with eyes, and swallows her whole. The entire building fills with the sound of chewing and bones snapping apart. After finishing its meal, the Lord Rat God gives one final chilling command. Next time, it says, the cultist is not to bring ordinary people, complaining that their flesh tastes too bitter. What it wants instead are nobles, people raised in luxury, certain that their meat will be softer and more tender. To help Shin Qinghan raise her martial arts score, Lin Zichen starts giving her extra training sessions at her house. During one of those lessons, he works with her personally, correcting each movement step by step. He adjusts her arm, fixes her stance, and squares her shoulders, all while explaining how to put more power into her attacks without throwing off her balance. Once he finishes correcting her posture, he tells her to come at him with everything she has. With determination in her eyes, she drives a punch straight at him. Lin Zichen catches her fist with ease and praises her, saying the angle is correct and the power behind it is clearly better than before. He stops her follow-up kick too, then points out the flaw in the motion, and personally guides her leg into the proper position to show her the right form. By the end of the intense session, Shin Qinghan is soaked in sweat and so exhausted that she drops straight onto the floor. As she catches her breath, she tells him that even though she is completely drained, she can genuinely feel herself improving at martial arts. Still kneeling on the floor, Shin Qinghan looks fired up and tells Lin Zichen that training 3 times a week is not enough, asking if they can do it every single day instead. Lin Zichen tells her that would be too much, explaining that her body would not be able to handle high-intensity training on a daily basis. Shin Qinghan accepts that and decides to stick to their current schedule. Right then, Lin Zichen's phone starts buzzing. As he pulls it out, Shin Qinghan leans closer and curiously asks if it is some kind of special news alert. He looks down at the screen and sees 2 major headlines. The first says that Jishin Corporation will provide free treatment for former mechanical prodigy girls who were left disabled by early mechanical modifications. The second headline is even more shocking. It reports that a genius from Beijing University has successfully fused with the gene of a 1,000-threaded spider beast, setting a new record as the youngest person ever to complete a dual gene fusion. The moment Lin Zichen reads it, his eyes widen. He instantly realizes this genius has to be the same prodigy from the capital he has been competing against for years. Most people cannot undergo gene fusion until adulthood, because a younger body usually cannot endure the backlash from beast genes and may end up suffering severe mutation. But this prodigy has now completed a second gene fusion at only 18 years old. Even Lin Zichen cannot help but think how terrifying that level of physical talent is, and it makes him start wondering whether gene fusion really is the best path to power. Back at home, Lin Zichen is busy settling into his new side job as a web novel author. Thanks to his ridiculous writing speed, the novel takes off almost immediately. The comment section fills up with stunned readers, and one of them even calls him a tentacle monster after seeing him upload 50,000 words on the very first day. Lin Zichen thinks to himself that, with his use in advanced and celestial root of wisdom attributes, 1 month of practice has already pushed his typing speed to 10,000 words an hour. At that rate, writing only takes him about an hour a day, leaving him plenty of time to keep up with his training. His father, Lin Yanxing, walks in and praises how smoothly everything is going. He says that if Lin Zichen can keep the plot stable and maintain 10,000 words a day, he should be able to earn around 50,000 yuan in his first month. He also adds that once the novel builds up a larger word count, making 100,000 yuan a month should not be a problem. Lin Zichen is thrilled when he hears that. If he can really make 50,000 to 100,000 yuan a month, then he will not have to worry anymore about paying for his plan to unlock the exotic beast codex. Right there, he sets a clear goal for himself. He is going to use the first 2 months of GOG fees to finally unlock the Savage Giant Eagle Codex. The scene then shifts to martial arts class, where their teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, announces a sparring session to test everyone's progress. Lin Zichen's overwhelming strength is on full display. He tears through the entire field, dropping one opponent after another with effortless punches and kicks. Not a single student manages to land even one hit on him. After the matches are over, his teacher hands him the prize money. Looking back on the day, Lin Zichen is more than satisfied. He not only earns another 888 yuan, but also gains valuable experience points for his survival of the fittest achievement. While Lin Zichen completely dominated, Shen Qinghan's results were nowhere near as impressive. Just like always, she finishes dead last. Her friend Chu Rue tries to cheer her up, but even so, her training with Lin Zichen has clearly paid off. At the very least, she can finally fight back now. A flashback shows her earlier match against Wen Yuntong, the second weakest student in the class, where she got taken down in less than 3 seconds. But this time, Shen Qinghan manages to last for nearly a full 3 minutes. Even better, she does not just endure it. She actually trades blows with her opponent and lands several punches and kicks of her own. Her martial arts teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, is genuinely impressed by how much she has improved. He praises her effort and tells her to keep going. Once the sparring session is over, the teacher gathers the class and makes a new announcement. In 1 month, he says, their class will challenge the elite second-year class, and their goal will be to defeat every student there except for the top 3 strongest fighters. The whole class answers back with confidence. The teacher is clearly pleased by the fighting spirit they show. A month passes in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen's web novel has become a huge hit, and when he checks his bank account, the balance has already climbed to 89,000 yuan. Now that he finally has money to spend, he heads straight to the supermarket to buy the beast meat he has been waiting for. At the counter, he tells the female employee that he wants to buy some Savage Giant Eagle meat. The employee tells him there's a promotion going on right now. If he buys the full 100 jin in one go, he can get 5% off. Lin Zichen thinks it over for a moment, then decides not to buy it yet. In the end, he figures it makes more sense to wait until he has enough money to purchase all 100 jin at once and take the discount, which he should be able to afford by next month. The next day at school, Shen Qinghan comes running up to Lin Zichen and excitedly tells him the cafeteria just opened a brand new stir-fry station. On top of that, she heard the chef there is seriously good. Lin Zichen agrees, and the two of them head over together. By the time they get there, several chefs are already working the stoves. And the second that aroma hits them, both of them know the rumors were real. After grabbing their food, they find a table and sit down to eat. Glancing toward the crowd, Lin Zichen says they came at just the right time, because a long line is already forming behind them. But while they're eating, a loud argument suddenly breaks out near the line. One student accuses another of cutting in, while the other insists his deskmate was saving him a spot. The first student refuses to let that slide, saying a safe place is still line cutting, and the other guy only gets more stubborn. Shen Qinghan recognizes one of the voices right away and points out that it's their friend, Hiyu. She asks Lin Zichen if they should go check on him. Lin Zichen glances over, then calmly says it probably won't be necessary. From the way Hiyu is acting, he looks fierce enough to scare the other side off on his own. But this time, Lin Zichen reads the situation wrong. The student arguing with Hiyu does not back down at all. Instead, he looks down at him with a mocking smile and calls him a punk. A second later, Hiyu realizes he's not dealing with just one person anymore. The other student's friends have already gathered around him. The one in front asks Hiyu what exactly his problem is. Then another bully cuts in with a smug grin and says they don't have any problem at all, they're just cutting the line. The second he hears that, Hiyu snaps and yells at them to get to the back. But even as he does, he starts realizing there are more of them than he expected. Even so, Hiyu still steps in front of them and throws his arms wide, trying to block their way. As the cafeteria keeps buzzing around him, Hiyu can't help wondering why no one in the crowd is stepping in to help. Then he suddenly notices something's wrong. Even when he tries to shove the two in front of him back, they don't move an inch. From their table, Shen Qinghan watches with growing concern and tells Lin Zichen that Hiyu is getting picked on. Just as the group is about to force its way past Hiyu, a hand suddenly lands on the leader's shoulder. It's Lin Zichen. His face darkens, his presence turns cold, and in a calm voice, he tells the student to line up properly. The bully turns around with a smug look and faces Lin Zichen head-on, asking what he's going to do if he refuses. Lin Zichen doesn't throw a punch. He just smiles, pulls out his phone, and coolly says he'll report them. The leader immediately scoffs, acting like reporting someone is the lamest thing he could possibly do. Standing off to the side with a smirk, he watches as Lin Zichen calmly fires back that cutting in line is even more pathetic. Not wanting the situation reported, the group finally gives up and leaves in frustration. The scene then shifts to a luxurious villa in one of Shanghai City's wealthy districts, where the rat god cult is secretly holding a meeting. At the center of the room, Their leader sits on a throne-like chair in a black hooded robe and addresses the group. He tells them that one of their members, Sha Chong, is dead. Apparently, Sha Chong lost control at the market, provoked the security squad, and got himself killed. Hearing that, another cultist mutters that he had it coming. After that, the leader introduces a new young man who will be taking Sha Chong's place. Then he passes on a new order from their Lord Rat God. From now on, ordinary people are no longer enough. They are only to capture and sacrifice noble elites, because in their god's eyes, commoners taste too bitter. That order makes the whole room tense up right away. Two members speak up and say targeting nobles is far too dangerous. If an ordinary person disappears, it might go unnoticed. But if a noble vanishes, it's bound to bring real trouble. Hearing that concern, the cult leader says they can lower the risk by going after the sons of wealthy merchants, people with money but no real power. Then his gaze shifts back to the newcomer. Since he's still new, the leader tells him not to target nobles yet. Instead, he is to start small by capturing a handsome young man and offering him to one of the rat god's subordinates. The newcomer keeps his face hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, but his answer comes without hesitation. He says he won't bring back just any handsome man. He'll offer the most handsome man in the entire city to the divine child. Back in the classroom, Hiyu is still annoyed about what happened in the cafeteria. He tells Lin Zichen he looked into the students who cut the line and found out they're from class 3 of the second year, the same top honors class they're about to face. He still can't believe students from an elite class could act that rudely. Leaning against the lockers, Lin Zichen glances down at his phone and casually says that being good at studying doesn't mean someone has good manners. But then his eyes suddenly stop on the screen. A news alert has just popped up. Another wealthy heir has gone missing, making this the 5th disappearance in recent days. There's been no ransom demand, and that immediately brings Lin Zichen back to the rat god cult's order to target nobles. As the pieces fall into place, his expression hardens. He realizes the cult has to be behind these disappearances. Before long, the day of the competition arrives, and students gather inside a large gym with 2 fighting rings set up side by side. The tension between the 2 classes is obvious from the start, especially when the students who bullied Hiyu lock eyes with him from across the gym. And Hiyu doesn't shrink back. He answers them with a defiant gesture of his own. Once both classes finish warming up, the sparring matches begin. And just like last time, Shen Qinghan is the first to step forward. Her opponent is a senior from the honors class. And the instant the match starts, that senior comes in with a fierce kick. Shen Qinghan manages to block it, but the gap in strength is obvious right away. The senior is simply too powerful. Her guard breaks on the spot, and she's knocked straight to the floor. That senior turns out to be incredibly tough. Other first-year girls, including Chu Rue, are all taken down one after another, and not a single one of them manages to land even one hit. The first years finally break the losing streak when a muscular short-haired girl steps in and drops that senior with one powerful kick. But that momentum doesn't last long. The very next senior to step up is a girl with long red hair, and she takes over almost immediately. From the start, she's completely overwhelming. And in less than 10 minutes, she defeats 9 first-year students in a row, including 3 boys. By that point, the first-year class is down to only 4 fighters: Lin Zichen, Wang Shujia, Lu Gang, and Hiyu. The situation looks bad. Up to this point, the second-year honors class has only lost 5 students, and every one of them was a girl. That means 36 of their students still haven't even fought yet, and not a single one of the remaining fighters is a boy. Off to the side, Yao Yuanfeng slowly tightens his fist. The gap between the 2 sides feels almost impossible to make up. With no better option left, Yao Yuanfeng turns to Hiyu and tells him it's his turn. Then he asks if he can take down the 6 girls still left on the other side. Hiyu answers without missing a beat, saying it'll be easy. If anything, the thought of facing a group of pretty senior girls only gets him even more fired up. And just like he said, Hiyu handles those matches with no trouble at all, knocking the 6 remaining girls out of the ring one after another. But the moment the last female fighter goes down, the first male student from the second-year class steps into the ring with a heavy, threatening stomp. He plants his feet, glares straight at Hiyu, and asks if he's ready to die. Hiyu fires back right away, saying the guy has no manners at all. And the second he recognizes him as one of the cafeteria bullies, he starts thinking this should be an easy win and the perfect chance to settle the score. But that confidence vanishes fast. The bully suddenly charges in with way more speed than Hiyu expected. Before Hiyu can even react, the senior drives a heavy punch straight into his stomach. Hiyu drops to his knees on the spot, completely stunned. Looking down at him, the bully mocks him for being weak and tells him to just admit defeat. Furious, Hiyu forces himself back up and throws a punch, but his opponent slips past it with ease, then snaps out a fast kick, and sends Hiyu flying straight out of the ring. Lying there in pain, Hiyu finally realizes this guy is nowhere near the weakest among the boys. Grinding his teeth, he curses himself for letting his guard down. After beating Hiyu, The senior bully turns toward Lin Zichen by the ring and mockingly asks whether he still wants to interfere. Then he openly calls him out. Lin Zichen steps smoothly into the ring, and deep down, he already knows this is exactly the opening he wanted. The class instantly erupts in cheers, shouting for Brother Chen to crush him and avenge He-Yu's humiliation. The second the match begins, the bully, Chi Wei, rushes Lin Zichen with a high kick. But Lin Zichen doesn't even blink. He raises one hand and blocks the kick with ease, then grabs Chi Wei by the leg and slams him headfirst into the ring floor with terrifying force. Chi Wei is knocked out cold on the spot. Lin Zichen stands over him for a brief second, then casually kicks his unconscious body right out of the ring. The second-year students can only stare in disbelief. One of them points out that Chi Wei is one of the 5 strongest fighters in their class, yet Lin Zichen put him down instantly. None of them can understand how a first-year could be this strong. Watching from the side, Yao Yuanfeng comes to one conclusion. Lin Zichen has been hiding far more of his real strength than anyone realized. Lu Gang and Wang Shujia are just as stunned, both thinking the exact same thing. Is this guy even human? Lin Zichen then looks at the remaining second-year boys and calmly asks who's next. Their expressions change on the spot. After seeing that, they're scared out of their minds. 30 minutes later, it's all over. All 29 remaining students from the second-year class are lying defeated. Standing over the last one, Lin Zichen quietly wonders how much progress he's made on his survival of the fittest achievement. A system notification pops up and tells him his total number of defeated opponents has reached 119 out of 1,000. He looks at the number and feels a little let down, realizing the progress is still way too slow. He starts thinking it through. In every class sparring match, he always ends up fighting last, and at this pace, things are moving far too slowly. Since his strength has already gone far beyond the high school level, he decides there's no reason to keep playing by their rules anymore. He'll make his own. The following Monday, a shocked voice suddenly rings out from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High stares at Lin Zichen in disbelief and asks if he really wants to set up a personal challenge event with rewards. Lin Zichen confirms it without hesitation and boldly says he wants to challenge the entire school. In her office, the principal presses a hand to her forehead, clearly caught off guard. She asks Lin Zichen if he's seriously planning to challenge the entire student body as a first year. Lin Zichen says yes, then asks her to come with him to the gym. He tells her he'll prove he has the strength to do it. A little while later, the two of them arrive at the empty gym. The principal folds her arms and asks why he brought her here this late. As Lin Zichen takes off his school jacket and reveals his muscular build, he confidently tells her he's here to show her his true strength. The principal immediately gets flustered and, for a brief second, completely misreads what he means and tries to stop him. But Lin Zichen simply walks over to a heavy barbell and wraps one hand around it. Then, right in front of her eyes, he lifts the massive 700-kilogram barbell with one hand and holds it up like it weighs nothing. The principal freezes where she stands. Only then does she realize what he meant by showing his power. In that moment, she understands his strength already surpasses even Wu Tianqing, the school's most legendary student, back when he was only a first year. Fully convinced, she gives Lin Zichen a thumbs up. She agrees to his request and says she'll arrange an event where he can challenge the entire school. With a sheepish smile, Lin Zichen reminds her of one more thing. There need to be rewards, because without prize money, nobody will be motivated to challenge him. Then he lays out the reward system he has in mind. There should be 2 kinds of prizes, one participation reward to get people involved, and a larger prize pool that keeps growing with every new challenger. Whoever manages to beat him wins the whole thing. But if no one can defeat him before the time limit runs out, then all of that money becomes his. The principal listens with obvious interest, then smiles and agrees. Lin Zichen makes one last request. For now, he wants his real strength kept hidden. Otherwise, the students might get scared off before they even step into the ring. The principal gives him a playful pat on the shoulder and agrees. Later, back in her office, she shows Lin Zichen the finished version of the plan. After reading through it, Lin Zichen says it looks perfect and thanks her for putting in so much work. While the two of them are talking, Yao Yuanfeng and Lu Duran just happen to pass by. The moment they notice how unusually cheerful the principal is around Lin Zichen, both teachers stop in their tracks, completely thrown off and wondering what exactly they're looking at. Yao Yuanfeng is especially confused. In his mind, the principal is usually a stern-faced she-devil, so seeing her smile this warmly completely scrambles his brain, and he instantly gets the wrong idea. At 2 in the afternoon, students from all across the school start gathering inside the gym, crowding around the 2 large fighting rings where Lin Zichen and the principal are already waiting. The principal picks up the microphone and begins the announcement. She introduces Lin Zichen, goes over his recent wins, then explains the rules and rewards for his personal challenge against the entire school. The second she finishes, the gym erupts. Students shout in disbelief, laugh like it has to be a joke, and even start saying the principal must have lost her mind. A lot of them feel genuinely insulted by the arrogance of a first year trying something like this. One student angrily says that beating the strongest class in the second year does not mean he can take on the third years, while another just bluntly calls him arrogant. Even with all that hostility coming at him, Lin Zichen stays completely calm and announces that starting tomorrow, he'll be in the gym for 2 hours every afternoon, waiting for anyone who wants to challenge him. But inwardly, he's actually pleased. The more irritated they are, the more likely they are to come fight him, and that means he has a real shot at finishing his survival of the fittest quest ahead of schedule. That night, the scene shifts to a busy city street. A blonde young man walks alone through the crowd, casually sipping from his drink. But before he gets very far, 2 attractive women step in front of him and invite him out for drinks at a bar. The blonde man gives them a cold look and flatly tells them to get lost. As the 2 women walk away, they mutter that he has no charm at all. The young man watches them leave with an annoyed look and wonders if Shanghai City is always this lame. This blonde young man turns out to be the Rat God cult's newest member, and he's already having trouble with his first assignment. Looking over the people passing by, he complains that even after searching for days, he still hasn't found a single man handsome enough to offer as a sacrifice. The more he thinks about it, the more agitated he gets. He imagines having to face the cult leader and starts worrying about how everyone will look at him if he comes back empty-handed. In his mind, failure means being pushed aside and shut out. At one point, he even thought about kidnapping a male celebrity, but he quickly realized that was impossible. Those people are always surrounded by bodyguards, and he knows he isn't strong enough to get through them. As he keeps walking, the pressure only gets heavier. His deadline is getting closer, and now he's starting to feel truly desperate. Then, right in the middle of all that, Lin Zichen suddenly runs past him in a tank top and shorts, out on a nighttime jog. The blonde man turns to look, and his eyes widen on the spot. The moment he gets a clear look at Lin Zichen, he freezes. At last, he's found an unbelievably handsome man. He's found his target. The blonde cultist stares after Lin Zichen as he runs, and relief instantly spreads across his face. After searching for so long, he somehow ran into the perfect target without even trying. A wide, sinister grin slowly creeps across his face. In that moment, he makes up his mind. Lin Zichen will be the sacrifice. He quietly starts following from behind, watching as Lin Zichen turns into a deserted industrial alley. The moment he sees how isolated the place is, the cultist's face twists into a horrifying grin, and his eyes turn black. He knows this is the perfect chance to make his move. Deciding the time has come, he releases his power and transforms. His body twists and swells into a grotesque monster, complete with a massive mouth packed with teeth. But just as the transformed cultist is about to strike, a brick suddenly comes flying out of nowhere and smashes into its head with a wet, bloody crack. The transformed cultist staggers, clutching its head, reeling in pain and confusion from that unexpected hit. Then Lin Zichen steps out of the shadows, the brick still in hand. Calmly, he remarks to himself that he didn't expect to run into a rat person during a jog, and sees it as a lucky chance to raise the unlocked progress on his guidebook. The monster starts trembling in fear. To it, this human feels terrifying, and the things coming out of his mouth make absolutely no sense. In that moment, only one thought fills its head. Its luck is terrible. Before it can do anything else, the monster suddenly drops dead on the spot. Lin Zichen looks down in surprise, clearly not expecting that. He can hardly believe the creature died from nothing more than a single brick he picked up and threw. And that leaves him wondering how a follower of the Rat God cult could possibly be this weak. Not wanting to waste any time, Lin Zichen quickly kneels beside the corpse and absorbs its life essence before anyone else can show up. Right after that, a system notification appears, telling him he has devoured a trace amount of the giant mutant rat's life essence, and that his guidebook progress has now reached 8%. He looks at the result and feels disappointed. It only went up by 1%. In the end, he figures that miserable amount of essence must be exactly why that rat person was so weak. After thinking it over, Lin Zichen decides he won't be going out for night runs for a while. He knows not every member of that cult is this weak. Some of the stronger ones can become incredibly durable after transforming, with bodies tough enough to withstand even firearms. The next morning, Lin Zichen is at home when a shocking report suddenly appears on TV. According to the broadcast, at 3 o'clock that morning, the Municipal Public Security Bureau joined forces with a chemical tutor from Shanghai University and successfully wiped out the Rat God cult. The report goes on to explain that this tutor is a high-level gene fuser who defeated the monstrous Rat King all by himself. The screen then cuts to footage of the battle itself, where the massive, multi-eyed beast unleashes a terrifying storm of sharp spikes at the winged, red-haired gene fuser. Even after taking that brutal attack, the tutor pushes through it and comes out on top. The entire fight lasts only 30 seconds. In the end, the colossal Rat King crashes to the ground in defeat, while the gene fuser lands, sealing a swift and decisive victory. Watching all of this, Lin Zichen goes quiet, his expression turning grim. He can feel just how overwhelming that power was, and he starts wondering if this is what a truly high-level being looks like in battle. It is genuinely formidable. In a bright, modern room, two men in tactical gear are in the middle of a conversation. One of them, a blue-haired man sipping from a cup, asks his companion, a spiky orange-haired man named Tian Cheng, whether he has managed to contact their teacher yet. Tian Cheng says no. Their teacher is still out of contact. He also adds that the entire group of powerful individuals who went to suppress the riot at Source Site 36 is still missing. The blue-haired man then asks what the current situation at the site looks like. Tian Cheng says it is relatively stable, and explains that if it weren't, he would not have had the spare time to come here and clean up the little shrimp that slipped away during the first wave of chaos. The blue-haired man pauses for a second at that dismissive phrase. Then his mind flashes back to how terrifying the Rat King really was, a monster so strong that even the entire Public Security Bureau couldn't take it down. But seen from that angle, he can only admit one thing. In front of a high-level genius like Tian Cheng, even a monster like the Rat King really is nothing more than a little shrimp. Then, changing the subject, the blue-haired man casually throws an arm around Tian Cheng's shoulders and jokes that since he's already here, he might as well stop by their old school and give the students a lecture. Tian Cheng refuses on the spot, saying he's not some unemployed guy with nothing better to do, and that he has real work waiting for him. But the blue-haired man just keeps grinning and pushes back, saying that giving a little ideological guidance to their cute junior students counts as work too. Deep inside a dark cavern, under the glow of the full moon, it's revealed that the Rat King actually survived its battle with Wu Tianqing. The creature begins explaining what it's been doing. At first, it says it only fed on beggars. After that, it moved on to devouring young people. Now it kneels there in submission, admitting that over time, it even developed a taste for pampered elites. And it isn't alone. The Rat King lies sprawled on the ground before something far more terrifying, a colossal green-skinned monster with glowing red eyes and crushing power. Looking down at it, this new creature angrily scolds the Rat King, saying it went to great trouble to bring it here so its clan could dig tunnels. Instead, the Rat King ran around eating people and stirred up such a huge disturbance that it drew far too much attention. The giant monster glares down at it and coldly asks if it really thinks it doesn't deserve to die for failing like this. Shaking all over, the Rat King immediately begs its master for one more chance. The giant monster considers the plea for a moment, then says it can give the Rat King another chance. But there will be a price. Without another word, the monster swings its clawed hand, and blood sprays into the air. Deep in the cavern, the giant green monster continues punishing the Rat King. After tearing out one of its eyes, the monster holds the bloody eyeball in its hand and remarks that while a sewer rat's eyes smell disgusting, the taste is surprisingly good. Then it grabs the trembling Rat King and admits that the creature was clever. It hid itself away and sent one of its subordinates to pretend to be the Rat King, letting the authorities kill the fake in its place. So the creature Wu Tianqing fought before was nothing more than a decoy. But even then, the monster gives one final warning. If the Rat King still fails to dig the tunnels it was ordered to make, it will die anyway. Meanwhile, back at Shanghai High, the day of Lin Zichen's personal challenge has finally arrived. As he heads toward the gym, students all over campus point him out and whisper about the arrogant first year who dared to challenge the entire school. A lot of them are already waiting to see how this turns out. Lin Zichen, though, pays none of that any mind. His eyes stay on his phone, where he's reading a wanted notice for the 9 fugitive members of the Rat God cult. And right there on the notice is the reward, 500,000 yuan for their capture. For a second, he sees them as nothing but walking stacks of cash. But his practical side quickly takes over, and he reminds himself that if he ever really runs into one of them, staying alive comes first. The bounty can wait. When he reaches the gym, it's exactly what he was hoping for. The place is packed, with students crowding all around the fighting rings. Looking out over that sea of potential opponents, Lin Zichen knows they didn't all show up just because of the challenge itself. A big part of the turnout comes from the final piece of his plan, the participation prize. To get the crowd even more fired up, Shin Xinghan stands off to the side with a megaphone and announces that every participant will receive a lottery ticket with a chance to win some generous prizes. That announcement works instantly. The male students explode with excitement, shouting about prizes ranging from the newest game consoles to smartphones. But one boy is clearly focused on something else entirely, the chance to brush Shin Xinghan's hand while taking his lottery ticket. That same boy eagerly leans forward and volunteers to go first. But before he can even finish speaking, a female student suddenly vaults right over him, plants a foot on his head, and declares that she'll be the first one up. And that's all it takes. In an instant, a huge crowd of girls surges forward, trampling over the boys as they all rush for a chance to fight Lin Zichen. Before long, the ring is packed with girls who have completely surrounded Lin Zichen, each one insisting that she wants to challenge him. But instead of turning into a real fight, the whole scene starts feeling more like his female classmates are fawning all over him. One girl reaches out and grabs his arm, excitedly saying how firm and strong he feels, while another gently touches his face and gushes about how handsome he is. Completely boxed in, Lin Zichen can only think that this situation has gotten seriously weird. He really doesn't want to hit girls, but he forces himself to steady his resolve. He knows that if he wants to finish this achievement, he has no other choice. So he starts gathering his strength. Then, with a series of controlled but firm pushes, he sends the girls flying out of the ring one after another. Finally, he releases a wave of force that knocks the rest of them back all at once, while apologizing as he clears the ring. Once the chaos finally settles down, Lin Zichen checks his system. A notification shows that his survival of the fittest progress has now climbed to 309 out of 1,000. Even after losing, the girls still aren't discouraged. One girl with pinkish hair immediately raises her hand and excitedly shouts that she wants another chance to challenge him. But Lin Zichen doesn't budge. In a cold, steady voice, he announces that according to the rules, anyone who has already been defeated is not allowed to challenge him again. The girls instantly look crushed, and one of them complains that the rule is unfair. Then a large, muscular student steps forward with several friends behind him. Cracking his knuckles, their leader angrily declares that now it's his turn to teach this arrogant junior a lesson. But those words go nowhere. Lin Zichen crushes one opponent after another with a single punch each. And before long, his system shows that his survival of the fittest progress has jumped to 419 out of 1,000. Soon, Lin Zichen is standing on top of a huge pile of unconscious students, calmly asking who wants to come next. Right then, a new challenger steps forward, and this one clearly feels different. He declares that he's still here to fight. He leaps straight into the ring, and the surrounding students recognize him at once. It's Yin Shaoxian, the overlord of the second-year top honors class. The crowd starts buzzing right away, everyone trying to guess who's going to win. Most of them are betting on Yin Shaoxian, especially after remembering how he once took on an entire class by himself. But they also haven't forgotten that, in the end, a third-year instructor still managed to put him down. Yin Shaoxian drops into the ring and locks eyes with Lin Zichen. He says he used to be just as arrogant too, until reality hit him hard and taught him a lesson. Then he keeps going, saying that no matter how strong someone is, there's always another person above them. Wearing a smug little grin, he starts lecturing Lin Zichen like he's about to explain how the real world works. Lin Zichen doesn't pay attention to any of it. He just turns to the teacher and calmly asks if they can start now. The teacher pauses for a beat, obviously caught off guard, then hurriedly announces the beginning of the match. Before Yin Shaoxian can finish his speech, Lin Zichen shuts him up with one brutal kick and sends him flying straight across the ring. Yin Shaoxian slams hard into the wall on the far end of the arena. Lin Zichen casually sticks a finger in his ear, lets out a small relieved breath, and says it's finally quiet. The whole arena goes dead silent. Then the students explode all at once, staring in total disbelief at how the school's feared tyrant got taken out that fast. And as the shock spreads through the crowd, one question starts forming in everyone's mind. Just how strong is Lin Zichen? Then, right through the silence, a slow, deliberate clap echoes out. A broad, powerfully built student with spiky red hair steps out of the crowd and heads for the ring. The second people recognize him, the whole place stirs again. It's Chun Wuxing, the #1 student in the entire school. And just like that, the crowd goes wild, convinced the real fight is finally about to start. Watching him walk over, Lin Zichen thinks to himself that of course it would go like this. Beat the younger brother, and the older one comes right after. Chun Wuxing drops into the ring with a confident smirk. He says he never thought Yin Shaoxian would actually lose to someone from a lower grade. But just as Chun Wuxing is about to start talking too, Lin Zichen cuts him off the exact same way. He turns back to the teacher and asks to begin. Even though Chun Wuxing immediately objects, the teacher still calls the match. Completely ignored, Chun Wuxing charges in with anger written all over his face, blue aura erupting around him. He says if Lin Zichen won't listen, then he'll just have to beat him into listening first. Lin Zichen steps forward to meet him, his own fist glowing with a yellow aura. The two attacks collide head-on, and the impact rips a massive shockwave through the ring. Chun Wuxing mutters out an apology, but Lin Zichen coldly tells him he's in a hurry. Then he drives out a heavy punch, and Chun Wuxing can't hold against it at all. The blow sends him blasting backward. His shirt tears apart, and his face twists with pure disbelief as he wonders how something like this is even possible. The entire school can only stare. All through the crowd, jaws drop as they watch their strongest fighter get overwhelmed almost instantly. After crushing the top fighters in the school, Lin Zichen turns back toward the crowd, which is still standing there in stunned silence. Then he points at one random student and tells him to get in the ring. The student points at himself, completely thrown off, and Lin Zichen confirms that yes, he means him. He says they still haven't fought yet. The student awkwardly asks him to go easy, and Lin Zichen smiles and reminds him that anyone who joins still gets a lottery ticket. That's all it takes. The student rushes straight into the ring, and Lin Zichen promises he'll hold back a little. That promise lasts maybe a second before he drops the guy with a single punch. A system notification pops up, confirming that his progress toward the survival of the fittest achievement has gone up by 1. As soon as the other students see that, they quickly realize there's nothing embarrassing about losing to someone this ridiculously strong. And on top of that, they still have a shot at the lottery prizes. The atmosphere in the gym flips instantly. Excitement surges through the crowd, and everyone starts pushing forward, fired up by the chance to win a brand new smartphone. What follows is a total one-sided sweep. Lin Zichen doesn't even need to move from his spot. He just keeps knocking down every student who steps into the ring, while the system counter keeps rising with each new defeat. After the last student falls, a large system notification appears, announcing that he has officially completed the achievement by defeating 1,000 different opponents. Another notification appears right after that, confirming that he's finally obtained the new biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Lin Zichen clenches his fist, satisfaction showing plainly on his face. After everything he put into this, it finally paid off. With the quest complete, the system shows him the details of the reward. He's gained the biological attribute survival of the fittest, which increases the damage he deals to other living beings. Stroking his chin, Lin Zichen figures it's simple, but definitely practical. Even so, he can't help feeling a little annoyed that the system still won't tell him the exact amount of the boost. Now that he's finished what he came here to do, Lin Zichen hops down from the ring and announces that the challenge is over. The girls in the crowd immediately start complaining that it ended way too fast, and that they wanted to keep watching him longer. Lin Zichen doesn't stay a second longer. He grabs Shun Qinghan's hand, leads her through the crowd as people step aside, and the two of them quickly leave the gym before it fully empties out. Some time later, a hearty laugh rings out from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High is sitting on her desk, congratulating Lin Zichen for officially becoming the strongest fighter in the school. She leans forward with a playful smile and asks if he's still hiding his true strength. After all, if he could beat Chen Wuxing that easily, then there has to be even more he hasn't shown. Sitting on the couch beside Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen takes a sip of his drink and modestly says he only held back a little. The principal gives him a look that makes it obvious she doesn't believe that for even a second. Then she brings up Chen Wuxing's recent special entrance exam for Kyoto University, mentioning that he managed to lift a 690-kilogram barbell with one hand. Using that as a reference point, she confidently guesses that Lin Zichen's one-handed lift has to be at least 800 kilograms. Deep down, Lin Zichen knows there's no way he can let her find out his real number, which is far higher. So he goes along with it and says her guess is basically right, adding that his official record is 795 kilograms. The principal bursts into triumphant laughter, clearly delighted that she guessed correctly. While she's still enjoying herself, Lin Zichen tries to cut in. Now that he's officially secured the title of strongest in the school, Lin Zichen immediately brings up the thing he actually cares about most. With an eager look, he raises his hand and asks the principal when he'll be getting the 8,810 yuan prize money. Amused that money is the first thing on his mind, the principal teasingly calls him a little rascal. Even so, she agrees and transfers the money to him right there on the spot. Just as the principal starts talking about the responsibilities that come with his new title, Lin Zichen cuts her off and asks if there's anything else she can do for him. Then he makes a special request. Since both he and Shun Qinghan enjoy swimming, he asks if they can use the gym pool. And he makes one thing very clear. He wants it reserved for private use. In other words, whenever they're there, no one else is allowed inside. The principal smiles and agrees without the slightest hesitation. A little surprised by how easily she accepted, Lin Zichen adds one more condition. He says he doesn't like being watched in swim trunks, so during their private swim sessions, he'll be covering the security cameras. The second those words leave his mouth, Shun Qinghan's face turns bright red. The principal instantly jumps to a very suggestive conclusion. Her thoughts racing the moment, she pictures a boy and a girl alone in a pool with the cameras covered. Her imagination immediately runs wild, turning the two of them into a romantic and steamy little scene. Completely lost in her own misunderstanding, the principal reaches into her desk, pulls out a key, and tells Lin Zichen that of course she'll agree to all of his requests. Then she sets the key in his hand, officially giving the two of them exclusive private access to the pool. As Lin Zichen takes it, the principal leans in and gives him one last teasing warning. She tells him to be careful not to create a new life in there. That comment leaves Lin Zichen completely confused, and all he can do is wonder what she even means by creating a new life. As they walk down the quiet school hallway, Lin Zichen glances down at the key in his hand, the one that unlocks the swimming pool. He thinks to himself that with the pool all to themselves, he finally has a chance to dig into the truth behind Shin Qinghan's unusual ability. But before he can dwell on that thought, Shin Qinghan suddenly stops and asks for a favor. She looks a bit tense as she explains that she signed up for a singing competition. She's been practicing the solo parts alone, but the duet section still needs a partner. With a shy glance toward him, she asks if he could practice with her that evening. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate and agrees right away. The moment he says yes, her whole expression lights up. She pumps a fist and practically skips away, excitement written all over her face. Lin Zichen watches and realizes just how much this really matters to her. A soft smile tugs at his lips. Quietly, he hopes that this little moment might help her feel a bit more confident. That night, they're in Shun Qinghan's apartment, practicing together in her room. She sings into a microphone while Lin Zichen sits nearby, listening closely and playing as part of the duet from his phone. Out in the living room, her parents, Shun Jianya and Su Ming, are watching. Her father shifts uneasily and asks if it's really okay for them to be alone together now that they're older. Su Ming fires back immediately, reminding him they've been childhood friends for years, and questioning what exactly he thinks he's worried about. She tells him not to interfere, and Shun Jianya immediately falls silent, backing down without another word. Overhearing their exchange, Lin Zichen decides it's a good moment to wrap up practice for the night. He tells Shin Qinghan they've already practiced for half an hour and that it's time to get back to studying. As he prepares to leave, he reminds her about tomorrow's plan to hit the school's private pool so she can get used to her water ability. He tells her not to forget her swimsuit, and she promises she won't. After saying goodbye, Lin Zichen heads home. Once alone, Shin Qinghan can't stop thinking about tomorrow's pool session, and a blush slowly creeps across her cheeks. Flustered, she moves to her closet, wondering which swimsuit she should pick. Soon, she lays out two options on the bed, a modest blue one-piece and a more daring black bikini. She picks up the black bikini, and her face heats up even more, worried it might be a bit too revealing. For a brief moment, her thoughts drift, imagining herself in the pool with Lin Zichen, splashing and laughing together. After a pause, she finally decides. Since it'll just be him, she tells herself it's okay, and tucks the bikini firmly into her school bag. The next day after school, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan head toward the empty gym pool. Already in his swim trunks, Lin Zichen waits by the pool, his strong figure fully visible. He glances at a security camera, remembers what he told the principal, and reassures himself silently that he's got this. Just then, Shin Qinghan calls out his name. He turns to see her standing at the doorway, wearing the black bikini. She walks over with a bright smile and a faint blush, apologizing for making him wait. Lin Zichen stays composed on the outside, telling her to slow down and watch her step. Inside, though, he's completely flustered by how adorable she looks. Shaking off his nerves, he tells her it's time to get in the water and start training, and she nods happily. They slip into the pool together, moving through the water with smooth, relaxed strokes. Beneath the surface, Lin Zichen reaches out, and their hands meet as they swim side by side. Suddenly, Shin Qinghan's eyes widen. Something feels wrong. Startled, she grabs Lin Zichen's attention. Panicking, she points toward the surface and insists they get out of the water immediately. Lin Zichen understands right away. He grabs her and pulls her up toward the surface. They break through the water with a splash, and he holds her close, asking what happened. Still in shock, Shin Qinghan blurts out that water can actually pass straight through her body. To show him, she dips her hands beneath the surface and tells him to watch closely. Just as she said, water flows right through her palms, slipping back into the pool as if her hands aren't solid at all. Standing there at the school pool, Shin Qinghan stares in disbelief as water pours through her hands. She turns to Lin Zichen, confused, asking why it feels like her body is leaking. Lin Zichen studies her carefully and realizes this is her dormant power starting to surface. With a serious look, he asks to see her hand for a closer examination. When he touches her palm, everything feels normal aside from the strange water effect. To be thorough, he suggests they get out of the pool so he can check the rest of her body. Shin Qinghan's face turns bright red, but after a nervous pause, she quietly agrees. Not long after, she's lying on a poolside lounger, soaked from Lin Zichen's testing. She asks how much longer this examination is going to take. After checking 3 times, Lin Zichen finally concludes that there aren't any other abnormalities. Helping her sit up, he tells her that, for now, it seems like only her hands have this ability. Shin Qinghan nods in understanding. Sitting at the edge of the pool, she then wonders aloud if her lifelong bedwetting might be connected to this power, asking if maybe some other part of her body could let water pass through too. Lin Zichen nods and tells her it's totally doable. Then, with a calm tone, he adds that next time she feels the urge to pee, she should just let him know. A faint blush creeps onto his cheeks as he continues, saying she should watch closely when it happens, to see if any other parts of her body react the same way her palms do. The moment he says it, Lin Zichen immediately feels a twinge of awkwardness. Even he has to admit, it sounded a little off, like something a total pervert would say. Then, all at once, Shen Qinghan's eyes light up. Excited, she exclaims that this proves she's not useless. She really is a superpower user, and her ability is tied to water. A fresh determination sparks inside her. She starts imagining that maybe, if she can fully awaken and refine this power, then one day, she might finally stand beside Lin Zichen as someone truly worthy of him. The scene shifts to the city at night. Towering holographic ads for cyborgs shine above the streets, painting everything in neon light. Lin Zichen steps into a supermarket, greeted immediately by a cheerful female clerk. He walks straight to the counter, slides his card across, and calmly makes a request that leaves her completely taken aback. He wants 100 gene of the costly savage giant eagle meat. The clerk freezes at the sheer size of the order. A little nervously, she takes his card and the delivery note, fumbling over her words as she promises to process it. As Lin Zichen turns to leave, she watches him go, silently wondering which rich young master could spin like that without a second thought. Even with her surprise still showing, she keeps it professional, fills out the order, and flashes a polite smile while asking for a good review. Later, in a secluded industrial area, Lin Zichen receives the delivery. Running the numbers in his head, he realizes he just made 120,000 yuan from his web novel, bringing his total to 210,000 yuan, more than enough for this purchase. Looking at the large box filled with beast remains, he steels himself, ready to unlock whatever hidden power lies inside. Placing a hand on the meat, he mutters to himself that it's time to see what kind of surprise this meat has in store. The instant his hand touches it, a violent swirl of white energy erupts around him. A blue system notification pops up, confirming he's devouring the savage giant eagle's life source, and that the codex unlock progress has reached 100%. Then a vision floods his mind. He sees the eagle's power firsthand, a magnificent white bird soaring high in the sky, before it dives sharply into the water, and hunts a massive purple squid-like creature with talons sharp and powerful enough to crush it. When the vision fades, Lin Zichen stands bathed in a brilliant blue glow. One final system notification announces that he has successfully unlocked the savage giant eagle codex and gained a new biological attribute, Eye of the Sky. The system explains that Eye of the Sky dramatically improves his field of vision and his ability to track moving targets. As the new power takes hold, his eyes shine with a golden light, and his pupils shift into intricate, eagle-like shapes. Testing it immediately, Lin Zichen scans the horizon. His vision suddenly stretches wide, giving him a sweeping bird's-eye view of the city. The precision is staggering. He can pick out a single man in a crowd and even read the text on that man's phone from an incredible distance. In that moment, Lin Zichen can't help but marvel at just how terrifyingly sharp an eagle's eyesight really is. Afterward, he heads home, surprised to find his parents watching the news. Lin Yanqing and Zhang Wangxin are glued to a grim report about a high-level gene fuser who mutated in public, causing hundreds of casualties. The footage shows a horrifying winged monster lifting a truck amid the chaos. The broadcast switches to a heated debate. One man argues that gene fusion is flawed, claiming humans should awaken their own hidden potential and evolve naturally. Another man shoots that down immediately, calling it fantasy, and asks how humanity could fight aberrant beasts without gene fuses, noting that even martial artists can't dodge bullets. Watching, Lin Zichen's parents start discussing it themselves. Lin Yanqing says gene fuses are basically bombs people can't fully control. Zhang Wangxin brushes it off, pointing out that government regulations are strict, making such accidents highly unlikely. She then adds that gene fuses often prevent people from having children. Lin Yanqing nods, suggesting it's smarter to preserve genetic material first, or have a child before undergoing fusion. In the middle of this conversation, Zhang Wangxin suddenly notices her son is home. She instantly flushes, realizing he probably wasn't meant to hear that discussion, and greets him with an embarrassed smile. Seeing the awkwardness, Lin Zichen simply suggests they eat dinner together. At dinner, he mentions the school's campus singing competition tomorrow, noting that Shen Qinghan has signed up. His parents light up instantly. Lin Yanqing insists the whole family should go cheer, and Zhang Wangxin agrees, adding that Shen Qinghan feels like a daughter to her. Lin Zichen just nods calmly. The night of the competition arrives. The venue is packed, and a brightly lit stage dominates the space as the crowd buzzes with excitement. True to their word, Lin Yanqing and Zhang Wangxin are in the audience, cheering wildly for Shen Qinghan, wearing support headbands and holding a glowing sign. Before the performance, Lin Zichen is in an empty classroom, helping Shen Qinghan get ready. He stands close, gently applying makeup to her face. When Shen Qinghan opens her eyes, she catches him staring. Her cheeks warm, and she shyly asks why he's looking at her like that. Lin Zichen simply smiles and tells her she looks beautiful. The sincere compliment makes her blush even harder. In her elegant black gown, she can barely hide it. Their quiet moment is cut short when their friend Chu Rue peeks in, teasing with a grin and asking if they're finally done acting all lovey-dovey. Flustered, Shen Qinghan quickly explains she only asked for help because Lin Zichen is great at makeup. But Chu Rue just waves it off, teasing that they act like an old married couple. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen still holds several makeup brushes in his hands, making his reputation as a makeup master all the more believable. Chu Rue pops her head in just long enough to remind them they won't be on until after the next two performances. With a quick wave, she's gone, slipping out the door before anyone can say more. Once she leaves, Lin Zichen steps up. He tells Shen Qinghan he'll walk with her to get ready. But she doesn't move. She just freezes, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Her face is burning red as she reaches out, barely able to speak, tugging on his jacket. Then, in a rush, the words tumble out. She's lost control of her bladder again. The stress had triggered it, that same strange condition, one more time. And now, a dark wet stain is spreading down her elegant dress, dripping onto the floor below. Shen Qinghan completely falls apart. Tears stream down her face as she tells Lin Zichen they're about to go on stage, and everything is ruined. She whispers, panicked, that if anyone finds out, everyone's going to hate her. Lin Zichen calmly steps closer, cups her face in his hands, and tells her to stop crying. Her makeup can't take any more of this. Then, standing there with her in the empty classroom, an idea sparks in his mind. His gaze drifts to the large white curtains hanging by the window. Without hesitating, he grabs a pair of scissors and rips one curtain right off the wall. He spreads the fabric across a table and begins cutting, each movement quick, precise, almost practiced. Shen Qinghan watches, her eyes wide, and slowly, her sobs start to ease. In almost no time, the curtain has transformed into a beautiful layered white dress. Moved, Shen Qinghan softly calls his name. Lin Zichen holds up the dress and tells her to hurry to the bathroom to change. Blushing, she shakes her head. Instead, she asks him to turn around so she can change right there. The request hits him immediately. His own face heats up in a deep blush. Still, he nods and turns away, giving her what privacy he can. Behind him, Shen Qinghan slowly slips out of the ruined black dress. Lin Zichen keeps his back turned, but every tiny sound reaches him. And he can't help but stay flustered as she stretches playfully in her underwear before sliding into the new dress. When she's ready, Shen Qinghan tells him he can look again. Turning back, he sees her in the makeshift gown, and she looks stunning. Her smile is bright as she thanks him, adding that after crying it all out, the nerves are gone. Lin Zichen pats her head gently and wishes her luck. Shen Qinghan's smile grows even brighter. Soon enough, the announcer calls Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan to the stage. Their performance bursts with energy, and the crowd can't help but cheer almost immediately. As the song ends, the announcer drags out the suspense for a beat before finally declaring them the winners. The two girls throw their arms around each other, and the audience erupts. In the crowd, Lin Zichen stands beside his father, clapping with a proud, satisfied grin. The next day, a teacher storms into the classroom, spots the shredded curtain, and instantly demands to know who did it. As punishment, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are ordered to clean the whole classroom. As he pushes the mop across the floor, Lin Zichen thinks this is probably fair enough. Then suddenly, a system notification pops up. He's completed an achievement for cooperating 1,000 times. The reward? The gregarious animal attribute, boosting his combat power depending on how many allies are nearby. A faint smile crosses his face as he quietly enjoys the unexpected bonus. At the same time, Shen Qinghan's life starts turning around. After that win, she becomes way more popular. Other girls praise her singing, invite her to karaoke, and with her new confidence, she happily joins in. That growing confidence even shows up in her martial arts, and she steadily improves. Lin Zichen keeps pushing forward too. He wins a major martial arts tournament, giving Shanghai High its first championship in 5 years. His parents celebrate, Shen Qinghan beams, and his teammates are fired up. Before long, his room is lined with trophies. As his reputation grows, he even lands an endorsement, becoming the face of the He family's martial arts gym. In the end, all that effort pays off. Between the endorsement and his web novel, Lin Zichen saves over 900,000 yuan. Looking at the balance, he decides it's finally enough to unlock the next codex. He heads to a quiet spot to pick up his next order from the same friendly supermarket clerk. Inside the box are the remains of a hidden dragon, a massive, stealthy, lizard-like beast. The moment he touches the meat, absorption begins. A powerful blue aura explodes around him, and a system notification confirms he's devouring the hidden dragon's life source. His codex unlock progress hits 100%. A moment later, another notification appears. The hidden dragon codex is unlocked, granting him a new attribute, natural camouflage. The system explains, This skill lets him suppress his life signs and conceal his true biological level. Lin Zichen immediately sees the potential. He can move silently for ambushes or hide his true strength to throw enemies off. With the main goal handled, he remembers he still needs to buy a cake for his mother and sets off through the city. But then a shout slices through his thoughts. He turns toward it and freezes at what he sees. A stunning red-haired woman is being dragged away by 2 guards in tactical gear. Just then, one of the young men involved in the arrest glances over and calls out Lin Zichen's name, clearly surprised. Lin Zichen turns and instantly recognizes him. It's Zhang Kai, an upperclassman from his school. His eyes drop quickly to Zhang Kai's legs, noticing the powerful cybernetic limbs replacing what's missing below the knees. Zhang Kai casually explains that after failing to get into high school, he became a biker. One accident left his legs so badly damaged that both had to be amputated. He adds that he got lucky, being accepted into a mechanical enhancement experiment run by the Mechanical God Group. Instead of leaving him crippled, it turned him into a cyborg. Curious, Lin Zichen asks about the woman they just arrested. One of the guards explains she's a remnant of the Rat God cult, the only woman among 9 fugitives still at large. At that moment, one of Zhang Kai's co-workers calls for him to move. Zhang Kai hurries off, waving as he goes and promising they can talk another time. Lin Zichen raises a hand and waves back. Watching them leave, suspicion creeps into Lin Zichen's mind. Public security had searched everywhere for the Rat God cult fugitives and found nothing, but the Mechanical God Group caught one with such ease. That alone tells him this isn't a group to underestimate. Before he can think more, his phone rings. It's his mother, Zhang Wangxin. She asks if he bought the cake yet and when he'll be home. Lin Zichen reassures her he's on his way and will be back soon, and she reminds him to stay careful. The scene shifts to a lively birthday gathering. Since their birthdays are only a day apart, both families celebrate together, and now their parents are gathered, singing happy birthday. For their 18th birthday, Lin Zichen and Shun Xinghan stand side by side and blow out the candles together. Afterward, their mothers tell them to exchange gifts. They hand over their presents happily, but right in the middle of that warm moment, the whole room shakes violently. Everyone stumbles as the tremor throws them off balance. Someone shouts, asking if it's an earthquake. Lin Zichen instinctively steadies Shun Xinghan, but even as he does, he knows this isn't a normal quake. Something about it feels profoundly wrong. Deep beneath the city, the real cause is revealed. A massive underground cavern teeming with countless rats, their red eyes glowing as they surge upward. The next morning, TV news tries to calm everyone. The anchor explains that Shanghai isn't on a tectonic plate boundary, making a major earthquake unlikely, and urges the public not to panic. At breakfast, Lin Zichen finishes eating and tells his parents he's heading to school. His father reminds him to be careful on the way. Outside, Shun Xinghan waits for him. She smiles brightly and asks if they can walk to school together. Lin Zichen agrees. As they walk, Shun Xinghan happily says that now, having turned 18, they're officially adults. Lin Zichen mentions the college entrance exams are coming up, and Shun Xinghan admits she gets nervous just thinking about them. Sometime later, Lin Zichen finally saves enough to unlock another codex. As he begins the absorption process targeting the Void Crocodile, a powerful purple energy swirls around him. A system notification confirms he's devouring the creature's life source, and the codex unlock progress hits 100%. A vision flashes. A massive crocodile-like beast with fish-like fins swims desperately, trying to escape the savage giant eagle. The final notification appears. The Void Crocodile Codex is unlocked, granting a new biological attribute, danger perception. The system explains it lets him sense hostility in creatures nearby and judge their biological level. Lin Zichen quietly concludes it will be invaluable for avoiding surprise attacks. To test it out, he heads to a crowded shopping mall. As he moves through the crowd, he activates danger perception and begins seeing everyone's power levels. Most people are ordinary Tier 1 or Tier 2, confirming the majority are just regular citizens. While browsing the supermarket, he considers which codex to pursue next. That's when he notices packs of life and death toad meat and suspects it might grant some kind of self-healing ability. But the price makes his enthusiasm falter, a staggering 100,000 yuan per gene. Lin Zichen realizes his monthly web novel income won't cover it. Determined, he decides he'll need to find a way to earn more after the exams. The story then shifts to the Nanjiang Provincial Education Department, inside the minister's office. A striking woman with light purple hair and antler-like horns, Mo Dongji, serving as both vice principal of Shanghai University and education minister of Nanjiang Province, sits calmly, listening to a report. In front of her, a male subordinate finishes a presentation on the province's overall education situation. Mo Dongji takes a sip of her drink and calmly thanks him for the report. Then she asks about the condition of origin site number 36. Her assistant replies that things have stabilized, clearly relieved. If they hadn't, the whole province might have been doomed. With nothing else to discuss, Imo Dongji tells him he can leave. After he steps out, she is left alone with her thoughts. Quietly, she reflects that it's been many years since she last took in a disciple. She walks over to the large window, which overlooks a beautiful tropical beach, and stares at her own reflection in the glass. The martial arts college entrance exam is brutal, lasting 9 full days. On the first day, students take a written exam in the morning, followed by a physical fitness assessment in the afternoon. From the second day through the 8th, they spend a full week in the forest for practical combat and survival testing. The 9th day is reserved for an aptitude test covering gene fusion and mechanical modification. The story picks back up on June 7th, the first day of the exam. Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan walk together toward the test site, but it's clear she's still tense. She nervously tugs on his sleeve and admits just how on edge she feels. Worried she might lose control of her bladder again, Lin Zichen looks at her with a warm, reassuring smile. Then he gently pulls her into a hug and tells her not to be nervous. Holding her close, he reminds her that she already knows all the theory. She even came prepared with a diaper, so now there's only one thing left. Just give it her best shot. Being this close makes her cheeks heat up instantly, but his calm voice helps her settle, and she murmurs that she'll try her hardest. Then, almost shyly, she adds that he has to do the same. He nods without hesitation. Once the written exam begins, Lin Zichen looks completely at ease. He breezes through question after question, like he's already memorized the entire page. He wraps up long before time's up. With nothing left to write, he leans his head on one hand, letting his mind wander to new ideas for his web novel. After the test, he notices Shun Qinghan walking out, her head down and her expression troubled. For a moment, he assumes she must have struggled with the exam. He steps over, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, reminding her they just need to pass the written portion. But she interrupts him quickly, saying she actually did really well. That's not the problem. Lin Zichen frowns, even more confused. Then why the long face? He asks. Her face turns bright red as she quietly admits she had another accident and wet herself again. She hurries off toward the restroom, telling him to wait. Lin Zichen calls after her, reminding her to be quick. The fitness test is about to start. Later, during the weightlifting portion, Lin Zichen shows everyone just how insane his strength really is. When the announcer calls his final result, he lifts a 950-kilogram barbell with one hand, as if it's weightless. The crowd freezes. His classmates erupt in disbelief, remembering his other insane feats, a 5.12-second 100-meter dash, and a 4.91-meter vertical jump. After finishing her events, Shun Qinghan walks over in her gym clothes. She's clearly tired, but she's holding herself together. Lin Zichen looks at her and asks how she did. She gives a small, proud smile despite her fatigue and shares her scores. 9.32 seconds in the 100-meter dash, a 1.62-meter vertical jump, and a 125-kilogram lift. Then she sighs softly, admitting those numbers feel tiny next to his. Lin Zichen praises her, pointing out that her results already put her among the top female students. He pats her gently on the head, and she looks up at him with a bright, happy smile. A little later, their classmate Heiyu comes running over, excitement written all over his face. He shouts that the written exam scores are finally out. He mentions that Wang Shuajia and Lu Gang scored in the high 80s, while he himself got an 80. Then he asks about their scores, as Shun Qinghan nervously checks her phone beside him. The next second, her face lights up, and she blurts out that she got an 82. Heiyu just stares at her, stunned. Then they both turn to look at Lin Zichen. Without a word, he calmly lifts his phone, revealing a perfect 100. Shun Qinghan cheers instantly, while Heiyu stands there, dumbfounded, mumbling about how absurdly talented Lin Zichen is. Later, as they walk home together, Shun Qinghan admits she's nervous about the next stage, the week-long survival test in the forest. Lin Zichen takes her hand and reassures her gently, promising to stay by her side and protect her. She relaxes, finally agreeing to stick close to him. At the same time, in a private room, two mysterious figures speak quietly about the upcoming exam. One is a man in a formal suit wearing a sinister plague doctor mask. He slides a small wooden box across the table to a younger man sitting opposite him. The masked man tells his subordinate to fully use his role as a safety officer. The younger man reaches out and takes the box. Inside are 10 dark objects that look like seeds. The masked man calls them demon seeds and explains they'll be useful for the mission. He adds that if the young man succeeds, he'll be recommended as an official member of their organization. The younger man, however, seems more interested in a rare fruit as a reward. The masked man scoffs, dismissing him as short-sighted. One fruit might only push him to mid-tier evolution, but joining the organization could take him far beyond that. After a pause, the young man finally seems to understand. In the end, he agrees. Becoming an official member is the better reward. A line of buses winds through the thick, foggy forest. Over the speakers, an announcement tells the students they're about to arrive at the practical exam site. Inside one bus, Shin Ching-han is fast asleep, her head resting on Lin Zichen's shoulder. He gently shakes her awake, letting her know they've arrived. An automated voice instructs all students from Entrance 9 to get off and report to the assembly area. Soon, the students gather at a large staging area. The rules for the week-long exam are explained. Score tokens are scattered throughout the forest, some in hard-to-reach spots, others carried by beasts. Safety officers stand by dangerous creatures, but if a student asks for help, they're immediately disqualified. The deeper parts of the forest house the strongest beasts, and naturally, the highest value tokens. In the end, each student's score is based on both the tokens they collect and their performance, judged from camera footage. There are 100,000 students competing for just 50,000 tokens, meaning at least half won't score a single point. The exam is designed to encourage both teamwork and conflict. Students can cooperate and share tokens, or fight to take them. After laying this out, an official announces they have 1 hour to prepare. The moment the break starts, students scramble to form alliances. One guy even starts shouting about his father while trying to recruit teammates. That act is quickly shut down by a stern female instructor, warning them not to recruit so openly. Not far away, Lin Zichen and Shin Ching-han snack casually when a group of girls approaches, asking him to team up. He refuses, without hesitation. Right after, a young man with brownish red hair comes over, asking if he can buy some of their food. Instead of selling it, Lin Zichen casually tosses him a pack of toast for free. Clearly impressed, the guy suggests they team up and introduces himself as Hong Junping from a top high school. Still chewing, Lin Zichen politely declines. A bit disappointed, Hong Junping thanks him for the food and starts to walk away. Watching him leave, Shin Ching-han comments that he was kind of weird. Lin Zichen gives her a knowing smile and explains the food was never the real reason he approached. It was her, the beauty next to him. Shin Ching-han immediately realizes he was flirting and blushes deeply. As the break ends, Lin Zichen takes her hand, and the two step into the forest together. The moment they enter the vast wilderness, Lin Zichen settles on a careful plan. To help Shin Ching-han acclimate first, they start by searching for score tokens along the safer, outer edge of the forest. To make the search easier, Lin Zichen activates his Eye of the Sky ability, a golden light shining in his eyes. With his enhanced vision, Lin Zichen immediately spots a target nearby. He points out a token perched high in a tree and tells Shin Ching-han to grab it. Fired up, she springs off the ground, soaring upward with incredible agility. Within moments, she holds up a token marked with the number 1 and calls out to Lin Zichen with a bright smile, letting him know she got it. Keeping his Eye of the Sky active, Lin Zichen scans the surrounding area, guiding Shin Ching-han from one hidden token to the next. Before long, she has already collected a small stack of 1-point tokens. Overjoyed, Shin Ching-han wraps her arms around Lin Zichen and gushes about how amazing he is. But that happy moment fades quickly when someone suddenly appears nearby. It's Hong Junping, smiling as he approaches. He raises a large score token, boasting that he's already racked up 28 points. On the surface, he claims he's here to repay Lin Zichen, but the truth is he just wants an excuse to get closer to the unbelievably cute Shin Ching-han. He formally proposes teaming up, suggesting they split all the points evenly among the three of them. Lin Zichen shuts him down immediately. He tells Hong Junping that if he truly wants to repay them, he can hand over every single score token he's got. Hong Junping freezes for a moment, then his smile vanishes, replaced by clear irritation. The friendly facade disappears in an instant. His aura flares as he lunges forward, shouting that they picked the wrong path. Even with Hong Junping charging straight at him, Lin Zichen only gives a calm, small smirk. He tells him the mistake was his, not theirs. Then, almost before it starts, the fight is over. Lin Zichen lands a single punch straight to Hong Junping's stomach, and Hong Junping doubles over instantly, coughing up blood from the pain. With their attacker down, Lin Zichen and Shin Ching-han walk away together, arm in arm. Lin Zichen casually carries Hong Junping's score token, leaving him unconscious behind. Shin Ching-han glances back, asking if he'll be okay, but Lin Zichen waves it off. He tells her not to worry. He didn't even use his full strength. Over the next few days, Lin Zichen continues guiding Shin Ching-han through the forest, helping her improve. He points out more score tokens and pushes her strength by having her lift massive boulders, while also teaching her essential survival skills, like hunting wild boars. It's not all training, though. They steal quiet moments together too, picking fresh fruit in the forest. And whenever other students try to challenge them, the two of them shrug off attacks effortlessly. They move in perfect sync, and when exhaustion sets in, they rest together under a simple shelter they built themselves. Shin Ching-han drifts asleep on his shoulder, and Lin Zichen quietly watches her, wishing the moment could linger just a little longer. Finally, they reach the heart of the forest. Shin Ching-han spots a wooden sign with an ominous warning, Danger, aberrant beast zone. But deeper inside, the forest feels eerily silent. Shen Qinghan wonders if they arrived too late, since there isn't a single aberrant beast in sight. The only hint of what occurred is the large, unsettling splashes of blood along the path. As they move forward, Shen Qinghan sounds a bit disappointed. She says if they'd come earlier, she might have earned the genius title by defeating the aberrant beasts. Lin Zichen reaches over and pats her head, telling her that title isn't everything, and that it's time to head back. To himself, he thinks that with cameras posted everywhere, hunting beasts just isn't realistic. It's better to focus on Shen Qinghan's survival training instead. Once the combat assessment ends, the students move on to the next phase, the gene fusion compatibility test. They're bused to a heavily secured island facility, the Island Gene Research Institute, and told to line up, waiting for the test to begin. Inside the lab, the students stand in line for their blood draws. Shen Qinghan asks Lin Zichen if the test tubes hold the reagent for the test. He confirms it's a flowing cloud jellyfish genetic reagent. The jellyfish's genes bond strongly with human biology, triggering special chemical reactions when mixed with blood, making it perfect for the test. The process is straightforward. Fresh blood is injected into the jellyfish reagent, and the resulting reaction shows whether the student is suitable for gene fusion. That reaction is the key. While they wait, a nervous Hayu admits he really hopes he passes, since he doesn't want to face the mechanical modification test. Chu Rue adds that the mechanical test is supposedly excruciating, like being burned alive, involving implants of special metal alloys. Just hearing it makes Hayu go pale. He starts praying quietly under his breath. After all the blood samples are taken, the students wait about an hour for the results. Numbers start appearing. One girl cheers after scoring 8% compatibility, enough to qualify as a gene fuser, while another slumps in disappointment with 4%. Another student exhales a long sigh of relief, scraping by with 6%. They compare results. 6% passes, 8 counts as excellent, and top universities require 10 or more. The conversation shifts to the famous Kyoto prodigy rumored to have 16% compatibility. Hearing that, Lin Zichen quietly wonders about his own score. With his already abnormal physical condition, maybe he could even hit 20%. As nerves creep in, Shen Qinghan reaches out and grabs Lin Zichen's arm, seeking support. Lin Zichen gently takes her hand, telling her it's normal to feel nervous. At the same time, a quiet thought flickers through his mind. If her compatibility turns out too low, she might not be able to keep up with him. Then, suddenly, Chu Rue bursts out in joy. She scored 10%, enough to qualify for the top universities. Hayu, meanwhile, looks a little disappointed with his 11%, like he'd been hoping for something even higher. As more students start seeing their results, Lin Zichen lowers his gaze and checks his own phone. Shen Qinghan, too nervous to look herself, asks him to check his score first, and only then hers. He nods and glances down at the screen. His result comes back, an impressive 15%. The moment Shen Qinghan sees it, she throws her arms around him, practically bouncing with excitement, and exclaims that with a score like that, he has to be the top student in the entire province. But even with her celebrating beside him, Lin Zichen feels a small pang of disappointment. His 15% is still below the Kyoto prodigies, proving that raw strength alone doesn't determine gene fusion talent. He then gently tells Shen Qinghan it's her turn. After a brief hesitation, she nervously nods in agreement. He leans in slightly, trying to calm her. If he could score this high, he tells her, she should be able to get a strong result too. But the instant her number appears, Lin Zichen's expression freezes. Shen Qinghan and Chu Rue lean in as well, and they freeze too. On the screen, a number flashes that no one expected. Shen Qinghan's gene fusion compatibility is 21%. The scene shifts to the Nanjiang Provincial Ministry of Education headquarters, where Mo Dongji is in the middle of a meeting with several officials, including the principal of Shanghai High. She announces that the gene fusion compatibility results have arrived. The first profile pulled up is Lin Zichen's. His impressive 15% is enough to make him the top scorer in the province. The other officials immediately congratulate the principal of Shanghai High. She stays modest on the outside, but inside, she's clearly pleased. Just as everyone thinks the top student has been decided, Shen Qinghan's result appears. Seeing 21% compatibility, the entire room goes silent, officials muttering in disbelief, questioning whether a number that high is even possible. Even the principal is caught off guard. In her memory, Shen Qinghan was just Lin Zichen's childhood friend, always seemed so ordinary. That shocking result grabs Mo Dongji's full attention, and she asks for more information on Shen Qinghan. The principal of Shanghai High nervously suggests it must be some kind of mistake, since Shen Qinghan's performance had always been average. Mo Dongji lets out a quiet sigh and decides there's only one thing left to do. She has to see it for herself. Back at the testing facility, the students are buzzing over that 21% result, with everyone around questioning whether the test malfunctioned. Shin Qinghan looks at Lin Zichen, disbelief written across her face, and asks if there's been some kind of mistake. Lin Zichen stays calm, telling her he doesn't think it's an error. Leaning closer, he explains that she naturally has a high affinity for water, and since the test used a reagent from a water attribute beast, the flowing cloud jellyfish, a result like this actually makes perfect sense. Shin Qinghan's eyes widen instantly. That means her body is extremely compatible with water attribute beast genes. She's a natural genius. Confidence surges inside her. She looks at Lin Zichen and feels maybe, finally, she's worthy of standing beside him. Lin Zichen notices her change and smiles warmly. But before the moment can linger, someone suddenly calls for everyone to look outside. All eyes turn to see a massive spiral of water rising from the ocean, and standing atop, it is Mo Dongji. The students can only stare as she balances on the surging wave, completely in command. Some students panic instantly, wondering if she's a heretic and fearing she'll destroy the facility. Then Mo Dongji descends gracefully, the water crashing back down around her. The staff recognize her immediately. They bow, calling her name. Mo Dongji, vice principal of Shanghai University, from a prestigious martial family with a 1,000-year legacy. Among them, whispers ripple about her family having once tamed dragons, and even fused with their genes, explaining her overwhelming control over water. Without a glance at the staff, Mo Dongji walks straight to Shin Qinghan and asks if she's the one. To verify that incredible result, she orders a scientist to draw Shin Qinghan's blood again and run the test 3 more times. After all that, Shin Qinghan sits back down, completely drained. Heiyu asks if she's okay, and she admits her arm feels numb from the repeated blood draws. Soon after, a scientist calls Shin Qinghan over, and she quietly follows. He leads her into a private office, where Mo Dongji is already waiting. Mo Dongji smiles and tells her the results are finally in. She leans toward the nervous girl and excitedly reports that all 3 retests came back exactly the same, 21% compatibility each time. Without wasting a second, Mo Dongji gets straight to the point. She offers to take Shin Qinghan as her disciple, a chance that could change her life. Shin Qinghan is completely blindsided, only able to stammer in shock at the sudden offer. To show the kind of power she could one day wield, Mo Dongji casually lifts water from the glass on her desk, spinning it into a perfectly controlled vortex in midair. She tells Shin Qinghan that once she becomes her disciple, doing feats like that will feel effortless too. Still reeling from everything, Shin Qinghan asks for a little time to think, saying she wants to talk to Lin Zichen first. Mo Dongji waves her off, insisting there's nothing to consider. Becoming her disciple comes with only advantages, she says, all while casually swirling the water in midair. Then she makes her position perfectly clear. As both the provincial minister of education and vice principal of Shanghai University, she's already decided that Shin Qinghan will attend her university, now that they're master and disciple. She leans closer and asks the nervous girl if she has anything to say. Overwhelmed, Shin Qinghan quietly replies that she has nothing to add. Feeling like everything is moving too fast, she nervously saves Mo Dongji's contact info to her phone. Mo Dongji then mentions she already has another disciple, who will act as Shin Qinghan's senior sister. She explains the girl is roughly the same age, but started training over 10 years ago. She sends a photo to Shin Qinghan's phone and says she'll arrange a meeting when the time comes. The moment Shin Qinghan sees the photo, she freezes. It's a white-haired girl with a spear, standing amid bones over a monstrous carnivorous plant. She recognizes the girl instantly. It's her old friend, Bai Shui. Shin Qinghan quickly asks Mo Dongji for the senior sister's name. Mo Dongji replies, Luo Qianxue, then asks if that name means anything to her. Shin Qinghan explains that back in elementary school, she had a friend named Bai Shui who looked exactly like her. One day, the friend suddenly transferred away, and Shin Qinghan can't help but wonder if they might be the same person. Mo Dongji dismisses the idea immediately, saying it's impossible. Still unable to let go of Shin Qinghan's score, Mo Dongji admits a compatibility this high is unlike anything she's ever seen. She decides to examine Shin Qinghan herself, to see if there's something unusual about her body. The instant her glowing hand touches Shin Qinghan's chest, her expression changes. She murmurs that something feels off. Shin Qinghan tenses, nervously asking if something is wrong with her body. Mo Dongji shakes her head. The problem isn't abnormality. Her body is actually too normal for someone with a 21% compatibility score. To protect her from being targeted by others, Mo Dongji decides to report Shin Qinghan's public score as 16% instead. Shin Qinghan quietly agrees. With everything settled, Mo Dongji notes it's getting late and tells Shin Qinghan she can head home. Shin Qinghan nervously says goodbye to her new master and leaves the office. Once she's alone, Mo Dongji picks up her phone and makes a call. On the other end is her father, who tells her this new disciple is no ordinary genius. She's destined for greatness, he says, and could bring them unimaginable rewards. Then his tone turns serious, warning that her talent must be kept secret. Mo Dongji agrees, saying she understands. Later, Lin Zichen rides Shen Qinghan home on his bicycle, commenting on how strange it is that she suddenly ended up with a master out of nowhere. She agrees, saying the whole thing feels unbelievably sudden. Lin Zichen decides the best approach is to wait and see. If Mo Dongji has no ill intentions, then accepting her as a master is fine. But if she proves dangerous, once Shen Qinghan grows stronger, they'll cut ties. Shen Qinghan nods in agreement as she steps off the bike. When they arrive, their mothers, Zhang Wangxin and Su Ming, greet them with excited smiles. They announce that everyone is going out to a restaurant to celebrate the kids' achievements. They're thrilled that Shen Qinghan became the provincial top scholar and that she and Lin Zichen will attend the same university together. At the restaurant, both families raise their glasses, toasting Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen for taking the top 2 spots in the province. After the lively dinner, the two families part ways, wishing each other a safe journey home. That night, under a full moon, someone knocks on Lin Zichen's door. When his mother, Zhang Wangxin, opens it, she finds Shen Qinghan standing there in pink pajamas, looking flustered. Zhang Wangxin smiles and teasingly asks if she's here to sleep over with Lin Zichen again. Shen Qinghan immediately panics and denies anything romantic. She insists she only came because there's something important she needs to tell him in person. She tells Zhang Wangxin she's going to find him, then rushes straight into his room. Watching her dash off, Zhang Wangxin smiles, wondering if that important matter might actually be a confession. Shen Qinghan knocks on Lin Zichen's door and says she has something important to share. When he opens it and asks what's wrong, she explains it's about what happened earlier with her new master. Inside his room, she sits on his bed, hugging a pillow against her chest. She tells him that Mo Dongji performed a full physical examination, but found nothing unusual. Shen Qinghan's body was completely normal. Then comes the most important part. Even with all her power, Mo Dongji couldn't detect Shen Qinghan's hidden ability that lets water pass through her body. Lin Zichen freezes for a moment, thinking about how powerful Mo Dongji is, capable of controlling massive waves, and yet even she couldn't uncover Shen Qinghan's secret. It makes him realize her constitution is far more mysterious than he imagined. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, telling her they must keep this ability a secret for now, because no one knows what could happen if the truth comes out. He adds that they can take their time, figure things out later, once they're stronger and understand more. Shen Qinghan nods, ready to follow his lead. Then she brings up something else, remembering her master mentioned she has a senior sister. Shen Qinghan explains that when she saw the photo of this senior sister, she was stunned at how much the girl resembled her old friend Bai Shui. She then shows the picture to Lin Zichen on her phone. He takes the phone and studies the picture of Luo Qianxue. After a moment, he admits the resemblance is definitely there, but the aura around her is completely different from the Bai Shui he remembers. Still, what really catches his eye is the strange forest in the background. He asks Shen Qinghan if she knows where it was taken. Shen Qinghan shakes her head, saying she has no idea, but she can ask her master. Right away, she messages Mo Dongji to find out. Mo Dongji replies with just 2 words, source site. When Shen Qinghan asks for more, her master only gives a cryptic answer, saying she'll understand once she's stronger. Shen Qinghan relays all of that to Lin Zichen, telling him that's all she could get out of her master. After hearing it, Lin Zichen decides they should leave it for now and come back to it later. A little while later, the two of them are lying on his bed, each holding their phone. Shen Qinghan quietly turns her head, watching him for a moment. Then, out of nowhere, she asks if men like women who wear qipao. The question catches Lin Zichen completely off guard, and he can't help but wonder if it has something to do with Mo Dongji, who wears one herself. As he pictures Shen Qinghan in a qipao, his face warms. He thinks it would look really good on her, then awkwardly says that kind of thing depends on the person. Catching his reaction, Shen Qinghan leans in closer, pressing him for an answer. Flustered, Lin Zichen stammers that he guesses he does. But she isn't done. Next, she asks about stockings, black, white, or nude, and which he prefers. At that point, Lin Zichen is completely baffled by her questions. Cornered on the bed, he finally admits he'd go with black or white. The moment she hears that, Shen Qinghan sits up and starts ordering a qipao and stockings online, leaving Lin Zichen staring, utterly confused. Before either of them can react, there's a knock at the door. It's Zhang Wangxin, carrying a bag for Shen Qinghan. She explains that Shen Qinghan's mother sent some toiletries and said she could just stay the night. Shen Qinghan grabs the bag in a panic, stammering that she never asked for this and wondering why her mother would suddenly do it on her own. As she leaves, Zhang Wangxin cheerfully says not to worry, they're both adults now, so sleeping over is fine. She closes the door behind her. The room falls silent. Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen both start blushing, unsure what to do next. Finally giving in, Shen Qinghan sits on the bed and opens the bag, saying she'll just change and go to sleep. But as she looks inside, she pulls something out and gasps, asking what it even is. Her whole body stiffens as she realizes it's a box of safety items, diapers. Completely mortified, she can't believe her mother actually packed this. In a full panic, she blurts out that she's going to change, then scrambles off the bed so fast she trips and crashes face first onto the floor. Lin Zichen just sits there, bewildered, wondering what he's even supposed to do with all this. Not long after, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are both admitted to the Evolution Academy at Shanghai University. With Shen Qinghan sitting behind him on his bike, Lin Zichen tells her to hold on tight. They're heading out. She wraps both arms around his waist without hesitation. They've also signed up for the He family's martial arts gym, and today they're on their way to one of its promotional events. But as they ride through the crowded city streets, Lin Zichen notices a strange group blocking the road ahead. Standing there is a man in black and gold robes, flanked by several men in white karate uniforms. He looks directly at Lin Zichen and asks if he is the one called Lin Zichen. Caught off guard, Lin Zichen stops the bike and asks who they are. The man introduces himself as Lu Chuanwu, Dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. But he quickly clarifies he's not acting as a university official. He represents an organization called Tianrench. Tianrench is a conservative group that rejects gene fusion and mechanical modification, choosing traditional martial arts to deal with threats. Lin Zichen remembers hearing about them, but inwardly dismisses the group as misguided, with followers fooling themselves. Lu Chuanwu formally invites Lin Zichen to join Tianrench. Lin Zichen ignores the offer and simply tells them to move aside. As he tries to pass, Lu Chuanwu places a hand on his shoulder, asking for a moment to talk. Trying to persuade him, Lu Chuanwu even offers a brand new phone, but the pushiness only makes Lin Zichen uncomfortable. Later, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Lu Chuanwu sit in a cafe. Lu Chuanwu explains that Tianrench studies ways to unlock pure-blooded human potential without gene fusion or mechanical modification. He says it with complete conviction. Their goal is to help humans surpass ordinary biological limits, evolving into advanced, rare, or even epic beings. To back it up, he shows Lin Zichen results on his phone. In the video, Lu Chuanwu says his biological level is ordinary tier 9, standing opposite a powerful opponent. He explains that Lin Zichen is about to watch him defeat a high-level gene fuser. Lin Zichen freezes when he recognizes the winged man in the video, Wu Tiansheng, the prodigy who once took down the rat god cult by himself. The fight begins. Wu Tiansheng soars into the air, then rains down a storm of razor-sharp feathers on Lu Chuanwu. The feathers cut through Lu Chuanwu, leaving him bloodied, while Wu Tiansheng lands lightly back on the stage. But despite his injuries, Lu Chuanwu suddenly explodes forward with terrifying force, delivering a brutal punch into Wu Tiansheng, sending the powerful gene fuser flying straight out of the ring. As the video ends, Lu Chuanwu speaks with complete certainty. To him, humanity's own bloodline is already strong enough. There's no need to borrow power from any other race. Pure-blooded humans following their own cultivation path. He believes that's the true future. Lin Zichen stares at the phone, caught completely off guard. For a moment, he can hardly process what he just saw. His first instinct is to question the video itself. Was it edited? Or did Wu Tiansheng throw the match on purpose for money? Lu Chuanwu dismisses those doubts immediately. The footage is untouched, he says. Then he adds that he plans to keep challenging top gene fusers, and Lin Zichen is welcome to watch anytime. Lin Zichen asks why not post the video online to promote Tianrench. Lu Chuanwu explains they already tried, but the authorities wouldn't allow it. His frustration is obvious. In their eyes, only methods that raise someone's biological level have value. Anything else is dismissed as having no future. He slams his fists on the table, anger breaking through. Without public exposure, they can't attract enough support for research, and without support, true breakthroughs are nearly impossible. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change, he says, fixing Lin Zichen with a hopeful gaze. If someone with Lin Zichen's talent joined them, he wouldn't stay stuck at ordinary tier 9 for 50 years like Lu Chuanwu did. He genuinely believes Lin Zichen could become a high-level being. Lin Zichen pauses. 50 years? The math feels off. Lu Chuanwu claims he's been at tier 9 that long, yet he looks no older than 50. Almost reading Lin Zichen's thoughts, Lu Chuanwu answers himself. Don't judge by appearances, he's close to 100. His youthful looks are thanks to their special cultivation method. Lin Zichen still hesitates. With doubts lingering, he quickly searches online for the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. The results confirm everything. One encyclopedia entry clearly lists Lu Chuanwu's birth date as March 1929. Lin Zichen can't hide his surprise. Their cultivation method really can extend life that much? For a brief moment, he wonders if his parents could learn something like this too. Scrolling further, he finds more details. Lu Chuanwu had once been the young master of the Lu family, a top martial arts clan. When gene fusion became mainstream, the Lu family refused to adapt. That stubbornness slowly dragged them into decline, until even their dojo was ruined. The article goes further. Because Lu Chuanwu stayed true to tradition, his wife and children eventually left him for gene fusion. Reading that, Lin Zichen's thoughts drift to Shen Qinghan. Deep down, he knows she would never leave him like that. But then, something further down makes him stop cold. In the relationships section, his ex-wife is listed as Yuan Dongji. Lin Zichen recognizes the name immediately. That's another name for Shen Qinghan's new master, Mo Dongji. The profile pictures for the son and daughter are grayed out, making him wonder if they're already gone. Lin Zichen slowly lifts his gaze from the phone, looking at Lu Chuanwu. One thing is clear. This man is not someone to underestimate. Noticing Lin Zichen's sharp look, Lu Chuanwu smirks faintly. He says that reaching nearly 100 while still looking young proves the hidden potential of pure-blooded humans. And that is exactly why Tianrenj exists. With fire in his voice, he declares that Tianrenj means humanity will conquer the heavens. He warns that anyone relying on gene fusion will never truly surpass the beasts they borrow power from. And in the end, those beasts could destroy them. Turning to mechanical modification, he makes the same argument. Many materials come from aberrant beasts, so that path can't truly surpass its source. He pounds the table, making it clear. Tianrenj isn't completely against these methods. They just oppose staking humanity's future entirely on them. In his view, these methods should only be temporary tools for the early stages, while people search for a better long-term path. Then Lu Chuanwu reaches out to Lin Zichen, his tone softening. He sincerely invites him to join Tianrenj and work for humanity's future. Lin Zichen quietly turns him down. Even so, Lu Chuanwu presses on, confident that Lin Zichen has what it takes to break past ordinary human limits. Lin Zichen remains calm, asking instead what the cultivation method actually is. Pride clear in his voice, Lu Chuanwu explains it's the blood-tempering art, discovered from ancient ruins. It uses a person's own qi and blood to temper the body from the inside, strengthening it, and steadily boosting combat power. He raises the stakes. At its highest level, one could become a saint in the flesh, able to split mountains and tear through steel beasts with bare hands. But there's a catch. Only pure-blooded humans can cultivate it. Gene fusers have impure blood, and mechanically modified people have incomplete bodies, so qi and blood can't circulate properly. To him, that's why humanity's future rests solely in the hands of pure-blooded people. After explaining everything, he formally invites Lin Zichen to join Tianrenj again. Lin Zichen considers it, saying he still knows too little about this path and wants to observe and learn for now. Lu Chuanwu becomes even more insistent. Leaning forward, he tells Lin Zichen he can take his time, but wasting such talent would be a tragedy. He leans closer, saying that the so-called top scholar with 16% gene fusion compatibility isn't even close to Lin Zichen. He even says she isn't worth a single hair on Lin Zichen's head. Shen Qinghan nearly chokes, almost spitting out her drink in shock. With unwavering conviction, Lu Chuanwu continues. They've always believed the same thing. In their eyes, Lin Zichen, the one with the top physical test data, is the true top genius in the province. He tells Lin Zichen that if he chooses their path, one day he'll be strong enough to surpass Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan looks utterly miserable, unable to believe she's been dragged into this conversation. Lin Zichen raises a hand, cutting Lu Chuanwu off. He points at the dejected Shen Qinghan and calmly says she's the top scholar with 16% gene fusion compatibility he's been talking about. Shen Qinghan can only awkwardly wave, while Lu Chuanwu starts sweating. Lin Zichen decides he's seen enough. He says it's getting late, then picks up the phone Lu Chuanwu offered earlier. Rising, he takes Shen Qinghan's hand, thanks Lu Chuanwu for the phone and drinks, and announces they're leaving. Lu Chuanwu panics, reaching out and begging them to wait, even offering a 6-month trial period. As they walk off hand in hand, Lu Chuanwu calls after them, promising double the benefits the Evolution Academy is giving Lin Zichen. When that doesn't work, he becomes more desperate and immediately triples the offer. Hearing the word triple, Lin Zichen stops in his tracks, eyes widening. Suddenly, the scene cuts. In the next moment, Lin Zichen is back at the table, looking at Lu Chuanwu, saying he has always agreed with Tianrenj's philosophy. With a fierce look, Lin Zichen clenches his fist and declares his decision. He will devote his talent to Tianrenj and the cause of pure-blooded humanity. Lu Chuanwu is left completely dumbfounded, speechless, while a tiny chibi version of him collapses into tears over the enormous sum he just promised. Lin Zichen makes up his mind and looks Lu Chuanwu squarely in the eye. He leans in slightly and asks the question straight. Do you know anything about the source site? The question hits Lu Chuanwu off guard. He blinks, momentarily stunned, clearly surprised that someone this young even knows the place exists. His face hardens instantly. He explains that the source site is said to be where all life first began, and that every aberrant beast in the world ultimately traces back to it. Lin Zichen takes a quiet moment, letting the pieces fall into place. So that's it. The source site really is the origin of all aberrant beasts. He wastes no time asking again. And the beast meat sold in the markets, does it come from there too? Lu Chuanwu nods and explains that the world's supply is far from enough to feed everyone. Lin Zichen then presses further. Are there any videos of the site? Lu Chuanwu shakes his head. Electronics don't work there. Nothing can record. The only way to capture it is to paint what you see by hand, as faithfully as possible. That answer sparks a memory in Lin Zichen. He recalls Shun Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Qianxue, realizing that the image he thought was a photograph was actually an incredibly detailed painting. Just then, his phone buzzes, cutting the conversation short. It's their friend Heiyu, asking where they are. Apparently, the promo event at the gym is about to start. Lin Zichen tells him not to worry. They're already on the way. He stands up, slings his backpack over his shoulder, and tells Lu Chuanwu that they still have business to take care of, so they need to leave immediately. Before he leaves, Lu Chuanwu hands him a blue book. The title reads Blood Tempering Art. He explains that the book contains the full cultivation method, written out in detail. But there's a warning attached. Not just anyone can practice this technique. To use it, you need to reach ordinary tier 4 and have enough qi and blood to support it. Lu Chuanwu notes that Lin Zichen's physical test results are almost at tier 4 already, so he suggests studying the manual over the summer and starting once he breaks through. Lin Zichen casually tucks the book into his bag. Even as Lu Chuanwu keeps talking, he casually mentions he's already at ordinary tier 6 and plans to start practicing as soon as he gets back. Lu Chuanwu freezes, completely stunned. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. Inside, a young woman with a ponytail is training alone. She drives a heavy kick into a sandbag, sending it swinging wildly from the impact. Her motion halts when she hears someone whistling cheerfully nearby. She turns and sees Lu Chuanwu walking in, practically bouncing with every step. Puzzled, she asks the dean what's got him in such a good mood. Lu Chuanwu smirks and starts bragging. Thanks to his personal charm, he says, he managed to recruit the student with the highest physical test score in the entire province into Tianrench. The young woman freezes, shocked, asking if he's serious. Lu Chuanwu shows her Lin Zichen's contact info, still claiming it's all because of his charisma. She scoffs and tells him to stop dodging. Just say the truth. Pressed, Lu Chuanwu finally admits it. He had to promise Lin Zichen triple the benefits offered by the Evolution Academy. The young woman lets out a horrified scream, reminding him that the organization is already deep in debt. He tries to calm her, rubbing her shoulders and telling her he's arranged dates with 3 wealthy women to cover the costs. That only makes her glare harder. Trying to change the subject, he asks how long it took her to sense her qi and blood when she first started practicing the blood tempering art. She thinks back 10 years and says it took about a week. He follows up, how long to master blood control? She doesn't hesitate. 2 months. Lu Chuanwu strokes his chin, praising her skill. Exactly what you'd expect from the former runner-up of the Kyoto exam. Then he admits, even he, a self-proclaimed genius, needed a full 2 weeks to sense his own qi and blood. Her expression darkens immediately. She asks him not to mention that old title anymore. Since giving up gene fusion and joining Tianrench, she says, she hasn't evolved into a high-level life form, and now people just laugh at her fading into obscurity. Lu Chuanwu places a hand on her shoulder. Let them laugh, he says. A few years from now, when she finally evolves, she'll be the one crushing all of them. She sighs. Even after tempering her body twice, she hasn't opened a single acupoint. Then she asks about Lin Zichen. How long would it take someone like him to sense qi and blood? Lu Chuanwu thinks a moment. With Lin Zichen's incredible stats, probably around 10 days. Her eyes light up at that, a sly grin spreading across her face. Looks like she's going to have to properly train this genius junior. Later that night, the city falls silent. Back in his room, Lin Zichen sits cross-legged on the bed, the blood-tempering art manual open in front of him, quietly meditating. The first step feels almost ridiculously easy. Sensing qi and blood takes him just 3 seconds. Reading on, he quickly grasps the next stage, guiding that qi and blood to temper his body. He decides to start with his right arm. He focuses, and in an instant, a flame-like aura coils around his arm. A system notification pops up, confirming he's using qi and blood to temper his skin, and both his skin strength and proficiency start to rise. Half an hour passes. Curious to test the result, Lin Zichen takes a knife and strikes his own arm hard. The blade bounces off without leaving a scratch. He finally understands how Lu Chuanwu could withstand Wu Tianqing's attacks. 1 round of tempering already makes the skin blade resistant. And if just 1 session can do this, Lin Zichen can't help wondering how strong he'll be after 5. With that thought, he continues cultivating. 3 hours later, Lin Zichen is drenched in sweat, breathing hard. Doing the math, he realizes that at this pace, he could temper all his skin in a week. So far, both arms are done, but it's already cost him a third of his chi and blood. Just as he starts to take a break, a phone notification rings in the middle of the night. He checks the phone. It's Shen Qinghan. She asks if he's asleep, then says she has a surprise and wants him to come to her room. Curious, he agrees immediately and heads over. As he steps out, he wonders what kind of surprise she could mean. In the hallway, he runs into his mother, Zhang Wangshan. She gives him a knowing look, asking if he's going to see Shen Qinghan. Then she says the girl already told her about the surprise. With a teasing smile, she tells him to hurry before Shen Qinghan waits too long and gets nervous. Lin Zichen arrives at her door, knocks, and announces he's there. From inside, she softly tells him to come in. He opens the door and freezes. Shen Qinghan sits on the bed, wrapped tightly in a thick blanket, only her flushed face visible. When he asks what's going on, she shyly says, "This is the surprise." The moment he hears that, Lin Zichen's mind starts racing. He can't help but wonder if her surprise means she's giving herself to him. In an instant, Lin Zichen's mind runs wild, imagining a scene so inappropriate it practically screams for warning tape. He shakes his head, trying to push the thoughts away, telling himself it's probably something harmless, a glow-in-the-dark watch or some silly little thing. But Shen Qinghan's soft voice insists he come closer and see for himself. Still blushing all the way to his ears, Lin Zichen walks over and sits on the edge of the bed. She quietly tells him to lift the blanket and take a look. When he looks down, he sees her face glowing red. Then she meets his gaze, shy but soft, with a look that feels almost dangerously inviting. Lin Zichen feels his heart hammering in his chest. His face warms up, and the air between them suddenly feels tight, almost impossible to read. Finally unable to resist, he reaches out and slowly lifts the white duvet to see what she's hiding. The moment the quilt rises, he freezes. Shen Qinghan is sitting there, blushing from ear to ear, wearing the tight, white cheongsam she ordered online. His whole face goes scarlet. He was clearly not prepared for this. In a small, timid voice, she asks him if it looks good on her. Lin Zichen can't stop staring. Nervously, he nods quickly and tells her it looks really good. Her confidence grows a little. She admits she also bought a pair of black stockings and asks if he wants to see how they look too. Sweat nearly breaking out from nerves, Lin Zichen eagerly agrees, telling her to put them on so he can see. Right in front of him, Shen Qinghan slowly pulls on the stockings, and the longer he watches, the redder his face becomes. Once she's done, she looks back at him softly and asks if she looks good now. Lin Zichen tells her she looks amazing, the whole outfit suits her perfectly. Then, with a playful tone, she says the stockings feel really nice and invites him to touch them. He leans in, reaches out, and gently touches her leg. Feeling it himself, he quietly agrees. They really are soft and comfortable. Shen Qinghan eases back onto the bed, inching closer, and asks which feels better, her legs or the stockings. Blushing but smiling, Lin Zichen admits her legs feel better. Judging by her expression, she agrees. But just as the tension deepens, Zhang Wangshuan's voice rings from outside the door. She loudly mentions that Shen Qinghan's mother left some toiletries on the doorknob, completely throwing Lin Zichen off. Startled, Lin Zichen quickly gets up to answer the door. Puzzled, he takes the bag his mother left hanging outside and brings it back in. The second he peeks inside, his face heats up again. In the bag sits a box of the safety items Shen Qinghan's mother prepared, confirming all his suspicions. Embarrassed and at a loss, he shoves the box back into the bag, silently complaining that they haven't even kissed yet. So why is everything moving so fast? Shen Qinghan then tells him it's late and he should stay the night. She shyly asks him to turn around while she puts on her diaper. Still blushing, Lin Zichen turns away as she changes. Once she's done, she quietly tells him she's ready. They can turn off the lights and sleep, but both of them remain tense. Later, they lie side by side under the same quilt. Lin Zichen can't fall asleep. After a while, he asks if she's wearing perfume. There's a faint fragrance lingering in the bed. Without opening her eyes, Shen Qinghan smiles and teasingly says it's just her natural scent, and if he doesn't believe her, he can smell for himself. Lin Zichen mutters quietly that there's no way that's true. She opens her eyes, looking at him with a soft, quietly seductive smile that leaves him speechless. His face turns even redder. He can only stare, completely caught in the moment. Slowly, Shen Qinghan leans in and kisses him deeply. As the kiss continues, her eyes suddenly widen. She quickly pulls back, breathing unevenly, softly asking him to wait a second. Shocked, she slips out of bed and quickly puts on her slippers. Lin Zichen sits there, confused, asking what happened. Blushing furiously, she turns to him and admits she wet herself again. She stands stiffly beside the bed, too embarrassed to move, while Lin Zichen looks up at her from the mattress. Then, a thought clicks in his mind. He tells her to wait and asks what she felt right before it happened. specifically, if she experienced a strong mental fluctuation. Still embarrassed, Shen Qinghan explains that her heart pounded, something jolted in her chest, her whole body heated up, and then she lost control of her bladder. Hearing that, Lin Zichen becomes certain. The intensity of her mental fluctuations fits perfectly with what he suspected. He explains his theory, linking her innate water ability to her unknown superpower, suggesting that mental power may be what activates and controls it. Shen Qinghan listens in shock, quickly realizing what it means. If her mental strength grows, she might fully develop and control this ability. Wanting to test the theory, Lin Zichen takes her hand and suggests they keep kissing to see if the same mental fluctuations trigger it again. She asks to wait and change her diaper first, but Lin Zichen tells her not to bother. If she's going to wet herself again, they might as well continue the experiment immediately. Hearing that, she agrees, and they start kissing passionately on the bed once more. When the kiss breaks, Lin Zichen cups her face and asks how she felt this time. Her face turns bright red as she confirms it's the same as before, a massive surge of mental fluctuation, followed immediately by losing control. After repeating the test a few times, Lin Zichen is certain her superpower is activated through mental power. Shen Qinghan climbs out of bed, still damp and clearly a little flustered. Muttering that she's sweaty all over, she says she's going to take a shower. A moment later, her voice drifts out from the bathroom. She says she forgot to bring her pajamas and asks him to grab something for her. Lin Zichen agrees right away. Lin Zichen walks over to Shen Qinghan's wardrobe and pulls it open. Inside, he starts going through the clothes she had folded so neatly. But while he's searching, his eyes land on a cute pair of underwear with a tiny pink bow. He freezes for a second, completely caught off guard, and quietly admits to himself that it's actually kind of pretty. He hurriedly puts it back, his face heating up at once, then awkwardly tries to calm himself down by thinking that if she sleeps in a diaper, she probably doesn't even wear underwear anyway. In the end, he picks out a light blue set of pajamas and decides that should be fine. Later that night, the two of them are back in bed, getting ready to sleep. But Lin Zichen is still awake. A thoughtful look lingers in his eyes as he slowly turns toward Shen Qinghan, only to see that she's already sound asleep, with a little drool at the corner of her mouth. A faint smile appears on his face, and he reaches out to gently brush her cheek. The next morning, Lin Zichen quietly slips out of her room and carefully shuts the door behind him so he doesn't wake her. Just as he's about to leave, he runs into her mother, Su Ming, in the kitchen. She tells him breakfast is almost done and says he should eat before heading home. Lin Zichen gladly agrees. So Lin Zichen ends up having breakfast with Shen Qinghan's parents, Shen Jianya and Su Ming. During the meal, her father asks whether Shen Qinghan is up yet, and Lin Zichen says she's still asleep, so it's better to let her rest a little longer. Su Ming lets out a sigh and says she wishes her daughter had Lin Zichen's discipline. But Shen Jianya immediately speaks up for Shen Qinghan, saying that after becoming the province's top student, she's earned the right to relax during the break. After breakfast, Lin Zichen says goodbye to Su Ming at the front door and tells her there's really no need to walk him out. Once he's gone, she closes the door and can't hide the sly, deeply pleased smile on her face. Su Ming then walks over to her husband and tells him that when she got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, she heard the shower running upstairs, clearly hinting that their daughter and Lin Zichen had been together. Shen Jianya thinks about it for a moment, then nods in agreement. Overjoyed by what she sees as a major step forward between the two of them, Su Ming immediately pulls out her phone to share the good news with Zhang Wanshan. At the same time, Lin Zichen arrives back home and starts getting ready to wash the clothes he wore the day before. Right in the middle of changing, his mother, Zhang Wangxian, suddenly shows up. The moment she sees him, she flashes him a knowing smile and gives him a thumbs up, praising him for being pretty capable. Lin Zichen is left completely baffled by the sudden compliment. The story then shifts to what looks like a university building. A muscular man with long hair and sunglasses storms into a dojo, followed by a whole group of men just as burly as he is. The second he steps inside, he shouts Lu Chuanwu's name and demands an explanation about Lin Zichen. Lu Chuanwu stays perfectly calm and acts like he has no idea what the man is talking about. That only makes the man snap even harder. He yells that Lin Zichen had already enrolled in his Evolution Academy and accuses Lu Chuanwu of pulling dirty tricks to steal the student for the Martial Academy. Lu Chuanwu shoots back at once, asking why the Evolution Academy should be the only one allowed to recruit students. The argument blows up almost immediately. The two deans start shouting over recruitment rules and past agreements, while Lu Chuanwu shamelessly brushes those agreements aside. Still looking completely confident, Lu Chuanwu says his recruitment method was perfectly reasonable and nothing more than fair competition. Then he throws it back in the other dean's face, saying that if he's unhappy, he can try winning Lin Zichen back himself. The Evolution Academy dean is furious. He shouts that someone as shameless as Lu Chuanwu has no right to talk about fair competition, then challenges him to settle it with a fight right there on the spot, saying that would be real justice. Lu Chuanwu just sneers and asks if he really thinks he's that stupid. The quarrel turns even uglier. Lu Chuanwu points out that their strength isn't even close, saying the other dean is level 5 advanced while he himself is only level 9 ordinary, so a fight would obviously be unfair. The dean fires back that he's only 48, while Lu Chuanwu is already 95, accusing him of using age to his advantage. Lu Chuanwu flips that around in an instant and says the man is trying to bully an old man, leaving the dean so angry he can barely get the words out. After losing the argument, the dean whirls around and storms out with his men, shouting that as long as Lu Chuanwu refuses genetic fusion, he'll stay weak forever and can keep fooling around with his pureblood humans, who are no better than insects. Later, that same dean is in an office speaking with Mo Dongji. She tells him not to worry, saying that sooner or later, Lin Zichen will watch his classmates pull ahead through genetic fusion and mechanical modification, and once that happens, he'll naturally want to switch majors. But he says that's not the real issue. In his eyes, the real problem is that Lu Chuanwu broke the rules, and that has to be punished. Mo Dongji remains calm and tells him that if he feels that wronged, then he should return the favor by stealing Lu Chuanwu's best student. The dean hesitates, clearly uneasy, but after hearing that, he decides to go along with her plan. After he leaves, Mo Dongji walks over and closes the office door. Holding her cup, she reflects that Ma Jinha is usually a steady, composed man, but the second Lu Chuanwu gets involved, he always loses control and starts acting irrationally. She takes a sip and thinks about Lu Chuanwu too, realizing that even after all these years, he still hasn't changed. That sharp tongue of his is just as ruthless as ever. She can't help regretting the path he chose when he was young. He believed his body was just as strong as his mouth, and in her eyes, if he hadn't made those choices back then, he could have at least become a school principal by now. The scene shifts again, this time to a road beside a canal, where Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are out jogging together. After a while, Shen Qinghan finally comes to a stop, bending over as she struggles to catch her breath, and says she seriously can't keep going. Lin Zichen walks over and hands her a bottle of water so she can catch her breath and take a drink. As she takes a sip, he suggests they call it there and head over to a nearby bench so she can stretch out her muscles. Not long after, Shen Qinghan is lying face down across a wooden bench, while Lin Zichen sits beside her and starts massaging her legs, working the tightness out of her muscles. Feeling touched, she turns her head toward him and softly thanks him. He smiles and tells her that between the two of them, there's no need to thank each other for something like this. What he says makes Shen Qinghan's face turn red. She slowly sits up, looks at him with a shy little pause, and finally asks the question she's been holding in. So what are they now exactly? Just friends? Childhood friends? Or is she already his girlfriend? Lin Zichen smiles at her and says that to him, she's family. Still blushing, Shen Qinghan softly asks what kind of family he means. Then she looks straight at him and asks what kind of family he wants the two of them to become. In a small, shy voice, she suggests that maybe they could be fiancés. And the second he agrees, her whole face lights up. Grinning from ear to ear, she scoots a little closer to him on the bench. Then Shen Qinghan takes it a step further and says they should get married as soon as they finish university. Lin Zichen agrees without hesitation, and the two of them seal it with a pinky promise. Later that night, back at Lin Zichen's house, he's sitting on the living room sofa with his parents, Lin Yinxing and Zhang Wangxin. Then out of nowhere, someone knocks on the door. Lin Yinxing walks over and opens it, but the moment he sees who's outside, he pauses. It's Dean Ma Jinha. He greets him, apologizes for coming so late, and says he came to talk about Lin Zichen's academy choice. Lin Yinxing is clearly thrown off. The matter was already settled, so why would the dean come all the way here this late just to bring it up again? Ma Jinha hands over a gift, 2 fish, and explains that one of his students gave them to him. Lin Yinxing invites him inside, and says they can talk in the living room, where Lin Zichen is already waiting. Once they sit down, Ma Jinha tries to change Lin Zichen's mind. He says that with a 15% gene fusion compatibility rate, Lin Zichen clearly has rare potential, and throwing that away to walk the path of a pureblood human would be a huge waste. He goes on to say that even if Tianrenj means well, their theories have never led to any real results. In his eyes, it's a dead end, and sooner or later, it will only ruin Lin Zichen. So he urges Lin Zichen to think it through, give up this pureblood path that can only lead to an ordinary future, and choose the Evolution Academy instead. Lin Zichen listens the whole time with a serious look on his face, not revealing a thing. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, looks completely confused and asks what they're even talking about. She thought her son had already enrolled in the Evolution Academy. At that point, Lin Zichen turns to his parents and admits there's something he forgot to tell them. A few days ago, he already joined Tianrenj. He explains that he transferred into the Budo Academy and chose the path of a pureblood human, leaving both of his parents stunned in their seats. His mother immediately asks, flustered and confused, what exactly is going on. Lin Zichen explains why he made that choice. He says he agrees with Tianren's philosophy, and since Budo Academy's dean, Lu Chuanwu, showed real sincerity by offering him triple the benefits, he agreed to join on a 6-month trial basis. He adds that if 6 months go by and he still doesn't see any results, then he'll return to the Evolution Academy and go back to the gene fusion path. His parents fall silent, clearly trying to take in everything he just said. Ma Jinhe, on the other hand, is furious. Deep down, he can't stop wondering how a poor old man like Lu Chuanwu could possibly afford an offer like that. Then he looks at Lin Zichen and says he wants to speak to him man-to-man. He says triple the benefits may sound tempting right now, but in the end, it's only a tiny gain in the short term traded for a massive loss later. He warns that those 6 months are incredibly valuable. If Lin Zichen gives up that time, along with the knowledge and experience he could have gained, he'll never get it back. So he pleads with him not to waste it. But Lin Zichen doesn't budge. He thanks the dean for the advice, then says again that he truly believes in Tianren's ideals. He says that if he never even tries this path, he knows he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Even so, deep down, he has to admit those triple benefits are just too hard to ignore. Seeing that Lin Zichen has already made up his mind, Ma Jinhe can only let out a long, helpless sigh. He gets to his feet and says that since Lin Zichen is this determined, there's no point saying anything more. He says he still has other matters to handle and prepares to leave. As he heads for the door, Lin Yinxin quickly stands up to walk him out. The next morning, Lin Zichen is at home, casually sipping his drink while scrolling through the news on his phone. Then his eyes suddenly widen. One headline says that Lin Zichen, the province's top scholar, was brainwashed by Tianren and chose the pure-blood human path, throwing away his talent in the process. The article even drags up a female genius from 10 years ago, claiming she ruined her future the same way after joining that group. As he scrolls through the comments, all he sees is mockery and criticism. People are questioning his intelligence, ridiculing his decision, and even calling for Tianren to be shut down altogether. Lin Zichen's face darkens the moment he realizes his personal information has already been exposed. What worries him even more is the thought that this kind of exposure could draw the attention of heretics. He starts wondering whether Ma Jinhe, or maybe some other force opposing Tianren, was behind the leak. Realizing the most urgent thing now is to contain the situation, he immediately makes a call and reports the news outlet for leaking a student's private information. 2 hours later, Lin Zichen is sitting on the couch, finally able to breathe a little now that the article has been taken down. But then his phone suddenly starts vibrating non-stop, one notification after another. He checks the messages and sees his classmates talking in a group chat, asking why he joined the misleading Tianren. They also tell him his photos have been leaked online too, and now the whole internet is talking about him. He visibly stiffens. Now that his face is out there too, the situation has become even messier and far more dangerous. That night, Shen Qinghan shows up at Lin Zichen's door in a pink nightgown and cheerfully announces that she's staying over. Later, with the two of them lying in bed, she notices him reading through all the hateful news about himself and remarks on how awful people can be. Lin Zichen stays calm and tells her that in struggles over power, the people who play by the rules usually end up at a disadvantage, while the ones willing to ignore them are the ones who take control. Shen Qinghan then suggests asking her powerful master, Imo Dongji, for help. But Lin Zichen shuts that idea down. He says this conflict is between the Gene Fusion faction and the Pureblood faction, so her master has no reason to step in for him. Even so, Shen Qinghan refuses to let it go and messages her master anyway. Not long after, Shen Qinghan holds up her phone for Lin Zichen to see. Imo Dongji has already replied, saying the matter's been taken care of. Shen Qinghan is stunned that everything was resolved in less than half an hour, and Lin Zichen is just as caught off guard. He quickly checks online, and sure enough, every trace of news connected to him has already been wiped clean. Lin Zichen can't help wondering why Imo Dongji stepped in for him. Maybe she's simply doting on her new disciple, or maybe some old feelings tied to her ex-husband are still lingering. Either way, he knows he's the one who benefited from it. He asks Shen Qinghan to thank her master for him, but she leans in with a playful smile and asks how he plans to thank her instead. When he asks what she wants, she tells him to kiss her. The two of them slowly lean closer, their faces warming as they move in for a kiss. Later on, Lin Zichen sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating while white mist-like energy coils around his body. Then he draws in one long, steady breath. A system notification appears, telling him his biological level has reached ordinary tier 7. He opens his eyes, drenched in sweat, and says with clear excitement that he's finally finished tempering all of his skin. After training, Lin Zichen opens his updated status panel. It shows that he's 18 years old, now at ordinary tier 7, with 9 biological attributes in total. It also confirms that the first stage of body tempering, skin tempering, is now complete. A wave of confidence rises in him. In his mind, having 9 attributes should be the same as 10 gene fusions. With a faint smirk, he starts thinking he's finally strong enough to crush that famous Kyoto prodigy. Right then, a message from Shun Qinghan cuts off his thoughts. She asks him to go with her and Chu Rue next Monday to retrieve their eggs. He instantly understands that since she plans to walk the gene fusion path, which often leads to infertility, she's preserving her eggs now so the two of them can have a test tube baby in the future. He replies right away and agrees to go with her. The following Monday, the three of them arrive at a large, modern hospital. Inside one of the rooms, Shin Qinghan is lying on a hospital bed in her underwear, school shirt, and stockings. A nurse gives her an ovulation shot and tells her to come back the next day for the egg retrieval procedure. Shin Qinghan quietly thanks her. Later, as they walk through the hospital hallway, Lin Zichen comments that the whole process is way too much trouble. Shin Qinghan admits she's still feeling a little nervous. Hearing that, Chu Rue throws an arm around her shoulder and suggests they go shopping so she can stop thinking about it. Shin Qinghan agrees right away. The girls ask Lin Zichen if he wants to come too, but he turns them down and says he has something else to deal with. Chu Rue is clearly thrilled to have a girls' day with Shin Qinghan. The two of them wave goodbye and head off together in high spirits. Back in his room, Lin Zichen decides it's time to begin the next stage of training, tempering his muscles. As he meditates, system notifications start popping up one after another, showing that both his muscle strength and his blood-tempering art proficiency are rising. He can feel right away that this pain burns even worse than skin tempering did, but it's still something he can endure. By the time the whole afternoon is gone, he's only managed to temper his right arm. He drops onto the bed, completely drained. To recover what he spent, he stuffs himself with a huge amount of bread to replenish his chi and blood. After that, he tests his grip strength with a hand gripper and is stunned to find that tempering just one arm has already increased his strength by 50%. Right then, someone knocks on his door. Shin Qinghan walks in and tells him Chu Rue suggested they all hang out with Hiyu before school starts, and she already agreed for him to. Lin Zichen reaches out, takes her hand, and tells her that if she's going, then he's definitely going too. But Shin Qinghan still looks uneasy. She explains that Chu Rue wants to go to the beach, and even though she doesn't want to go, she feels bad saying no. She reminds him about what happened before, about that terrifying, mysterious voice she heard in the ocean, and admits that she's scared. Lin Zichen gently reassures her and promises that he'll protect her. He tells her that if she's really too afraid, then they just won't go into the water. Hearing that, she finally nods. The scene then shifts to a dark cavern lit by fire, where a massive circular platform covered in glowing runes hangs above a sea of lava. And on top of that platform, a secret meeting is already underway. The giant green monster is there, reporting to a mysterious man in a sharp suit wearing a sinister plague doctor mask. The monster tells him that his filthy rats have already finished digging all 108 tunnels they needed. Then the monster tells the plague doctor masked man to place a biological coordinate at that location. The masked man agrees without a second thought. He raises a strange staff radiating power, with a single glowing red eye embedded in it, and drives it into the ground, sending a wave of dark energy outward. To complete the ritual, the masked man cuts open his own wrist and lets his blood pour onto the staff, where the red eye greedily drinks it in. As red and black energy lashes up from the ground, the masked man says the coordinate has now been set. He then explains that the next step is to find the matching point at the source site and place another coordinate there. Once those two coordinates begin resonating with each other, he says, all of the tunnels will fully connect to the source site, and their plan will be complete. Meanwhile, the group is on the road to the beach, driving along a beautiful stretch of coastline. Inside the car, Chu Rue asks Hiyu when he got his driver's license. He explains that right after summer vacation started, his father pulled some strings and got him into a fast-track driving course. When he offers to help the others get into the same kind of course, they immediately light up and agree, which only makes Hiyu even happier. Before long, they pull into the beach parking lot. Hiyu bursts with excitement, runs out onto the sand, and starts shouting about how much he loves the sea breeze, the ocean, and most of all, the women in bikinis splashing around in the water. Annoyed by what he just blurted out, Chu Rue smacks him on the back of the head. Then she grabs Shin Qinghan by the arm and announces that the two of them are going to get changed, completely ignoring Hiyu's complaints. Left standing there, Hiyu throws an arm around Lin Zichen's shoulder and says they should go get changed too, adding that he's already dying to jump in and start diving. But as the two of them walk off, a group of guys on the beach suddenly recognize Lin Zichen and point out that he's the student who placed second in the Nanjiang provincial Gaokao. Before long, they start whispering among themselves, saying he's the one who joined Tian Wrench. In their eyes, he either got brainwashed or was stupid from the start, and now he's completely thrown away his future. Hiyu hears every word, and his temper flares on the spot. He storms over, glares at them, and demands to know who they think they are to judge the provincial runner-up, then angrily tells them to keep talking. The whole group stiffens immediately, completely caught off guard by his sudden outburst. And just when Hiyu looks ready to take it even further, Lin Zichen calmly reaches over, grabs his arm, and tells him to let it go. There's no point wasting words on people like that. Hiyu vents his frustration, saying Lin Zichen is way too patient, because if it were him, he would have already punched them. Lin Zichen says he just doesn't care what those people think. But if they had talked about something he truly cared about, then yeah, he definitely would have thrown hands. When Hiyu asks what that would be, Lin Zichen just gives him a look and glances to the side, like the answer should already be obvious. Right then, Chu Rui and Shen Qinghan come back after changing into their beach outfits. Shen Qinghan is holding a tube of sunscreen, and Chu Rui cheerfully points out that the person Lin Zichen obviously cares about most is Shen Qinghan. Hiyu scratches his head and admits that was a dumb question, while Chu Rui tells the two guys to stop standing around and hurry up to get changed. A little while later, Lin Zichen and Hiyu come back out in swim trunks, both showing off strong, well-built bodies. Lin Zichen then teasingly asks if he should help Shen Qinghan put on sunscreen. From her lounge chair, Shen Qinghan happily says yes. As Lin Zichen spreads the sunscreen across her back, she softly tells him he's actually pretty good at it. Watching from the side, Hiyu blushes with jealousy and thinks to himself that Lin Zichen really knows what he's doing. Feeling inspired, he immediately tries the same line on Chu Rui, only for her to coldly tell him to get lost. As Lin Zichen keeps applying the sunscreen, his hands moving lower across Shen Qinghan's back and down toward her hips, she quietly thinks to herself just how amazing he really is. Then all of a sudden, a strange, powerful voice echoes inside her mind. Her eyes snap open, and she jerks upright in shock, muttering something about revival and the source of the sea. She quickly turns toward the ocean, fear all over her face, and blurts out that she can hear that voice again, instantly drawing Lin Zichen's attention. Lin Zichen pulls the frightened Shen Qinghan into his arms and asks her what happened. Still pale with fear, she tells him she heard that creepy voice again, talking about a great god, revival, and the source of the sea. Lin Zichen listens carefully and starts to suspect that the voice may be tied to the source site in the origin land. But in the end, he realizes they still know far too little. Before they can understand what's really happening, they need more information. So he tells her that once university starts, she should find a way to indirectly ask her master, Mo Dongji, about it. Shen Qinghan agrees. Sometime later, Lin Zichen is back in his room, continuing his training. Now that muscle tempering is finished, he's moved on to the much harder stage, bone tempering. The pain is brutal, far worse than before, as he guides his energy deeper into his body to strengthen his bones. After one grueling session, he collapses onto the bed, completely spent and covered in a strange residue. But even so, he's done it. All 206 bones in his body have been successfully tempered. Then the system rewards his effort with a notification, congratulating him for reaching Ordinary Creature rank 9. At that point, he's only one step away from advancing to the next level. Lying there on the bed, he studies the blood tempering art manual and realizes that the next step in evolution is opening the apertures inside his body. The problem is, the book explains it so vaguely that it's almost useless. With a determined look in his eyes, he shuts the book and decides he'll figure the method out himself. The scene then shifts to the impressive campus of Shanghai University, where Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan have finally arrived to start college. One of their parents calls out, saying they've arrived. As they walk through campus with Lin Zichen's parents, Shen Qinghan, now dressed in a stylish new outfit, excitedly points out that the old ice cream shop is still there. As they make their way through the lively university town, Lin Zichen smiles and tells her she's right. It really is the same ice cream shop they used to visit when they were little. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, suggests they stop and get some since they still have time, and Shen Qinghan happily agrees. Inside, Shen Qinghan digs into a huge bowl of strawberry milk ice cream and immediately lights up at how good it tastes. Then she sweetly lifts a spoon toward Lin Zichen and offers him a bite. He leans in and takes it while his parents watch with warm smiles. But that quiet little moment is suddenly broken by a commotion coming from a nearby bar, and it immediately catches Lin Zichen's attention. He glances over through the window and overhears a man complaining to a woman named Jessen that her skirt is too long, making it harder for him to grope her. Inside the bar, Brother Yang has Jessen sitting on his lap in a flirtatious pose. She tells him he can just slide his hand under her skirt if he wants, because she doesn't mind. Meanwhile, another man at the table tells Brother Yang to quit fooling around with the girl and focus on the game instead. Outside the ice cream shop, two other men are talking about a girl named Huang Jessen. One of them says that at the art academy, she acts like some untouchable goddess, but now she's letting guys from the Evolution Academy get close to her. The other says students from the Evolution Academy have bright futures ahead of them, so of course women are drawn to them. Hearing that makes Lin Zichen think about how the university is structured. Shanghai University is split into two separate sections. The outer campus is for students in arts and cultural programs, while the inner campus is reserved for those studying evolution, mechanical modification, and martial arts. The inner campus is treated like a high-security zone. It's off-limits to the public, and even students from the outer campus can't enter because gene fusion and mechanical modification research are too sensitive. Armed guards and surveillance drones patrol the area at all times. Back at the table, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wangxin, reminds both him and Xin Qinghan that even though university gives them more freedom, they still need to stay focused on their studies and not let themselves get distracted. Her husband, Lin Yinsheng, tells her not to worry, saying the two kids know how to behave. Then he turns to Lin Zichen and Xin Qinghan and says it's time for them to head into the inner campus. Since the parents aren't allowed inside the restricted area, Lin Yinsheng reminds his son to look after Xin Qinghan once they go in, and Lin Zichen promises that he will. At the heavily guarded entrance to the inner campus, a security guard stops the two of them and asks to see their admission notices. Lin Zichen hands his over right away, but while Xin Qinghan is still searching for hers, the guard suddenly stops her. He's already recognized Lin Zichen as the provincial exam star who recently made headlines for joining Tianrenj, so in the end, he lets both of them through without checking any further. Inside, the campus is crowded with gene fusion students and cyborgs moving all around, which is a completely normal sight in a place like this. After finishing all their registration procedures, the two of them finally reach the point where they have to split up and head to their own dorms. Xin Qinghan waves goodbye to Lin Zichen and tells him she'll see him that evening, then heads off toward her dorm in the Evolution Academy. The moment Lin Zichen arrives at the Budo Academy, a group of excited upperclassmen girls rushes over and surrounds him. One after another, they compliment his looks, offer to carry his luggage, and eagerly ask for his contact info. Then a confident blonde senior steps in, tells the others to give him some space, and says she'll personally take Lin Zichen to his dorm. He thanks her and agrees. As they walk, the senior asks whether he wants to check out the school's combat power rankings. She brings him over to a display board showing two lists, the peak ranking for the top 500 students in the whole school, and the freshman ranking for the top 100 first years. She explains that the top 3 spots on the peak ranking are all held by powerful fourth-year students from the Evolution and Mechanical Academies. Compared to that, only 3 students from the Budo Academy have managed to make the list at all, and every one of them is ranked much lower. Then she tells him about a former star from their academy. Just like Lin Zichen, that person entered as a top scorer and even climbed all the way to 6th place on the peak ranking. But because she walked the pure-blood human path, her growth eventually slowed down, and she was overtaken by gene fusion students and cyborgs. The senior reveals that this person is Song Yuyan. She's now an instructor at the academy and also a core researcher for Tianrenj, serving as Dean Lu Chuanwu's assistant. Before long, they arrive at his room. The senior leads him inside, and instead of a normal dorm, Lin Zichen finds a spacious private apartment. Even she can't hide her envy, remarking that the top scorer really does get unbelievable treatment. Fanning herself, she complains about how hot it was outside, then gives him a suggestive look and asks whether she can use his shower. But Lin Zichen completely misses the hint. He simply thanks her for helping him and says he'll treat her to milk tea from a nearby shop. The senior is left baffled by that answer, though she still agrees, wondering to herself why he didn't take the opening she gave him. After the senior leaves, Lin Zichen stands alone in his new room and thinks that by buying her a drink, he's properly returned the favor for her showing him the way. Not long after that, he gets a message from Xin Qinghan asking him to send pictures of his dorm. She has already sent photos of hers, and the place looks ridiculously luxurious, even complete with a private gym. Comparing that lavish apartment to his own simple single room, Lin Zichen feels a little bitter. It's obvious how much richer the Evolution Academy is. Still, he reluctantly takes a few pictures of his modest room and sends them over. The moment she sees them, Xin Qinghan is shocked by how small his place is and immediately tells him to move in with her instead. She even says her bed is bigger than the one he has back home. Without hesitating for even a second, Lin Zichen grabs his suitcase and phone and says he's heading over right now. As he walks out of the Budo Academy dorm area, he mutters to himself about the huge funding gap between the academies, feeling that his room, which is supposed to be the best housing his academy can offer, still can't compare at all to the student apartments in the Evolution Academy. While walking, he lets out a quiet sigh and briefly wonders whether Dean Lu Chuanwu can really deliver on that promise of triple benefits. When the elevator doors open on her floor, Xin Qinghan is already there waiting for him with a bright smile. She happily welcomes him into her spacious apartment, cool with air conditioning and far more comfortable than his place. Looking around the spotless, luxurious room, Lin Zichen says Emo Dongji must care about her a lot to arrange a place like this. Shen Qinghan smiles and agrees, saying her master really does treat her well. Shen Qinghan spreads her arms wide and cheerfully declares that this is their little home now, a place where they can finally relax without their parents around. Lin Zichen immediately blushes and tells her not to let her imagination run wild. Then she says she got sweaty from moving around, so she's going to shower first. Right there on the spot, she starts taking off her clothes and leaves them piled on the floor, while Lin Zichen can only stare and remind her not to make such a mess. While she's in the shower, a flustered Lin Zichen picks up the clothes she left behind. With nothing else to do for the moment, he decides to check out the new university app he downloaded. As he explores it, he finds an in-app store where students can spend school credits on resources related to gene fusion and mechanical modification. He soon learns there are 3 main ways to earn those credits: placing on the school's power rankings, completing official school assignments, or performing exceptionally well in competitions. The more he looks into it, the more he feels that for him, earning these credits may actually be even easier than making money. Then his browsing gets cut short when Shen Qinghan calls from the bathroom and asks him to bring her clothes in. He walks into the bathroom with her clothes, only to find her lounging comfortably in a large bathtub. With a faint blush, she says the water feels amazing and invites him to come in and join her. Lin Zichen hesitates, his face heating up, but then decides it really would be a waste for one person to use that much hot water alone. So in the end, he agrees and starts taking off his clothes. Once he gets into the tub, he offers to wash her back. Shen Qinghan happily agrees and tells him that after that, she'll wash his too. Later on, after the bath and a meal, Lin Zichen sits on the bed meditating while Shen Qinghan lies beside him. At that point, he begins the second stage of skin tempering through the blood tempering art. The process is brutal. He quickly realizes this round is much harder than the first, and after 2 full hours, he's only managed to temper his right hand. Curious about the results, he asks Shen Qinghan to hand him a sewing needle so he can test the strength of his skin. To her surprise, he presses the sharp needle against the back of his hand, but the tip can't pierce through at all. A system notification immediately confirms that the toughness of his skin is increasing. Then he pushes even harder, and the needle suddenly snaps against his hand. Shen Qinghan stares in amazement and blurts out that the blood tempering art is so incredible it almost makes her want to switch to the pure blood path too. Lin Zichen, meanwhile, calmly says it's time for the next test, heat resistance. With a steady expression, he holds his hand over the flame of the lit stovetop. Another system notification appears, confirming that his heat resistance is going up. He reflects that it took more than a full minute before he felt even the slightest burning sensation, and from that, he concludes that with the blood tempering art and his system-enhanced attributes, he is steadily moving toward his saintly body. Lin Zichen is just taking it easy when his phone suddenly vibrates with a new message. It is from Lu Chuanwu, the dean of the Budo Academy. The dean first checks whether he is settled in yet, then asks him to come to Tianrench headquarters so he can get familiar with the place and meet the rest of the team. Lin Zichen agrees, and the dean tells him to wait downstairs because someone will be sent to pick him up. Since he is not staying in his own dorm, Lin Zichen gives him Shen Qinghan's address instead. After sending the reply, he quietly exhales and heads downstairs. Before leaving, he lets Shen Qinghan know he is going out for a bit and tells her the dean wants him at the organization's headquarters. She simply tells him to go ahead and not worry. Once outside, he walks over to a few trees, finds a strip of shade, and waits there. While he is leaning against the trunk, a young man with short, spiky orange-brown hair happens to spot him. The guy heads straight over and immediately recognizes him as Lin Zichen, the provincial top scorer who joined Tianrench. Lin Zichen greets him back, though deep down he cannot help thinking that he really has gotten pretty famous. The young man says he truly admires the fact that Lin Zichen gave up gene fusion and chose the pure blood path instead. He explains that he is a freshman too, and that he grew up near Kyoto, where there used to be a similar institute dedicated to pure blood human research. But after 20 years with barely any results, that institute was shut down. Even so, he still hopes Shanghai University can succeed where that place failed. Lin Zichen finds the guy a little too chatty. In the end, the freshman gives him a thumbs up, wishes him luck, and finally heads off. A short while later, Lin Zichen hears the low growl of an engine nearby. He looks over and sees a woman in a helmet pulling up right in front of him on a sleek red motorcycle. She asks if he is Lin Zichen, and after he confirms it, she swings off the bike in one smooth motion. Then she removes her helmet and introduces herself as Song Yuyan, an instructor from the Budo Academy and also a researcher with Tianrench. After that, she tells him she is here to take him to headquarters. The moment they shake hands, Lin Zichen realizes exactly who she is. She is the former top student who also chose the pure blood route. He climbs onto the back of her motorcycle, and with a teasing smile, she tells him he might want to hold on a little tighter. As the motorcycle tears down the road, She jokes about whether he is happy that such a beautiful senior came to pick him up. Lin Zichen answers without missing a beat, saying it is an honor. Then, sounding curious, she asks why a student from the Budo Academy had been standing outside the luxury dorms of the Evolution Academy. Lin Zichen casually tells her his girlfriend lives there, and that he has already moved in with her. The second Song Yuyin hears that, she starts grumbling about her own love life, saying she has not even gotten the chance to live with a boy yet. Before long, they arrive in front of a large, modern-looking building. Song Yuyin leads Lin Zichen over to a building labeled Pure Human Research Institute. She motions for him to come in, and as he follows her inside, he asks whether that name is just a shorter version of Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute. Inside, she shows him the lounge where the researchers usually rest and take breaks. Then she points at a fully stocked fridge and tells him he can take whatever drink he wants for free. As they continue down an empty hallway, Lin Zichen looks around and asks why he does not see anyone else. Song Yuyin lets out a sigh and explains that Tianringe is not exactly popular on campus. Their budget is tight, so there is no way they can support a large staff. Then she tells him the entire organization is made up of Dean Lu Chuanwu, herself, Lin Zichen, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Lin Zichen stops in place. Right then, it finally hits him that the group of men in karate uniforms standing beside the dean during their first meeting had been hired just to make the organization look more impressive. He feels a little disappointed at first, but quickly reminds himself that as long as the promised triple benefits are real, the rest does not matter. Right after that, Song Yuyin calls out to the dean and says she has brought Lin Zichen over. A moment later, Lu Chuanwu appears looking worn out and messy, like he has not slept properly in days, and invites them into his cluttered office. Lin Zichen points out how exhausted he looks. Lu Chuanwu explains that he has basically been shut up in here for nearly half a month, trying to break through a bottleneck in his research on the aperture opening chapter of the blood tempering art, but so far he still has not gotten anywhere. Even with all that frustration weighing on him, Lu Chuanwu still gives Lin Zichen a big thumbs up and confidently says that now that Lin Zichen is here, the pure blood path is bound to take a major step forward. Then, as naturally as breathing, he starts boasting that Song Yuyin used to be the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, and that back in his younger days, even his own physical test scores were better than hers. Song Yuyin cuts him off right away and tells him to stop bragging already. The dean finally turns serious and explains that with Song Yuyin assisting him, he managed to break through a plateau that had held him back for decades and complete his third body tempering. Because of that, even as an ordinary Tier 9 human, he now has the power to defeat a high-level gene fuser. He places a hand on each of their shoulders and tells Lin Zichen that given enough time, he might even surpass Song Yuyin. Then Lu Chuanwu changes the subject and asks how Lin Zichen's blood tempering art is coming along. He wants to know whether Lin Zichen has already learned blood control and reached ordinary Tier 4, the level required to start skin tempering. Lin Zichen calmly says yes. The dean lights up the moment he hears that and immediately decides to have Song Yuyin guide him. He says that with her help, Lin Zichen should be able to complete his first skin tempering by the end of the semester. After all, Song Yuyin herself pulled it off in just 3 months. Song Yuyin agrees right away. But Lin Zichen cuts in and plainly says there is no need for a mentor. Then he reveals that he already finished his first round of skin tempering over summer break. That one sentence lands like a thunderclap. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyin both go completely still, too shocked to speak, like they are not even sure they heard him correctly. Song Yuyin cannot believe it. In her mind, there is no way Lin Zichen could have mastered something as difficult as skin tempering by himself in just 1 summer. Lin Zichen casually says the book explained it clearly enough, so he only spent a few days studying it. Though in his own mind, he knows it really took him only half an hour. Still unconvinced, Dean Lu Chuanwu asks to check his hand personally. Before showing his arm, Lin Zichen quietly activates his natural camouflage ability and decides to hide his true strength. On the surface, he adjusts the biological level he gives off to ordinary Tier 5, just enough to match someone who has completed 1 round of skin tempering. Only then does he let the dean examine his arm. But the moment Lu Chuanwu touches him, both he and Song Yuyin are left speechless. Staring at him in open disbelief, the dean confirms that Lin Zichen really has completed a full skin tempering. Still looking stunned, Lu Chuanwu asks what his current biological level is. Pretending to be a little nervous, Lin Zichen tells him it is ordinary Tier 5. The moment he hears that, the dean explodes with excitement. He throws both hands into the air and shouts that Lin Zichen is a once-in-a-generation genius, and that the future of the pure blood path is finally secure. Completely overwhelmed with joy, he grabs the startled Lin Zichen and pulls him into a tight hug, declaring that with talent like this, they are absolutely going to break through the limits of ordinary humans. Off to the side, Song Yuyin watches and quietly thinks that no matter how gifted someone is, there is always another person who is even more talented. A faint smile forms on her face as she realizes that having someone even more capable step forward to lead their cause might actually be a very good thing. Hope sparks again, and Song Yuyin is quick to suggest spreading the word about Lin Zichen. She believes that showing off talent like his could pull in more geniuses, and maybe even bring extra funding. But Lu Chuanwu stops her right there. His expression hardens, serious now. He warns that Lin Zichen's abilities need to stay under the radar for the moment. If his progress on the pure blood path is exposed too soon, it could put him in real danger. Then the dean steps in, explaining that their focus has never been about numbers. It's about quality. And now, with someone like Lin Zichen in their midst, every resource should go into helping him surpass the limits of ordinary humans. Song Yuyin brings up the funding issue, but the dean waves it off. He says he'll pull every connection he has to secure the evolution resources Lin Zichen needs. His plan? Wait until Lin Zichen's strength is undeniable, find a powerful backer, and only then reveal Tianren's ideals to the world. Song Yuyin can't help but praise the dean for thinking so far ahead, and he smiles, taking the compliment in stride. Lin Zichen stays quiet, listening, thinking to himself how stunned they'd be if they knew the full truth. He's already at ordinary tier 9, has completed tempering both flesh and bones, and is halfway through his second tempering cycle. After that, the dean tells Lin Zichen he can skip the Budo Academy's basic classes. From now on, he'll work directly at the Research Institute, with Song Yuyin assisting him. The moment she hears that, she clenches her fist and protests, saying being made to assist a junior is humiliating. The dean dismisses her complaint. In research, he says, pride doesn't count for anything. Then he shifts gears, announcing that the next afternoon, the university will hold the freshman trial to crown the new king, the strongest student in the first-year class. He confidently tells Lin Zichen that with his strength, the title is practically his already. The dean urges him to compete and bring honor to the Budo Academy, even offering tin qi and blood pills as a reward. When Lin Zichen barely reacts, he quickly adds one more incentive, 10 school credits for the winner. The moment Lin Zichen hears the word credits, his attention snaps. Soon enough, the day of the freshman assembly arrives. The university auditorium fills up with a sea of new students. As Lin Zichen takes a seat beside Shen Qinghan, whispers ripple through the crowd. Everyone recognizes Lin Zichen as the top scorer who joined Tianren, and they can't help but wonder what his connection is to their goddess, Shen Qinghan. The quiet doesn't last. A familiar spiky-haired freshman approaches and asks if Lin Zichen remembers him. Lin Zichen calmly nods and says he does. The freshman leans in, points at the two of them, and bluntly asks what their relationship actually is. Without hesitation, Lin Zichen reaches over and takes Shen Qinghan's hand. She blushes, and he tells the freshman straight up, they're childhood sweethearts, already engaged, planning to marry after graduation. The freshman's expression falters, and all he can do is force a stiff smile. As the assembly carries on, more freshmen file into the auditorium. Among them, one girl sits quietly. Her dark hair fades to purple at the tips, and she has a pair of cat-like ears. After a moment, she turns her gaze to Lin Zichen, staring intently. Lin Zichen feels that stare, and a faint unease creeps into his chest. Meanwhile, the chatty spiky-haired freshman has returned to his seat, talking animatedly with those around him. Soon, the man at the podium calls for the freshman representative to step forward. To everyone's surprise, the loud, spiky-haired freshman is the one who stands. As he strides confidently toward the stage, murmurs ripple through the audience. Why was someone with dyed hair and such a loud personality chosen? They assumed the spot would go to a strong freshman, probably a gene fuser. The freshman soaks it all in, clearly enjoying the attention. To him, this is the perfect moment to make everyone remember his name. The first thing he does on the microphone is ask if anyone's heard of Li Yijin. Lin Zichen inwardly scoffs. Of course they have. Almost everyone knows the famous genius from Kyoto. The freshman continues, claiming that Li Yijin's younger brother is just as talented. Top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, 16% gene fusion compatibility, highest physical test score in the country, tied with the top scorer from Nanjiang province. Then, with a confident smile, he reveals the truth. He is that younger brother, Li Moyu. He explains that he and his brother made a promise. One would dominate Shanghai University, the other Kyoto University. To back up his claim, Li Moyu releases his full biological pressure, declaring that he's an ordinary tier 5. Instantly, the entire auditorium is swallowed by his aura. Freshmen gasp, stiffen, and finally grasp the gap between themselves and a true genius. Satisfied, Li Moyu smirks and tells everyone to remember his name. Shen Qinghan leans closer to Lin Zichen, quietly mocking him. Li Moyu has no clue Lin Zichen could defeat him with a single finger. Lin Zichen just tells her to keep it down, and she playfully nods. After Li Moyu steps back, the announcer calls the next person, Zhou Hong, the student council president. A young man with dark blue hair approaches the podium and receives a prepared script. Facing the audience, Zhou Hong introduces himself and says he has 3 important points to cover. First, he explains that student discipline is managed by the Student Council, which holds significant power across campus. Second, he announces that next semester, the council will recruit 10 new freshman members, with strength being the only factor. He urges everyone to prove themselves in the coming months. Then, for his final point, he warns them, Shanghai University's inner campus is brutal, and strength rules above all. He adds that upperclassmen bullying lowerclassmen is common, and they need to prepare for that reality. His face darkens as he continues. Before stepping down, he wants them to feel firsthand what the power of an advanced being is like. The moment he speaks, a massive wave of biological pressure crashes over the auditorium. Freshmen gasp, struggle for air, and cry out under the unbearable force. Sitting beside Shin Qinghan, Lin Zichen remains calm. As the oppressive force fades, he notes that while advanced beings are powerful, this distance can't touch him, not when he's already reached ordinary Tier 9. The other freshmen gradually recover, breathing shakily. Many comment that it lasted only 5 seconds, but even that was enough to show just how terrifying an advanced being really is. Once Zhou Hong steps down, Mo Dongji steps forward, announcing that the freshman trial will start as soon as the assembly ends. The rules are simple. In the center of the gym, a large stage awaits, and anyone who can stand there alone for 1 full minute will be crowned this year's new king. The prize? 100 school credits, 10 times last year's reward. From the stands, a few upperclassmen scoff, claiming the top 10 spots always go to their genius class, and this year won't be any different. The announcement hits, and the ordinary class students instantly light up. Then another rule drops. If even one of them cracks the top 10, every non-genius freshman scores a school credit. That single credit is worth 10,000 yuan, and suddenly, the crowd is buzzing. If they work together, everyone could win big. Seeing the shift in energy, He steps up onto the stage, grabbing the microphone with a determined look. He introduces himself quickly, then points out that his classmate, Lin Zichen, is the provincial top scorer, the strongest among the ordinary students. Then he lays out a plan. All the ordinary students should band together, take on the genius class, and clear a path for Lin Zichen to break into the top 10. All eyes swing toward Lin Zichen. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't move. He just sits there, calm as ever. Yet, the ordinary students are already fired up. One by one, they leap to their feet, shouting that they'll clear the way for him. Meanwhile, a group of faculty watches from the sidelines. Lu Chuanwu, Mo Dongji, and Ma Jinhe among them. Lu Chuanwu leans over to Zhou Hong, remarking that He's earlier show was a bit too petty. Ma Jinhe jumps in, questioning why Lu Chuanwu needed to take his anger out on Li Moyu's younger brother just because of Wu Tianqing. Then, with a smirk, he adds that when it comes to pettiness, nobody in the whole university beats Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu just tilts his head, calm as ever, and says he only holds grudges against the person involved, never their family. Then he fires back casually, asking if it's true that Ma Jinhe's daughter did especially well on her entrance exams. Ma Jinhe confirms she ranked 3rd in Kyoto. Nearby, Zhou Hong suggests she should join the student council, even offering to personally train her as a future leader. Ma Jinhe nods, asking Zhou Hong to look after her. Zhou Hong replies he's always happy to guide any student with real genius potential. Down in the arena, students start guessing who might become the new king. Most bets are on Li Moyu or Ma Weiwei. One student argues Li Moyu is the clear favorite. His biological level already hits ordinary tier 5. Another counters that Ma Weiwei, though slightly lower in score, fused with Shadowcat genes over the summer, possibly boosting her real combat power. A third student dismisses that, pointing out her fusion was only partial, so the boost must be limited. Their debate is cut short when Lu Chuanwu's booming voice fills the arena, declaring that neither Li Moyu nor Ma Weiwei will be the new king. Everyone spins toward him, shocked. Lu Chuanwu just grins wider, confidently announcing that the real new king will come from his Tian Range, Lin Zichen. Ma Jinhe snaps back, questioning how that could be possible. Lin Zichen didn't even rank in the top 10 on physical tests. To him, it sounds ridiculous, and he accuses Lu Chuanwu of bluffing. Lu Chuanwu calmly asks if Ma Jinhe really doesn't believe him and dares him to bet. Already fuming, Ma Jinhe accepts instantly, warning Lu Chuanwu not to chicken out later. They settle on a wager of 100 school credits. Once the bet is set, Lu Chuanwu invites the other faculty to join. A strong-looking gene fuser turns to Director Qin, asking if he'll wager 1,000 credits. Director Qin agrees. Watching this, Ma Jinhe grows uneasy. That old man's confidence is unsettling, and for a moment, he wonders if Lu Chuanwu might have Li Moyu throw the match. But he shakes the thought off, remembering his own daughter is competing too. His jaw tightens as he tries to read Lu Chuanwu's strategy. Still, one thought nags at him. Could Lin Zichen actually become the new king? He immediately dismisses it as impossible. At that moment, a figure in a sleek red-and-black cyborg suit approaches. It's the dean of the Mechanical Academy. She steps up to Ma Jinha, pointing out that Lin Zichen, the provincial top scorer, originally came from his Evolution Academy. She asks if it doesn't bother him that Lu Chuanwu took him. Ma Jinha waves it off, claiming his academy has plenty of talent. The cyborg dean smirks knowingly, noting she also heard he poached the only 3 senior students from Tian Ranch. Clearly, his casual attitude is just a mask for the revenge he's plotting. Up on the balcony, Lu Chuanwu practically glows, counting all the wagers, 9 at 100 credits each, 1 at 1,000. In his mind, the payoff is already enormous. As the faculty watches, the freshman trial kicks off. A massive wave of ordinary students storms the main stage, shouting that they'll take down the genius class. In the next heartbeat, chaos erupts across the arena. Off to the side, Lin Zichen stands apart, calmly observing the madness. He notices that many genius class students rely more on gene fusion compatibility than actual fighting skill. Then, without warning, his danger perception kicks in, showing him the power levels around him. From this, he calculates that the 2 strongest, Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei, are both ordinary tier 5, while the rest of the top 10 in the genius class are at least ordinary tier 4. After the first clash, the ordinary students erupt in cheers. Several genius class members lie sprawled on the floor. One student yells that the genius class isn't so impressive after all. Riding that energy, the rest of the ordinary students surge forward, calling out to the genius class students still sitting in the stands to come down and fight. Suddenly, a huge, heavily built student with white hair jumps down to answer the challenge. He lands hard on the stage, making a noticeable impact, and arrogantly dares the crowd to try him, claiming he'll show them just how weak they are. The ordinary students don't hesitate. They charge as one, shouting that with enough people, even he can be taken down if each lands just 1 hit. The muscular student meets the rush with a single sweeping kick. The impact blasts a whole wave of students backward. They crash into the floor, one after another, knocked out instantly. Looking down, the student sneers, saying ants are still ants. No matter how many, they can't hurt an elephant. The remaining ordinary students freeze, then all turn to Lin Zichen, claiming he's too arrogant and urging him to step in and crush the giant. Lin Zichen strolls toward the stage, calm as ever, saying that since it's come to this, he'll take the fight. He steps onto the stage, hands still in his pockets, completely unfazed. His opponent lands heavily in front of him, cracking the floor beneath. Excited, he announces he's been waiting to face the top physical scorer from Nanjiang Province. He introduces himself as Lu Qiji, top scorer from Yintian Province, and brags about his records: a 5.69-second 100-meter dash, 4.52-meter vertical jump, and a one-handed lift of 1,150 kilograms. Then he smugly asks Lin Zichen for his stats. Lin Zichen simply says there's no need. He adds that Lu Qiji will feel his strength for himself soon enough. Before Lu Qiji can react, Lin Zichen moves. With a single sharp kick, he sends Lu Qiji flying across the stage. Lu Qiji crashes to the ground, defeated instantly. The ordinary class students erupt with cheers. Up on the balcony, faculty are stunned. They expected a tactical match, but what they just saw was raw, overwhelming power. One by one, they start questioning just how strong Lin Zichen really is, realizing that beneath his usual calm lies a ruthless fighter. Before the cheers die down, another challenger leaps onto the stage. He introduces himself as Luo Yongjian, top scorer from Dajiang Province, and begins listing his achievements. But he doesn't get far. Lin Zichen steps forward and drives a knee straight into his face, ending the match instantly. Standing over the fallen challenger, Lin Zichen looks at the remaining genius class students and declares that this proves the ordinary class has geniuses too. The overwhelming display makes someone panic, yelling at Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei to get onto the stage before the title slips to an ordinary student. Right after that, a girl with cat-like ears lands lightly on the stage. The genius class students recognize her immediately and start shouting for Miss Weiwei to take Lin Zichen down. From the crowd, Hiyu and the other ordinary class students start yelling at Lin Zichen, telling him not to go easy just because his opponent is pretty. As Lin Zichen studies her stance, he realizes this is the perfect chance to observe a gene fuser in action up close. The match kicks off the instant Ma Weiwei dashes forward, moving so fast she's almost a blur. She follows with a high, powerful kick, but Lin Zichen leans back effortlessly, letting it slice through the air. Even as he dodges, he wonders if her agility comes from the Shadow Cat gene fusion. Ma Weiwei is visibly shaken. He dodged that without breaking a sweat. Feeling the gap between them, she knows forcing the attack is pointless. She hops back lightly, creating distance. Then she locks eyes on him and asks seriously for half a minute. She needs time to fully activate the Shadow Cat genes before they can really fight. Lin Zichen stays completely relaxed, calmly telling her to take her time. For him, this is a rare chance to watch gene activation in real time. As she focuses, Ma Weiwei's body transforms. She drops onto all fours, a long furry tail sprouts, claws extend from her fingers, and a fierce aura radiates from her. From the stands, faculty watch intently. One comments to Ma Zhenhe that his daughter's gene integration is remarkable. Ma Zhenhe beams, bragging that she even surpasses top scorers from other provinces. But his smile fades slightly. The fusion is recent, and he worries pushing her this far might cause a backlash. Sighing, he mutters that she's just as stubborn as ever. With the transformation complete, Ma Weiwei lunges at Lin Zichen, shouting that he was way too arrogant to stand there waiting, and now he's going to pay. She attacks with a ferocity he hasn't seen yet. She fires another fierce kick, and Lin Zichen barely ducks out of the way. Even while dodging, he's already analyzing her new power. Her strength has jumped from mid-ordinary tier 5 to nearly ordinary tier 6. Ma Weiwei is stunned. Even at this boosted level, she still can't land a hit. She throws herself into a wild flurry of claws and kicks, but Lin Zichen weaves through every strike like it's nothing. After watching long enough, Lin Zichen's expression turns serious. A blue aura begins to rise around him. He's decided he's seen all he needs to understand Shadowcat gene fusers. He realizes there's no reason to drag the fight out any longer. So when Ma Weiwei lunges again, Lin Zichen responds with one devastating punch straight to her face. The impact is brutal. She's sent flying, crashing into a pile of defeated students, knocked out cold. Nearby students rush over, staring in disbelief. One punch, and her face is already swollen. A moment later, Ma Weiwei sits up, tears streaming, clutching her face. Her father, Dean Ma Zhenhe, immediately jumps down from the stands to comfort her. Then he whirls toward Lin Zichen, furious, demanding if he can even call himself a man after hitting a girl so hard. Lin Zichen stays calm, answering that in the path of evolution, there's no difference between men and women, only the strong and the weak. From the crowd, Li Moyu nods in agreement, saying in the end, strength is all that matters. Seeing his opening, he leaps dramatically from the stands onto the stage. He lands with a heavy thud, and the genius class students erupt in cheers, hailing him as their last hope to avenge Ma Weiwei. Li Moyu looks at Lin Zichen and remarks that he's clearly been hiding his power, pretending to be ordinary only to reveal himself as a provincial champion. With a dark grin, he adds that Lin Zichen isn't the only one holding back. Then Li Moyu unleashes his power. His body grows larger, muscles bulging, a fierce aura bursting outward. Up on the balcony, faculty freeze. They quickly realize Li Moyu is a gene fuser as well. The dean of the Mechanical Academy identifies his genes as demon-eyed giant ape, a fusion demanding immense physical strength just to maintain. At the same time, his biological pressure spikes to ordinary tier 6. As the transformation completes, Lu Chuanwu goes completely rigid. In that moment, he realizes he might lose his bet, 1,900 school credits, worth 19 million yuan. The scene then cuts elsewhere, where Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang are getting a mission from another student. The student tells them to retrieve a high-level demon seed from a nearby park and feed it to Li Moyu. Lu Gang hesitates, worried about targeting someone from the powerful Kyoto Li family, but their superior assures them their organization is strong enough to wipe out the Li family without any problem. When asked if they'll carry out the mission, Wang Shuajie answers quietly, telling Lu Gang they don't really have a choice. Back in the arena, the showdown between the top freshmen finally begins. Li Moyu explains his transformation, boasting that the demon-eyed giant ape form is built for raw strength and defense. He admits this form is usually slow, but now his power far surpasses Lin Zichen's, creating a gap too wide to overcome. He taunts Lin Zichen, asking if he can still stay relaxed facing a real genius. Lin Zichen doesn't respond. He simply charges and throws a punch. As they clash, Li Moyu's reaction tells Lin Zichen something important. His reflexes are fast enough to dodge attacks at ordinary tier 6 speed. Armed with that insight, Lin Zichen decides to push harder, testing him at ordinary tier 7 speed. Li Moyu can't handle the jump. Lin Zichen lands a heavy punch directly to his face. Li Moyu stumbles back, angry, accusing Lin Zichen of a cheap sneak attack. Lin Zichen stays calm, noting that the beast's defense is solid, roughly high-level ordinary tier 6. Furious, Li Moyu plants his feet and vows that Lin Zichen's fists will never touch him again. Lin Zichen keeps pressing forward, analyzing the fight. Even with his speed advantage, he hasn't landed any real damage yet. The battle intensifies. Li Moyu powers through a full barrage of attacks. Lin Zichen sizes him up, slower but extremely well defended, leaving room for mistakes. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, can't afford a single clean hit, and the fight seems to be tipping in one direction. To keep testing limits, Lin Zichen enters a rapid exchange, slipping around Li Moyu's heavy punches one after another. He decides the test of reaction speed is complete. Lin Zichen jumps back, creating space, ready to test the last attribute, strength. Across from him, Li Mayu grins darkly, admitting he underestimated Lin Zichen's speed. Still, he mocks Lin Zichen's strength, claiming it's too weak to truly harm him, declaring that Lin Zichen is destined to lose. Then Li Mayu winds up a massive punch, loaded with power. As that giant fist descends, the crowd screams for Lin Zichen to dodge. He doesn't move. He simply stands his ground, bracing for the hit. Up on the viewing balcony, the deans rest their hands on Lu Chuanwu's shoulders, their faces full of pity. They're convinced Lin Zichen is about to be crushed. One even reminds the tearful dean not to forget the 100 school credits he wagered. Back in the ring, Li Moyu's punch comes down with massive force, sending a shockwave through the air as his fist slams toward Lin Zichen's face. But what happens next leaves everyone completely stunned. The bones in Li Moyu's hand shatter the instant they make contact. He collapses to the ground, clutching his hand and screaming that it's broken. The arena falls utterly silent. No one can process what they just saw. All around the stadium, people mutter in disbelief. Lin Zichen apparently won just like that. Standing over him, Lin Zichen quickly pieces it together. The demon-eyed giant ape fusion gave Li Moyu huge strength, but his body couldn't handle the recoil. He hit Lin Zichen so hard that the force bounced back, shattering his own hand because Lin Zichen's defense was even tougher. Lin Zichen calmly calls for the medical team, explaining that Li Moyu likely has a comminuted fracture and needs immediate treatment. The medics, still in shock, snap back to attention and rush onto the stage. Suddenly, a figure drops from the balcony, Mo Dongji. She lands cleanly and tells Lin Zichen to step aside. Examining Li Moyu's arm, she confirms the diagnosis. His entire right hand is shattered. Even she can't hide her surprise. It was the rebound from hitting Lin Zichen's face that caused it. She produces a glowing golden pill and gives it to Li Moyu, all the while wondering just how absurdly strong Lin Zichen's face must be for that to happen. Sensing there's more beneath the surface, Mo Dongji probes Lin Zichen's strength with her mental power. The moment he feels it, Lin Zichen activates natural camouflage, hiding his true level. She studies him carefully. Thanks to the camouflage, all she sees is someone at ordinary tier 6. She notices his skin, bones, and muscles are denser than normal for that level, but nothing else stands out. She wonders if his extreme toughness is the only secret he's hiding. The other faculty members gather around, asking her judgment. Mo Dongji explains that Lin Zichen is ordinary tier 6, but with unusually high physical durability, and that she detected no other abnormalities. Lin Zichen keeps his expression neutral, but inwardly, he lets out a quiet breath. His camouflage worked perfectly. Meanwhile, the pill Mo Dongji gave Li Moyu takes effect almost instantly. He sits up, surprised, exclaiming that the medicine is incredible. He's already fine. He flexes his hand a few times, then smiles when he realizes the injury is completely healed. With the fight over, Lin Zichen decides there's no reason for Li Moyu to stay on stage. Calmly, he tells him to step down, and casually kicks the freshly healed Li Moyu right out of the ring. Humiliated, Li Moyu shouts from below that once his gene fusion develops further, he'll come back and defeat Lin Zichen. In the stands, ordinary and genius class students start arguing immediately. The ordinary students mock the so-called elites for acting righteous despite losing. The genius class students fire back that Li Moyu lost to Lin Zichen, not them. But the ordinary students drown that out, claiming Lin Zichen's victory belongs to their entire class. On the stage, the countdown finally hits 0. A notification rings out. 1 full minute has passed. The announcer officially declares Lin Zichen of Martial Arts Class 1 as this year's new king. The ordinary students erupt in cheers for Brother Chun, celebrating the glory he just brought them. But Lin Zichen isn't done. After taking first place, he decides to push even further. He leaps off the stage and into the spectator stands. The crowd freezes as he lands near the genius class seats, bending down to lift Shen Qinghan into his arms in a princess carry. Whispers ripple through the students, confused by the sudden move. Shen Qinghan's face flushes bright red as Lin Zichen jumps back toward the stage, still carrying her. Her heart races, wondering if he's about to reveal their relationship in front of everyone. Moments later, Lin Zichen lands smoothly back on the ring. With Shen Qinghan now behind him, he faces the stunned crowd and faculty without a hint of hesitation. Then he boldly announces that for the remaining rankings, from 2nd to 10th, he wants every single one of them. The genius class students explode in anger. Shouting that Lin Zichen has gone too far, they charge together, determined to crush both him and Shen Qinghan, the so-called traitor. Chaos erupts on stage. Even outnumbered, Lin Zichen moves effortlessly through the attackers. Punch after punch, kick after kick, he tears through their formation, sending students flying without much effort. Spotting an opening, Ma Weiwei dives from above, targeting a startled Shen Qinghan, screaming that she should pay for betraying them. Lin Zichen reacts instantly, intercepting her midair and smashing her away with a heavy kick to protect Shen Qinghan. The blow sends Ma Weiwei flying off the stage. Up on the balcony, her father, Ma Jinhe, cries out as he watches his daughter slam hard onto the floor. With the genius class fully defeated, Lin Zichen stands over the fallen students, the clear victor of the scene. A notification sounds. Shen Qinghan has officially secured second place in the trial. She looks genuinely shocked by the result. Lin Zichen turns to the ordinary students, outlining his plan. He offers them the remaining spots from 3rd to 10th, with one condition: all school credits tied to those rankings belong to him. The students erupt, cheering for Brother Chun and eagerly grabbing the chance to enter the top 10. Chu Rui quickly does the math, pointing out the top 10 spots together are worth 550 credits. He Yu grins and adds the participation rewards, bringing the total to 559 credits. Up on the balcony, Ma Jinhe fumes. He shouts at Mo Dongji, arguing that Lin Zichen is acting improperly and demanding to know how the new king can control the entire top 10. A calm voice cuts in, asking what rule this actually violates. Lu Chuanwu steps forward, defending his student and challenging Ma Jinhe to show exactly where the rules forbid a strategy like this. Ma Jinhe is left speechless, forced to admit there's no rule against it, though he still insists Lin Zichen is exploiting a loophole. Ma Jinhe can only stand there, sweating and defeated. Elsewhere, the hidden conspirators adjust their plans. Wang Shuajie grabs Lu Gang, telling him the mission has changed. They're no longer targeting Li Moyu. As they watch students toss Lin Zichen into the air in celebration, Wang Shuajie announces their new target, Lin Zichen himself. Their goal is to make him consume the high-level demon seed and bring him into their organization. After the trial, Lu Chuanwu rushes toward Lin Zichen with arms wide, only to be neatly dodged. Lin Zichen simply asks if the dean has forgotten everything he promised. Lu Chuanwu immediately produces a bottle, explaining it contains 10 qi and blood pills, along with Lin Zichen's triple benefits for the semester. He adds that he's already transferred 300 credits and happily notes that Lin Zichen helped him win 1,900 credits from the other faculty members. Then Lu Chuanwu leans in, quietly asking Lin Zichen about his real strength and level. Lin Zichen whispers part of the truth. Ordinary Tier 6, completed 1 round of skin tempering, some facial muscle tempering, and naturally hard facial bones. Lu Chuanwu is so shocked he blurts it out, shouting in disbelief that Lin Zichen has already learned muscle tempering. Overwhelmed, he grabs Lin Zichen's hands and tearfully declares that before graduation, Lin Zichen will evolve into an advanced being while maintaining a pure human body. He urges him to follow the pureblood path, and Lin Zichen calmly agrees. That night, Lin Zichen sits on the edge of his bed, turning a small red qi and blood pill over in his fingers, just staring at it. Curious about its effect, he pops it into his mouth, deciding to see exactly what it can do firsthand. Almost immediately, steam rises off his body as the medicine kicks in. But when his system shows only a gain of 108 points, his face falls. Compared to a normal training session, this pill barely moves the needle. Seeing how little it helps him, Lin Zichen instantly thinks of someone who could get far more out of it: Shen Qinghan. Right on cue, Shen Qinghan walks in, still in her training gear, sweat glistening on her skin. She asks when he got back, and he tells her it's only been about half an hour. Lin Zichen gestures her over, drops a red pill into her palm, and tells her to take it. Shen Qinghan glances down at it for a moment, then swallows without another word. The effect hits her instantly. Steam bursts from her body, her cheeks flush, and she blurts out that she's burning up as her qi and blood surge violently inside her. Seeing how strong the reaction is, Lin Zichen hands over the rest of the bottle. He tells her the pills barely affect him, so she can take the remaining 8, but only 1 a day. Shen Qinghan grins, clearly thrilled with the arrangement. The next morning, Lin Zichen arrives at the Tianringe Research Institute and greets Song Yuyan. She's mid-training and jokes, calling him the new king. Stretching as she talks, she asks if what the dean said is true. Really ordinary Tier 6? Already mastered muscle tempering? Lin Zichen just nods calmly and confirms it all. The moment she hears that, Song Yuyan lights up and rushes toward him. She calls him a true genius and says that with him at Tianringe, they'll shake the world. Closing the distance, Lin Zichen nods, promising they'll work hard together. Later, Lin Zichen stays behind at the institute, studying. He soon realizes Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan still haven't solved the aperture opening part of the blood tempering art. He decides he'll have to go back to the original text and figure it out himself. With the celestial root of wisdom, the research comes surprisingly easy to him. Not long after, Song Yuyan interrupts, telling him the student council is waiting outside. Judging by the situation, she figures they're here to recruit him after what he demonstrated before. Lin Zichen immediately says he's not interested. But when Song Yuyin casually mentions the monthly credit subsidies student council members get, his whole attitude flips. Suddenly, he's all ears. Stepping outside, he finds Zhou Hong, the student council president, already extending a hand for a handshake. After shaking hands, Zhou Hong wastes no time. He personally invites Lin Zichen to join the council and even offers to groom him as a future president. Zhou Hong keeps listing perks, special meals, influence in school decisions, and the credit subsidies on top of it all. Hearing all that, Lin Zichen smiles and agrees immediately. But Zhou Hong stops him, saying there's a condition. If Lin Zichen wants in, he must give up the pure-blooded human path and choose gene fusion. Lin Zichen pauses, puzzled, and asks why. With open arrogance, Zhou Hong explains the council only takes future geniuses. He calls the pure-blood path pointless, even labeling Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyin as failures, and warns that refusing gene fusion will eventually waste Lin Zichen's talent. Lin Zichen asks one last time if joining really means choosing gene fusion. When Zhou Hong confirms it, Lin Zichen calmly says he won't be joining, then turns and walks away, leaving everyone stunned. As he leaves, he quietly compares the council's benefits with everything Tianringe already provides him. Behind him, the council members start mocking his choice. They sneer that the so-called new king must be out of his mind for sticking with the pure-blood path, warning he'll regret it. One even tells Zhou Hong the trip was wasted. Tianringe clearly brainwashed him too well. Zhou Hong dismisses Lin Zichen as a genius with no future. To him, that makes Lin Zichen nothing but trash. He tells the others to drop it and recruit someone else. Back at the Tianringe Research Institute, Song Yuyin slams her fists on the desk, venting to Lin Zichen about how hopeless the council's thinking is. Their conversation is cut short by Dean Lu Chuanwu's arrival. Looking completely worn out, Song Yuyin sarcastically praises his sacrifices for the pure-blood cause, working day and night, even selling his body to secure investment money. Irritated, Lu Chuanwu snaps, asking if she has to bring up that last part every time. Then he turns to Lin Zichen, warning him that women are obstacles on the road of evolution, and he should stay far away. Later in his office, Lu Chuanwu tells Lin Zichen the university offers housing for families of recognized geniuses. He adds that he can arrange jobs for Lin Zichen's parents, and asks if he wants to bring them into the city. Lin Zichen says he'll wait until the weekend to discuss it with them first. Finally, Lu Chuanwu mentions that Lin Zichen's early access to school missions is already approved. With his current strength, there's no need to wait until next semester. Song Yuyin explains she does off-campus missions every week to earn credits. She invites Lin Zichen to join later for experience, and even offers a chance to go on an aberrant beast extermination mission. Lin Zichen thanks her politely. Curious about the available work, Lin Zichen opens the school app and scrolls through the mission list. He quickly sees that most school-posted missions are minor chores, paying only 1 or 2 credits each. Switching to student-posted missions, he spots a strange request. Someone wants a female gene fuser with beast ears and long legs as a training partner, offering 5 credits a month. Amused, he scrolls past it toward the off-campus section. Now things get interesting. Off-campus missions offer bigger rewards. One pays 30 credits to capture robbers, another 200 for hunting a powerful aberrant beast, though both are far away. But one mission suddenly makes him stop. It's to capture a shadow cat girl, an out-of-control gene fuser at ordinary tier 6 who's been killing men in the city's red light district. The reward is 50 credits. Lin Zichen accepts without a second thought. At that moment, Song Yuyin leans in beside him, startling him. She asks if he just accepted the Catgirl mission and says she can go along. Surprised, he asks how she even knows. She points out the mission page shows everyone who's already accepted it. Lin Zichen glances back at his phone and is surprised. 28 people have already taken the mission, including 26 upperclassmen and 1 other freshman, Ma Weiwei. That strikes him as odd. She's only ordinary tier 5, so she must have support. Noticing the time, Lin Zichen tells Song Yuyin he's heading home for lunch and waves goodbye. As he walks across campus, he starts to feel like someone's following him. His danger sense spikes. There's a hostile presence nearby, ordinary tier 7. A second later, a muscular guy in a blue tracksuit steps out and calls his name. The man gets right in Lin Zichen's face, angrily accusing him of targeting Ma Weiwei. He lists everything Lin Zichen has done, slapping her during the trial, competing for the mission, and demands to know if Dean Lu Chuanwu is behind it all. The guy just keeps going, throwing around insults and calling Lin Zichen a bully, practically daring him to fight. Lin Zichen stands there, silent, and you can tell his patience is wearing thin. Lin Zichen asks if Ma Weiwei or her father sent him, but the guy shakes his head. He came here on his own. Then, without missing a beat, he repeats his challenge. Lin Zichen just stares and says flatly, "So what?" Right then, Lin Zichen realizes he's dealing with a total empty-headed idiot. He turns around, ready to walk away. But before he can take a step, the guy grabs his sleeve, shouting for him to stop. That's all it takes. Lin Zichen spins back and lands a solid punch straight to the guy's face. The man drops like a stone, out cold. Lin Zichen looks down at him and mutters coldly, wondering if that finally satisfied him. Not long after, Lin Zichen is back at the apartment. From the kitchen, Shen Qinghan calls out, welcoming him home. Dinner's ready. She also mentions the 10 pounds of life-and-death toad meat he ordered have arrived. He pulls the bag from the fridge, remembering he once thought about buying even more to push his codex progress faster, but he dropped the idea to avoid drawing attention. Placing both hands on the package, blue energy bursts outward. A system notification pops up. He's absorbed a huge amount of the toad's life essence, pushing his codex progress up to 10%. Later, Shen Qinghan walks in and finds Lin Zichen tossing the meat into a garbage bag. It's already spoiled. She's confused. It looked fresh when it arrived. Lin Zichen explains he already absorbed all its essence, and once that happens, the meat spoils almost immediately. Shen Qinghan freezes, asking if that's his superpower. He nods, adding that he can absorb essence from aberrant beasts and gain some of their abilities. Her eyes widen. Now it clicks. This is why he chose the pure blood path. With a power like that, he doesn't need gene fusion at all. While they eat, Lin Zichen brings up the dean's offer to arrange housing and jobs for their parents. Shen Qinghan brightens instantly, and they decide to visit their families over the weekend. During dinner, Shen Qinghan mentions an exciting duel at the gym earlier that afternoon between two top-ranked students. She suggests they check it out, and Lin Zichen agrees. By the time they reach the university gym, the crowd is huge. Lin Zichen notices it's not just students and faculty. Representatives from the Mechanical God Group are here too. Shen Qinghan points toward the VIP section, eyes wide. Inside a massive white cyborg suit sits the famous mechanical genius girl they've seen online before. At the center of the arena, the fighters face off. One's a muscular, bull-like gene fuser, the other a sleek cyborg. Shen Qinghan asks who's stronger, the Kyoto genius or the mechanical genius girl. Lin Zichen says this duel will show. He explains, if the 8th-ranked student from Evolution Academy wins, the Kyoto genius is stronger. But if the 9th-ranked cyborg wins, then the mechanical genius girl has the edge. The announcement blares, and the duel kicks off. The cyborg moves first, blasting straight into the air on mechanical wings. From above, it rains missiles down on the bull-like opponent, each explosion shaking the arena. The gene fuser is pushed entirely on defense, barely keeping himself upright as the blasts tear across the stage. When the barrage finally ends, the cyborg descends. The gene fuser, battered and bruised, sees a chance to close the distance. They charge at each other at breakneck speed, crashing together in the arena's center. The cyborg easily blocks the gene fuser's punch, then counters with a devastating strike to the face. The hit sends the gene fuser flying backward. He slams to the ground, finished. The cyborg raises its fist in triumph. The crowd goes wild. Meanwhile, in a private office, Mo Dongji receives a video update from a subordinate. The woman reports that source site 0.36 has been quiet for months. Unclear if the enemy has abandoned it or is preparing something bigger. Mo Dongji asks about Luo Qianxiu. Her assistant says Luo Qianxiu is adapting quickly, growing at an incredible pace, almost ready to evolve into advanced tier 2. Curious, she asks where Luo Qianxiu came from, noting her special constitution seems far from human. Mo Dongji cuts her off sharply, warning her to stop asking irrelevant questions. After a quick apology, the assistant is dismissed. Mo Dongji turns her attention to a student duel, switching the feed just as it's reaching the end. Watching, she realizes the cyborg's clear advantage shows just how strong the Mechanical God Group may be. She notes that mechanical modification gives a huge edge in adaptability, though she still seems hesitant. Because in the end, there's one weakness she can't overlook. No matter how powerful a cyborg becomes, it can't enter the source site. Every electronic and mechanical device shuts down there. Mo Dongji turns off the monitor, concluding that even the strongest cyborg would become nothing more than scrap. Sometime later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan return from their weekend trip with their parents. That night, both families gather for a celebratory dinner. During the meal, they discuss the university's housing offer for their parents, and everyone happily agrees. With that settled, Lin Zichen turns his mind to his next task, tracking the cat girl somewhere in the neon-soaked red light district. Moving through the crowded streets in disguise, he goes over the mission again in his head. The target is a tier 6 gene fuser, nothing extraordinary, except for her insane speed. She uses it to lure men in before killing them. The file also mentions she's a master of disguise and skilled with drugs. Immediately, Lin Zichen understands why this mission has been left unfinished for so long. The area is huge, and the target is cunning. To start tracking her, he activates Eye of the Sky and Danger Perception, scanning the district broadly. As his powers kick in, a golden glow lights up his eyes behind the sunglasses. People in the crowd notice. Some feel uneasy. Others whisper that he's handsome, but the stare is unsettling. Standing out this much is bound to cause trouble. A big, muscular man steps forward, demanding to know who Lin Zichen is staring at. Lin Zichen doesn't even flinch. He releases his biological pressure, coldly telling the man to get out of his way. The force throws the man backward, and the nearby crowd scatters in shock. Looking down at the unconscious man, Lin Zichen decides this search revealed nothing and prepares to move on. But just as he turns, he spots a few familiar faces. Ma Weiwei is there, with 2 other students. Just a glance tells him they're ordinary Tier 7 seniors, likely here to back her up. Ma Weiwei and the girl next to her both notice him at the same time. The girl points at him, and Ma Weiwei immediately turns away, annoyance written all over her face. Her companion quickly suggests keeping distance, and Ma Weiwei agrees without hesitation, leading them away. Watching them retreat so fast, Lin Zichen is left completely puzzled. Ma Weiwei narrows her eyes and says, since Lin Zichen took the mission too, he's clearly after the cat girl. She immediately insists they have to find her before he does. Their male companion steps up, brimming with confidence, and tells them to leave it to him. He brags that his demon dog genes give him an incredibly sharp sense of smell, more than enough to track the cat girl before Lin Zichen even gets close. A pink, scent-like aura begins swirling around him as he concentrates, and a second later, he grins and announces he's locked onto her scent. Pointing across the street at a bar, he declares the target is inside. Determined to beat Lin Zichen to it, Ma Weiwei and the others rush straight across the street. Her female senior adds that they'll catch the cat girl first and flaunt the victory afterward. With that, the trio pushes into the crowded bar, following the scent deeper inside. Ma Weiwei asks where exactly the target is, and the demon dog guy points to a woman wearing glasses, sitting casually on a couch. Ma Weiwei hesitates, whispering that she looks like any other college student. But her companion is sure. He explains that her scent perfectly matches the trace left on the cat girl's belongings at the public security department. In that moment, Ma Weiwei finally realizes just how masterful the target's disguise really is. Seeing no reason to wait, the female senior says they should grab her now. The 3 of them charge straight at the woman. And just as they close the distance, she looks up, flashes a sinister grin, and suddenly leaps, smashing right through the glass table. In the next instant, she bolts for the exit. One of them shouts that she's getting away. Ma Weiwei and her companions burst out into the street, chasing the cat girl through the throngs of people. As the chase stretches on, Ma Weiwei starts to panic, thinking the cat girl might be too fast. But the demon dog gene fuser reassures her, she can't run forever. As long as he can follow her scent, she'll have to stop eventually. They follow the trail until they corner her in a dead-end alley. The male companion confirms she's trapped and tells the others to end this quickly. But the cat girl spins around, a smug little smile on her face, and asks if they really thought they could catch her if she'd been trying at all. A dangerous red aura pours off her as she explains that the best hunters are often the ones who know how to look like prey. Her body shifts. Hands stretch into long, razor-sharp claws. She asks if they still don't understand something so simple. Then she unleashes a crushing wave of biological pressure over all 3 of them. The trio stiffens instantly. In that moment, they realize her true strength isn't just ordinary Tier 6. It's a staggering, ordinary Tier 9. Ma Weiwei and the others freeze, disbelief written across their faces, finally understanding the cat girl had been hiding her real power the entire time. Deep in the alley, Ma Weiwei, the demon dog guy, and their female senior are running for their lives. She shouts that this mission is impossible and they have to retreat. Behind them, the cat girl watches, claws ready, a mocking smirk on her face, asking if they seriously think they can get away. With terrifying agility, she springs up the side of a building, effortlessly leaping ahead of them. Dropping back into the alley, she blocks their path and declares there's nowhere left to run. Her gaze locks on the trembling demon dog, Gene Fuser. Leaning in close, she tells him she noticed him the moment he stepped into the bar. With no other option, Ma Weiwei suddenly throws a smoke grenade. Thick purple smoke fills the alley. She tells her teammates the smoke should dull the enemy's senses, giving them a chance to escape. Using that cover, the 3 manage to get away. Breathing hard, shaken, they finally reach a crowded street. The demon dog guy complains the mission was way too dangerous, the intel completely wrong, and they nearly died. The female senior tells Ma Weiwei to call her father, Dean Ma Jinha, and report everything so the mission details can be corrected. Still rattled, Ma Weiwei pulls out her phone and says she'll call him immediately. But then it hits her, Lin Zichen accepted the same mission. Panic floods in. If he runs into the cat girl without knowing her true strength, he's done. She says they have to warn him. She can't just stand by and let him die. She checks her contacts, realizing she doesn't have his number. With no other option, she decides to reach out to Shin Qinghan instead. Back in the now empty alley, the purple smoke slowly clears. The cat girl clicks her tongue in frustration that her cooked duck still manage to escape. Just as she complains, she notices someone standing calmly at the far end of the alley. It's Lin Zichen. The moment her eyes meet his, she's captivated. He's handsome, exactly her type. Taking it as fate, she decides he'll be her next prey, lunging at him with claws fully extended. Lin Zichen doesn't flinch. He can already sense her strength, ordinary tier 9. Gathering his power, he rushes straight at her head-on. The cat girl's eyes widen. She can't comprehend how he's moving even faster than she is. Before she can react, Lin Zichen launches a powerful, glowing punch straight into her face. The impact sends her flying backward, smashing hard into the wall at the alley's end. She drops to one knee, stunned, struggling to comprehend how a young man, without even being a gene fuser, could possess such strength. The cat girl quickly realizes she's completely outmatched. Survival is the only priority now. She spins and takes off, but to her surprise, Lin Zichen keeps pace effortlessly. He tells her she's about to see his full power. Then he leaps, delivering a brutal kick to the side of her head, sending her flying. The force slams her into another wall, embedding her deep into the stone. Lin Zichen doesn't let up. He rains down a relentless series of kicks, pinning her body against the wall. Despite taking hit after hit, she's still alive, but her biological pressure is clearly fading. Not giving her even a moment to recover, he bends down and grabs a large rock. Just as he's about to strike, Lin Zichen suddenly glances up, caught completely off guard. From the cat girl, a massive surge of red energy explodes outward, and right before his eyes, her body twists and shifts, muscles swelling in a way that looks almost unnatural. Lin Zichen's eyes narrow. He can tell immediately. Pushed to the edge, she's broken her limits and is on the verge of evolving into something far stronger. Now transformed, her fury radiating, the cat girl glares down at him. Inside, she knows that triggering her shadow cat genes saved her life and amplified her power, but it's also made her instincts wilder and dangerously close to genetic backlash. Her voice trembles with rage as she demands to know who Lin Zichen really is. Instead of attacking, Lin Zichen just smiles calmly and says, "Sorry, must have mistaken you for someone else." Then he turns and walks away, leaving her frozen in place. As she watches him go, a quiet fear begins to creep in. She has no clue just how strong he really is, no way to predict his next move, and no tricks left to rely on. At the same time, she can feel the forced transformation straining her body, pushing her toward genetic backlash. Knowing that attacking again would likely kill her, she makes a split-second decision. She leaps into the air and tries to escape. But as she soars, a sharp, metallic sound cuts through the air, and she glances down in confusion. Then, in a heartbeat, a metal pipe slams through her forehead, blood erupting as it pins her to the wall with brutal force. Lin Zichen grabs another loose pipe and charges, driving it straight into her chest. He yanks it free, and strikes again and again, piercing her chest and stomach relentlessly. Mortally wounded, she slides down the wall, her body's biological pressure fading completely. Lin Zichen casually tosses the bloodied pipe aside, certain this time that she's done for. With the fight finished, he snaps a photo of her corpse, planning to upload it to the school app as proof the mission is complete. Then he calls the public security department, reporting the body's location so they can handle the cleanup. Once that's taken care of, he finally focuses on the real reason he came. He reaches toward the corpse, and as red energy swirls around him, the system confirms he's absorbed a huge amount of the Shadow Knight cat's life essence, pushing his guidebook progress up to 36%. He's a bit surprised by the boost, realizing her genetic backlash must have condensed the beast genes even further. Meanwhile, Ma Weiwei and the others are making their way through the city. She calls her father, Dean Majina, explaining that the intel on the cat girl was completely wrong and nearly got them all killed. She stresses that the target wasn't just an ordinary tier 6, it was tier 9. The news leaves her father stunned. Back in his office, Dean Majinha tells her to give him every detail and promises to speak to the mission system director himself afterward. On the street, the senior girl says they need to get back to school fast, just in case there's retaliation. But mid-sentence, she grabs Ma Weiwei's arm. She points at her phone. The screen shows that Lin Zichen has already completed the Catgirl mission. Ma Weiwei is left speechless. She can't wrap her head around how a freshman could take down an ordinary tier 9 creature all by himself. After the weekend, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan walk together across campus. Lin Zichen checks his phone and sees that 300 school credits have been added. He assumes it's the reward for the Catgirl mission, but can't figure out why it's so much higher than the original 50. As they walk, he shows Shun Qinghan the notice explaining the update. The mission was misclassified, re-rated from tier 6 to tier 9, so the reward jumped from 50 credits to 200, plus another 100 as compensation. Shun Qinghan mutters that the mission system is unreliable and reminds him he was lucky, otherwise he could have died. Lin Zichen agrees. The system has serious flaws, and says he'll be more careful about what missions he takes from now on. He also tells Shin Qinghan that next time a suitable mission comes up, he'll bring her along to start getting real combat experience. Shin Qinghan lights up, thrilled that she finally gets to go on missions with him. As they continue walking, Lin Zichen checks his phone and decides to spend the new credits on 90 gene of life and death toad meat. He'd worried that ordering so much at once might draw attention, but now that seems fine. He also figures the meat is packed with nutrients, which will help Shin Qinghan evolve, so he plans to get plenty for her too. Back at the apartment, Lin Zichen asks Shin Qinghan if she wants any specific kind of beast meat. She rushes inside, excited, and says she'll handle the order herself. He follows right behind. Inside, she drops onto the couch and starts scrolling through the options on her phone. In the kitchen, Lin Zichen's already put on an apron when Shin Qinghan suggests buying Tyrant Ash Big carved meat. 6 gene for 1 credit, enough to last several days. He agrees, it makes sense, but she stops him from placing the order, insisting on paying herself. Smiling, she reminds him she still has the 90 credits from the freshman competition. Lin Zichen, already cooking noodles, smiles and agrees. He tells her it doesn't matter. They're family, so no need to track who spends what. As they sit down to eat, the doorbell rings. Lin Zichen gets up to answer. A moment later, he returns with a large cardboard box, surprised the beast meat delivery arrived so fast. He opens it, pulls out a package of Tyrant Ash Big carved meat, and hands it to Shin Qinghan, telling her to put it in the fridge. Once that's done, Lin Zichen turns to the 90 pounds of life and death toad meat. Ready to start absorbing it, he places his hand on the meat. Immediately, a surge of blue energy bursts from the box, wrapping around him. A system notification pops up, confirming he's devoured a large portion of the life and death toad's life source, and the guidebook is now 100% complete. Right after, he's pulled into a vision. He sees the life and death toad, a massive beetle-like creature, being torn apart by a giant eagle-like beast. Then he watches its terrifying ability unfold. Its severed body parts start regenerating at an unbelievable speed. Piece by piece, it restores itself, whole again. A system notification follows, announcing the life and death toad guidebook unlocked, and a new attribute gained, rapid self-healing. Back in the apartment, Lin Zichen stares at the new power description in shock. The system explains that as long as he isn't killed instantly and has enough energy, he can recover from even severe injuries. He can't help blurting out, "This ability is basically invincible." Curious to test it, he decides to see the power in action. He bites down hard on his own hand, tearing a deep, bloody wound. He watches, amazed, as the wound starts closing right before his eyes. Within seconds, it's completely healed. As he rinses the blood from his hand, now completely healed, Lin Zichen quietly reflects. With rapid self-healing, as long as he has enough energy and doesn't get killed instantly, he can keep recovering over and over. Before he can think it through any further, the doorbell rings sharply. He pauses, wondering who could be visiting this late. Walking over with Shin Qinghan beside him, he asks if she ordered anything else. She shakes her head, saying no. The moment the door swings open, both of them freeze, surprised by the visitor. It's Ma Weiwei. She leans slightly forward, apologizing for showing up so late. With Shin Qinghan still standing beside him, Lin Zichen asks why she's here. Ma Weiwei says she's curious about how he managed the dangerous catgirl mission and asks if he'd tell her what happened. Lin Zichen shakes his head firmly, saying it's not convenient to talk about. Hearing that, Ma Weiwei accepts it and turns to leave. Shin Qinghan quickly offers her some tea. But Ma Weiwei politely declines, saying she has other things to handle and they can meet another time. Once she leaves, Shin Qinghan tells Lin Zichen she thinks Ma Weiwei is actually a pretty decent person. She explains that Ma Weiwei had been worried and even warned her that the mission info was wrong. Shin Qinghan suggests they spend more time with her, and Lin Zichen agrees. Since Ma Weiwei lives just downstairs, he says she can drop by any time. Later, at the Tianringe Research Institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyin are talking with Lin Zichen. Lu Chuanwu says he personally saw Dean Ma Jina storm off to confront the mission system director, and the argument escalated into a full-on fight. Song Yuyin guesses it's because of the false cat girl mission info. Lu Chuanwu confirms it, explaining that since Ma Weiwei took the mission herself, her father was furious the wrong power rating nearly got her killed. Song Yuyin adds that the mission listed the cat girl as tier 6, when she was really tier 9. She then turns to Lin Zichen, asking how someone supposedly tier 6 could have completed it. Lu Chuanwu jokes, asking if he had help or set a trap. Lin Zichen denies both, saying he beat her himself with raw physical strength. That leaves Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyin staring at him, mouths agape, wondering if he's been hiding his true strength all along. As they process that, Lin Zichen rubs his face, feeling a little tired. After spending a few days with them, he sees they're decent people, and since they might help with his aperture opening research, he decides it's time to reveal the truth about his abilities. With a stiff smile, He starts by saying his real strength has already reached ordinary tier 9. Before they can react, he drops another bomb. He's completed his first full-body tempering and is now in the second cycle of skin tempering, shocking both of them again. Lu Chuanwu takes in the news, his body trembling. Then he suddenly bursts into tears, overcome with excitement, shouting that all his years of dedication have finally paid off. In his mind, he pictures himself atop a mountaintop with Lin Zichen, declaring that with such talent, the pure-blood human path will succeed, and one day their names will be known across the world. Back in reality, the dean is still crying. He explains he spent decades on the pure-blood path, draining his family's wealth and losing his wife and children, yet he made no progress. Now, with Lin Zichen in front of him, he feels the pure-blood path might finally rise. Lin Zichen can only watch, confused at why the dean is laughing and crying at the same time. After calming a bit, Lu Chuanwu rests a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder, saying his talent is so extraordinary that, if he didn't lack source power, he'd suspect he was a stranger from the source land. The unfamiliar term immediately catches Lin Zichen off guard. Lu Chuanwu explains his theory, in a world with aberrant beasts. It makes sense that beings from the other side could exist too, strangers, or gifted individuals like that. Song Yuyin is stunned, saying she's never heard of such a thing. Lin Zichen asks what source power actually is. The dean explains it's a unique energy for beings from the source land, on the same level as qi, blood, or spiritual power. Curious, Lin Zichen asks how it's used. Lu Chuanwu admits he can't give a clear answer, having only met 2 such strangers in his life. Song Yuyin scoffs, saying he sounds like he's making it up. She points out that stuck at ordinary tier 9, he couldn't enter the source land himself. Lin Zichen asks if there's a required biological level to enter. Lu Chuanwu confirms, high-level being, or else you'd burn to ash. Defensively, Lu Chuanwu adds that he didn't meet those strangers in the source land. He met them on Earth. The first was a female disciple he took in years ago. Lin Zichen suddenly recalls Luo Qianshu fighting monsters and realizes Shun Qinghan's mysterious senior sister must be one of these powerful strangers. The second stranger was someone he encountered in ancient ruins while discovering the blood-tempering art. After revealing all that, he grows serious, warning that none of this can ever be shared with anyone else. Song Yuyin immediately promises to stay quiet, and Lu Chuanwu says he trusts them. Then he gives Lin Zichen a separate warning. Hide his real strength, or he could become a target for dangerous heretics, who are everywhere, even inside the university. To manage this, he suggests a workaround. Lin Zichen should take missions through Song Yuyin's account. Since she's also ordinary tier 9, he could fight at full strength without exposing how fast he's grown. Lin Zichen agrees, and, intrigued, asks the dean if he knows anything else about the source land. Lu Chuanwu's expression immediately darkens. He says all source land info is highly classified, and even he knows very little. He tells Lin Zichen not to worry about it until he becomes a high-level being, but shares one key point. Most source land creatures are enemies, and they've been trying to invade Earth for a long time. Some powerful figures believe they're after something specific on Earth. But just as the conversation turns serious, the dean's phone rings with a cheerful, upbeat ringtone. He answers in a playful voice, calling the other person baby, then turns back, telling the students an old friend invited him to dinner. He hurries off, telling them to contact him if anything comes up. Song Yuyin smirks, sarcastically noting how hard the dean works, clearly thinking he just ran off for funding. With the dean gone, Song Yuyin turns to Lin Zichen, asking how he hides his biological level and tempering progress so well that even powerful people can't detect it. Lin Zichen apologizes, saying he really can't explain it. Deep down, he knows the system's natural camouflage is one of his biggest advantages, and he can't reveal it. Song Yuyin immediately puts on a pleading look, trying to coax an answer out of him. She even offers to trade one of her own secrets, but Lin Zichen, clearly flustered, insists he can't tell her. Seeing that he won't budge, Song Yuyin sighs and lets it go. But almost instantly, her expression shifts. A competitive spark lights her eyes as she cracks her knuckles, saying that since they're both ordinary tier 9 now, they might as well spar. Lin Zichen grins immediately. He agrees on the spot, thinking fighting someone at the same level is the perfect chance to see exactly where he stands. Yuyin drops into a ready stance, her movements smooth and controlled. Calmly, she runs through her progress out loud. Second skin tempering done, second muscle tempering complete, and she's already a fifth of the way through her second bone tempering. Then she locks eyes with him and says simply, "Don't hold back. Hit me with everything you've got." Inside the Tianringe Research Institute, Song Yuyin and Lin Zichen square off. She asks if he's ready, then tells him to make the first move. Her plan is clear. She'll stay on defense, watching his attacks carefully to gauge just how strong he really is. She takes a steadying breath, sets her feet firmly, and gives him a quick signal to strike. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate for even a second. He rockets forward, spinning out a sharp, powerful high kick aimed right at her. The impact drives her backward, her feet skidding across the floor as she loses ground. Her heart skips a beat. He's only supposed to have finished the first skin tempering, yet that kick still hurts, strong enough to break through even after her second muscle tempering. In that moment, she finally grasps just how insane his strength really is. A thought flashes through her mind. He might surpass her sooner than she expects. Still, she quickly decides to savor this moment, to enjoy acting like the senior while she still can. Pushing down the pain, Song Yuyin forces a calm expression and starts lecturing him. She points out that the kick wasn't precise enough, missing vital points, and reminds him that in a real fight, the difference between winning and dying can hinge on moments like that. Lin Zichen can see she's feeling it, but he keeps his face neutral, quietly playing along. Understood, he says simply. Once she's fully composed, Song Yuyin announces, now the real match begins. She throws out a challenge, survive 5 minutes against her. And the moment the words leave her lips, she charges forward without hesitation. Lin Zichen nods and steps up to meet her head-on, no complaints. They collide at full speed, exchanging blow after blow, neither giving the other an inch to breathe. Lin Zichen suddenly unleashes a rapid flurry of punches, forcing Song Yuyin onto a non-stop defense. Sweat beads her brow, and little by little, panic starts creeping in. Even at her full strength, he's matching her blow for blow. For the first time, doubt creeps in. Could she actually lose? As the fight stretches on, Lin Zichen decides it's time to end it. When Song Yuyin throws her next punch, he feigns defeat, letting her save face. Her punch lands, and he throws himself backward as if completely overpowered, crashing hard onto the floor. Song Yuyin rushes forward to help him up, praising his talent aloud. But inside, her body is already breaking a sweat. She can hardly believe it. 90% of her strength barely secured that win. And if he keeps improving at this rate, another year might be all it takes before she can't keep up anymore. Shaking off that thought, she shifts gears. Now that he's finished the first stage of skin tempering, it's time to start opening his apertures. She offers to teach him the newest method from her research. They sit cross-legged, and she begins explaining the theory. The human body has 366 apertures, she says, and according to the blood tempering art, the easiest ones to open are the 4 around the heart. Following her instructions, Lin Zichen channels his qi and blood, striking those points 10 times a second. But soon he opens his eyes, frustration written all over his face. No matter how hard he tries, he just can't break through. Seeing his frustration, Song Yuyin tries to ease him. Maybe his body isn't ready yet, or maybe her method still needs refining. Meanwhile, in the dark basement beneath the Liu family's ancestral home, Liu Chuanwu stands before a massive ancient bronze coffin. Excitedly, he tells the being inside, the pavilion master, that he's found a peerless genius. Someone who might open their apertures through the pure-blooded human path. He explains that once the student succeeds, the master can survive on just the daily qi and blood he provides. That way, she won't have to endure life trapped in that cramped coffin. After a long silence, a weak voice finally responds from inside the coffin. Liu Chuanwu's expression tightens with worry. Just getting that response used up a whole day's worth of energy. As he walks away, the worry lingers. The pavilion master is clearly weakening day by day. All he can do now is hope Lin Zichen evolves into a high-level creature before she fades completely. Back at the apartment, Lin Zichen returns with groceries, calling out that he's home to cook. Before he can even step inside, Shin Qinghan stops him at the door, her expression serious. She has something important to discuss. She tells him her master, Imo Dongji, wants to advance her gene fusion ahead of schedule. The gene chosen? The dark blue jellyfish, said to be the perfect match for her current condition. Lin Zichen thinks it through, picturing the creature. A normal dark blue jellyfish is low tier, but the Jellyfish King variant can evolve to a high level. Its biggest strength? Mental power that far surpasses other creatures of the same rank. He agrees the plan makes sense, but Shin Qinghan admits she's scared. This isn't an ordinary gene, it's the Jellyfish King's. Her body's still weak, and she worries she might not be able to handle something so advanced, fearing a mutation. Lin Zichen is stunned. A Jellyfish King gene is insanely rare and expensive. Just imagining Imo Dongji casually using one sparks a wave of envy. Pushing that aside, he gently pats Shin Qinghan on the head. He reassures her that jellyfish-type beasts naturally mesh well with the human body, and with her 21% compatibility, she should handle a high-level gene fusion without serious risk. She asks what side effects might occur. Lin Zichen explains the usual risks, loss of reproductive ability, or developing beast-like physical traits. But since she's preserved her eggs, future children are still possible. Holding her hand, he adds that beast traits can usually be kept dormant and hidden. Then he lightens the mood. A lot of beast traits, like cat ears or fox tails, are actually considered attractive. Slowly, her mood lifts. Her eyes light up as she starts imagining what traits a jellyfish king might give her, and whether it could make her even more beautiful. Excited, she grabs her phone and shows Lin Zichen a picture of the dark blue jellyfish. "Do you think it's beautiful?" she asks. He leans in close, making her blush instantly. "It's beautiful," he says, "but not as beautiful as you." And just like that, the conversation naturally flows onward. Shin Qinghan explains her master recorded that video after diving thousands of meters into the deep sea with no protective gear. Lin Zichen realizes her master must have reached at least the rare level to withstand that pressure. Shin Qinghan quietly wonders if she could ever reach that level herself. Lin Zichen answers without hesitation. With a 21% compatibility score, she could absolutely reach rare, or even epic level. But Shin Qinghan stays grounded. Compatibility alone won't be enough. She'll need massive amounts of evolution resources. Lin Zichen gives her a thumbs up and promises firmly. Don't worry about the resources. He'll work hard, earn the money, and make sure she has everything she needs. His words move her. Playfully, she kneels on the bed, saying if that's the case, she should properly take care of her rich new patron. Blushing, she holds up 2 pairs of stockings. "Which color do you like more?" Lin Zichen looks and simply says he likes both. To satisfy him, she slides a black stocking onto one leg, a white one onto the other. Watching her, Lin Zichen thinks, even if it's a little mismatched, he doesn't mind at all. Later, while Shin Qinghan is at her afternoon classes, Lin Zichen skips the Pure Human Research Institute and stays home to train. Pouring a glass of water, he casually flips open his phone to check the latest news. One article catches his eye immediately. Strange, unidentified plants are popping up across Shanghai. The report shows a massive, menacing flower bursting from a building, civilians frozen in shock, and warnings urging everyone to stay clear. Lin Zichen recognizes the plants instantly. They match the ones from the source site in the painting made by Shin Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Qinshui. How could they appear on Earth? Almost immediately, he suspects the plant god cult is behind it. That thought irritates him instantly. The rat god cult was just dealt with, and now another heretic group is already showing up. More than anything, it makes him want to get stronger, fast. He reflects on his own state. After finishing his secondary tempering, his body burns through chi and blood way too quickly. Opening the school's online store, he starts hunting for pills that can help him recover energy faster. He spots blood recovery pills selling for just 1 school credit each. Seeing that they restore chi and blood almost instantly at his current level, he doesn't think twice. He grabs a full 100 right then and there. With recovery taken care of, his focus shifts to the next step in his evolution. Now that the Life and Death Toads Codex is unlocked, it's time to hunt down a new target. Scrolling through the beast meat section, he soon finds 10,000 poison chimera meat, priced at 20 credits per gene. The description clarifies the beast isn't actually poisonous. It survives by consuming toxins, giving it an unusually high resistance to poison. Lin Zichen quickly pieces it together. Unlocking this codex could grant him a very practical poison resistance. Noticing he has less than 200 credits left, he decides to start small, buying just 1 gene to begin unlocking the codex. His thoughts drift back to his failed aperture attempt, and he concludes simply, his body still isn't strong enough. Determined, he returns to secondary skin tempering. Sitting down to meditate, a blazing aura soon wraps around him as he throws himself fully into training. 2 hours later, after enduring another grueling round of skin tempering, Lin Zichen is still wreathed in that burning aura. When he finally stops, he collapses to the floor, drenched in sweat and utterly drained. His chi and blood are depleting too fast, leaving him no choice but to rest. Hungry and weak, he staggers toward the fridge for something to eat. Just then, the doorbell rings. Still unsteady, Lin Zichen opens the door to find a school delivery girl holding 2 packages. Reaching for them, a wave of dizziness hits. He loses his balance and stumbles straight into the girl, sending the packages tumbling. Even mid-fall, his instincts kick in. One hand shoots out, catching the heavy boxes before they hit the ground. The delivery girl stiffens, alarmed. "Are you okay?" she asks quickly. After getting the packages inside, Lin Zichen, still weak, decides to try the blood recovery pills immediately. He opens one box and pops a golden pill into his mouth. The effect is instant. The dizziness disappears, strength floods back into his limbs, and he can't help being impressed. His chi and blood surge, and a flex of his arm confirms he's fully recovered. With his body restored, he turns to the second package, the 10,000 poison chimera meat. Placing a hand on it, he devours its life essence, and blue energy immediately pulses around him. A system notification confirms he's absorbed a trace of the chimera's life source, pushing his codex progress to 1%. No longer forced to sit through long recovery times, Lin Zichen settles back into meditation. The blood recovery pills have slashed his downtime, making training far more efficient. Spending school credits to accelerate his growth suddenly feels completely worth it. Later, As the sun dips, Lin Zichen relaxes at home when Shin Qinghan calls out that she's back. Getting up to greet her, she teases that she's brought someone along and asks him to guess who it is. He opens the door and pauses. There's Chu Rui standing next to Shin Qinghan. She waves brightly, and Lin Zichen greets her, clearly caught off guard. Inside the luxurious apartment, Chu Rui can't hide a hint of jealousy. She complains about sharing a room while they get to live here. Lin Zichen kindly offers her his single dorm room at Budo Academy. Offering her some water, he hears her politely decline. She explains she actually likes having a roommate. It keeps the room from feeling too lonely. The light mood fades quickly, though. Her expression turns serious, and she explains the real reason she came: to complain about how some older university students have been acting. Seated on the couch, Chu Rui explains that while geniuses like them do fine, ordinary students are struggling. Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan ask for details. She recounts that a senior borrowed her makeup without asking, and another classmate had valuable blood ginseng stolen. When they reported it to the student council, they were brushed off, told the school runs on survival of the fittest. They were even told to fight back themselves. Chu Rui is furious, pointing out how ridiculous it is for freshmen to compete against seniors in strength. Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan assure her that if any senior targets her again, she should come to them. They'll handle it together. Chu Rui thanks Lin Zichen gratefully. Suddenly, the apartment shakes violently. The three jump to their feet, startled, wondering if it was an earthquake. When the shaking stops, Lin Zichen's danger perception kicks in, giving him a vague but unsettling feeling that something is off. The warning is faint, but it leaves him uneasy. The scene shifts to a lavish room. A man wearing a red-horned mask speaks to another in a plague doctor mask, calling him respectfully Lord Divine Envoy. The masked man requests evolution resources to break through to a higher biological level. Pleased, the Divine Envoy hands him a strange, demonic-looking flower and warns that it carries a strong aphrodisiac effect, best used near a woman. The masked man thanks him, then reports that a gifted student has appeared among new students at Shanghai University. They had planned to make him consume a high-level demon seed to recruit him, but the Divine Envoy dismisses the idea, saying true geniuses are all inside the source site. The masked man grits his teeth in frustration, realizing there's no way to approach the geniuses inside the source site. The Divine Envoy interrupts, revealing that a message has arrived from the source site. A matching boundary point has been found, and the biological coordinates are set. Now, all they need is someone to activate the connection. Saying he'll head there immediately, the Divine Envoy is swallowed by a purple aura and vanishes. Before leaving, he delivers one final, chilling order. If Lin Zichen doesn't consume the demon seed within 3 days, the masked man will be replaced. The masked man checks his watch, his face twisted with anger, and vows to finish the task within the 3-day limit. Walking across campus with Lin Zichen, Shin Qinghan tells him her class is in the other direction, so she'll have to go on her own. Just as they're about to part, someone suddenly calls Lin Zichen's name. Both turn, surprised. 2 old high school classmates, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajia, hurry over, anxious looks on their faces. Wang Shuajia quickly explains they've been bullied by a stronger third-year senior. Lu Gang adds that now that Lin Zichen is the freshman king, that senior would back off if he stepped in. To convince him, Lu Gang offers a bag of valuable evolution resources and spirit fruits from his family. Wang Shuajia pleads too, reminding him they used to be classmates. Lin Zichen asks what level the senior is. They say ordinary tier 6. Hearing that, Lin Zichen knows this senior poses no real threat. He agrees to help and takes the bag, telling them to meet him at the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 that afternoon. Overjoyed, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajia promise to help him in the future too. The two thank him again and hurry off, promising to see him later. After they leave, Shin Qinghan, curious, urges Lin Zichen to open the bag so they can check out the spirit fruits. She admits she's never had one before. Lin Zichen holds the bag out toward her. Go ahead, pick one, he says. Choosing a small one, Shin Qinghan inspects it with a grimace. It looks kind of gross. Has it gone bad? Lin Zichen takes it from her, studying it himself and wondering aloud if it really has spoiled. The closer he looks, the more his danger perception flares. It hits him suddenly, freezing him in place. Realizing the danger, Lin Zichen bolts forward, positioning himself in front of the departing Lu Gang and Wang Shuajia. He yells for them to stop, his voice sharp enough to freeze them in place instantly. Immediately, he tells Shin Qinghan to call her master, Mo Dongji, and get her to come over without delay. Shin Qinghan nods and dashes off to make the call. Moments later, Mo Dongji descends from the sky, moving with effortless grace, and asks calmly what happened. Lin Zichen holds up the strange red seed and explains. Lu Gang and Wang Shuajia handed him a bag they claimed was full of spirit fruits, but hidden inside were these suspicious seeds. He suspects a connection to the plant god cult. The moment he says this, both former classmates start trembling. Mo Dongji glances at the seed and immediately recognizes it. She explains it's from a strange tree capable of controlling anyone who eats it. One of the plant god cult's usual tricks to pull people into their ranks. Lin Zichen freezes, unable to shake the thought that Lu Gang and Wang Shuajia might already have been under the cult's control. Using her power, Mo Dongji lifts the two into the air. They cry out, insisting they were forced to do it. She tells Lin Zichen she'll take them away for questioning and will report back what she finds. As they're carried off, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajia panic when they realize they can no longer speak. Before flying out of sight, Mo Dongji gives Lin Zichen a stern warning. Heretics are everywhere, and he can't blindly trust even teachers or school officials. From now on, he needs to stay sharp. Shen Qinghan watches her master ascend, amazed. It's incredible, she says, that Mo Dongji can fly using just mental power. Lin Zichen nods, thinking that kind of skill would be extremely useful. A second later, Shen Qinghan's amazement flips to anger as she blurts out how awful Lu Gang and Wang Shuajia were for trying to hurt him. Lin Zichen agrees. They'll need to be more cautious from now on. Then he tosses the contaminated spirit fruits into a recycling bin. The next day, the investigation confirms the truth. Lu Gang and Wang Shuajia are members of the plant god cult. Back at their high school entrance exam, a safety officer forced them to eat a demon seed. As a result, both are expelled and face criminal charges, effectively destroying their futures. Sometime later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are with their parents, who have already moved into university housing. During that time, Lin Zichen doesn't let up on his training. With the blood recovery pills aiding him, he completes his second round of skin tempering and pushes his secondary muscle tempering to 40%. The day finally arrives for Shen Qinghan's gene fusion. She goes with Lin Zichen to Mo Dongji's office, nervously admitting she asked him to come for support. Mo Dongji explains that since the dark blue jellyfish is water attribute, the more water Shen Qinghan has in her body, the smoother the fusion should be. She hands her a huge glass of water and instructs her to start drinking. Shen Qinghan struggles through glass after glass, while her master keeps urging her to drink more. Finally, her stomach full, Shen Qinghan complains she can't drink another drop. Mo Dongji says that's enough and tells her to remove her clothes and lie on the examination bed. Mo Dongji lifts a syringe, explaining that it contains the dark blue jellyfish king gene, which must be injected directly into the heart. She reassures Shen Qinghan that she'll use mental power to numb the pain, so she won't feel the needle. Lying there tense and nervous, Shen Qinghan listens as Mo Dongji warns her. The fusion will still hurt badly. If she can't endure it, she should scream. Shen Qinghan nods, saying she understands. Mo Dongji then drives the gene into her chest. Lin Zichen watches, noting that normally, gene fusion requires precise monitoring equipment. But with Mo Dongji's overwhelming mental power, none of that is needed. Once the injection is complete, Mo Dongji tells Shen Qinghan the fusion has begun and warns that intense pain will hit very soon. She tells her to brace herself mentally. Shen Qinghan, blushing slightly, nervously replies that she understands. 2 minutes later, Shen Qinghan sits up, confused. Why don't I feel anything? She asks. Lin Zichen immediately looks at Mo Dongji, concerned. Mo Dongji is stunned, unable to understand how this could happen. Shen Qinghan goes pale, terrified that the fusion has failed. Mo Dongji confirms the fusion did fail. Shen Qinghan couldn't merge with the dark blue jellyfish king gene. But then she adds it's not a total failure, leaving them both confused. She explains the normal process. As long as there's no serious rejection, once the beast gene is injected, the procedure counts as successful. With drugs, the host genes normally fuse with the beast genes, granting new abilities. But in Shen Qinghan's case, there was no rejection, and yet the fusion never truly started. Lin Zichen's expression turns serious as he asks her to clarify. Mo Dongji explains what she sees through her mental power. Shen Qinghan's genes seem to have a form of consciousness. They've surrounded the invading jellyfish king genes, locking them in place completely. When some jellyfish king genes try to force fusion, Shen Qinghan's genes instantly destroy them, shattering them into fragments and absorbing them as nutrients. The remaining genes are fully imprisoned. Mo Dongji admits she's never seen anything like it. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan cries out in surprise. Her hair is shifting from purple to blue. Lin Zichen and Mo Dongji are shocked. Mo Dongji recognizes it as a trait of the jellyfish king gene and can't explain how it's appearing despite the failed fusion. Lin Zichen asks if she feels anything different inside. With her new blue hair, Shen Qinghan closes her eyes. She can sense a new presence inside her and feels she can control it. This leaves Mo Dongji even more puzzled. Sensing and controlling genes is normally what successful fusion entails. Mo Dongji leans in, double-checking Shen Qinghan with her mental power. She tells Shen Qinghan the presence is the jellyfish king gene, then instructs her to control it with mental power and force it into dormancy. Shin Qinghan nods, closes her eyes, and focuses, quietly saying she'll try. As she concentrates, her blue hair slowly fades back to purple. Mo Dongji then instructs her to express the gene again, and Shin Qinghan agrees. Instantly, a powerful blue aura erupts around her, and her hair shines brilliant blue once more. Mo Dongji is stunned. Famous geniuses like Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei took half a month to learn switching their beast genes between dormancy and expression. Shin Qinghan did it almost immediately. Still trying to process it, Lin Zichen steps closer. What's happening with her? He asks. Mo Dongji turns to them and says she has good news and bad news, asking which they want first. Shin Qinghan opts for the bad news. Mo Dongji tells her the bad news. She may never become a traditional gene fuser. The words hit Shin Qinghan hard. But then, with a confident smile, Mo Dongji delivers the good news. Shin Qinghan may actually be even more advanced and powerful. She can do everything a gene fuser can do, and even better, without needing to fuse. Mo Dongji explains that Shin Qinghan's genes can enslave any beast genes injected into her body, letting her use their abilities without fusing, avoiding genetic backlash, and staying fully human. She reveals that no pure-blooded human has ever broken through the ordinary biological barrier and evolved, until now. In her eyes, Shin Qinghan could be the first on Earth to do it. Stunned, Shin Qinghan asks if she's really capable of something that incredible. Mo Dongji answers without a shadow of doubt. If any pure-blooded human can break through that barrier, it will be Shin Qinghan. Hearing Mo Dongji praise Shin Qinghan so highly, Lin Zichen can't help feeling pushed to the side. For a second, he even starts wondering if she just doesn't think much of him. Mo Dongji then explains that even though Shin Qinghan isn't a real gene fuser, her power still comes from beast genes. That means, to everyone on the outside, she has to appear as one. Her expression turns serious as she warns them to keep it absolutely secret. They can't tell anyone, not even their own parents. After that, Mo Dongji tells Shin Qinghan that her gene enslavement ability is still far from fully understood. She tells her to come by the office every night at 8 so they can keep studying it together. Shin Qinghan agrees without hesitation. Half a month goes by. Lin Zichen is in his room meditating, his whole body wrapped in a burning aura, when Shin Qinghan suddenly calls out to him and says she has good news. He walks into the bathroom and sees her lounging in a bubble bath, happily making streams of water float and twist through the air. With a bright smile, she tells him she finally learned how to control water with her mental power. Lin Zichen sits on the edge of the tub and tells her that picking it up this fast only proves how talented she really is. Shin Qinghan proudly says that isn't even the most impressive part. She reveals that she can now manipulate the qi and blood inside another person's body from a distance. According to her master, even a slight disturbance can throw an enemy's whole system into chaos, and if she pushes it far enough, she can burst their blood vessels and kill them on the spot. That makes Lin Zichen pause. But a second later, he points out that if she can control someone else's qi and blood, then she should be able to control her own as well. And if that's the case, she ought to be able to use it for body tempering. But Shin Qinghan's excitement quickly dies down. Lowering her gaze, she says her master already told her that both her body talent and the strength of her qi and blood are too weak. Because of that, she can't follow the path of a pure-blooded human. Lin Zichen leans closer and tells her she's different, just like he is. The two of them can do things ordinary people never could. He encourages her to try body tempering and says he'll teach her himself. With him suddenly so close, Shin Qinghan's face turns red. Her heart starts racing, and she can't help wondering if this is his way of confessing. The next moment, Shin Qinghan straightens herself, her eyes filling with determination. She says he's right, she is special, and if that's true, then she absolutely can temper her body with qi and blood. The instant she says it, a strong blue aura begins to swirl around her. From then on, Lin Zichen carefully guides Shin Qinghan as she learns to use her qi and blood to temper her body. The two cultivate side by side, both of them wrapped in blazing auras. Some time later, soaked in sweat but too excited to care, Shin Qinghan finally cries out that she did it. She's mastered the blood tempering art. She stares at her flushed, strengthened hands, almost like she can't believe it herself. Lin Zichen smiles, pleased and honestly a little surprised that she succeeded on her very first try. Deep down, he knows just how unbelievable that is. Her biological level is only ordinary tier 2, yet she just learned a technique that normally takes someone at ordinary tier 4. Overjoyed, Shin Qinghan throws herself into Lin Zichen's arms and excitedly says that now they really are a perfect match. She can enslave beast genes, while he can devour beast meat for the same result. And on top of that, both of them can walk the path of a pure-blooded human. Lin Zichen agrees and gently holds her back. In less than half a month of training together, Shin Qinghan finishes her first full skin tempering. Her biological level also rises from ordinary tier 2 to ordinary tier 3. Later that night, Shin Qinghan falls asleep beside him, But Lin Zichen stays awake. Lying there in the silence, he decides the time has come for her to face real combat and temper her mind too. He picks up his phone and starts browsing the school's off-campus missions. Before long, one posting catches his eye. Capture 21 armed drug dealers for a reward of 50 school credits. At 9 that night, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan arrive at the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters. A friendly officer with a goatee introduces them to the others and explains that they're students from Shanghai University who came to help with the case. Then he points at Lin Zichen and says he's the famous top scorer from Nanjiang province. The moment they hear his name, the other officers recognize him right away. They greet him warmly, praising both his talent and his appearance. The officer then casually mentions that his godson is also a freshman in the elite genius class. He tells Lin Zichen it's a real shame he joined Tian Range, because with his talent, he absolutely could have entered the genius class with his godson. He even suggests transferring over, but Lin Zichen says nothing. The officer goes on to say that he invited his godson to join this operation too. In his eyes, staying close to someone that strong could help protect them from upperclassmen once they return to school. Right then, a voice suddenly calls out nearby, saying he's arrived. A young man with long blue-green hair steps into the doorway, carrying himself with clear confidence. The officers react right away and start praising the officer for having such an outstanding godson. The officer proudly greets him as Xiaojian, then says he heard he recently broke through to ordinary tier 5. Xiaojian answers modestly, saying his progress has only been so. The officer then tells him that 2 other freshmen are joining the mission too, including a very pretty girl, and offers to introduce them. The second he hears that, Xiaojian is obviously interested. But the moment the officer brings him over, Xiaojian stops cold the instant he sees Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. All the confidence on his face disappears in an instant, replaced by straight-up fear. He realizes right away that whatever chance he had to show off tonight is gone. Meanwhile, the officer has no idea what's going on and starts introducing everyone anyway. Seeing how pale his godson suddenly looks, the officer quickly asks if he's feeling unwell. At the same time, Lin Zichen recognizes the young man immediately. It's Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Dajiang province, the same guy he crushed in an instant during the freshman trial. Luo Yongjian awkwardly says it's nothing. He was just surprised to run into people he knows. That only makes the officer more confused, and he asks if Luo Yongjian actually knows them. Luo Yongjian then introduces Shun Qinghan as the top scorer from Nanjiang, and Lin Zichen as the runner-up and the university's new king. He goes on to say that Lin Zichen defeated the entire genius class by himself during the trial and calls him the strongest in history. Embarrassed, Lin Zichen tells him to tone it down a little, and Luo Yongjian immediately agrees. The officer is left standing there in total shock, finally realizing just how badly he misjudged Lin Zichen. Later, at 11 o'clock, a convoy of armored vehicles moves through a dark stretch of forest, heading straight for the drug dealer's hideout. Inside one of the vehicles, the officer starts handing out bulletproof vests. Lin Zichen politely declines. Luo Yongjian refuses too. Wearing a smug look, he says ordinary bullets can't hurt him anyway. In his mind, even if he isn't the new king, he's still a top scorer, and tonight he plans to show these regular officers what a real genius student can do. Not long after that, the convoy reaches an abandoned factory. The police team immediately rushes into the building. The second they enter, the armed men inside spot them. The criminals instantly start shouting that the police are here and that they need to run. But the moment they realize getting caught means a death sentence, they stop trying to escape and start shooting back instead. As bullets tear through the air, the officers and the 3 students all dive behind wooden crates for cover. The gunfight drags on. Then Lin Zichen suddenly rises and charges straight ahead. The second Luo Yongjian realizes he might get overshadowed. He can't stay behind any longer. He bursts out from cover 2 and runs straight into the storm of bullets. A nearby officer stares in disbelief as bullets slam into Luo Yongjian's body and simply bounce off. Lin Zichen rushes in right behind him, and the criminals are stunned when they realize their bullets can't do anything to him either. Lin Zichen unleashes a barrage of heavy punches, dropping the criminals one after another. No matter how desperately they beg for mercy, he doesn't stop. Watching his companions get crushed, one desperate criminal pulls out a grenade and swears he'll take Lin Zichen down with him. The grenade explodes with a brutal blast. A second later, Lin Zichen walks out of the smoke without a scratch on him. Then he notices the last few criminals trying to run, and realizes this is the perfect chance for Shen Qinghan to get some real combat practice. So he calls out to her and tells her it's her turn. Shen Qinghan steps forward, shuts her eyes, and focuses on taking control of the qi and blood flowing inside their bodies. The criminals who were just trying to escape suddenly freeze in place. Their bodies twist into strange angles as they scream out, unable to understand what's happening to them. Then, with one final command from Shen Qinghan, Every criminal still standing drops to the ground and passes out. Once the fight is over, one of the officers reports that they found a box of strange seeds inside the factory. The lead officer calls Lin Zichen over to inspect them. After taking a look, Lin Zichen confirms that they're demon tree seeds, which means they're most likely connected to the plant god cult. Another officer adds that, according to the criminals, who were also involved in human trafficking, a mysterious masked figure paid them a huge amount 2 months earlier to scatter those seeds around. Now that the mission is over, Lin Zichen tells the officer that he and his girlfriend are heading out. The officer immediately offers to drive them back. Sitting in the police car, Lin Zichen quietly thinks to himself that, for their own safety, it's better not to get tangled up with dangerous heretic cults. But then something on the ground catches his eye. Near a pile of white powder, he spots a rat with one of the red seeds clenched in its mouth. His eyes narrow at once. That rat is planting a demon tree seed, which makes him suspect the rat god cult may be involved too. Lin Zichen immediately turns to Shin Qinghan and tells her to inform her master, Mo Dongji, that the rat god cult may be working with the plant god cult to spread the seeds. Shin Qinghan is clearly startled, but she quickly nods. At the same time, Lin Zichen calls the lead officer and reports what he saw, thinking that anything tied to heretics is best left to the public security team. Time passes. Half a month later, Shin Qinghan is out on a mission of her own, capturing a group of armed smugglers. Then 3 days after that, Lin Zichen joins forces with Song Yuyin to take down a gang of robbers wearing advanced mechanical suits. And just like that, their first semester at the university comes to an end, while life keeps moving right along. Back at the apartment, Lin Zichen sits on the bed and realizes he has finally broken into the second stage of body tempering. Right then, Shin Qinghan, now with blue hair, slips up behind him, wraps her arms around him, and happily tells him she's completed her first stage of body tempering too. Lin Zichen can't hide his surprise at how quickly she got there. Shin Qinghan proudly reminds him that her talent is amazing, but then she asks why she only reached ordinary tier 6 when he originally said she should have made it to tier 9. Lin Zichen thinks it through and says it's probably because her natural body talent is too weak. Her control over qi and blood may be strong, but the boost that power gives her body is still limited. Hearing that, Shin Qinghan's shoulders sink, and tears start gathering in her eyes. She worries that she may never catch up to him. Lin Zichen is a little caught off guard. With the special system he has, honestly, it would be more surprising if she ever did. Later, at the research institute, both Lin Zichen and Song Yuyin run into a wall in their studies. Under his breath, Lin Zichen wonders how he's supposed to open the apertures inside his body. Trying to break the tension, Song Yuyin starts sharing gossip about the university leadership and the messes in their private lives. After a while, Lin Zichen asks Song Yuyin how many school credits he has now. She tells him that by using her account to clear high-level missions, he has already earned 2,400 credits. A satisfied smile immediately spreads across Lin Zichen's face. After a quick calculation, he realizes that's enough to buy the 99 gene of 10,000 poison chimera meat he needs to unlock its guidebook. So he asks Song Yuyin to help him place the order. She's curious why he needs that much, but Lin Zichen only says it's something he can't explain yet. Respecting that, Song Yuyin goes ahead and places the order for him. Once the meat is delivered to the research institute, Lin Zichen decides to carry the heavy box back to his apartment himself so he can absorb it safely there. He places a hand on the meat, and a powerful blue energy instantly surges around him. Then his system confirms that he has devoured a massive amount of the 10,000 poison chimera's life essence, pushing the guidebook's progress all the way to 100%. At that moment, the phantom image of the terrifying beast rises behind him, and a system notification announces that he has gained a new biological trait: immunity to 100 poisons, greatly boosting his resistance to all kinds of toxins. To test the effect, Lin Zichen injects a paralyzing neurotoxin into his own arm. 2 hours later, he flexes that same arm like nothing ever happened. There's no reaction at all. That's when he confirms the poison immunity completely neutralized the neurotoxin. Not long after that, Lin Zichen accompanies Shin Qinghan to a medical building, where she's about to receive her second gene injection under her master's supervision. Inside a sterile room, Shin Qinghan lies on an examination table. Mo Dongji explains that before giving her a second gene, she first needs to check the condition of the Jellyfish King gene already inside her body. But the moment Mo Dongji places a hand on Shin Qinghan's chest, her expression completely changes. She stares at her in disbelief and asks how Shin Qinghan's biological level could have risen so fast from ordinary tier 2 all the way to ordinary tier 6. A little embarrassed, Shin Qinghan tells her master that she's been practicing the blood tempering art, and just a few days earlier, she completed her first full-body tempering. Mo Dongji freezes for a second and immediately asks how she managed it. Shin Qinghan explains that she used the water control ability from the Jellyfish King gene to help guide her own qi and blood. Filled with pride, Imo Dongji gently strokes Shun Qinghan's shoulder. She calls her a true genius and says that one day, she may become one of humanity's strongest fighters. With that, Imo Dongji decides to test the limits of her student's body. She lifts 5 syringes filled with different aberrant beast genes and explains that she's going to inject all 5 to see how many genes Shun Qinghan can enslave. Those 5 genes correspond to the 5 core elements. Imo Dongji tells Shun Qinghan she's about to begin, and Shun Qinghan quietly nods. As soon as the first gene goes in, Imo Dongji watches in shock. Shun Qinghan's own genes instantly attack it and tear it apart. That first gene is the Earth attribute Armored Earth Dragon. Then the next 3 injections, representing fire, wood, and metal, meet the exact same end. Every single one is crushed by Shun Qinghan's dominant genes. In the end, Imo Dongji determines that only the last gene survives, the water attribute Life and Death Toad. Shun Qinghan's genes successfully enslave it, and she excitedly shows Lin Zichen the new ability she gained from it. Imo Dongji then comes up with a theory that Shun Qinghan may only be able to enslave water attribute genes. To test that idea, she injects her with 3 more genes from different water types. After the procedure is over, Imo Dongji asks her student how she feels. Shun Qinghan says she feels uncomfortable, like she ate too much. Hearing that, Imo Dongji realizes those 3 new genes were also destroyed and absorbed. She concludes that, at least for now, Shun Qinghan can only enslave 2 kinds of aberrant beast genes. As she helps Shun Qinghan sit up, Imo Dongji explains what she thinks is happening. She believes Shun Qinghan's body, or possibly her mental strength, still isn't enough to control more than 2 genes. Even so, she reassures her that once her strength improves, she should be able to enslave more. The moment she hears that, Shun Qinghan lights up and says she'll train even harder from now on. Imo Dongji then explains the new ability Shun Qinghan gained from the Life and Death Toad gene. It allows her to secrete a special mucus with strong healing and lubricating effects. Then, in a slightly suggestive tone, Imo Dongji adds that if they ever need it later, they can make use of it. That one comment instantly makes both Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan blush. Changing the subject, Imo Dongji suddenly brings up something important. She tells them that this year's freshman competition has been moved up to mid-January. She then tells Shun Qinghan that she's looking forward to seeing how she does, and hopes she can finish in the top 5. If she makes it, she'll earn a place in a special winter training camp. Shun Qinghan takes it seriously and says she'll give it everything she has. Off to the side, Lin Zichen has been quietly listening the whole time, but the news clearly catches him off guard. Later that day, back at Lin Zichen's apartment, dinner is already set out on the table. Just then, Chu Rui walks in and jokingly says she's here to bother them again. Shun Qinghan immediately tells her not to say that, and says she should visit more often, while Lin Zichen welcomes her inside. Then Shun Qinghan notices all the shopping bags in Chu Rui's hands, and asks why she brought so much stuff. Chu Rui explains that her family's clothing shop just got a new shipment. While going through it, she found several matching outfits that she thought would look perfect on the 2 of them, so she brought them over as a gift. She hands one of the bags to Lin Zichen and says she already washed everything, so they can just try the clothes on now. A little later, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan come out wearing the first matching set. Chu Rui quickly asks them to pose for a picture. Then cheekily says she could even use their photos as model shots for her online store. Lin Zichen instantly realizes what she's doing, while Shun Qinghan just smiles at the camera. Then they change into a second set, this time a cooler black outfit, and Chu Rui blurts out right away that this one looks even better. After they try on a third matching outfit, Chu Rui excitedly says any couple would want to buy clothes like these. Once their little fashion show is over, Lin Zichen calls them to the table and reminds them to eat before the food gets cold. The 2 girls happily agree. While they're eating, Shun Qinghan tells Lin Zichen that on the way back, she and Chu Rui ran into a nasty senior. She explains that the senior tried to snatch their bags by relying on her greater strength, and probably only backed off because another student recognized her as Lin Zichen's girlfriend. Looking annoyed, Chu Rui adds that it's the same senior who borrowed her makeup before and never gave it back. She makes it clear that the girl was really targeting her, and Shun Qinghan just got dragged into it. Shun Qinghan immediately says that's way out of line and insists they go settle it after dinner. Chu Rui hesitates, pointing out that the bully is on the student council, and that her boyfriend is an officer there too, so she's not someone easy to mess with. But Shun Qinghan grows more confident when Lin Zichen firmly says he'll go with them. At that point, even Chu Rui starts feeling like maybe, with him there, they really don't need to be afraid. Since they know the second-year students are having martial arts class in the gym, the 3 of them head straight there. The moment Lin Zichen, Shun Qinghan, and Chu Rui step into the gym, people start noticing them right away. The crowd quickly recognizes him as Lin Zichen, the new king, and starts wondering what brought him there. Shun Qinghan points out the bully to him, a second-year student with reddish-pink hair named Li Ziki. Lin Zichen walks over and asks if it's true that she borrowed makeup from his friend and still hasn't returned it. Li Ziki casually says she'll return it when she's finished using it, then turns around and accuses Chu Rue of making a big deal out of nothing. That instantly sets Chu Rue off. She fires back that Li Ziki always takes her brand new makeup, then only returns it after the products are nearly empty. Li Ziki immediately denies it, and the friend beside her jumps in to back her up. As Chu Rue gets more and more upset, Lin Zichen steps between them and asks Li Ziki what excuse she is now. Then he turns to a nearby teacher and asks him to explain the school's survival of the fittest rule. More specifically, he wants to know whether it really means the strong can bully the weak whenever they want. The teacher explains that the university actually follows two separate rules. The weak can challenge the strong at any time, but if the strong want to challenge the weak, they first need the weaker student's consent. He goes on to explain that strength is judged either by combat ranking or by year level if the student hasn't been ranked yet. Finally, he adds that any challenge requires both sides to wager the same number of school credits, with the winner taking all of it. If they can't agree on the amount, then the default bet is 1 credit. That last part clearly catches Li Ziki off guard. A confident smile appears on Lin Zichen's face the moment he hears that. He says that by those rules, he can challenge her right now without any extra conditions. Li Ziki immediately mocks him, asking if a guy with such an obvious physical advantage is really planning to bully a girl like her. But behind that act, she's already panicking, because her biological level is only ordinary tier 5, and she knows she has no chance against him. Seeing straight through the act, Lin Zichen turns to Shen Qinghan and says she'll be the one to challenge Li Ziki instead. That catches Li Ziki completely off guard. The moment Shen Qinghan realizes what he means, her eyes sharpen, and she agrees without hesitation. Chu Rue panics and immediately tries to stop them. She warns Lin Zichen not to fall for the senior's provocation and begs him not to let Shen Qinghan fight. Inside, she's completely freaking out. Shen Qinghan had always been down near the bottom of the class with her, so sending her into a fight like this feels no different than sending her out to get beaten badly. But Shen Qinghan calmly reaches over, places a reassuring hand on her friend's shoulder, and tells her not to worry. Then she lifts her eyes and says with complete confidence that she can win. Chu Rue instantly turns red. Seeing her friend look this unexpectedly cool, all she can do is stare at her in admiration. The next second, Shen Qinghan springs forward and lands lightly on the dueling floor. Standing there, she introduces herself as Shen Qinghan from the first-year genius class, then formally challenges Li Ziki of the second-year evolution class. Li Ziki frowns, annoyed that a freshman would dare act this confident. Meanwhile, the students watching from the crowd can't help commenting on how beautiful and cool Shen Qinghan looks. With a snort, Li Ziki brushes her off as nothing but a pretty face, then jumps onto the dueling floor and says they should raise the stakes. Wearing a confident smile, she puts up 10 school credits. A teacher then confirms that both sides have agreed to the terms. Shen Qinghan accepts right away and matches the bet with 10 school credits of her own. The two fighters take their positions, confirm they're ready, and the teacher officially signals the start of the match. The instant the fight begins, Shen Qinghan's hair shifts from purple to a vivid blue, and she explodes forward with startling speed. Li Ziki's eyes widen as she blurts out how fast Shen Qinghan is. But before she can react, her whole body suddenly locks up and starts trembling. She has no idea what's happening. Her head spins, and she can't move at all. Shen Qinghan doesn't waste the opening. She steps in and drives one powerful high kick straight into Li Ziki's face. The impact sends the senior flying backward across the gym before she slams hard onto the floor. The entire crowd, including Chu Rue, is left stunned. Chu Rue can only blurt out in disbelief, wondering when her friend became this strong. At the same time, Li Ziki's friend cries out her name in panic. She rushes to the unconscious Li Ziki, then hurriedly calls a man named Jin Mingyu. In a frantic voice, she tells him that his girlfriend got kicked, might have a concussion, and that he needs to get to the gym right away. The person on the other end says he's already on his way. Holding up her defeated friend, the girl glares at Shen Qinghan's group and angrily warns them that they're in serious trouble now. Elsewhere, inside a high-tech training facility, students from the genius class are practicing in huge transparent pods filled with energy. The people watching are clearly impressed as top students like Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian deliver outstanding results, while Ma Weiwei also puts up a strong score. After the session ends, a teacher tells the class that the training was intense and that they should all get some rest. He then drops another piece of news on the class. The freshman competition has been moved up to January 18th, and the students are visibly thrown by it. That announcement instantly fires Li Moyu up. He says he finally gets his chance to crush Lin Zichen. Brimming with confidence, he boasts that he's already gone through multiple gene fusions and is now close to ordinary tier 7. In his eyes, Lin Zichen, who refused to fuse with any gene at all, has already been left behind. A few of the others nod along and say Lin Zichen wasted his talent by stubbornly insisting on staying a pure-blooded human. The second she hears that, Ma Weiwei shoots them a cold look and tells them not to judge someone else's path. That shuts them up right away, and they quickly apologize. Then Ma Weiwei glances around and notices that Shen Qinghan, usually one of the most disciplined people in class, is missing from their very first advanced training session. To her, that feels off. So she asks the second-year teacher where Shen Qinghan went, and he tells her Shen Qinghan took leave because of an urgent personal matter. Right then, another student comes rushing in and shouts that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are causing trouble downstairs, and that Shen Qinghan just beat up a popular girl from the second-year evolution class. The whole class is hooked instantly. Even Li Moyu moves with the crowd as everyone rushes out to see what happened. Down in the gym, an angry girl is holding up a sobbing Li Ziki, whose face is already bruised. Li Ziki is nearly hysterical, screaming that her face is ruined. Her friend points at Shen Qinghan and yells that she's vicious for kicking someone in the face that hard. Standing in front of them, Shen Qinghan looks flustered and quickly apologizes, saying she didn't control her strength well enough. But before Shen Qinghan can keep apologizing, Chu Rui grabs her hand and tells her not to. She insists this wasn't Shen Qinghan's fault at all. Her opponent just wasn't strong enough. As the group turns to leave, Li Ziki's friend suddenly reaches out, grabs Shen Qinghan by the arm, and shouts that they're not going anywhere. Lin Zichen steps in immediately and knocks her hand away from Shen Qinghan. Then he warns her that if she keeps harassing them, he'll answer with force. Li Ziki's friend lets out a mocking laugh. She taunts him for being the so-called new king and dares him to punch her in the face too. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate for even a second. He drives a punch straight into her face and casually says he's never heard such a strange request before. Right after that, the system shows that he's earned 1 school credit. Just then, a heavily built student arrives at the scene. It's Student Council Discipline Officer Jin Mingyu, and he's Li Ziki's boyfriend. The moment he sees both girls on the ground crying with bruised faces, Jin Mingyu's expression turns dark with rage. He glares at Lin Zichen and demands to know if he really had to hit girls that hard. Lin Zichen calmly answers that what's really excessive is Jin Mingyu's girlfriend bullying freshmen. But Jin Mingyu refuses to accept that and tells him not to throw around accusations without proof. At that moment, Luo Yongjin steps forward and says he has personally seen Jin Mingyu's girlfriend bully ordinary freshmen many times before. Lin Zichen has clearly had enough of the arguing. He tells Jin Mingyu that if he really wants justice, then he should stop talking and challenge him right now, because he has no time to waste on empty words. Jin Mingyu angrily agrees. Jin Mingyu immediately raises the stakes and proposes a bet of 300 school credits, then asks whether a mere freshman can even afford that. To everyone's surprise, Lin Zichen calmly says yes. Watching from the side, Ma Weiwei is stunned. She can't understand how Lin Zichen dares to fight Jin Mingyu, a powerful ordinary tier 7. Luo Yongjian, on the other hand, looks entertained and remarks that he never thought showing off could be done this boldly. Soon, the two of them are standing face-to-face in the center of the gym's dueling floor as the challenge officially begins. Without wasting a second, Jin Mingyu transforms into a huge lion-like beast. His body swells with muscle, a wild mane spreads around his head, and sharp claws extend from his hands. The pressure pouring off his transformed body is so intense that even the students watching feel it. Some of them start wondering how Lin Zichen could possibly win this. Then, with a roar, Jin Mingyu lunges forward and charges straight at him. Even with all that pressure crashing toward him, Lin Zichen stays completely calm. Jin Mingyu declares that since Lin Zichen's girlfriend dared to hit his girlfriend in the face, he's going to smash Lin Zichen's face too. A second later, Jin Mingyu's fist slams into Lin Zichen's face, and a violent shockwave rips through the air. But the result is instant and unbelievable. The moment that punch lands, Jin Mingyu's hand shatters against Lin Zichen's face. The beast-like senior drops to his knees on the spot, clutching his ruined hand and screaming in pain. Looking down at his broken opponent, Lin Zichen casually says the match is over. Then he follows it up with one brutal kick, launching Jin Mingyu's massive body all the way across the gym and straight into the empty spectator seats. The whole gym falls silent. Luo Yongjian curls his lips into a wry smile and says this scene feels way too familiar, while Li Moyu stands there burning with humiliation, his face bright red. After seeing that overwhelming display, a furious Li Moyu immediately calls his grandfather. He says he needs to fuse with a second beast gene the very next day, because he's determined to become stronger. After that, Lin Zichen turns and addresses all the students around him. He announces that starting now, he's willing to take paid requests to fight on behalf of other people. As long as they pay him in school credits, he'll help them challenge whoever they want, whether it's a freshman or an upperclassman. The moment he hears that, Luo Yongjian's eyes light up. He blurts out that Lin Zichen really is a true king, and says he wants to become his disciple. Meanwhile, over at a student council meeting, the members are furious about everything that happened. They complain that Lin Zichen is arrogant and completely disrespectful toward authority. In their eyes, his actions are a direct challenge to their power, and he needs to be punished. One of the women then turns to the president and asks what he thinks about Lin Zichen's new proxy fighting business. President Zhou Hong watches with a dark look on his face and remarks that Lin Zichen is like a newborn calf that still doesn't know to fear the tiger. Through Chu Rui, Lin Zichen lands his first proxy fighting job. He sits down with the client, a pink-haired girl named Hu Yingli, while Shen Qinghan and Chu Rui stay by his side. Hu Yingli explains that she's been getting bullied by a senior named Huang Jimin, who stole her expensive clothes and bags. Because the bully's brother, Huang Jirui, is part of the student council, the job is priced at 11 credits, with one of those credits going to Chu Rui as a referral fee. Not long after that, Lin Zichen goes to confront Huang Jimin. At first, she tries to threaten him by bringing up her brother, but the moment she realizes this is Lin Zichen, the infamous new king, her whole attitude instantly shifts to fear. Later, inside a dorm room, a terrified Huang Jimin begs Lin Zichen not to hurt her, especially not in the face. Lin Zichen turns to Shen Qinghan and tells her to deal with the bully. Shen Qinghan cracks her knuckles and says she understands. As Shen Qinghan fixes her eyes on her and steps closer, Huang Jimin hurriedly yells for her to stop, insisting that she can't be hit. In one last desperate attempt to scare them off, she cries that if even a single hair on her head is harmed, her brother will make Shen Qinghan pay for it. Suddenly, a furious voice roars from outside, demanding to know who dares touch his sister. Huang Jirui, an ordinary Tier 7, storms in with 2 other students right behind him. The moment Huang Jimin sees him, she runs straight to her brother and bursts into tears, falsely claiming that she did nothing wrong and that Lin Zichen came there just to bully her for no reason. Huang Jirui glares at Lin Zichen and says this has already gone too far. But instead of attacking, he tries to end things there, saying they'll let it slide as long as Lin Zichen doesn't cross them again. Lin Zichen says nothing. Huang Jirui's friends are confused by how restrained he sounds, and they start assuming he must be wary of the new king. Realizing there may not be a fight after all, they can't hide their disappointment. But Lin Zichen has no intention of leaving it there. His eyes turn cold as he gives Shen Qinghan a short command and tells her to continue. Shen Qinghan answers without hesitation and rushes straight at Huang Jimin. Huang Jimin panics instantly. She spins around and tries to run, screaming for her brother to save her. But the instant Shen Qinghan moves, her hair turns blue and a watery aura wraps around her body. With that power, she stops Huang Jimin right in the middle of her escape, leaving the bully frozen in place, shaking and unable to move. Seeing his sister completely helpless, Huang Jirui flies into a rage and charges at Shen Qinghan, shouting that they're asking for death. Before he can even get close, Lin Zichen releases a terrifying wave of power. He doesn't take a single step, yet the floor around him cracks open on the spot. That overwhelming biopressure slams into Huang Jirui and the 2 students with him, stopping all 3 of them cold. Their faces change instantly, and Huang Jirui is horrified, wondering if he's standing in front of some high-level being. The pressure is so heavy that all 3 of them are crushed straight to the ground and pinned there. In that moment, Huang Jirui becomes convinced that Lin Zichen must have some powerful master backing him from the shadows. With Huang Jirui and his 2 friends pinned flat on the floor, Shen Qinghan leaps into the air and whips out a fierce kick, slamming Huang Jimin down to the ground and ending the fight right there. Later, inside the student council office, Huang Jirui reports everything to President Zhou Hong. He explains that they all felt an overwhelming biopressure, and because of that, they believe a high-level expert was involved. In their eyes, Lin Zichen acts this boldly because someone powerful is supporting him behind the scenes. After hearing the full report, Zhou Hong tells the others that since they still don't know who this backer is, it would be smarter to avoid Lin Zichen for now and simply keep watching him. He goes on to warn them that if conflict can't be avoided, then they should stop at verbal warnings and stay away from any physical confrontation. Elsewhere, in another office, Dean Ma Jinhe complains to Mo Dongji that the whole campus has turned chaotic. He blames the mess on Lin Zichen's proxy fighting business and asks Mo Dongji whether the whole idea came from her. She calmly says no, but then she adds that she actually likes what Lin Zichen is doing. In her view, the student council has been suppressing the other students for far too long, and it's already starting to hurt the school's future. As Ma Jinhe trembles in frustration, Mo Dongji says it plainly. This stagnant situation needs to be broken. Deep underground, 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, Lord Rat God, the Divine Envoy, and a giant green monster stand before a pulsing purple rift. The Divine Envoy explains that the biological passage leading to source site number 36 has now stabilized. He announces that they can finally begin transporting aberrant beasts from the other side. But he makes one thing clear. For now, Only creatures below the high-level tier can pass through. The new passage still isn't reinforced enough, and if they try to move anything stronger, the whole thing will collapse. The Divine Envoy raises his staff and warns the others to stay focused because the transfer is about to begin. Then he starts the ritual, sweeping his staff through the air to draw glowing purple runes and sending them straight into the portal. As he pours power into it, he shouts for the portal to open, and the rift erupts with a massive surge of dark purple energy. A moment later, monsters begin pouring out from inside, including multi-headed dragons and enormous ape-like beasts. Before long, 200,000 aberrant beasts have been brought through. The Divine Envoy then asks whether they should continue the transport. But as that army gathers in place, the purple portal suddenly starts rumbling and breaking apart. The Divine Envoy immediately declares that the passage has become unstable and must be sealed at once. He moves his hands and commands the portal to close. But just as the rift is about to shut completely, a clawed hand suddenly tears it back open, catching everyone off guard. The giant green monster and Lord Rat God both turn toward the Divine Envoy and ask what's happening. As a white-haired figure begins to emerge from the reopened rift, the Divine Envoy's tone turns grim, and he says they need to prepare for a fierce battle. Then, from the reopened portal, a beautiful woman with fox ears and 9 flowing white tails lands lightly on the ground. She is identified as the 9-tailed demon fox. Looking around with curiosity, she wonders if this is the legendary planet Earth. After all that, Lin Zichen's proxy fighting business fully takes off. Thanks to the attention from his earlier fights, he's now getting more than 10 requests every single day. In just half a month, he and Shin Qinghan complete more than 200 jobs and bring in over 3,000 school credits. His actions end up splitting the student body in two. Some students see him as a hero cleaning up the school's bullying culture, and a few are so grateful they even kneel in front of him. Others look at him as nothing more than a businessman chasing credits. Lin Zichen couldn't care less what anyone says. The only thing on his mind is how many credits he's making. Later, inside a classroom, Shin Qinghan freezes when she sees her classmate Luo Yongjin walk in with his face bruised and swollen. Ma Weiwei, who's there too, explains what happened. Luo Yongjin foolishly tried to start his own proxy fighting business, and the student council beat him up for it. Hearing that, Luo Yongjin clenches his fist and vows that once he gets stronger, he'll get his revenge. Ma Weiwei tries to calm him down, reminding him that his talent may not actually be above the student council members he wants to go against. Her words make him pause, and his mood visibly drops. She then starts applying medicine to the bruises on his face and tells him to focus on recovering before the freshman competition. Luo Yongjin winces and complains that the medicine stings. Then, on the day of the freshman competition, a massive crowd fills the stadium. Both Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan make it through the early rounds with ease and successfully advance into the top 8. Up in the audience, several deans, including Ma Junha and Mo Dongji, watch the matches closely. The Dean of Mechanical Engineering remarks on Shin Qinghan's shocking rate of improvement. Ma Junha agrees that her growth is almost unbelievable, but then adds that it's a pity. Her next opponent is his daughter, Ma Weiwei, so she'll most likely fall before reaching the semifinals. Down in the arena, the match between Shin Qinghan and Ma Weiwei officially begins. The moment it starts, both girls transform. Ma Weiwei grows cat ears and sharp claws, while Shin Qinghan is wrapped in a powerful blue aura. Ma Weiwei bursts forward like a flash. But Shin Qinghan doesn't move to evade at all. She simply raises one hand and activates her control over chi and blood. Right in the middle of her charge, Ma Weiwei suddenly locks up, her whole body shaking. Her eyes widen on the spot. She can feel the energy inside her body being thrown completely off balance by some outside force, and the second she looks at Shin Qinghan, fear starts creeping onto her face. She has no idea how Shin Qinghan is doing it. Shin Qinghan doesn't give her a second to recover. She whips a high kick straight into Ma Weiwei's side, and sends her flying right out of the arena in one shot. Up in the stands, Dean Ma Junha shoots to his feet and calls out his daughter's name in disbelief. Beside him, Lu Chuanwu can only stare and wonder how two kids from such ordinary backgrounds ended up with talent like this. Even Shin Qinghan looks a little dazed herself. She's thrilled, almost like she can't quite believe she really beat someone as strong as Ma Weiwei that easily. 10 minutes later, the semifinals begin, and the first match is Lin Zichen against Shin Qinghan. As the two of them stand across from each other, Shin Qinghan says this is actually their first time ever fighting. Lin Zichen gives a small nod, and both of them settle into their stances. Shin Qinghan moves first with a kick, but Lin Zichen blocks it with ease. At the same time, he tells her she would have gotten more out of that opening if she'd led with a punch. She immediately switches to a punch, but Lin Zichen slips past it and calmly points out that her angle leaves her open to a counterattack. Before long, it barely feels like a real match anymore. It feels like a public training session. Lin Zichen handles every attack Shen Qinghan throws at him without any trouble, correcting her as they trade blows. And the people watching can't help feeling jealous that she has a boyfriend willing to spar with her like this. Not much later, Shen Qinghan is completely worn out and finally gives up. With that, Lin Zichen is declared the winner. That sends him straight into the finals against Li Moyu. Before the match starts, Li Moyu calls out to Lin Zichen and says that even if he may not be stronger, he's definitely not going down easy. He makes it clear that he's stepping into this fight with everything he's got. And then, in the very next instant, Li Moyu transforms into a massive, muscular ape-like monster. Even with that enormous body towering over him, Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate. He rushes straight in and drives out one heavy kick. The crowd explodes immediately. They can't believe that kind of force, or the fact that he's done it again with another one-hit knockout. That single kick sends the transformed Li Moyu flying clean out of the ring. And just like that, Lin Zichen becomes the champion of the freshman tournament. After the match, Mo Dongji steps forward and formally announces that the event has come to an end. She says that besides the school credits awarded to the top 8, the top 5 contestants will also be invited to a special winter training camp. That announcement catches Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Li Moyu, Ma Weiwei, and Luo Yongjian completely off guard. Mo Dongji goes on to explain that the camp will be held at the military headquarters in Nanjiang Province, the same district in charge of guarding source site number 36. She tells them it starts in 10 days, and that she'll be the one taking them there herself. Hearing that, Lin Zichen quietly starts thinking about the military base, especially the fact that it's connected to a guarded source site. At the same time, on a rooftop overlooking the city, the nine-tailed demon fox is talking with the divine envoy. She says that now his god cult plan has already taken root on Earth, he should know where to find a few handsome men. Then she reveals why she really came to Earth in the first place. She's looking for a partner. The divine envoy respectfully tells her that he does know someone who perfectly matches her standards. He says the young man is not only handsome, but also has an unbelievably powerful body. Then he takes out his phone and shows her a picture of Lin Zichen. A playful smile slowly spreads across the nine-tailed demon fox's face as she stares at the photo, and she tells the divine envoy to report everything he knows about him. Before long, the day of the special training finally arrives. Mo Dongji brings the 5 students to the military headquarters in Nanjiang Province by helicopter, and when they land, they find several figures already waiting for them in advanced mechanical suits. It becomes obvious right away that this special training is no small event. Along with the top 5 freshmen from Shanghai University, the top 5 from Kyoto University are also here, together with elite young members of the military and a group known as the Mecha God Group. The moment they step onto the ground, Luo Yongjian excitedly points at a giant red mech and tells the others its combat power is rumored to be on the level of a rare-class expert. He adds that every machine here was built by the Mecha God Group. Then, out of nowhere, someone calls out to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, making both of them turn in surprise. A young man in a sleek black mechanical suit walks over. He introduces himself as Zhang Kai and asks if they're the representatives from Shanghai University. Lin Zichen confirms that they are. The moment Zhang Kai gets a clear look at Shen Qinghan, he freezes in surprise. He says that back in middle school, she used to get winded after just a few laps, so he can hardly believe she's now one of the top 5 freshmen. Lin Zichen explains that Shen Qinghan has extremely high compatibility for gene fusion, and after going through the procedure, her strength skyrocketed. She even became the top scorer in the province. Hearing that, Zhang Kai can't help commenting on how strong Shen Qinghan has become. Shen Qinghan smiles and returns the compliment, saying that if Zhang Kai is representing the mighty Mecha God Group, then he must have grown much stronger too. Zhang Kai explains that his compatibility with mechanical modification is unusually high, which let him undergo multiple experiments that greatly boosted his strength. As he says that, he lifts a glowing mechanical gauntlet. After that, he says he still has things to handle and that he'll see them tomorrow at the training grounds, then heads off. Since it's getting late, Luo Yongjian suggests they all head to the cafeteria and grab something to eat. Inside the large dining hall, Shen Qinghan happily tells Lin Zichen that the food here is incredible, way better than what they get at school. Then she picks up a bite of food and holds it out to him, telling him to try it. Lin Zichen takes the bite and agrees that it really is good, while Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian watch the two of them acting all sweet and look completely fed up with it. Wanting the same kind of treatment, Li Moyu jokingly asks Ma Weiwei to feed him a piece of tofu too. Ma Weiwei instantly tells him to get lost. Just then, someone suddenly calls out Li Moyu's name, making him turn around with an annoyed look. But the second he sees who it is, that irritation instantly turns into surprise. 2 young men are standing beside their table. One of them is blonde, and with a smug look on his face, he calls Li Moyu a traitor from Kyoto. The other one, with purple hair, mocks Li Moyu as the same piece of trash he used to beat without any effort. Furious, Li Moyu pushes himself to his feet and fires back that things are different now. But the blonde guy only sneers and says that the moment Li Moyu chose Shanghai University, his strength was guaranteed to fall behind both him and Qin Chuan. Then he tells Li Moyu to take the fight outside. Li Moyu grins and accepts immediately. The tension instantly grabs everyone's attention in the cafeteria. People stop eating, rush outside, and crowd around in excitement, eager to watch a clash between a genius from Kyoto University and a genius from Shanghai University. As soon as they step outside, Li Moyu glares at both of them and smirks. "Come at me together," he says, bold and unshaken. "Taking you one at a time? That's just a waste of my time." The blonde-haired Gao Mu snaps back instantly. "No need for that," he says, voice steady. "I'm more than enough to handle you myself." With that, he leaps forward, landing right in front of Li Moyu. Li Moyu lets out a cold, sharp laugh. "Same loser as always," he mutters. Then, in the next heartbeat, his form shifts. He transforms into a massive, powerful white ape. Inside, Li Moyu is brimming with confidence. Just last week, he fused with a Shadow Knight cat gene, and in his mind, that erased his old weakness, speed. Now he's sure Gao Mu doesn't stand a chance. But Gao Mu isn't done. In an instant, his body is sheathed in a thick layer of hard, purple armor, almost feather-like in appearance. From the sidelines, Lin Zichen watches carefully and pieces it together. Gao Mu fused with an armored Earth Dragon gene, a beast with legendary defensive power. Lin Zichen even notes that a normal Tier 9 of that dragon can tank a full-strength punch from a top-tier demonic eye giant ape. The fight begins with Li Moyu swinging a massive punch. Gao Mu calmly raises his armored arm and blocks it, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. Li Moyu follows up with a relentless flurry, punches raining down one after another. But Gao Mu doesn't budge. Every hit lands, and every hit is swallowed by that unstoppable defense. Slowly, frustration creeps in. Li Moyu's confidence starts to crack. Panic sneaks into his mind. This body in front of him is absurdly tough, and none of his attacks are leaving a mark. Shen Qinghan watches from the side and tells Lin Zichen it looks like neither of them can hurt the other. This might end in a draw. But Lin Zichen shakes his head. No, he's certain Gao Mu is going to win. He explains that Gao Mu hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. There's another beast gene inside him waiting to be activated. And right then, Gao Mu grins to himself, fully aware he's holding back, while Li Moyu throws everything he's got. Li Moyu grits his teeth, roaring in frustration against the unbreakable wall. "Coward," he shouts. "All you know is hiding in your shell like a turtle and dragging this into a boring draw." Gao Mu slowly curls his lips into a sharp, almost cruel grin. "No more games," he says. "Time to show you what real power looks like." The air trembles around him as his muscles swell and his clothes tear. He transforms again, this time into a terrifying demonic eye giant ape, mirroring Li Moyu's beast form. Silence sweeps over the crowd as the realization hits. Gao Mu fused with the exact same gene as Li Moyu. Li Moyu freezes, face pale. "Impossible," he shouts, mind racing. How could someone of Gao Mu's ordinary talent survive fusing two powerful beast genes so quickly without dying? Gao Mu savors the horrified look, openly admitting his talent isn't as strong as Li Moyu's. But he boasts that Kyoto University's gene fusion tech is leagues ahead of Shanghai University's. Before Li Moyu can react, Gao Mu lunges, delivering a punch packed with monstrous force. Their fists collide with a deafening boom, cracking the stone beneath them and sending dust flying. As they trade blow after blow, Gao Mu taunts, shouting that leaving Kyoto University for Shanghai was Li Moyu's biggest mistake. They trade savage strikes, fists moving faster than the eye can follow, shaking the ground. Observers quickly see the truth. In raw strength, they're evenly matched, but Gao Mu's dragon defense gives him an edge. In a straight brawl like this, Li Moyu has no path to victory. As expected, the fight ends decisively. Li Moyu lies sprawled on the shattered ground, bloodied, battered, and unconscious. Gao Mu looms over him, delivering a final cruel remark. His family only supports his brother because Li Moyu has always been useless. Gao Mu doesn't stop. He mocks Li Moyu further, sneering that earlier, he was beaten by a mere freshman named Lin Zichen. Then he turns to the Shanghai University group and calls out, demanding to know which one is Lin Zichen. Without hesitation, Lin Zichen steps forward calmly and says, "I am." Gao Mu eyes him up and down, then issues a challenge. He's heard Lin Zichen has been giving Li Moyu trouble, and he wants a fight. Right here, right now. He promises that if Lin Zichen wins, he'll hand over 10 high-grade qi and blood pills. At the mention of the reward, a faint, predator-like smile flickers across Lin Zichen's face. Calmly, he agrees. As Lin Zichen steps forward, Luo Yongjian grabs his shoulder, warning him quickly. Gao Mu is dangerous. His gene fusion gives him monster-level offense and near-impenetrable defense. But he has a weakness, speed. Luo Yongjian advises Lin Zichen to avoid a head-on clash and wear him down, since that form can't last forever. Lin Zichen nods subtly and steps into the arena without a word. Gao Mu wastes no time mocking him, questioning why anyone would cling to being pure-blood human in this era, calling it pointless. Gao Mu smirks, convinced that crushing Lin Zichen will finally show Li Moyu the hopeless gap between them. But Lin Zichen doesn't flinch at the trash talk. He simply tells him to shut up and begin. With a roar, Gao Mu charges, armored body and claws aimed straight at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen ignores Luo Yongjian's warning entirely. He doesn't retreat. He doesn't dodge. He blazes forward at blinding speed, leaving multiple afterimages trailing as he heads straight into the clash. As they close the distance, Lin Zichen pulls back his fist, charging it with searing red energy, and unleashes a single, devastating punch. The strike hits Gao Mu's guard instantly. The impact shatters the armored Earth Dragon armor like it's glass. And it doesn't stop there. The punch tears through the defense and crashes directly into Gao Mu's face. Blood sprays, and Gao Mu's massive body is flung backward from the sheer force. He skids across the ground before coming to a stop, utterly still. Just like that, it's over. For a heartbeat, the arena falls silent. Then the Shanghai University students erupt in celebration. Shen Qinghan cheers loudly, while Luo Yongjian and Ma Weiwei stand frozen, jaws dropped. Luo Yongjian blurts out, amazed at how Lin Zichen ended such a tough fight in one strike. Gao Mu's Kyoto University companion trembles in the crowd. He realizes he isn't much stronger than Gao Mu, and if faced with Lin Zichen, he wouldn't last more than 2 punches. Suddenly, another figure leaps over the crowd, instantly drawing every eye. It's a soldier who admits he expected this year's competition to come down to the military or the Mecha God group, but even he didn't anticipate a genius like Lin Zichen emerging from Shanghai University. The soldier lands lightly in the arena and introduces himself as Zhao Yuanzhang, a 19-year-old military representative. With a serious gaze, he formally challenges Lin Zichen to a match. Lin Zichen evaluates him calmly and says sparring is fine, but he's not interested in wasting time or energy without a reward. Zhao Yuanzhang immediately offers a valuable spirit fruit. He explains it's worth 1.5 million and especially effective at improving qi and blood. Lin Zichen's interest sparks, though inwardly, he dismisses Zhao Yuanzhang as a basic rank 8, someone he could take down with a single precise kick. He smiles faintly and accepts the offer. Just as the tension peaks and the fight is about to start, a military officer steps in sharply. Sparring is fine, he says, but betting valuable rewards violates military regulations. The moment Lin Zichen hears this, his motivation vanishes. He waves it off and says to forget it. Then he turns and walks away, leaving Zhao Yuanzhang frustrated, with no one to fight. Sometime later, Lin Zichen finds Gao Mu. Looking down at his battered, miserable rival, he asks when he plans to hand over the 10 advanced vitality pills he promised. A bruised, shirtless Gao Mu stammers in fear, promising to rush back to his dorm and bring them immediately. That night, in his single dorm room at the military base, Lin Zichen dives straight back into training, determined not to let his progress slip, not even a day. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, his skin glows faintly red from intense body tempering. A system notification pops up. He's begun the 4th round of skin tempering, already 12% complete. He exhales slowly, noticing this round is moving a bit slower than the 3rd. Before he can focus, Shen Qinghan appears at the door, wrapped in just a towel, peeking in softly to ask if she can come in. She steps inside and perches on the edge of his bed. She explains that the dorms have no hair dryers, so she wants him to use his qi and blood control to generate some heat and dry her hair. Lin Zichen smiles and tells her the timing couldn't be better. He actually has something for her. As he helps dry her hair, he hands her a small jar containing the 10 advanced vitality pills he got from Gao Mu. He explains that with his current strength, they won't benefit him much, so he wants her to have them instead. Shen Qinghan is visibly surprised, but Lin Zichen quickly tells her not to overthink it. She's family, and her well-being matters more than anything. Feeling the jar in her hands, Shen Qinghan gives a soft smile and accepts the gift. Blushing, Shen Qinghan leans over him on the bed and whispers softly, telling him it's finally her turn. Hovering above him, her hand glides across his chest as she murmurs that this time, he'll get to properly thank her. The next morning, sunlight washes over the base as all the trainees gather outside. Zhao Yuanzhang spots Lin Zichen immediately, greeting him with a warm smile, clearly over the cancelled match. Lin Zichen returns the gesture. As they chat, Lin Zichen asks if the rumors are true. Has the younger generation in Zhao's district really entered the source land for training? Zhao shakes his head, saying it doesn't quite count as a true entry. Lin Zichen frowns, puzzled. Zhao explains, the military has built fortified cities just inside the source land. Young soldiers at the ordinary creature level are basically stuck doing menial work inside, strictly forbidden from venturing into the wilds beyond, because that place is lethal. He continues, saying no one can truly explore the source land until they reach the advanced stage. Why? Just like exotic beasts get pushed back by Earth's world power when entering this world, humans from Earth feel a similar invisible force in the source land. And that force constantly pushes back anyone below the advanced level, trying to throw them out. Zhao adds that the repelling effect hits invading beasts even harder. Earth's world power weakens many exotic creatures drastically. The moment Lin Zichen hears this, it all clicks. Gene fusers on Earth have always had an edge because those beasts were fighting at a disadvantage. Their conversation is cut short when a massive figure drops from the sky, landing right in front of them. The impact cracks the pavement, and a booming voice asks if everyone is present. Zhao Yuanzhang straightens immediately and confirms that the full group is here. The man is a towering instructor in tactical gear, his muscles massive. He introduces himself as Lu Tianrong, chief instructor for this special training, and says bluntly that he's not here for speeches. They're here to improve, not stand around listening. Watching him closely, Lin Zichen quickly estimates his strength. Advanced rank 6, easily dean level at either of the two major universities. Instructor Lu announces that they'll be split into 4 temporary teams. An entrance assessment begins immediately, and the real training won't start until they pass. Teams form quickly, and Lin Zichen breathes a sigh of relief when he and Shen Qinghan land in the same group. Joining them are Zhao Yuanzhang, a student named Zhang Kai, and a tall, muscular girl from Capital University, Shangwan Yueying. Shen Qinghan beams, noting their luck in staying together. Instructor Lu leads the teams to a large, imposing 3-story building and lays out the rules. Each floor has checkpoints they must clear, reaching the rooftop within 3 hours to pass. He points out that the first floor has 4 walls, each with a door at the center. Each team will enter through a different door to start the assessment. Wishing them luck, Instructor Lu launches into the air, landing on the rooftop in a single leap. From above, he shouts for the assessment to begin. Lin Zichen and his team step forward, entering the dark building, ready for whatever awaits inside. And just like that, the special training assessment kicks off. Group D moves through the first level, dodging gunfire and obstacles without much trouble. But when they glance at the progress screen, everyone freezes. The other 3 teams are already on the 3rd floor, while they've only cleared the first. Level 2 proves tricky, an intelligence challenge against an AI using rock, paper, scissors. Every loss shuts the door a bit more and shocks the team painfully. After several failures, Lin Zichen gets a clever idea. With no readable pattern, he uses a shard of glass as a mirror to see the AI's hand before showing his own. Slowly, forced draws push the door open, allowing the team to squeeze through. But when they reach the 3rd floor lounge, the screen in front of them delivers a shock. Teams A, B, and C have all been eliminated. Realizing anything that took out so many strong students this fast must be incredibly dangerous, Lin Zichen activates danger perception and scans ahead. He sees the 3rd floor split into 4 rooms, each guarded by a powerful robot. Bloodstains and wreckage litter the floor. These machines have overwhelming offense and defense. They're why the other teams didn't make it. Even facing that, Lin Zichen calmly leads his group into one of the rooms. The 5 line up side by side, eyes on the massive robot standing guard. Its single red eye suddenly flares to life. Without warning, it opens fire, bullets raining down from cannons on its arms. Zhao Yuanzhang yells, warning the team the rounds are armor-piercing, strong enough to shatter bones. The team dives for cover. Zhang Kai quickly suggests waiting until the robot runs out of ammo before counterattacking. But that hope vanishes almost instantly. The robot fires nonstop, ripping their cover apart. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan realize at the same moment. They can't stay put, or they'll be completely exposed. Shangwan Yueying panics, suggesting surrender. They have no chance if the other teams were wiped out here. Zhao Yuanzhang refuses. No matter how grim it looks, quitting now would mean facing the instructor's wrath. Shen Qinghan nods, saying that as long as Lin Zichen leads them, they can make it through this level. With their resolve restored, Zhao Yuanzhang lays out a plan. He and Lin Zichen, being the fittest, will strike the robot head-on. Zhang Kai, Shen Qinghan, and Shangwan Yueying provide support from a distance. Plan set, Zhao Yuanzhang and Lin Zichen dash from cover, charging the robot from opposite sides while it continues firing. Zhang Kai throws 2 thermal sensing smoke grenades to buy them time. He tells the team to stay inside the purple smoke. It blocks the robot's thermal sensors and hides their positions. Shen Qinghan activates her power, saying she'll slow the machine down. Using her mental abilities, she disrupts the fluids in its internal systems, causing malfunctions and slowing its reactions. With the robot slowed, Shangwan Yueying steps out as bait, weaving through gunfire to draw its attention. Seeing the opening, Zhao Yuanzhang transforms his arm into jagged, stone-like armor. He leaps forward, fist aimed straight at the robot's head. But the defense is brutal. Zhao stumbles back, shock and pain ripping through him, his armored fist cracking as bones break. Immediately, Lin Zichen follows with his own attack. Leaping into the air, he slams a heavy kick into the robot's torso, gauging its strength at the peak of ordinary rank 8. Just like Zhao's punch, his kick barely scratches the armored machine. Bruised, Zhao shouts in frustration, their attacks aren't enough. They need to fall back, recover, and rethink. But just as they start to retreat, the robot reveals another weapon. Suddenly, a glowing blue blade shoots out from the robot's arm. Zhao Yuanzhong's eyes widen, and he immediately yells for everyone to run. Its heat sensors are back online, and it can track them through the smoke. The robot lunges at Shen Qinghan before she can even react. Its massive energy sword rises above her, and all her teammates can do is scream for her to get out of the way. In that split second, Lin Zichen reacts. He grabs Shen Qinghan and jumps clear, just as the robot's blade slams into the ground where she had been standing. The sheer force of that attack crushes the team's morale. Shangguan Yueying collapses to the floor, tears in her eyes, convinced they can't possibly win. But the robot doesn't stop. It relentlessly pursues Lin Zichen as he carries Shen Qinghan out of danger. After setting her down, Lin Zichen scans the battlefield calmly. Everyone else has already hit their limit. He knows Shen Qinghan's training ends here. He's been treating this life-or-death fight as practice for her all along. Satisfied he's seen enough, Lin Zichen decides to end it. He announces it's time to clear the field and charges straight at the robot, ready to finish the fight himself. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, students from the first 3 groups nurse their injuries. They complain about how ridiculously strong the third-level robot was and wonder who could even get past it. One of them suggests the test was probably designed to be impossible, just so the instructors could show off. Off to the side, Gao Mu, Li Moyu, Ma Weiwei, and Luo Yongjian sit together, battered and bruised, discussing the events. Gao Mu wonders aloud about Group D, still unaccounted for. The others dismiss it. Lin Zichen's team was the weakest, far behind, and there's no way they could have made it. Then, without warning, a violent explosion shakes the rooftop. Students panic, some even thinking it's an earthquake. Instructor Lu Tianrong and the others spin toward the noise, shock on their faces. Right there, in the middle of the rooftop, lies a severed head. Still sparking, it belongs to the robot that had already defeated all of them. In a private observation room, Mo Dongji and a high-ranking female officer watch everything on a monitor. Mo Dongji criticizes the test, saying putting a peak ordinary rank 8 robot against students was practically setting them up to fail. Commander Yao Muling of the Nanjiang Province Military District sips her tea calmly. She notes that these students are young and full of pride. In her view, they need a reality check before the real special training begins. She points out a handsome young man practicing the blood-tempering art, but Mo Dongji dismisses him as an easily misled kid. Before they can react further, Lin Zichen throws a single explosive punch, obliterating the robot in one blow. For a moment, both women freeze, too stunned to speak. Moments later, the robot's headless body crashes into the testing room, and Mo Dongji and Commander Yao Muling descend to confront Lin Zichen and his team in person. The commander immediately asks how he produced the force of an ordinary rank 9, while only being ordinary rank 8. Lin Zichen offers a half-truth, his natural strength combined with the explosive burst of the blood-tempering art. Mo Dongji doesn't buy it. She doubts the art alone could boost him that much and decides to scan him mentally to uncover the truth. Sensing her attempt, Lin Zichen activates his natural camouflage, hiding his real strength, while quietly probing her in return. But Mo Dongji's scan is too strong. She sees through it immediately. His body has completed its first tempering, and his true biological level is a full ordinary rank 9. She realizes he lied. When Commander Yao Muling asks, Mo Dongji decides to protect Lin Zichen's secret. She says he's still ordinary rank 8, but his body is unbelievably strong, on par with an early-stage ordinary rank 9 gene fuser. The commander lights up, excited. She exclaims that the path of pure-blooded human body enhancement seems unbeatable, and if Lin Zichen can truly break the biological barrier, his potential is limitless. After the test, the students are led to a huge armory. Commander Yao Muling explains that every weapon is forged from B-grade alloy, capable of cutting iron and stopping bullets. Each student must choose one for a combat exercise in 10 days. While the others pick weapons, Lin Zichen stays aside, choosing none. After 3 rounds of tempering, his body is already stronger than B-grade alloy, and carrying a weapon would just slow him down. Later, Commander Yao Muling checks the students, including Shen Qinghan and Li Moyu, making sure everyone is picked. She notices Lin Zichen's empty hands and asks directly. Calmly, he says he's used to fighting barehanded and doesn't need a weapon. Outwardly, the commander says nothing. Inside, though, she's slightly annoyed. This genius is getting too arrogant and needs a reality check. She announces that the fastest way to get familiar with weapons is through a sparring match. With a faint smirk, she calls out Lin Zichen, saying she wants to see his bare-handed style and suggests he start. He nods in agreement. Zhao Yuanzhong steps forward, wielding a massive futuristic halberd. Lin Zichen watches calmly and tells him to start whenever he's ready. Zhao charges, swinging the halberd in a powerful arc. To everyone's shock, Lin Zichen doesn't dodge. He raises a hand and stops the blade barehanded. He tightens his grip slightly, cracks spider across the alloy blade, and Zhao can only watch as it starts breaking in his hand. The halberd explodes into pieces. Standing over the shards, Lin Zichen calmly asks who's next. Around him, students are speechless. No one can comprehend someone crushing B-grade alloy barehanded. Next, a girl from the Mecha God group, Zhu Shishir, descends in a white mechanical suit on jet boots, staring Lin Zichen down. She challenges him, asking if he dares face an enhanced armor-piercing bullet. Zhang Kai quickly warns Lin Zichen not to accept. The bullets can pierce 10 centimeters of solid steel from 10 meters away. Still, Lin Zichen remains calm and accepts immediately. For safety, she promises not to aim at vital spots and suggests he catch the bullet with an open palm. Lin Zichen nods. As her arm cannon powers up, she asks if he's ready. He simply raises a hand, signaling her to fire. The moment she fires at point-blank range, a massive explosion erupts. Everyone holds their breath, wondering if his palm was pierced. But when the smoke clears, the mechanical arm is destroyed instead. The bullet couldn't penetrate Lin Zichen's palm. It detonated inside the weapon, leaving Zhu Shishir stunned and the crowd in shock. The students are left speechless, questioning if pure-blooded humans like Lin Zichen are humanity's real future. Commander Yao Muling breaks into a wide, satisfied smile, convinced he stands above all the rest. After that, the instructors leave him alone. While others practice with their new weapons, Lin Zichen focuses entirely on the blood-tempering art, beginning the fourth cycle of body tempering. Next, the camp moves to the futuristic pods designed to enhance qi, blood, and spiritual power. Shen Qinghan emerges from her pod exhausted, but the results are incredible. Her qi and blood endure level 6 intensity, and her mental power reaches an astonishing level 7, leaving everyone amazed. When it's Lin Zichen's turn, he steps into a pod and quickly tests his limits. His body could handle a level 11 pod, equivalent to an advanced rank 2 expert. To avoid suspicion, he deliberately lowers it to level 8. Even so, when he emerges, both instructors and students are stunned. None can believe he just endured a level 8 mental training session. Lin Zichen quietly thinks to himself that keeping his true strength hidden was the right call. That night, he plans to sneak back into the training room with Shen Qinghan to secretly test his real limits and finally get a clear picture of where his biological level truly stands. Meanwhile, at the Pure Human Research Institute in Shanghai University, Song Yuyin sits buried in books in the library. Grumbling under her breath, she complains that with both Lin Zichen and Dean Luchuan gone, all the responsibility has fallen on her. Then, a voice suddenly calls from behind her. Startled, Song Yuyin whirls around. There stands the nine-tailed demon fox. With a sly smile, the powerful creature casually drapes an arm around her shoulders and asks if she knows where Lin Zichen is. In the next instant, the fox grabs Song Yuyin by the face and pulls her close, forcing an answer. Overwhelmed by the fox's power, Song Yuyin's eyes flash a vivid purple as she falls completely under its control. In a hollow voice, she reveals that Lin Zichen is at military headquarters. Later that night, deep inside the heavily guarded military base, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan quietly make their way to a secured door. Shen Qinghan hesitates, wondering if sneaking in is a smart idea, but Lin Zichen stays calm. As he works the electronic lock, he assures her that no door like this could ever stop him. The heavy doors slide open, revealing the advanced training pods. Lin Zichen explains he just wants to secretly test his limits, brushing off any worry about being caught. He steps into one of the pods and pushes his body to the max. Flames of energy swirl around him as Shen Qinghan watches nervously. He endures level 12 intensity for 30 seconds, proving his physical strength is already frighteningly high, comparable to the third stage of a high-level being. Next, he tests his mental limits. Inside the pod, he withstands wave after wave of brutal mental assaults, sweat pouring down his face. Finally, he confirms his mental strength tops out at level 10. Stepping out, Lin Zichen looks exhausted, but a satisfied smile plays across his face. He reflects that reaching the first stage of a high-level being in mental power is far more valuable and far harder to achieve than raw physical strength. Sometime later, a military vehicle winds along a coastal road between lush green slopes. The day of live combat training has arrived, and Lin Zichen is named team captain for a mission to eliminate a local branch of the plant god cult. Inside, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan study the mission details on a phone. They learn the branch leader has undergone 2 gene fusions and fused with the Shadow Knight cat and a giant shark, making them a peak ordinary rank 9 fighter, just one step from a high-level creature. Arriving at the site, the team steps into a dense forest. Shen Qinghan points out the massive trees, taller than any tropical rainforest. Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei confirm the place matches their intel, the plant god cult's hideout. To scout safely, Zhu Cixi sends out a surveillance drone. Lin Zichen orders everyone to follow behind it. Watching the feed on her tablet, Zhu Cixi spots a huge bamboo structure tangled in vines about 300 meters ahead, the enemy's main base. Fully stepping into his role as captain, Lin Zichen begins issuing orders. Zhao Yuanzhong and Gao Mu take point, using their armored beast genes to carve a path forward. He instructs Zhu Cixi and Zhang Kai to provide long-range support, taking enemies out from a distance with their advanced gear. With the plan set, he gives the order, and the team bursts into the forest. As they advance, Zhao Yuanzhong reminds everyone, don't risk capturing enemies alive. Their own safety comes first. Lin Zichen agrees without hesitation. Suddenly, a man in a black suit and a glowing red-masked face leaps from the shadows, attempting an ambush while shouting a warning to his comrades. But Zhu Cixi reacts instantly, raising her mechanical arm and firing a precise energy blast that drops the guard before he can interfere. The team rushes to the massive bamboo building. Lin Zichen surges ahead, smashing through the heavy front doors with raw strength, splintering them on impact. Inside, another masked man lunges with a knife. Lin Zichen handles it effortlessly, delivering a brutal high kick that sends the man flying. He presses a hand to the fallen guard's head. Blue energy flows into his palm, and his system confirms he's devoured a trace of life essence, advancing his codex. Lin Zichen realizes devouring someone who activated a beast codex strengthens his own matching traits, making this ability incredibly valuable. He gathers his power and launches upward in an explosive burst, golden energy shattering the floor beneath him. Moments later, he lands on an upper level thick with vines, catching 3 masked guards completely by surprise. The guards recover, knives drawn, shouting for him to die. Lin Zichen doesn't flinch. His eyes flash with fiery energy, and a crushing aura erupts from his body. The invisible pressure slams down, obliterating the area, carving a massive crater into the floor and wiping out the attackers effortlessly. Standing amid swirling blue energy, Lin Zichen sees his codex progress increase across several beasts. Satisfied the area is cleared, he moves to check on the rest of the team. Elsewhere, Li Moyu, in his giant white ape form, fights a huge, gray-haired man with glowing red eyes. Unable to hold him alone, he calls for support, and Ma Weiwei rushes in. At that moment, Lin Zichen's danger perception triggers, sensing incoming trouble. Working together, Ma Weiwei and Li Moyu land a crushing blow, sending the enemy through a stone wall. From below, Luo Yongjin shouts for them to press the attack. The enemy is still alive. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai, Zhu Cixi, and another Xian armored man continue long-range support, launching a massive fireball that engulfs several enemies. Suddenly, Lin Zichen notices the bamboo building shaking violently around them. He leaps clear just as huge vines and roots twist and crash down. Seeing the chaos, Shen Qinghan panics, yelling for everyone to dodge as the environment shifts wildly. The moving vines quickly weave together, trapping Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and the team in a massive wooden cage with no escape. They've walked right into a preset trap. Spotting masked cultists caught inside the cage with them, Lin Zichen jumps toward them, intending to extract information first. He drops them in seconds with a rapid barrage of heavy punches. Grabbing one by the collar, Lin Zichen demands to know the purpose of the vine cage. He promises to spare him if he talks. The terrified cultist begins to stammer. Before he can finish, a thick vine bursts from inside his mouth. The man screams in agony as the vines tear through his face and body, ripping him apart from within. Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Li Moyu, and Luo Yongjin watch in horrified silence as the vines completely drain the cultist, leaving only a shriveled corpse. From this, Lin Zichen realizes the plant god cult uses this parasite to control its followers. Then, slow clapping echoes through the cage. 2 figures appear atop the vines. A man in a red-horned mask with a terrifying high-level Tier 6 biological rank, and beside him, a woman in a spiked red mask at peak ordinary Tier 9. The masked man praises Lin Zichen as a once-in-a-generation genius and invites him to join the plant god cult to evolve even further. Lin Zichen lifts his gaze, sweat streaming down his face, every muscle coiled tight. And then it hits him. These 2 monsters, this whole deadly trap, they've been waiting for him all along. Instructor Lu Tianrong's eyes lock onto the figures looming above on the vines. A chill sweeps down his spine as he finally grasps the true danger of that masked man, and just how desperate their situation has become. Without a second thought, he turns to the others. Get out of here. Now. His words are sharp, leaving no doubt. He'll stay behind and hold these enemies off himself. Lin Zichen moves first, shouting for everyone to follow him. The group bursts into motion, running as fast as they can to break free from the trap. But the man in the red-horned mask doesn't give chase. He just watches, that mocking smile fixed on his face. Then, with the faintest flick of a finger, massive dark purple thorny vines explode from the structure around them. The razor-sharp vines lash out, cutting across every angle, closing in on the fleeing students with terrifying speed. Before Shangwan Yueing can even react, thick vines wrap around her, yanking her upside down into the air and pinning her tight. Her only choice is to scream for help. Seconds later, Ma Weiwei and Luo Yongjian are snatched up too. The thorny vines drag them into the air, their cries for the instructor echoing through the chaos. Instructor Lu Tianrong stands beneath the towering mass of vines, watching his students trapped all around him. If this continues, he knows, they won't survive. He sees only one way to turn the tide. The source of the trap has to fall. In the next instant, his body surges with power, swelling into a massive, muscular tiger beast. With that raw beast strength, he launches himself upward, racing along the thorny vines, aiming straight for the man in the red-horned mask. Even as the tiger beast charge comes barreling at him, the masked man barely flinches. A sinister smile crosses his face, he lifts a hand, and the attack halts effortlessly. Then he taunts coldly. Here, that strength means nothing. Instructor Lu slams headfirst into the thick wall of dark vines. No matter how hard he pushes, the barrier holds firm, and frustration boils over in his eyes. Refusing to yield, he pushes his beast genes even further. Flames of aura erupt around him, and his raw power surges higher. With that sudden burst, he tears straight through the barrier, ripping thick vines apart, and diving toward the masked enemy below. Meanwhile, Xin Qinghan looks up and freezes. She watches Luo Yongjian and the others swallowed by the thorns, and immediately shouts for everyone to pull back. Lin Zichen leaps into the air, throwing a heavy punch to smash a wave of vines pressing in, giving the group some breathing room to retreat. In the middle of the chaos, Ma Weiwei is tightly bound by the sharp thorns, her voice frantic as she calls for Lin Zichen's help. Li Moyu hears her cry and swings his heavy wooden club at the vines, determined to break her free. But after only a few hits, sweat forms on his brow. Even with all his effort, the vines refuse to give. Then Lin Zichen flashes past him. With a single precise swipe of his bare hand, the tough vines are cut down like paper. He moves through the battlefield at lightning speed, afterimages trailing behind as he tears one binding after another. In moments, Ma Weiwei, Luo Yongjian, Gao Mu, and the rest are free. Together with Xin Qinghan, he shouts for everyone to retreat, now. But just as their escape seems secure, Lin Zichen catches a strange pink mist drifting into his nose. The scent is floral, drawing his gaze upward. Without hesitation, he plunges deeper into the forest, following the twisting trail. As he moves, his system warns him. He's been exposed to a coma-inducing flower poison. But his natural resistance kicks in instantly, neutralizing it. Following the trail, he finds several students unconscious on the ground. A shadowy figure stands nearby, clearly a branch leader from the plant god cult. And the mysterious woman, stunned, is affected but not poisoned, thanks to his resistance, which also helped him track her. She murmurs in realization. No wonder the higher-ups staged such a massive ambush just to catch someone of his strength. Lin Zichen doesn't answer. In the next instant, he launches forward. The sudden rush throws the masked woman completely off balance. Before she can react, Lin Zichen drives a brutal punch straight into her face. Standing over her fallen form, he absorbs her life essence. His system confirms he's devoured a large amount of life source from the Shadow Knight cat and the ghost giant shark. Their ghostly forms rise behind him, and his codex progress jumps sharply. Back on the main battlefield, Instructor Lu pushes beyond his limits. With a furious roar, he overactivates both his four-armed demon ape and saber-toothed tiger genes, and a violent fiery aura erupts around him. He lunges at the man in the red-horned mask. Caught off guard, the masked man scrambles a barrier and calls him insane for pushing his beast genes this far. Instructor Lu won't be stopped. He smashes through the barrier and lands a savage, blood-soaked punch into the masked man's chest, sending him flying helplessly through the air. The masked man crashes into a rocky wall, then drops to the ground, bruised and bleeding. Clutching his chest, he realizes how close he came to dying. Only the life and death Toad gene fusion saved him. Enraged, blood still running down his face, he pulls out a dark red seed and shoves it into his mouth. Dropping to one knee on the shattered ground, he roars for his enemy to die as dark energy surges around him. At his command, a massive wave of dark purple thorny vines erupts from the earth, rushing toward Instructor Liu at terrifying speed. There's no time to dodge. In midair, the tiger beast is pierced by multiple thick thorns, blood spraying as he's skewered on the spot. Elsewhere, away from the chaos, Lin Zichen is with Shun Qinghan, Ma Weiwei, Li Moyu, and the others. For a fleeting moment, he feels some relief. Thanks to the antidotes the students carry, they recover from the flower poison and can now evacuate. Then his danger sense erupts, a violent warning slicing through his focus. Cold sweat beads on his face. His eyes widen. He can feel the terrifying aura of a high-level Tier 6 enemy bearing down on them. A blur tears through the forest. The man in the red-horned mask charges at them with vines sprouting from his back. Lin Zichen's chest tightens. Instructor Liu must have fallen. He tells the others fast. The vine-controlling masked man is closing in. With the instructor gone, there's only one conclusion. He's been defeated. Lin Zichen decides to draw the enemy away. He warns the others, don't look back, don't worry about him. Staying would only slow them down. Then, without hesitation, he rockets into the dense forest of vines. Shen Qinghan calls after him, begging him to come back alive. He shouts back, I will. Shen Qinghan stands frozen with Ma Weiwei and the others, hands clenched to her chest, shaken. She feels powerless. At her current level, there's nothing she can do to help. All she can do is stay out of the way. That helplessness stings more than anything. She wishes she were stronger. Leaping across massive roots and tangled vines, Lin Zichen glances back. The masked man is chasing him, just like he planned. That means Shun Qinghan and the others are safe, for now. But as he watches, something feels off. For a Tier 6 expert, this enemy is moving too slowly. The man keeps chasing, but now it's clear. His clothes are torn, his body covered in fresh bloody wounds from the earlier fight. Lin Zichen takes it all in, calculating fast. Because of those injuries, the enemy's actual power has dropped to high-level Tier 4, just one tier above him. A bold plan sparks in his mind. This might be his chance to turn the fight around and take down the one hunting him. As Lin Zichen climbs over the massive roots, the man in the red-horned mask looks up from below, sneering. In his mind, his prey has finally run out of energy, convinced he's finished trying to escape. Before Lin Zichen even has a moment to catch his breath, the masked man lashes out, sending a barrage of sharp black vines ripping straight toward him. Lin Zichen weaves through the onslaught with fluid, precise movements, all while scanning the battlefield. The vines are fast, but their force feels off, weak, even. And then it clicks. The masked man is holding back, deliberately keeping him alive. With that realization, Lin Zichen decides to flip the situation. He deliberately lets a thick vine slam into his back. The impact sends him flying, crashing hard into a massive wall of roots, blasting a deep crater where he lands. Slumped against the roots, Lin Zichen activates his natural camouflage, masking his true condition and making himself appear completely spent. Seeing his prey finally down, the masked man strides over, muttering under his breath. He grudgingly admits Lin Zichen did run fast, and assumes he must have used some new military stimulant to push his body beyond normal limits. Standing above him, the masked man angrily brings up the woman in the spiked mask that Lin Zichen killed earlier. She had been close to evolving into a high-level creature, his personal servant, and even now, the thought of her death burns him. After 5 years of training her, he refuses to believe Lin Zichen could win without the aid of a stimulant. With his eyes closed, pretending to be defeated, Lin Zichen quietly pieces it together. The woman he's talking about was the cult's peak ordinary Tier 9 branch leader. Then the masked man's attention shifts to Shen Qinghan. He comments on the blue-haired girl's beauty, stunning, even more than a movie star. A twisted smile spreads across his face as he declares that once he recovers, he'll capture her and make her his new servant. Smugly, the masked man reaches for Lin Zichen. For now, you're coming with me to complete the mission, he says. But in that moment, Lin Zichen silently braces himself. The opening he's been waiting for is finally here. As the masked man's hand reaches out, Lin Zichen's eyes snap open. In the next instant, he explodes upward, driving a brutal punch straight into the masked man's groin. The masked man's eyes widen behind his mask, bloodshot with pain, a shrill scream tearing from his lips at the sudden strike. He staggers backward in shock, finally realizing Lin Zichen had been faking his defeat the entire time. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen rises calmly, as if the earlier hit had never happened. He doesn't hesitate. Lin Zichen surges forward, drawing back for another heavy strike, and the masked man scrambles, trying to raise his guard. But in a split second, Lin Zichen shifts angles and delivers a savage rising kick straight to the groin again, making his enemy scream even louder as blood sprays. The masked man is stunned, unable to comprehend how Lin Zichen can still hit this hard. The only explanation he can conjure is that the military stimulant must still be active. Seizing the moment, Lin Zichen unleashes a furious barrage of punches at blinding speed. The masked man grits his teeth, bracing himself, hoping that if he can endure long enough, Lin Zichen will finally tire. But that hope crumbles fast. He watches in growing terror as Lin Zichen's strikes don't weaken. They only get stronger, each hit packed with even more chi and blood. Blood streaming from his mouth, the masked man shouts in disbelief. How could a 20-year-old at the ordinary biological level hit with the force of a high-level Tier 4 expert? Lin Zichen ignores him and drives a crushing punch straight into the masked man's face. Beaten to the brink, the villain screams for the ninth elder to save him. Seeing his enemy at the edge, Lin Zichen gathers a massive amount of swirling energy in his fist for one final strike. He releases it. With explosive force, the punch rockets the masked man helplessly into the air. The villain crashes onto the ground with brutal impact, shattering his red-horned mask into pieces. He lies there, face swollen, bruised, and smeared with blood, completely helpless. Over him, Lin Zichen rains down a rapid series of merciless punches, determined to finish the fight and send the enemy to join his fallen subordinate. A system prompt flashes, asking if he wants to devour the enemy's essence. Breathing hard, Lin Zichen lowers his gaze to his battered knuckles and finally exhales. The brutal battle is over. His enemy is dead. He activates the system's devour function, reaching out to absorb the glowing blue life essence flowing from the corpse. The system confirms 2 new codexes unlocked, granting him the ability to control nearby plants with his mind and significantly boosting his mental power. Looking down, Lin Zichen quickly assesses his opponent. Most of the man's power was focused on mental energy. He was essentially a mage with a weak body. That explains how Lin Zichen could exploit the weakness and defeat someone biologically far stronger. The silence is broken by slow clapping. Lin Zichen stiffens and turns to see an unfamiliar voice praising him for defeating a high-level Tier 6 expert while still being ordinary Tier 9. Looking up, he spots a man in a plague doctor mask perched high on a thick vine. The figure remarks that their elaborate setup was worth it if it led them to a genius like Lin Zichen. Immediately, Lin Zichen tenses, suspecting this newcomer might be the mysterious Ninth Elder. From above, the divine envoy admits surprise that someone with Lin Zichen's talent exists on Earth. Casually, he waves a hand, and a massive swarm of dark, thorn-covered vines erupts from the ground, wrapping tightly around Lin Zichen. Trapped instantly, Lin Zichen's heart sinks. He knows there's no breaking free from a true, rare-level expert. But the next moment, he's freed. A barrage of sharp, glowing projectiles tears through the thick vines, cutting them apart so cleanly even Lin Zichen is stunned by the sudden rescue. The attacker is Imo Dongji, floating gracefully amidst a storm of icy projectiles. Her sudden appearance immediately shocks the arrogant masked man. Hovering in the center of the freezing storm, Imo Dongji explains she anticipated the plant god cult's move against Lin Zichen after his outstanding performance. She had been secretly protecting him from the shadows, waiting for the moment they acted. The masked man chuckles, claiming handling her alone would be easy. That arrogance snaps her. Imo Dongji coldly retorts that she is no longer weak, and without warning, unleashes a massive wave of glowing projectiles at him. The plague doctor masked man reacts instantly, summoning a colossal, writhing wall of thick vines that erupts and collides head-on with Imo Dongji's freezing wave. The moment Lin Zichen realizes how terrifying the clash is becoming, he turns and flees the collapsing battlefield. He knows he must get out before being caught in the crossfire of 2 rare-level experts. Racing through the dense forest, he suddenly senses a strange presence nearby. He stops, scanning carefully to see what's hiding. To his shock, he finds instructor Lu Tianrong still in his massive tiger beast form, completely bound by dark, thorny vines. The trapped instructor spots him and urgently calls for help. Seeing his normally fierce instructor trapped, Lin Zichen decides it's the perfect moment to test his newly gained biological attributes. His eyes glow as he focuses, gathering strength to activate his new plant-controlling ability. To Lu Tianrong's astonishment, the thick vines begin to loosen, then slowly sink back into the soil. He's baffled. How could the deadly trap simply unravel? Finally free and standing beside Lin Zichen, Lu Tianrong listens as Lin Zichen explains. He killed the masked man with a surprise attack, while the villain was already injured. Once the mage died, the vine ability naturally shut down. The instructor accepts the logic and stresses they can't waste time. They must find the rest of the team and evacuate. Lin Zichen agrees. Shortly after, they arrive at a wide clearing where the team's heavy military vehicles are parked among the giant roots, and the rescued students are gathered. Someone in the crowd spots Lin Zichen and calls out in relief. Shin Qinghan, clearly worried sick, breaks from the group and runs straight toward him. Tears fill her eyes as she blurts out how grateful she is that he returned safely. Without hesitation, she throws her trembling arms around Lin Zichen, hugging him tightly. Crying, she admits how terrified she was of losing him, begging him never to leave her side again. Lin Zichen gently holds her and softly promises they'll stay together from now on. Not long after that emotional reunion, Ma Weiwei carefully approaches Lin Zichen, scanning him with worry. She asks softly if he got hurt while escaping. She offers him a healing pill, but Lin Zichen shakes his head politely, assuring her he's fine and doesn't need it. Ma Weiwei isn't convinced. She presses the pill into his hand firmly, telling him to keep it just in case. Her concern catches him slightly off guard. Lin Zichen quickly turns serious, addressing the whole group. With everyone gathered, they need to board the armored vehicles and leave immediately. Staying here is too dangerous. Nearby, a rare-level expert from the plant god cult is fighting Mo Dongji, and they could be pulled into that battle at any moment. The group follows his lead, rushing into the armored vehicles, which roar through the forest at full speed. Inside, the shaken students finally start talking, stunned that a rare-level enemy is here, and baffled why the Central Military District hasn't sent reinforcements yet. As the convoy presses forward, a barefoot figure suddenly drops from the sky, landing right in their path in a surge of pink light. Someone inside calls out hopefully, wondering if it might be another instructor. That hope dies immediately. The driver catches a clear glimpse and panics. Blocking their way is the legendary nine-tailed demon fox. Instructor Liu Tianrong grips the steering wheel tightly. Don't move, he warns. Anyone who can appear silently like that is almost certainly an enemy. The truck barrels straight at the fox, but just before impact, she vanishes in a burst of pink light. Someone inside gasps in shock. The students look around the cabin in confusion, asking where the fox-eared girl went. Lin Zichen breaks into a cold sweat. He tries to sense her presence, but comes up empty. If even Instructor Liu, an advanced rank 6 expert, can't detect her, her strength must be far beyond that level. Suddenly, the nine-tailed demon fox appears inside the cramped cabin itself, floating above the startled students, casually asking if they were looking for her. Instructor Liu Tianrong reacts instinctively, demanding to know who she is. In the next second, he transforms into a massive tiger beast and lunges at her from the driver's seat. She doesn't flinch. The fox simply fixes him with her red glowing eyes, her hypnotic power kicking in. Almost instantly, Instructor Liu's eyes turn the same red. His charge halts, and he falls completely under her control. Now seated calmly among the terrified students, the nine-tailed demon fox orders everyone out of the vehicle. Luo Yongjian watches in disbelief as their controlled instructor steps silently out the door. Still seated like she owns the place, the fox says she only cares about Lin Zichen and orders the others to leave. Seeing even their instructor subdued so easily, the students know they have no choice. They must retreat, even though leaving Lin Zichen behind pains them. Lin Zichen steps forward, signaling the others to fall back. He tells them firmly to leave, knowing he's the only one she came for. Through the front windshield, he watches Zhao Yuanzhang get out safely, calling for him to take care. But Shen Qinghan suddenly grabs Lin Zichen's arm, tears in her eyes, refusing to leave. She insists she won't let him face danger alone again. Lin Zichen gently urges her to go first with the others. The nine-tailed demon fox grows irritated. With a flick of pink energy, she lifts Shen Qinghan into the air, making Lin Zichen shout her name. Then, with a violent swing, she hurls Shen Qinghan out of the vehicle, smashing through the window as Lin Zichen cries out again. Rushing to the broken window, Lin Zichen sees Ma Weiwei and Shangwan Yueying helping Shen Qinghan back to her feet. She's standing and safe, aside from torn clothes. He finally exhales. With Shen Qinghan out of immediate danger, the nine-tailed demon fox approaches Lin Zichen and declares it's time to talk, calling him her little servant. She tells him his strong body and handsome face fit her standards perfectly. In her eyes, a body like his contains rich life energy, making him ideal as her personal servant, someone she can keep close and draw energy from whenever she wants. Lin Zichen asks if she's a genetic fusion user, an exotic beast, or some inhuman being. She says she is none of those. She explains she comes from the origin land, half earthling, her mother a creature from the origin land, her father a human she despises for deceiving her mother, never even met. Raising a pink glowing collar, she coldly declares that men, to her, are meant only to serve with a collar around their necks. Holding the collar toward Lin Zichen, she asks if he's willing to wear it and become her servant. After she claims honesty, Lin Zichen asks what happens if he refuses. She tells him he has no reason, no right to refuse. Lin Zichen doesn't answer directly. He says he needs time to think, but in truth, he's stalling, hoping reinforcements from the military district or President Yuan will arrive in time. Trying to sway him, she points to her beauty and figure, claiming countless beings in the origin land long for her, and asks again if he truly won't serve her. Lin Zichen gives the same answer. He needs time to think. Her patience snaps. Her expression turns cold and threatening as she asks whether his refusal is because of the little sister standing outside the vehicle. Before Lin Zichen can respond, She vanishes from the truck and reappears outside in an instant. She grabs Shin Qinghan by the face, coldly threatening to kill her if that's the reason. The moment she threatens Shin Qinghan, Lin Zichen explodes into action and attacks. His fist slams into the fox's head, but he immediately realizes something is off. It feels like he hit a fake body. Reality snaps back. Lin Zichen is actually on the ground, swinging at empty air just inches from a confused Shin Qinghan, who asks what he's doing. Dazed, he says he was trying to save her. His teammates stare in disbelief. Li Moyu asks why he leapt from the safety of the truck just to punch at nothing, like fighting a ghost. A chill runs down Lin Zichen's back, sweat breaking across his face as he realizes just how dangerous that misdirected strike was. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed demon fox sits casually in the shattered truck window, smugly revealing that her real body is only ordinary rank 9. There's no way it could survive a hit like that, confirming what Lin Zichen suspected. Lin Zichen's face hardens. The strike he threw earlier hit an illusion. If she can manipulate senses so easily with only a small amount of spiritual power, she's going to be an extremely dangerous enemy. The fox hops lightly down from the truck. "I'm done playing with you," she says. In an instant, she summons a swarm of glowing pink clones and sends them rushing forward, declaring that this time, she truly intends to kill his sweetheart. Surrounded by illusions, Lin Zichen realizes brute force won't work if his mental power is weaker than hers. He shuts his eyes and decides to gamble on an untested ability. Activating his advanced spirit, Lin Zichen's eyes blaze blue, and the truth becomes clear. Every fox rushing at him is an illusion. With sharpened vision, the clones turn transparent and fall apart, revealing Shin Qinghan standing unharmed. Lin Zichen immediately turns to the armored truck, spotting the nine-tailed demon fox seated there as casually as before. For a moment, he wonders if this is her real body. Without hesitation, he lunges and throws a strike. His fist goes straight through her, another illusion. Knowing Shin Qinghan is still the main target, Lin Zichen steps in front of her to shield her instantly. The fox praises him, surprised he raised his spiritual powers suddenly and broke through her prized illusion technique. Lin Zichen visibly stiffens. Then she suddenly appears right in front of him, leaning close, telling him he keeps giving her pleasant surprises. Lin Zichen tenses immediately, unable to tell if she's disguised as Shin Qinghan or if he's fallen into yet another layer of illusion. Suddenly, a hand grabs Lin Zichen's arm from behind. He spins around and sees Shin Qinghan, her eyes filled with worry, calling his name. He catches her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. That solid touch, that heat, it confirms this is the real Shin Qinghan, even as she keeps asking what's wrong. With her in his arms, Lin Zichen quickly assesses the situation. His newly awakened advanced spirit means he can escape her mind control much faster. Plus, her real body is clearly weaker than his. After weighing everything, he makes his decision. There's no point in fighting here. The smartest move is to run. He bursts forward, carrying Shin Qinghan through the red-lit forest. But as they sprint, the fox's voice echoes around them, warning that escape is impossible. Then a massive red eye suddenly opens in the sky above. The fox taunts Lin Zichen, asking if he can break through an illusion of this scale, leaving him stunned. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a blazing explosion signals that the battle between the two rare-level experts is still raging. High above, Mo Dongji presses her attack, sending a storm of razor-sharp ice crystals down at terrifying speed. Below her, the divine envoy in the plague doctor mask raises a hand, summoning a massive wall of thick, thorn-covered vines to swallow the incoming barrage. He doesn't flinch. Calmly, he mocks Mo Dongji, claiming her power will dwindle once her water runs low. With a single motion, spiked vines burst from the ground, shooting straight at her. Confident, he boasts that she never had a chance. This overgrown forest is his territory. Mo Dongji reacts, spinning a water barrier to block the massive spikes crashing toward her. She counterattacks fiercely, firing high-pressure streams of water that slice through the giant vines. Even as her attacks cut through him, the divine envoy keeps boasting that the divine plant cult dominates the southern origin land because their supply of spirit plants never runs dry. He launches another overwhelming wave of vines, trying to recruit her. He tells her that with talent like hers, she'd never run out of rare cultivation resources if she joined the divine plant cult. Mo Dongji rejects him outright. Struggling to maintain her water barrier under crushing pressure, she coldly says that unlike a traitor like him, she would never join a heretical cult that hunts humans. From high above, the envoy looks down casually, arguing that selfishness is human nature and that the real cruelty lies in society and its imposed rules. Mo Dongji refuses to listen. Calling his words twisted lies, she strikes back, creating huge ice crystals that stab into the vines pressing against her barrier, blowing them apart. The envoy scoffs. He tells her she's stubbornly fighting a battle she can't win, and immediately triggers an even larger eruption of thick spiked vines from every direction. Then he reveals the real danger. His demonic plants are absorbing the water she's using to defend herself, meaning her elemental barrier is destined to collapse. Under relentless pressure, with her own defense fueling the vines, Imo Dongji's barrier finally breaks. Thick vines wrap around her arms, legs, and torso, locking her midair. Certain of victory, the envoy mocks her and leaves her struggling, ready to turn his attention to Lin Zichen. But the fight isn't over. Imo Dongji refuses to let him take the young genius. Her eyes flare with power as she decides to break free, even if it risks a dangerous mutation. A thunderous rushing sound tears through the night, sending flocks of birds bursting from the canopy. The divine envoy spins around, stunned at what he sees. A massive blue tsunami crashing straight over the forest. High above, water coils and gathers into the shape of a giant dragon. Imo Dongji shouts from the sky, answering his claim that the forest is his domain. Now free of the vines, she stands in the midst of the roaring waves. As the enormous water dragon forms behind her, she points forward, declaring that if this is his turf, she'll flood the whole place and make it her ocean. Back on the ground, the area suddenly darkens. Lin Zichen pauses, holding Shen Qinghan, thrown off by the abrupt shift. The forest twists into an illusion of swirling blue currents and fish gliding through the air. Lin Zichen immediately senses the power behind it, realizing the demoness has clouded Shen Qinghan's mind badly. He activates his advanced spirit, relief flooding him as he realizes his mind is protected. This illusion won't trap him for long. The watery illusion peels away, revealing the nine-tailed demon fox still in the vine-covered forest. She looks genuinely surprised Lin Zichen withstood her technique and questions whether his biological level is really ordinary tier 9. She can hardly believe it. A world like Earth shouldn't produce someone like him. She thinks that if he'd been born in the origin land, he would already be rare level. Seeing Earth as a waste of his talent, she asks Lin Zichen to return to the origin land and become her personal servant. In return, she'd trade him the resources he needs using his life essence, so they could grow stronger together. Still holding Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen notices the darkness thinning. He realizes sustaining such a large illusion has drained much of the fox's mental power, and she's starting to struggle. Spotting the opening, Lin Zichen's face hardens. He activates his plant control ability, Lord of the Forest. Thorny vines crawl across the ground. The fox warns him her patience is nearly gone, but Lin Zichen fires back, pointing out that she's hiding behind illusions instead of showing her true body. She only smiles, teasing him, asking if he's considered that this might already be her real form. Lin Zichen responds that there's only one way to know. At his command, thick thorn-covered vines explode from the ground around her. In the next instant, the sharp vines coil around her arms and legs, pinning her in the air. She cries out, clearly not expecting Lin Zichen to control vines too. Convinced the vines have caught her real body, Lin Zichen surges forward, pouring all his strength into a single punch. The blow smashes into the trapped fox's head with full force, sending a massive shockwave across the forest. But as the dust clears, Lin Zichen freezes, completely taken aback by what he sees. There's no blood. The fox is gone. Only a huge, fluffy white tail remains. He realizes she escaped by severing it. When Lin Zichen picks up the tail, a system prompt appears, asking if he wants to devour it. He wonders if even a severed part still holds essence he can absorb. Far away in a grand chamber in the origin land, the real nine-tailed demon fox lounges on a bed surrounded by pink energy, clearly amused by the events that just unfolded. With a sly smile, she admits Lin Zichen broke through her high-level Tier 3 illusion and destroyed her clone. The more she thinks about his potential, the more pleased she becomes. In her eyes, he's the perfect cultivation vessel, and she fully intends to claim him. Her scheming is interrupted by two fox-eared maids delivering news. They say the Night King's youngest son, a rare-level prodigy, has volunteered to serve her, and with her help, he might evolve into a legendary creature. To their surprise, she shows no interest. As the maids kneel, she arrogantly says she wouldn't even take the Night King himself. Still reclining, she orders the maids to reject all future suitors. She declares she has already found the perfect one on Earth. Back in the forest, Lin Zichen devours the tail, absorbing a trace of the fox's life essence and unlocking 10% of her codex. The enemy's strength felt oddly average all along. He begins to suspect the one he fought was only a clone. With the fox gone, the illusion collapses. Lin Zichen drops to the grass with Shen Qinghan in his arms, while Li Moyu and the others shake off mind control, looking around in confusion, asking where the fox girl went. Lin Zichen walks back to his stunned teammates and instructor Lu Tianrong, calmly telling them he's already driven the enemy away. Instructor Lu stares in shock, asking how he managed it. Lin Zichen gives only part of the truth, The fox's body was fragile, and maintaining all those illusions drained her mental energy, leaving her weak enough for him to force her back. Instructor Lu takes Lin Zichen's explanation at face value and thanks him for saving everyone. Lin Zichen exhales quietly, relieved that his bluff kept his real strength hidden. But the calm doesn't last. A deafening roar shakes the forest, and flocks of birds explode into the sky. The team looks around, tense and uncertain, trying to figure out what's happening. Sensing danger, Lin Zichen activates his eye of the sky. His gaze pierces past the towering trees, scanning for the source of the threat. Then he sees it. Far in the distance, a massive wall of water surges toward them. Instantly, Lin Zichen shouts for everyone to run. There's a tsunami coming. Reacting without hesitation, he points the team toward a giant tree, over 100 meters tall. Scooping Shen Qinghan into his arms, he guides them up into the thick branches to escape the flood. High on the sturdy limbs, they watch in awe and dread as the water swallows the sky. Some students can't help asking if even this massive tree will hold against such a wave. Instructor Lu's voice cuts through the fear. He orders everyone to brace themselves and hold on tight as the tsunami closes in. The flood hits. Water slams against the massive trunks, tears through the forest, and in moments, the entire area becomes a raging sea. When the first surge passes, Luo Yongjian and Li Moyu exhale in relief. Luo is stunned that the tree held, while Li Moyu admits the ordeal nearly scared him to death. A system notification pops up for Lin Zichen, declaring he survived an extreme disaster. Surprised, he sees it unlocks a new attribute, survival of the fittest, something that hadn't triggered for over a year. As the team recovers, Ma Weiwei looks around at the flooded forest, questioning how a tsunami could reach so far inland. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate. This has to be Principal Mo Dongji's doing. He explains that the principal is fighting the divine envoy of the plant god cult to protect them. He can't help but worry about the outcome of that battle. Li Moyu offers a reassuring smile. He tells the group not to panic. Since the principal is a rare-level expert with the flood dragon gene, the water-filled battlefield actually favors her. Then Lin Zichen's danger sense flares violently. His body stiffens, panic flashing across his face. He shouts that the enemy is coming straight for them. Using his enhanced vision, he spots the masked divine envoy bounding across the treetops, moving effortlessly above the flooded forest. Cold sweat breaks on his back. If the envoy is already coming after them, there's only one conclusion. Principal Mo Dongji has been defeated. 10 minutes earlier, the fight had peaked. Standing atop a wave, Mo Dongji commands her massive, glowing blue water dragon, sending it lunging straight at the envoy. The dragon strikes head-on, swiping with a massive claw and blasting the envoy backward. Wounded badly, the masked man reels. He immediately realizes Mo Dongji sacrificed her own life essence to unleash such a devastating technique. As the dragon prepares another strike, he understands he's been cornered. To survive, he'll have to go all out. In the next instant, thick, dark red vines erupt from beneath the surging water, catching Mo Dongji completely off guard. Startled, she weaves desperately through the dense storm of thorny red vines, trying to dodge the sudden counterattack. Floating safely above the flood, the envoy reveals that he's willing to burn his own essence blood for extra power too. The red vines twist rapidly, sealing Mo Dongji inside a dense, spiked sphere. Mocking her, the masked envoy abandons the fight. Inside the cage, Mo Dongji pounds and struggles, trying to break free. With his opponent restrained, the divine envoy leaps across the flooded canopy, heading for the target he really wanted all along. Back in the present, Lin Zichen informs the others that the principal has lost. Sensing the envoy closing in, he tells them he is the true target and will act as a decoy. Before anyone can stop him, Lin Zichen dives headfirst from the towering branch into the flood below, Shen Qinghan crying out his name in panic. Instructor Lu Tianrong, battered and bruised, senses the powerful presence too. He takes charge, ordering the students to retreat in the opposite direction, prioritizing survival above all else. Underwater, Lin Zichen sees the masked divine envoy pursuing him across the treetops. Confirming his teammates are safe, he knows he no longer needs to stay near the surface. He dives deeper, activating his newly acquired water affinity attribute. This skill is his only chance to escape alive. Swimming through the submerged forest, he reasons that since the envoy wasn't badly injured, his fight with Principal Mo Dongji likely wasn't to the death. That means she's trapped, not dead. With that in mind, he heads toward the tsunami's source to rescue her. Suddenly, Lin Zichen's danger sense flares again, this time from below. Twisting at the last second, he narrowly avoids a giant spiked red vine shooting through the water. Above, the divine envoy stands atop a towering cluster of demonic red vines, staring down in disbelief at how fast this ordinary human moves underwater. Realizing he can't underestimate Lin Zichen, he decides to end the chase quickly. With one motion, the envoy drives the enormous mass of red vines deep into the water, relentlessly pursuing Lin Zichen as he dives farther down. But the attack is too massive to dodge indefinitely. Lin Zichen knows the gap in power and realizes the thorny red vines finally catch him, wrapping tightly around his arms, legs, and torso. The divine envoy clenches his fist, triumphantly declaring that he has finally captured his prey. But as he begins to pull Lin Zichen in, the vines suddenly slacken. The envoy stares in confusion, his confidence wavering. Deep underwater, Lin Zichen swims free. The envoy doesn't realize that Lin Zichen is using his new plant control ability to quietly undo the trap from within. Refusing to accept it, the enraged envoy assumes his technique misfired. Determined, he unleashes an even larger, denser swarm of red vines. The spiked mass tears through the water again, coiling around Lin Zichen. Confident, the envoy declares that escape is impossible this time. But Lin Zichen stays calm, activating Lord of the Forest. A glowing aura surrounds him, and the envoy watches in disbelief as the magical vines immediately loosen and fail to hold him. At that moment, the envoy realizes Lin Zichen has a hidden method to bypass the cult's plant techniques. Greed sparks in him. Now he wants the boy captured at any cost. Knowing how valuable this would be, the envoy dives into the floodwaters after Lin Zichen himself. Swimming past submerged roots, Lin Zichen figures he's delayed the enemy long enough. Hoping Shin Qinghan and the others are safe, he plans to finally shake off his pursuer. As the envoy closes in, Lin Zichen activates his natural camouflage. His body blends seamlessly with the underwater surroundings, and the envoy swims past without noticing him. The baffled envoy stops, scanning frantically. He's shocked. He can't sense Lin Zichen at all, even with advanced spiritual detection. After a moment, the masked man guesses, since Lin Zichen acted as a decoy, he must have circled back to reunite with the others. Convinced, the envoy rushes toward the fleeing students to intercept them. From his hidden spot, Lin Zichen watches calmly as the enemy takes the bait and leaves. With the pursuer gone, Lin Zichen heads the other way without hesitation. If everyone is to survive, there's only one thing left. He has to rescue the trapped principal. Far off in the flooded forest, the masked divine envoy suddenly halts. His expression shifts, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He had miscalculated. Lin Zichen had outsmarted him. Beneath the dark, murky water, Lin Zichen finally spots it. A dark red sphere, twisted with tangled vines. The moment he recognizes it as the cage holding Principal Mo Dongji, he moves in, ready to quietly break it open using the power of the Lord of the Forest. But before he can make a move, Mo Dongji bursts out from inside the cage, tearing through the thick vines with raw strength. Standing amid the shredded remnants, she mutters that the prison was tougher than she expected, then immediately steels herself. She has to find Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan, and fast. Lin Zichen surfaces nearby and calls out. Mo Dongji spins, clearly caught off guard, asking how he ended up there. He quickly explains, the cult's envoy was after him, and in the chaos of fleeing, he stumbled straight into the place she was being held. They barely exchange a word before sharp red vines shoot down through the water above them. Lin Zichen instantly recognizes the envoy has caught up and shouts a warning. Both dive back under, narrowly avoiding the strike. Navigating through the flooded branches, Mo Dongji takes the lead. She grabs Lin Zichen, dragging him through the water at a terrifying speed. Even he can't keep up with her. In this submerged battlefield, not even the envoy can match her pace. Finally clear of the envoy's reach, they burst out of the water, leaping high above the forest canopy. But the instant they come into view, they both freeze at the sight ahead. Then tension snaps. Reinforcements from the central military district have arrived. Transport helicopters fill the air, soldiers hover nearby, and a massive red mech dominates the scene, impossible to miss. From inside the red mech, the lead official addresses Mo Dongji, apologizing for the late arrival. He explains the base fell into chaos earlier because a cult infiltrator had been hiding among their ranks. Just as relief begins to settle in, a harsh alarm slices through the air. Both Mo Dongji and Lin Zichen look up. Mo Dongji instantly wonders if the arrogant envoy would dare attack in front of so much military firepower. Then it clicks. The cult's infiltrators aren't out there somewhere. They're here, blending in with the rescue team. Standing beside Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan, Mo Dongji suddenly sees the truth. One of the reinforcements is an undercover spy. Without hesitation, she grabs both students and dives off the giant tree, heading for the surging water below, trying to put distance between them and the dark armored figures already circling above. But the armored figures don't hesitate. And in that moment, Mo Dongji realizes the full extent of the threat. All these so-called rescuers are infiltrators. From the surface, Instructor Liu starts to see it too. The entire reinforcement unit may be part of the plant god cult. The danger is clear now. He urgently warns Ma Weiwei and Li Moyu. They need to leave immediately before the battle explodes around them. Suddenly, a massive pillar of water erupts from the flood nearby, shattering the tense moment. Mo Dongji rockets out of the water, carrying Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan inside sturdy spheres of water. But even now, dark armored figures rise beside them, still locked on and pursuing. Trapped midair and surrounded, Mo Dongji sees there's no easy escape. Then, the plague doctor masked man appears directly in front of her. In a calm, almost casual voice, he remarks that reaching the rare level isn't easy, so there's no need to destroy each other here. If she hands over Lin Zichen, he says, he'll spare her and the students. Mo Dongji doesn't even hesitate. She rejects him outright, immediately shifting into her half-dragon form, ready to fight. The plague doctor masked man mocks her without mercy, claiming she's insane, burning her life essence just to protect two outsiders. Mo Dongji doesn't flinch. She summons several giant water dragons from the flood below. With a roar that rattles the air, the enormous water dragons surge forward, crashing into the hovering dark-armored cultists. Using the chaos as cover, Mo Dongji spins a powerful current outward, flinging Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan away from the battlefield, urging them to run. Carried by the rushing water, Lin Zichen grips Shin Qinghan and urges her. They have to escape. Staying behind would only make them a deadly burden for the teacher, risking everything to protect them. The plague doctor masked man sees his targets swept away and strikes. He summons a mass of giant red vines, lunging after them, determined not to let either escape. But one of Mo Dongji's massive water dragons cuts across his path, snapping down with huge jaws. The masked man tears free, but the damage is real. Blood drips from his wounds as he breaks loose. Mo Dongji hovers above the raging water, driving her dragon forward again, refusing to give the fleeing masked man even a moment to recover. Then, in the middle of the fight, she's blindsided. The giant red mech from the rescue force turns on her, firing a barrage of missiles in a treacherous sneak attack. The missiles slam into her water dragon, obliterating it in a fiery explosion. Inside the towering mech, the traitorous lead official declares he's going to kill her. The machine fires a massive, concentrated beam straight from its chest. The beam tears through another of Mo Dongji's giant water dragons, wiping it out in a blinding blast. As Mo Dongji steadies herself in the currents with the last dragon, the lead official stares in disbelief. Even after that assault, her damage is minimal. Still gripping the divine envoy, the dragon turns to the lead official and threatens him. Blow the mech's backup power now, or his whole family dies. The lead official grits his teeth, furious but trapped. His family is hostage. Mo Dongji, still half-dragon, charges straight through the violent waters toward her enemies. Apologizing to his superiors, the lead official triggers the self-destruct just as Mo Dongji closes in. The giant mech explodes on the spot, sending fire and energy across the flooded battlefield. When the smoke clears, Mo Dongji floats on the water, her half-dragon form scorched and smoking. She mutters a curse, frustrated that her regeneration is too slow to restore her strength. Wounded and racing against time, she watches the divine envoy leap away across the distant canopy, already continuing the hunt. Deep underwater, Lin Zichen swims with Shun Qinghan in his arms. Dread sets in fast. Their pursuer is closing in again. His camouflage hides him, but it can't hide her. Realizing they're too vulnerable together, Lin Zichen tells Shin Qinghan they need to split up. He plans to turn off his camouflage, acting as bait to draw the cult elder away so she can escape. It's risky, but Shin Qinghan quietly agrees. Hovering above, the divine envoy spots the plan almost immediately. He sees Lin Zichen is trying the same trick again, decoying himself so his companion can flee. This time, he doesn't fall for it. Ignoring Lin Zichen, he drives thick, dark red vines into the flood, aiming straight for the fleeing girl instead. Underwater, the thorn-covered vines ensnare Shin Qinghan, wrapping tightly around her arms and legs. She's stunned at the sudden attack. The vines yank her out of the water, lifting her high into the air. Even then, Shin Qinghan isn't worried about herself. She shouts desperately for Lin Zichen to run. With Shin Qinghan bound and a sharp vine pressed across her mouth, the masked envoy uses her as a hostage, ordering Lin Zichen to reveal himself immediately, or she dies. Lin Zichen bursts from the water below, leaping into the night sky, shouting at the masked envoy to release Shin Qinghan. Facing the enemy midair, Lin Zichen finally stops resisting. For Shin Qinghan's sake, he says he'll go with the cultist. Satisfied, the envoy binds Lin Zichen tightly in thorn-covered red vines. With smug confidence, he tells the boy that one day, he'll thank him, once he sees the true power of the gods at the divine plant cult's headquarters. True to his word, the envoy lets Shin Qinghan fall back into the flooded forest below. As she drops, Panic grips her, and she calls out Lin Zichen's name, helpless as the masked man carries him away. With Lin Zichen still bound tightly in his grasp, the envoy shoots off into the night, leaving Shun Qinghan alone and despairing in the water. Alone, she breaks down, tears streaming as she calls for Lin Zichen. Beneath the surface, though, something dark stirs, a chilling voice whispering about divine punishment for those who dare to defy the gods. Meanwhile, as the masked envoy speeds away with Lin Zichen, a massive surge of water suddenly erupts beneath them. The water shoots upward with violent force, and Lin Zichen freezes, stunned. His danger-sensing ability didn't detect this at all. The flood twists instantly into a giant whirlpool, dragging both the envoy and Lin Zichen straight down into the depths. Bound tight in thorn-covered red vines, Lin Zichen is pulled deep underwater. Then, a strange force rises from below, snapping his restraints apart effortlessly and freeing him in an instant. Riding that unknown power, Lin Zichen bursts out of the raging water, landing back on the surface. He looks up just in time to see Shun Qinghan running straight toward him, sprinting across the churning waves as if they were solid ground. Relief crashes over her. She throws herself into his arms, clinging through tears, now that she knows he's alive. Holding her, Lin Zichen realizes something. This water power that saved him didn't come from Mo Dongji. Somehow, it came from Shun Qinghan. Right then, the masked divine envoy rises from the water again. Fury etched across his face, he hovers in midair and unleashes a storm of thick, thorn-covered red vines, shouting that he's been pushed too far. Stepping in front of Lin Zichen, Shun Qinghan channels the glowing water around her, her voice cold and resolute. She will never let him take Lin Zichen. Cornered, the envoy's body twists, mutating. Dark, fleshy wings erupt from his back as he dives towards Shun Qinghan. In response, massive walls of water surge from the roaring sea, forming giant hands that reach to block the cultist's charge. The hands slam shut around the envoy, crushing him with terrifying force. Pinned and coughing up blood, he begs for mercy. Mistaking her for Principal Yuan, he promises to reveal the truth behind the deaths of the principal's children if spared. Both Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan are stunned by the confession. Lin Zichen wonders what hidden truth the man could mean. But the blue-glowing water surges again, stronger than before, with no sign of slowing. The envoy's eyes widen in horror as he finally realizes he isn't facing Principal Yuan. Before he can reveal anything, the watery force crashes down one last time, erasing him completely. Cradling Shun Qinghan, Lin Zichen stares in shock at the mangled cultist's body floating on the waves below. As he struggles to process how such a powerful enemy fell so suddenly, the system prompts him. Do you want to devour the body? He reaches out, touches the corpse, and instantly absorbs a massive surge of life essence, boosting his plant control and spiritual power. Even he can't believe a rare-level expert fell so easily, all thanks to Shun Qinghan's mysterious ability. Not long after, Principal Mo Dongji arrives in her half-dragon form, fully recovered, asking where the cultist elder went. Wanting to keep Shun Qinghan's secret safe, Lin Zichen lies. He never saw the masked man. Mo Dongji accepts the answer without pressing further. Soon, the military district's rescue force arrives in full, filling the sky with aircraft and armored troops to evacuate students and instructors. Later, inside a military facility, Officer Yao Muling debriefs Mo Dongji. She points out that fox demons rarely leave their own realms, so the Demonis must have come specifically for a cultivation vessel, Lin Zichen. Leaning back, Yao Muling admits something still doesn't add up. Lin Zichen is talented, yes, but in the origin land, there are far more gifted individuals. Why would a fox demon of such value target him? Setting the fox girl aside, Mo Dongji leans forward, asking seriously about the military district's internal state. Yao Muling calmly sips her tea and explains that the uprising by undercover cultists has been fully suppressed. She adds that 47 deep-cover cultists were uncovered and eliminated, a major victory that fully purged the base. Mo Dongji's expression hardens. She stares at Yao Muling, asking angrily if the military deliberately used the students' outdoor training exam as bait to flush out the hidden spies. With a faint smile, Yao Muling places a wooden box on the table. Inside is a futuristic syringe filled with a new anti-mutation reagent, designed to counter severe side effects from combat. Still showing her dragon horns and blue facial markings from battle, Mo Dongji politely refuses for now, saying she feels fine and can use it later if needed. After the ambush throws everything into chaos, the outdoor training exam ends early. Later, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan return safely to school, each carrying a suitcase. Sometime later, Mo Dongji sits quietly at her office desk, the medical supplies laid out before her. In the end, she sets aside the special reagent without using it. With a serious gaze, Mo Dongji tells Lin Zichen she had expected the plant god cult's agents to target him once he showed that level of talent during the camp assessment. Standing next to Shin Xinghan, Lin Zichen takes the chance to ask what the plant god cult really is, and the exact biological level of the masked cultist elder they fought. After a calm sip of tea, Mo Dongji reveals the shocking truth. The plant god cult is the oldest heretical organization known, predating even exotic beasts on Earth. In fact, they brought those beasts to the planet themselves. The revelation visibly stuns both Lin Zichen and Shin Xinghan. Mo Dongji adds that the cult also secretly controls many smaller factions, including groups like the Rat God cult. Reflecting on the battle against the giant thorny vines, Mo Dongji explains that a high-level expert's true biological rank is usually secret, only estimable through combat. To give Lin Zichen context, she reveals her own level, Rare Tier 3. Understanding the implication, cold sweat creeps down Lin Zichen's back. He realizes just how lucky he was that the cultist wanted him alive instead of killing him outright. Mo Dongji then gets to the real reason for the meeting, dropping another bombshell. She witnessed the fight where Lin Zichen defeated that advanced rank 6 cultist alone, bridging an enormous strength gap as if it were nothing. Caught off guard, Lin Zichen starts sweating, quickly trying to downplay it, claiming the masked man had already been badly wounded and far from full strength. Mo Dongji rubs her forehead, clearly tired of his evasions, lightly scolding him for being too cautious. To her, he's made a habit of hiding his true strength from everyone. She tells him that concealing your abilities might be smart once you're an established expert, but for a student, it only holds you back, cutting off access to crucial growth resources and slowing long-term development. She rises from behind her desk, her voice softening this time. She tells him she understands why he hides so much. Deep down, it comes from never truly feeling safe and knowing exactly what kind of people would come after someone like him. Mo Dongji steps over and stops beside him, her expression serious. She warns that after everything he revealed at camp, and with the plant god cult already targeting him openly, it's only a matter of time before top figures at the national level notice him as a talent worth supporting. Placing a steady hand on his shoulder, she tells him clearly, the smartest move now is to show his talent openly and secure a powerful backer to keep him safe. Lin Zichen nods, accepting the advice, but in his mind, he settles on a compromise. He can reveal his physical and spiritual strength, while keeping his truly outrageous abilities tied to the system hidden for now. Later, he returns to his family's apartment building and calls out as soon as he walks in, letting everyone know he's back. Dragging his luggage through the front door, he's met by his surprised parents, Lin Yinxing and Zhang Wangxing. His father immediately asks why a month-long training camp ended after just 2 weeks, and Lin Zichen casually says it got cut short. His mother, thrilled to see him, immediately promises to make all his favorite dishes. Not long after, the whole family gathers around the dinner table for a big home-cooked meal when Zhang Wangxing calls attention to some news. With Lin Yinxing smiling beside her and a hand resting on her stomach, they happily announce that Lin Zichen is about to have a younger sibling. The news hits him like a brick. He freezes, staring at his rice bowl in shock. A moment later, he finally snaps out of it and asks if his mother is really pregnant again. She beams, confirming it, and adds that she hopes for a sweet little daughter. Blushing slightly, his father explains how it happened. Since Lin Zichen and Shin Xinghan left for university, the house has felt too quiet. With no idea when they'd have grandchildren, they decided to have another child themselves to bring life back into the home. Seeing his parents so happy together, Lin Zichen can't help but smile. He fully supports them, saying it's a great idea as long as they're happy, reminding them the family can easily raise as many children as they want. Later that night, Lin Zichen lies back on his bed, scrolling through the school exchange app. Thinking back on recent battles, he realizes something crucial. Relying on raw physical strength alone is a weakness. He needs to strengthen his mental power too, or he'll stay vulnerable to spiritual-type opponents. With that in mind, he decides to upgrade his advanced spirit attribute, spending 800 school credits on a large portion of 9-turn soul worm meat to enhance his mind. As he keeps browsing, one item catches his eye, dimensional rat meat. But at 100 credits per pound, even he hesitates. Reading the description, he learns the dimensional rat is a squirrel-like exotic beast with a muscular body and a unique trait. It can store objects in its cheeks up to 100 times its own volume once fully grown. His eyes light up immediately. He realizes how useful that ability could be and hopes that devouring the meat might grant him a similar spatial storage power. That idea instantly reminds him of the 9-tailed demon fox. Remembering how she pulled that glowing collar from nowhere during the forest battle, he figures she must have a similar storage ability or some kind of spatial item. Sitting on the bed staring at his phone, Shin Xinghan walks in and calls out to him. Looking surprised and excited, she immediately mentions the shocking news that his mother is pregnant with a second child. Lin Zichen stays calm, joking that his parents wanted a grandchild so badly, they decided to have another baby themselves. Shen Qinghan climbs onto the bed beside him slowly. Her face flushes red, clearly hoping for a romantic moment. But Lin Zichen suddenly says there's something more important they need to handle first. Confused, she asks what he means. Holding a pen and paper, Lin Zichen turns serious, explaining they need to investigate the strange power she used in the recent battle. Shen Qinghan's excitement immediately deflates when she sees how serious he is. Thinking back to when she used her water powers to protect him, Lin Zichen points out that the glowing blue droplets didn't scatter randomly. They formed recognizable shapes. As he sketches, he notes they resemble some kind of writing or symbols. Once the drawing is done, Lin Zichen holds it up, explaining he reproduced the symbols from memory to try and decipher their meaning. Shen Qinghan claps in delight, impressed by his memory and quick action. He takes a photo of the drawing with his phone, planning to search online first for any matches or useful clues. Thinking about who to ask next, he scrolls through his contacts and stops at Yu Yin and Lu Chuanwu, hoping they might recognize the symbols since they study ancient texts. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan excitedly suggests sending the picture to her master, thinking someone with that much knowledge should be able to identify the symbols easily. Her excitement fades when she realizes even her respected master has no idea what the characters mean. Lin Zichen checks his phone and goes silent. The only responses from Yu Yin and Lu Chuanwu are confused meme stickers, making it painfully clear they have no clue either. Just when it seems like a dead end, Lin Zichen gets another notification. He quickly taps the new voice message Lu Chuanwu sent. Listening, Lu Chuanwu admits the symbols feel familiar, but he can't recall where he's seen them, and asks Lin Zichen where he got them. After thinking, Lu Chuanwu says he may have seen similar markings on ancient objects at his research institute. But the voice message isn't as dignified as it sounds. Lu Chuanwu is sprawled shirtless on a luxurious sofa, surrounded by 3 scantily clad women, holding a wine glass and promising to check the institute's records first thing tomorrow. One of the women leans on him, teasingly begging him to keep drinking until they're all completely wasted. Hearing the flirting and bragging about expensive alcohol, Lin Zichen stares at his phone, annoyed, muttering under his breath that Lu Chuanwu should finish partying before sending work-related messages. At the same time, news of Lin Zichen's latest public battle at the training camp spreads fast. Major forces across the country get reports on his performance. The Kyoto Li family, the Nanjiang Yuan family, the Machine God Group, and the Kyushu Military Region headquarters. Seeing his potential, all these groups give the same order. Keep a close watch on this rising genius. That wave of attention reaches even the criminal underworld. In a dark, old-style building, the great elder of the evil plant god cult stands in the shadows, cane in hand, and behind the glowing red eye holes of his mask, he remarks with grim amusement that Lin Zichen is becoming very interesting.
After witnessing just how frighteningly much potential Lin Zichen had, every faction watching from the shadows quietly reached the same decision. Without even needing to consult one another, they all ordered their subordinates to keep their eyes locked on this rising star and report even the smallest movement he made. Before long, the sudden surge of attention surrounding Lin Zichen even spread into the criminal underworld. Deep inside a dark, old-fashioned building, the great elder of the evil plant god cult stood half-hidden in the shadows, one hand resting on his cane. Behind his mask, a pair of sinister red eyes glowed faintly, and with a tone full of twisted amusement, he remarked that Lin Zichen was starting to become a very interesting young man. While Lin Zichen was still lying in bed, trying to enjoy a rare moment of rest, a sharp ringing sound suddenly cut through the quiet room. The noise was loud enough to pull him straight out of his relaxed state, leaving him visibly irritated as his brows tightened. He turned his head toward the source of the sound and quickly realized it was his phone going off beside him. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan was still sleeping peacefully next to him, completely undisturbed, her breathing steady as if the ringing had nothing to do with her at all. Lin Zichen slipped on his jacket and picked up the call, his voice still carrying a hint of morning annoyance. On the other end, he was told that the items he had bought from the campus mall had already been delivered and were ready for him to collect. After picking up the package, Lin Zichen opened it and found the 9-turned soul worm along with the dimensional rat meat inside. Without wasting any time, he activated his devouring ability on the meat, and just as expected, the progress for the dimensional rat codex was successfully unlocked. Sometime later, Lin Zichen sat there looking down at his phone while the image of those mysterious glowing symbols continued to appear in his mind. But after checking again, he realized there was still no new information about them, leaving the strange markings just as unexplained as before. When Shen Qinghan finally woke up, Lin Zichen told her that he planned to personally visit the Pure Human Research Institute and search for the ancient item Lu Quanwu had mentioned. The moment she heard that, Shen Qinghan's eyes lit up, and she immediately volunteered to go with him, clearly unwilling to be left behind. With that decided, Lin Zikin picked up his phone again and directly called Lu Quanwu. Once the call connected, Lin Zikin asked whether he and Shen Qinghan were allowed to visit the institute. At the same time, he also brought up the ancient item, asking if Liu Quanwu had managed to find it yet. On the other side of the call, Liu Quanwu looked completely drained as he sat on a bed covered in lipstick marks with several women still sleeping around him. Sounding exhausted but oddly casual, he told Lin Zichen that the item might be somewhere in the storage room and that Lin Zichen should search for a pearl and shell bracelet together with his senior sister. Just then, the women beside Liu Quanwu began to wake up, laughing as they grabbed him and tried to pull him back down, insisting that the party was not over yet. Instantly flustered, Liu Quanwu hurriedly told Lin Zikin that he was busy, then cut the call before Lin Zikin could even respond. Hearing the call end so abruptly, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan both froze for a moment, awkward sweat practically forming on their faces. Neither of them needed to say it out loud. The director's ridiculous night of partying was somehow still going strong. Later, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan arrived outside the Pure Human Research Institute. Shen Qinghan looked around with obvious excitement and admitted that she had always wanted to see the place for herself, but Lin Zikin immediately gave her a dry warning not to expect anything too impressive. The moment Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan stepped inside the Pure Human Research Institute, the sight in front of them nearly crushed all expectations. Empty bottles were scattered everywhere, random equipment lay piled in messy corners, and junk covered so much of the workspace that the place looked less like a proper school facility and more like an abandoned ruin no one had cleaned in years. Seeing the terrible state of the institute, Shen Qinghan gently offered to come back when she had free time and help tidy everything up. But Lin Zikin quickly stopped that idea, half joking that if she cleaned the place too well, she might end up destroying the institute's one and only unique charm. As they walked into the lounge area, both of them were caught off guard by the sight of Yu Yan on a mat, twisting herself into an extremely difficult yoga pose. Her body was stretched with impressive flexibility, making it clear this was no casual warm-up. Even while holding that complicated pose, Yu Yan noticed them come in right away. Without showing the slightest strain, she cheerfully greeted Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan, acting as if welcoming guests while bent like that was completely normal. In the next moment, Yu Yan sprang up from the mat with bright energy and rushed over to welcome them properly. She pulled the flustered Shen Qinghan into a soft, overwhelming bear hug, while also throwing her other arm around Lin Zikin. With a playful grin, she teased the two of them for looking like the perfect couple, causing Lin Zikin to stiffen awkwardly and ask her to stop teasing his embarrassed girlfriend. Yu Yan completely ignored his protest and continued hugging Shen Qinghan as if she had found a new favorite person. She happily declared that since this was their first time meeting, they needed to get properly acquainted, then praised Shen Qinghan for being even prettier in person. Lin Zikin crossed his arms and firmly pulled the conversation back on track, reminding Yu Yan that they had come here for serious business. A little later, the group stood inside the storage room, surrounded on all sides by stacked boxes, old objects, and piles of clutter. Looking over the chaotic mess, Lin Zikin asked Yu Yan whether she remembered ever seeing the pearl and shell bracelet Liu Quanwu had mentioned. Yu Yan shook her head after thinking it over, admitting that in all her 10 years at the institute, she had never seen anything like that bracelet. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan glanced toward the mountain of junk around them and realized they might have no choice but to dig through everything by hand. But Yu Yan quickly winked with confidence and patted her chest, refusing to let the mood sink. She assured them that since she knew the storage room's chaotic layout better than anyone, she could rule out most of the useless areas immediately and help them find the bracelet in no time. 3 long hours later, that confidence had completely vanished. Yu Yan lay collapsed on the floor between scattered boxes and old junk, completely exhausted. Staring up in disbelief, she began to wonder if the bracelet even existed, joking that maybe Director Liu Quanwu was finally getting old and had simply remembered the whole thing wrong. Lin Zikin stood nearby, holding a box packed with random odds and ends, looking just as tired. He rubbed his forehead with a helpless sigh, then finally admitted that they might have to give up for now and wait until the director came back so they could ask him in person. Just as Lin Zikin was about to accept defeat, Shen Qinghan suddenly reached out and tugged lightly on his sleeve, silently pulling his attention back to her. She raised her hand and pointed across the room toward a large fish tank that looked as if it had been abandoned for ages. After staring at it for a moment, she suggested that the item they were looking for might actually be buried somewhere in the dirt inside. The 3 of them gathered around the massive tank, peering down at the dark gravel filling the bottom. When Lin Zikin asked Shen Qinghan why she thought the bracelet would be hidden there, she could only admit that she did not have a logical reason. She had simply noticed the tank all of a sudden, and from that moment a strong, inexplicable feeling told her the bracelet might be inside. Yu Yan immediately grabbed a shovel, her excitement returning in an instant. With no patience for more guessing, she declared that standing around talking would not prove anything, so they should start digging and see what was buried there. Before much time had passed, the three of them stood frozen around the tank, staring down in complete shock at what they had uncovered from beneath the gravel. Yu Yan could hardly believe it. Shen Qinghan's sudden intuition, which had seemed almost random at first, had turned out to be perfectly right. From the dark gravel, they had actually dug up a beautiful bracelet made from pearls and brightly colored shells. Lin Zikin held the newly discovered bracelet in his hands and examined it closely, his gaze narrowing on the markings carved into the shells. The longer he looked, the clearer it became. The patterns on the bracelet matched the same style as the mysterious glowing water symbols that Shen Qinghan had produced. By the time Liu Quanwu finally arrived at the institute, he looked tired, disheveled, and far from fully recovered. When he saw that Lin Zikin and the others had already found the bracelet, Lin Zikin wasted no time and immediately questioned him about where the object had come from. A bead of sweat appeared on Liu Quanwu's face as he looked at the bracelet, and after a brief pause, he explained that answering that question meant going all the way back 20 years to a deep-sea expedition from his past. According to Liu Quanwu, 2 decades earlier, he had been exploring the ocean floor near Double Sun Bay in Shanghai City. During that dive, he accidentally discovered an entrance leading into ancient ruins hidden beneath the sea. He explained that after entering a cave within those sunken ruins, he found an enormous mural carved directly into the stone wall. At the center of the mural was a goddess-like figure emerging from a shell, while dragons and mermaids surrounded her in a mysterious, almost sacred arrangement. Liu Quanwu then finished his account by revealing that the pearl and shell bracelet had been resting on a stone right beside that very mural, as if it had been waiting there in silence for someone to find it. Yu Yan and Lin Zikin stared at the laptop screen in front of them, where the footage had dissolved into static. Yu Yan frowned and asked Liu Quanwu if that was truly all the footage he had, wondering why he had not recorded the rest of such an important discovery. Liu Quanwu closed the laptop and explained that his equipment had malfunctioned for reasons he still could not understand. More than an hour of footage after that point had failed to record, and he only realized the loss after returning home. He added that he had gone back down the very next day, hoping to record everything again. But when he returned to the same spot, not only had the cave entrance vanished, even the surrounding coral reef had completely disappeared, making the entire encounter feel like something out of a dream. Lin Zikin could not help questioning how something so bizarre could possibly happen. But beside him, Shen Qinghan said nothing at all. Her entire focus had been drawn to the bracelet, and her eyes remained fixed on it as though everything else in the room had faded away. Noticing how intensely she was staring at it, Lin Zikin gently handed the bracelet over to Shen Qinghan and told her to take a closer look for herself. The moment Shen Qinghan cradled the bracelet in her hands, it suddenly released a bright, almost magical glow. As she stared into that light, her expression grew distant, and an unfamiliar, overwhelming desire rose inside her. The beautiful bracelet felt as if it should belong to her. Then Shen Qinghan suddenly snapped back to herself and shook her head, clearly shaken by the thoughts that had just crossed her mind. She felt deeply unsettled by that strange possessiveness, unable to understand why the bracelet seemed to pull at her with such a powerful and inexplicable connection. Liu Quanwu noticed how fascinated Shen Qinghan was with the bracelet and casually offered to let her keep it. To him, the object had been sitting around the institute like forgotten clutter for years anyway, so giving it to someone who actually cared about it did not seem like a big deal. Shen Qinghan looked up in surprise, clearly not expecting him to offer it so easily. Still, holding the bracelet carefully, she asked if he was truly fine with giving something like this away. After receiving his confirmation, Shen Qinghan gratefully thanked the director for the gift. Just then, Lin Zikin was interrupted by the sudden ringing of his phone, and he glanced down at the screen, wondering who could be contacting him at that moment. Lin Zikin answered the call and calmly told the person on the other end that he was currently at the Pure Human Research Institute. He then listened in silence, taking in whatever was being said before giving a composed reply to show that he understood. When Lin Zikin lowered the phone, a knowing smile slowly appeared on his face. Deep down, he understood immediately that the major opportunity he had been waiting for, or perhaps the important event he had been anticipating, had finally arrived. Liu Quanwu noticed the change right away and pointed toward Lin Zikin's phone, asking who had just called him. Yu Yan also picked up on the shift in atmosphere, remarking that Lin Zikin's expression had suddenly become frighteningly serious. Lin Zikin calmly revealed that the call had come from Principal Yuan, and the words that followed instantly changed the atmosphere in the room. The deputy governor of the Origin Land stronghold was personally coming to the Pure Human Research Institute to meet him, and according to Principal Yuan, he would arrive in roughly half an hour. The moment Liu Quanwu and Yu Yan heard those words, both of them froze on the spot, their faces draining of color as shock hit them all at once. They could hardly believe what they were hearing, because the deputy governor was not some ordinary official. He was a legendary-level powerhouse standing at the very peak of Earth's combat strength, a terrifying existence ranked beneath only one person. Lin Zikin, however, remained completely calm despite their stunned reactions. He turned to Director Liu Quanwu and told him to hurry up and organize every piece of research they had on the pure human path, so that when the deputy governor arrived, they could present their work clearly and make the strongest impression possible. The weight of the moment finally overwhelmed Liu Quanwu and Yu Yan. Tears of joy welled up in their eyes, and Yu Yan could barely hold back her emotions as she thanked Lin Zikin from the bottom of her heart, saying that having a genius like him join them was nothing short of a blessing for their entire institute. After being ignored for so many years, their pure human research had finally attracted the attention of a truly important figure. Liu Quanwu nodded with deep emotion, feeling as though all the effort, ridicule, and stubborn persistence they had endured over the years was finally beginning to pay off. Suddenly filled with energy, Liu Quanwu called out to Yu Yan, and the two researchers immediately took off down the hallway. Their earlier exhaustion vanished in an instant as they rushed to sort through years of research data before their extremely important guest arrived. Not long after, Yu Yan, Liu Quanwu, Lin Zikin, and Shen Qinghan stood together in the courtyard outside the institute. All four of them lifted their heads toward the sky, and Liu Quanwu announced with barely contained tension that their guests had finally arrived. A huge military transport aircraft hovered above the institute, its engines roaring as powerful gusts of wind swept across the courtyard and kicked dust into the air. From the aircraft, three figures stepped out, one after another. Principal Mo Dongji walked beside a dignified, white-haired man wrapped in a heavy coat with a fur-lined collar, and this imposing elder was none other than Kyushu State Deputy Governor Ye Yongsheng. Standing close beside Ye Yongsheng was his military aide, Secretary Jiang, who followed with a composed and professional air. Deputy Governor Ye Yongsheng looked over the group with a stern, commanding expression. Without wasting any time on empty pleasantries, he told them that he was highly interested in their research on the pure human path and suggested they go inside to discuss everything in detail. After moving into a more comfortable lounge, Deputy Governor Ye Yongsheng sat down on the sofa with calm authority. Liu Quanwu approached with extreme respect, carefully holding out a folder that contained the Institute's research results on the pure human path for him to review. As Ye Yongsheng skimmed through the documents, he mentioned that when the pure human path had first appeared, he had actually paid some attention to it for a short time. But after watching so many geniuses who chose that route slowly sink into mediocrity, he had eventually dismissed it as a dead end. He admitted that what surprised him most was the fact that, even after so many years, there were still people stubborn enough to keep researching this exact path. With that, he handed the documents back to Secretary Jiang, his expression unreadable. Ye Yongsheng then looked toward Lin Zikin, Liu Quanwu, and Yu Yan, acknowledging that their persistence had actually produced real results. He brought up Lin Zikin's case directly, pointing out that even after his astonishing performance in the military zone and the enormous bounty placed on him by the plant god cult, his official biological level was still only recorded as ordinary Tier 9. Fixing his gaze directly on Lin Zikin, Ye Yongsheng revealed that what truly surprised him was the young man's real condition. Lin Zikin's physical vitality and spiritual strength had already reached the level of an advanced Tier 2 expert. Hearing his hidden strength exposed so easily, Lin Zikin instantly understood that his natural camouflage ability was completely useless before someone of Ye Yongsheng's level. Liu Quanwu and Yu Yan both stared at Lin Zikin in total disbelief, clearly shaken by the fact that his true strength had already reached advanced Tier 2. Lin Zikin, meanwhile, felt a cold sweat forming as he realized he had seriously overestimated his camouflage ability and badly underestimated the perception of a legendary-level powerhouse. Ye Yongsheng spoke firmly, telling Lin Zikin that there was no longer any need for him to keep hiding his abilities. From this moment on, he wanted Lin Zikin to display the full strength of a pure human and challenge the top geniuses of both the genetic fusion path and the mechanical path, because he wanted to see just how high the pure human path could truly rise. Lin Zikin answered with respect, explaining why he had chosen to keep his strength concealed. He said that his only concern was attracting too much attention, because once he stood out too brightly, endless attacks from cultists could follow, and his family might be dragged into danger because of him. Ye Yongsheng immediately assured him that since he was the one ordering Lin Zikin to go all out, he would naturally guarantee the absolute safety of Lin Zikin and his family. With the exact promise he had been waiting for now secured, Lin Zikin agreed to the deputy governor's terms and promised to show him the highest potential a pure human could reach. Satisfied with Lin Zikin's answer, Ye Yongsheng leaned back and instructed Secretary Jiang to collect Lin Zikin's contact information and send him a certain list. Secretary Jiang responded at once, swiftly pulling up the data on his tablet and preparing the file. Lin Zikin soon checked his phone and found that he had received a document titled Rare Level Genius List. As he wondered what exactly it contained, Ye Yongsheng explained that it was a roster of the country's absolute top young talents, and only those under the age of 30 were qualified to appear on it. As Lin Zikin scanned through the document, he saw names, ages, and incredible combat achievements belonging to one prodigy after another, including a 19-year-old named Luo Qiangshui. Ye Yongsheng added that everyone on this list was a once-in-a-century talent, with the potential to eventually step into the legendary level. These young monsters were not just promising students, they were considered one of Earth's most important future fighting forces against the Origin Land. When Lin Zikin noticed the name Luo Qiangshui, he immediately wondered whether she was Shen Qinghan's senior martial sister. Ye Yongsheng continued speaking, explaining that almost all of the geniuses on the list had been sent to the Origin Land for intense elite training before they even reached school age, placing them in a completely different world from someone like Lin Zikin, who had grown up through the normal education system. As Lin Zikin listened, images flashed through his mind: an armored man lifting an enormous metal block with terrifying strength, and a mechanical genius girl clad in white armor standing beside him with an aura far beyond ordinary students. Prompted by those images and the overwhelming names on the list, Lin Zikin asked Deputy Governor Ye Yongsheng how the top prodigies he already knew measured up against the elites recorded in this newly sent document. Ye Yongsheng calmly took a sip of tea before giving a blunt answer. There was simply no comparison. In his eyes, the people Lin Zikin currently regarded as geniuses were only slightly larger ants when placed beside the true powerhouses trained in the Origin Land. Ye Yongsheng went on to explain that he had given Lin Zikin the list to make him understand one thing clearly: there would always be someone stronger. He warned him never to trap his vision within Earth alone, and Lin Zikin listened with sharp focus, absorbing every word with growing seriousness. The deputy governor acknowledged that Lin Zikin's talent was already impressive at this stage. However, he also warned that whether Lin Zikin could truly keep rising would depend entirely on how consistently he performed from this point forward. Then Ye Yongsheng stood up with dramatic force, spreading his arms as his words became even more motivating. He revealed that once Lin Zikin earned a spot on that elite list, he would gain access to unimaginable evolutionary resources, powerful enough to forcefully evolve even an ordinary-level being into a rare-level powerhouse. Lin Zikin's determination burned brighter after hearing that. He looked at the deputy governor with confidence and promised that he would work hard enough to live up to those expectations. Pleased with that resolve, Ye Yongsheng placed a reassuring hand on Lin Zikin's shoulder and said that he was looking forward to the young man's future progress. After that, Ye Yongsheng shifted his gaze toward the purple-haired girl standing nearby. His eyes lingered on Shen Qinghan for a moment before he remarked that there was something about her that made him especially curious as well. Ye Yongsheng pointed out a strange contradiction within Shen Qinghan's body. She clearly possessed exotic beast genes, yet she had not fused with them. Instead, she was actively suppressing those genes while practicing blood-quenching techniques, all in pursuit of the path of a pure-blooded human. To answer Ye Yongsheng's curiosity, Lin Zikin explained Shen Qinghan's situation. Although her talent was outstanding enough to place her near the top of the elite list, she remained timid because of the deep psychological shadow left behind by the bullying she had suffered in childhood. After understanding the reason, Ye Yongsheng expressed some disappointment in her current level. He noted that even though Shen Qinghan had successfully completed body quenching, her strength was still only at ordinary Tier 6, which was far from satisfying compared to her potential. Even so, he encouraged her to work hard and fight for a place on the elite list together with Lin Zikin. Lu Quanwu and Yu Yan were left stunned once again. They could hardly believe that Shen Qinghan was walking the extremely difficult pure-blooded human path, and even more shocking was the fact that she had already achieved body quenching. Principal Mo Dongji then stepped forward and respectfully offered to escort the deputy governor out. Ye Yongsheng left with Mo Dongji and Secretary Jiang walking down the hallway as the visit came to an end. After Ye Yongsheng departed from the facility, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Mo Dongji, Liu Quanwu, and Yu Yan gathered again in the lounge, and with the room finally private, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan openly revealed the hidden details of their true strength to the others. Once everything was confirmed, Liu Quanwu became visibly excited and quickly approached Shen Qinghan. Rubbing his hands together with an eager smile, he suggested that since she was already walking the pure-blooded human path, she should officially join their heavenly human pavilion. Before Shen Qinghan could even fully process the invitation, a terrifying dark aura suddenly rose behind Liu Quanwu. Cold sweat immediately broke across his face as Mo Dongji appeared behind him, glaring with glowing red eyes and demanding to know why he was trying to recruit her student. Liu Quanwu tried to defend himself, arguing that Shen Qinghan's chosen path made her a perfect fit for the heavenly human pavilion. Mo Dongji sharply reminded him that Shen Qinghan was her personal disciple, but Liu Quanwu stubbornly asked whether joining the pavilion would somehow stop her from remaining Mo Dongji's student. When Mo Dongji snapped that he should have asked for permission first, Liu Quanwu actually pushed his luck and asked her on the spot. Mo Dongji's patience finally snapped. Furious at his shamelessness, she grabbed Liu Quanwu by the collar and dragged the panicking director straight out of the room, ignoring his desperate cries that he did not hit women. Watching him get hauled away, Yu Yan, Lin Zichen, and Shen Qinghan all broke into awkward sweat, while Yu Yan marveled that a mere director dared act so arrogantly in front of such a powerful principal. A short while later, Liu Quanwu returned to the room covered in bruises and looking as if he had barely survived a disaster. Yet, despite his battered state, his enthusiasm had not faded at all. He eagerly took Shen Qinghan's hands and formally welcomed her into the heavenly human pavilion. Yu Yan stared at him in disbelief, shocked that he had not only survived, but had somehow managed to secure Mo Dongji's permission. Liu Quanwu simply waved off her surprise and dismissively told her that children should not meddle in adult matters. In truth, Mo Dongji had only agreed to let Shen Qinghan join under one condition. Liu Quanwu had to attend a formal dinner at the Yuan family residence. Although Liu Quanwu had accepted the deal in order to save himself, deep down he was already dreading it. To him, that dinner felt less like a meal and more like a deadly trap waiting to close around him. Lin Zichen then shifted the conversation to something more important and asked Liu Quanwu about the powerful backer he had once promised to find. He wanted to know how strong she really was, and whether she could compare to a legendary powerhouse like Deputy Governor Ye Yongsheng. Liu Quanwu instantly began sweating and awkwardly admitted that he had no idea. Lin Zichen's expression darkened slightly as he questioned whether the director was messing with him. Liu Quanwu hurriedly waved his hands in panic and explained that this mysterious backer had been lying dormant inside a sealed ancient coffin, so he had never actually seen her display her abilities. Even so, he insisted that since she was the true pavilion master, her strength definitely could not be weak. That answer only made Lin Zichen even more confused, because he had always assumed Liu Quanwu himself was the leader of the organization. Liu Quanwu gave an awkward explanation, admitting that he was actually just an archaeologist who had excavated the real pavilion master from ancient ruins, which immediately made Lin Zichen demand a proper explanation. Liu Quanwu finally explained that the true pavilion master was a supreme expert from a long-forgotten era, as well as a legendary philanthropist remembered by history. Her name was Qi Qingmo, and she was famously known by the title Great Love Immortal Master. Liu Quanwu went on to explain that the blood-quenching technique they were practicing now had not been created in the modern era at all. It was something he had uncovered from those ancient ruins, a cultivation method belonging to an evolutionary path that came from a civilization long buried by time. He added that whenever a profound technique like this appeared, there would usually be a group of people who gathered around it and devoted themselves to mastering it. In that forgotten era, the force that inherited this path was the Heavenly Human Pavilion, a powerful ancient faction led by a woman named Qi Qingmo. Unlike the other supreme beings from the so-called Age of Gods, who looked down on ordinary mortals as if they were nothing more than insects, Pavilion Master Qi Qingmo treated humans like her own family. Liu Quanwu spoke of her legendary deeds with deep admiration, saying she fed starving villages, stopped floods before they swallowed entire regions, and personally stepped in whenever other gods tried to trample humanity beneath them. Because Qi Jingmo wanted even weak mortals to have a chance at stepping onto the path of immortality, she poured herself into research and eventually created the blood-quenching technique. Through this method, even the most ordinary people could gradually evolve, rise beyond their limits, and one day reach the level of gods. But as Liu Quanwu continued, his voice grew heavier. When he finally excavated the ancient ruins, he discovered that the pavilion master was in an unbelievably weakened state. She was lying unconscious inside an ancient coffin, and with the little strength she had left, she barely managed to teach him the basics of the blood-quenching method before sinking back into a deep sleep. Then Liu Quanwu's expression brightened again as he reached the most important part of the story. Before Qi Qingmo fell asleep, she told him that if someone could evolve into a high-level being by following the pure-blooded human path, that person could transfer vitality and blood power into her body, break the seal, and awaken her from the ancient coffin.
Lin Zikin fell silent as the full weight of those words settled over him. He listened quietly while Liu Quanwu looked at him with intense expectation and declared that among everyone they knew, Lin Zikin was currently the most promising candidate to reach the level needed to awaken the Pavilion Master.
Lin Zikin could not help voicing the darker possibility on his mind, nervously wondering what would happen if this ancient being woke up and decided to drain all of his vitality instead. Liu Quanwu burst into laughter at once, reassuring him that Qi Qingmo was famous for her compassion and would never do something so cruel. To calm him even further, Liu Quanwu promised that when the time came to unseal her, he would bring several top-tier experts along to protect Lin Zikin. Even though Lin Zikin still looked doubtful, Liu Quanwu was already too excited to slow down. He pulled out his phone and told the speechless student not to think too much about it for now, then immediately sent him every file and piece of data related to the ancient bronze coffin and the ruins so Lin Zikin could study them carefully on his own. As winter break gradually approached its end, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan's training efficiency rose at an astonishing speed far beyond what they had been able to achieve before. Their rapid progress was not a coincidence. Principal Mo Dongji and Director Liu Quanwu had been pouring resources into them, providing rare treasures, precious ginseng, and powerful medicinal wines, all to help fuel their growth and push their bodies forward faster. After another round of exhausting training, Lin Zikin reflected on the gains he had made during this period. He had successfully completed his fourth major body-quenching breakthrough. Although his official biological level was still listed as ordinary Tier 9, his real vitality and blood strength had surged dramatically, now reaching a level comparable to an advanced Tier 3 expert. Before Lin Zikin could stay lost in thought for too long, Shen Qinghan happily threw her arms around him in a tight hug. Beaming with joy, she announced that she had also broken through, completing her second body quenching and raising her level to ordinary Tier 8 just in time for the start of the new school term. After their successful stretch of training, Lin Zikin accompanied Shen Qinghan to Principal Mo Dongji's facility so she could take the next crucial step on her evolutionary path. Inside the medical room, Shen Qinghan lay on the examination bed with visible nervousness in her eyes, while Principal Mo Dongji stood beside her and carefully prepared a specialized syringe. Principal Mo Dongji explained that the syringe contained an extremely precious gene reagent extracted from a creature known as a water butterfly. Her tone was firm as she instructed Shen Qinghan to do everything she could to control the new genetic power once it entered her body. Watching the tense procedure from the side, Lin Zikin recalled what he had learned from his studies. Water butterflies were rare aquatic beasts, famous for possessing spiritual strength far beyond most creatures of the same tier, and that unusual trait allowed them to unleash powerful illusion-based attacks. After completing the injection, Principal Mo Dongji informed Shen Qinghan that the procedure was finished. She reminded her student to speak up immediately if she felt any discomfort, instead of forcing herself to endure it silently, and Shen Qinghan obediently agreed. Principal Mo Dongji then used her spiritual power to carefully examine the gene integration process inside Shen Qinghan's body. A pleased smile soon appeared on her face as she announced that the procedure had succeeded completely, adding that once Shen Qinghan became familiar with controlling the water butterfly's genetic power, she would even be able to use illusion attacks herself. Later, while Shen Qinghan got up and stretched her body after the procedure, Lin Zikin took the chance to ask Principal Mo Dongji about the senior disciple who was currently living in the Origin Land, openly admitting that he was extremely curious about her. Principal Mo Dongji calmly took a sip of her drink, then looked at Lin Zikin as if she had already guessed his reason. She asked whether his sudden interest came from seeing that girl's impressive combat records on the elite prodigy list. Lin Zikin confirmed that the list was exactly what had sparked his curiosity. Principal Mo Dongji then began explaining the girl's past, revealing that she had first found her 11 years ago on a snowy mountain in the Origin Land. At that time, the girl had been only 8 years old, completely alone in the snow and already on the verge of death. Taking pity on the child, Principal Mo Dongji saved her life and eventually decided to raise her as her own disciple. Principal Mo Dongji explained that when her time in the Origin Land came to an end and she had to return to Earth, she made arrangements to safely settle the girl in one of the Origin Land's bases. From then on, her disciple continued living there permanently, while Principal Mo Dongji made sure to visit her whenever she had the chance. As for the girl's true origins and family background, Principal Mo Dongji admitted that everything remained a mystery. The girl herself remembered nothing about her past because of severe amnesia. Hearing that, Lin Zichen became even more intrigued and asked whether this senior disciple was actually an alien mutant. Principal Mo Dongji's expression turned serious as she confirmed that the girl was indeed a mutant. She then made one thing very clear: because of that, it was absolutely impossible for her to be someone Lin Zichen had known during childhood. The military would never allow a mutant to cross over and enter Earth under any circumstances. Lin Zichen quietly mulled over the strange coincidences surrounding Principal Mo Dongji's senior disciple, Luo Qianshui, and his childhood acquaintance, Bai Shui. Luo Qianshui had appeared around the same time Bai Shui vanished, and their ages matched so closely that he could not help wondering whether there might be some hidden way to travel between the origin land and Earth. His thoughts were interrupted when Shen Qinghan, now dressed casually, came over and announced that she had finished packing and was ready to leave. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan then walked over to Principal Mo Dongji together and respectfully informed her that they were about to depart. Meanwhile, in another area of the school, Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian were blasted out through a doorway, tumbling across the ground after being thoroughly beaten. At the entrance of a training facility stood a tough-looking student named Guo Heidong, the deputy head of the Student Council's External Liaison Department. Blocking the doorway like a guard, he warned that any student who dared enter without the Student Council's permission would have to suffer the consequences. From the doorway, Guo Heidong looked down coldly at the two fallen students. His words carried open contempt as he said their defeat would serve as a warning to anyone else foolish enough to challenge the Student Council's authority. Later, the bruised and battered Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian finally found Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Looking miserable and desperate, they pleaded with Lin Zichen to step forward and stand up for the new students. They explained that a group of senior students led by Guo Heidong had taken over the second-floor training room and were beating up any new students who tried to use it. To motivate Lin Zichen, Li Moyu even promised to transfer 10 million to his account if he could make that bully spit blood. The mention of money instantly caught Lin Zichen's attention. He looked at the battered Li Moyu and calmly assured him that he would deliver a result worth the payment, then gave him his bank account number, which Li Moyu immediately agreed to use. With Lin Zichen backing them up, Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian returned to the training room with their confidence fully restored. This time they boldly shouted for Guo Heidong to come out, announcing that they had returned to give him the beating he deserved. Guo Heidong looked down at them from inside the training room and let out a mocking scoff. He said he had thought they had found someone truly formidable, only to see that they had merely brought along the new student king of their class. Lin Zichen quietly activated his danger perception and analyzed Guo Heidong's condition. He quickly determined that their opponent was at the peak of ordinary rank 8, and had fused with the genes of a blood-type demon-eye giant ape and a spiritual-type magic shadow bat. After judging Guo Heidong's strength, Lin Zichen decided this would be a good chance for Shen Qinghan to get some practice. He turned to her and told her to handle the fight, then cheekily reminded her to make sure the opponent spat blood, clearly still thinking about the 10 million reward. Shen Qinghan accepted calmly without hesitation. Guo Heidong immediately took offense when Shen Qinghan stepped forward. His face darkened as he angrily demanded to know whether they were looking down on him by sending a woman to fight in Lin Zichen's place. Not wanting to dirty his own hands, Guo Heidong turned toward a purple-haired woman standing among his group and ordered her to deal with Shen Qinghan. The woman stepped forward with confidence, accepting the task as if the outcome had already been decided. The purple-haired senior raised her chin and declared that she would teach this junior a proper lesson about respecting her seniors. But before the senior could even react, Shen Qinghan moved first. In a flash, she launched a powerful kick that struck the woman cleanly and sent her flying across the training room. The surrounding students were stunned into silence by the sudden reversal. A moment later, whispers broke out everywhere as they stared in disbelief, unable to understand how a new student could defeat a senior with just a single kick. After dealing with Guo Heidong's lackey, Shen Qinghan slowly turned her cold gaze toward the shocked Guo Heidong himself. Without raising her voice, she told him that it was his turn now. Realizing that Shen Qinghan was no ordinary opponent, Guo Heidong finally activated his fused genes. His body swelled and twisted, transforming into a massive, muscular, rat-like beast. Even then, he sneered condescendingly, admitting that he had underestimated Shen Qinghan, but boasting that a kick like hers could never hurt him in the slightest.